In ancient times, there existed a divine scripture capable of refining all things, and an eternal path that could suppress the heavens and the earth. A young man, inheriting the path, acquiring the scripture, seizing the destiny of creation, embarks on the journey of becoming a formidable powerhouse. The 3,000 continents, as the name suggests, are composed of countless continental plates. In the primordial chaos, the world was a vast ocean interspersed with numerous drifting landmasses. For certain essential reasons, the mightiest beings from various continents joined forces, employing their unparalleled strength to shift and integrate these continental plates, ultimately forming the supercontinent known as the 3,000 continents. Due to the gathering of numerous supreme beings in ancient times, countless opportunities and legacies were left behind, coupled with an abundance of resources and treasures, resulting in the emergence of innumerable peak powerhouses on the supercontinent. At the heart of the 3,000 continents lies the legendary sacred land of martial arts, a realm where countless terrifying existences, powerful beyond imagination, converge. This place is known as the Divine Continent. In a small courtyard cluttered with miscellaneous items, a young man clad in gray sat on the dust-laden stone steps, engrossed in an ancient leather-bound book. The sacred land of martial arts. The Divine Continent. Truly a place to yearn for. The young man closed the leather book, a look of longing in his eyes. His name was Shun Lang, a miscellaneous disciple of the Huajin sect. However, he once experienced a period of brilliance. 5 years prior, upon joining the Huajin sect, an elder recognized him as a rare cultivation prodigy, predicting immense potential. Consequently, Shun Lang was taken under the wing of a prominent elder, enjoying a position of high esteem. Alas, this fortunate situation did not last long. After a period of personal instruction, the elder discovered Shun Lang's astonishingly poor comprehension. Deeming him almost utterly dull, his understanding of cultivation was even inferior to that of ordinary outer disciples. Yet, Shun Lang's advantage lay in his physique. Despite his lack of comprehension, the unique body he possessed should have afforded him some measure of success. However, contrary to the expectations of the elders, his progress was agonizingly slow, nearly non-existent, even with the investment of countless resources. When Shun Lang joined the Huajin sect, he was at the 3rd stage of body refinement. A year later, he remained at the 3rd stage. This news spread throughout the sect, engendering much discussion. Many elders expressed extreme dissatisfaction, demanding the revocation of Shun Lang's closed-door disciple status to prevent further wastage of resources. Nevertheless, Shun Lang's master was obstinate. First, he never reversed his decisions. Second, he was the most resolute in his belief regarding Shun Lang's qualifications. Dismissing Shun Lang now would be akin to slapping himself in the face. Moreover, he genuinely did not believe Shun Lang to be irredeemable. He could not abandon him without clarity. After much contention, both sides compromised, granting Shun Lang 1 more year. During this year, if he could break through, even to the 1st stage, he would be allowed to stay. Otherwise, he was to leave. After a year, aside from Shun Lang's master, most awaited the spectacle with skepticism. Of course, a few elders still hoped for a miracle, anticipating the manifestation of the unique Buddhist power. After all, they too had contributed to the initial assessment of Shun Lang's qualifications. A year passed, and Shun Lang, true to expectations, failed to break through to the 4th stage of body refinement. Under these circumstances, he even regressed to the 2nd stage. The elders were utterly astonished. Shun Lang became the first person in history to regress within the body refinement realm. Thus, the elders decisively demoted Shun Lang, relegating him to the status of a miscellaneous disciple. As for Shun Lang's master, after Shun Lang's demotion, he seemingly vanished from the sect. Rumors circulated that the elder had been so distressed by the incident that he had lost his mind during cultivation, his fate now unknown. Thus, Shun Lang had been a miscellaneous disciple for 3 years. Rising to his feet, he dusted the leather book in his hands, glancing down at it, filled with habitual sorrow as he sighed deeply. There lay the source of his torment for 5 long years, a mysterious ancient book, exuding a faint golden glow. 5 years ago, on his way to the Huajin sect, he encountered a peculiar old man. The old man merely glanced at him, and Shun Lang felt a tumult in his mind, gradually losing consciousness. When he awoke, the strange old man had vanished. Though puzzled, Shun Lang prioritized joining the Huajin sect and hurriedly left without further thought. Later, as he became a closed-door disciple, enjoying a celebrated status, he forgot about the incident until his cultivation stagnated, until he discovered the inexplicable ancient book within him. An ancient book residing within his body? Such revelation, if divulged, would be dismissed as mere fantasy by the uninformed, while the knowledgeable would undoubtedly associate it with legendary encounters and fortunes. Such opportunities, once seized, would propel one to unimaginable heights. Thanks to his master's influence, Shenlang found himself among the latter. However, he harbored no illusions about the old man being benevolent. This ancient book was no ordinary treasure, for it was this very book that had caused his stagnation for 5 long years, even leading to his regression. That cursed tome seemed to have sealed his meridians, rendering him incapable of circulating even a trace of vital energy. Thus, whenever thoughts of the ancient book arose, a surge of frustration welled within Shenlang. Yet, despite his vexation, he found himself powerless against the ancient book. Moreover, the mysterious old man must have a close connection to it. Alas, he could not even catch a glimpse of that old man, let alone settle the score. Damn you, old man. Should I ever find your trail, you shall kneel and beg for forgiveness before me, or I shall no longer bear the name Shun. Shenlang cursed vehemently before sighing, casting his gaze upon a tattered burlap sack at his feet. Grumbling aside, life must carry on. Scavenging was his means of survival. Of course, this was no ordinary refuse. Typically, it consisted of discarded spiritual liquids used by sect disciples during body refinement, remnants left by elders after alchemy, or completely ruined artifacts. Due to their negligible value to the parties involved, they were often discarded on a remote mountain behind the sect. These cast-offs were perceived as mere trash, not only by outer and inner disciples, but even by elders. Yet, upon entering the sect, Shenlang had fixated on these so-called refuse. To be precise, he was tasked with collecting these scraps, as someone sought to reclaim them. In exchange, Shenlang could obtain vital stones. Vital stones, formed from the condensation of natural energies, are vital cultivation resources for practitioners. Once a practitioner enters the vital meridian realm, they must absorb the natural energies of the world to enrich their dantians. Once the accumulation reaches a certain threshold, they can break through. However, as a practitioner's cultivation progresses, their demand for vital energy escalates, and the natural energies available become insufficient to satisfy their immense needs. Sole reliance on absorbing natural energies is akin to pouring a bucket into the ocean insignificant. Vital stones, however, can fulfill these needs. Advanced practitioners invariably possess vital stones, surrounding themselves with them during breakthroughs. Consequently, vital stones have become a hard currency among practitioners. Furthermore, based on the purity of the energies contained, vital stones are categorized into 3 grades: low, middle, and high. The purity of a higher grade stone can be 100 times that of a lower one. Thus, a middle grade vital stone is equivalent to 100 low grade stones, and the same applies to high grade stones in relation to middle grade ones. Yet, in the eyes of the average person, even a low grade vital stone holds considerable value. According to Huajin sect regulations, miscellaneous disciples receive 1 low grade vital stone monthly, non-formal outer disciples 5, formal outer disciples 10, and inner disciples 50. For direct disciples, the amount is naturally greater. This is why Shenlang eagerly scavenged for refuse. Grabbing the tattered burlap sack at his feet, he hoisted it onto his shoulder and staggered toward the door. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, a flash of red suddenly appeared at the entrance. Shenlang barely managed to halt his steps, almost stumbling due to the weight on his shoulder. The newcomer paused upon seeing Shenlang, scanning him briefly. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze abruptly fixed on the tattered burlap sack slung over Shenlang's shoulder. The expression of the newcomer shifted from calm to icy fury. Shenlang hastily dropped the burlap sack, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and respectfully bowed to the figure before him. "Greetings, senior sister." Standing before Shenlang was a woman in a red dress. Her features were exquisite, with a delicate nose and skin as pale as snow. Her slender figure was gracefully accentuated by her knee-length skirt, revealing a pair of strikingly fair legs. Yet, the lovely visage of the woman was marred by a frostiness, her beautiful eyes filled with ire. "Shenlang, you scoundrel, are you rummaging through junk again? Do you consider our sect a refuse heap? Moreover, instead of diligently practicing in the sect, you frivolously run about, engaging in all sorts of nonsense. Do you truly wish to abandon the sect? Or do you aspire to be nothing more than a scrap collector?" The woman in the red dress was furious, her chest heaving with agitation, clearly incensed. Shenlang dared not utter a word, merely hanging his head, submissively enduring her reprimand. Only after her tirade subsided did he tentatively scratch his nose and chuckle. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. However, please rest assured, I shall surely devote myself to rigorous training henceforth, striving for excellence, and soon. Spare me your platitudes. I have lost count of how many times I've heard those empty words from you. They're nothing but drivel." The woman in red unceremoniously interrupted Shenlang, glaring at him with a fierce intensity, though her ire had evidently subsided somewhat. Yet, upon noticing the tattered sack by Shenlang's feet, her frustration surged anew. With a graceful stride, she approached him, her alabaster thighs on display, and extended a delicate hand, firmly pinching one of Shenlang's ears. "Today, I shall personally supervise your training, you rascal. If you fail to produce results, you shan't step beyond this courtyard." "Ouch, that hurts. Please, senior sister, have mercy." Shenlang grimaced, wincing in pain. What others perceived as a gentle hand now felt like a claw of torment to him. "Feeling pain now? Then perhaps you should amend your ways." The woman in red showed no sign of easing her grip despite Shenlang's cries of distress, in fact, tightening her hold further. She was all too familiar with his nature. A dog cannot change its penchant for filth, and he was one to remember grievances but forget discipline. As Shenlang's face turned crimson from the pain, he pleaded for mercy, only to discover with despair that she remained unyielding, seemingly intent on increasing the pressure. In a moment of desperation, he inhaled deeply and employed his trump card. "Yin Susu, am I not your savior? How can you treat your benefactor in such a manner?" Chapter 2. The ancient alchemist in the bustling town of Qingshan. Today was particularly lively as it marked the annual market day. The townsfolk and villagers from nearby settlements flocked early to the marketplace, engaging in trade and purchases to by midday. The market was already teeming with people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In a dilapidated corner of the market, an old man dressed in tattered garments rested in a creaky lounge chair. His unkempt hair and dirt-streaked face adding to his disheveled appearance, he wielded a worn-out fan, flapping it back and forth, while a swarm of mosquitoes hovered around him. Feeling an itch, the old man scratched himself vigorously, eliciting a series of satisfied grunts. Much like the old man, the grocery store exuded chaos. Not only was it missing a front tooth of decorum, but it was also covered in a thick layer of dust. The sign hanging above had long lost its legibility. Unsurprisingly, such a disordered shop attracted no business. For 5 years, not a single customer had graced its threshold, save for exceptions. Finally, the old man opened his weary eyes. Revealing a pair of cloudy orbs, he glanced at the sky, calculating the time with his fingers, and murmured, "Shouldn't they have arrived by now?" As the sun began its descent, the day's market activities were coming to a close. Most traders and villagers had completed their dealings and were departing, leaving the streets of the town increasingly deserted. In the grocery store, the old man could no longer contain his anxiousness. He paced back and forth at the entrance, his expression fraught with anticipation. Why haven't they come yet? Is this lad truly going to stand me up? If so, I shall have a word with him. But as he muttered to himself, his steps grew more hurried, and his footfalls became heavier. Just as the old man's patience was about to wear thin, a figure finally appeared at the far end of the silent street. The old man quickly turned, squinting at the approaching silhouette, and a grin broke across his face, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Finally, you've come." In the distance, a slender figure trudged forward, shouldering a large sack whose contents were unknown. Appearing to struggle with the weight as they approached the shop, the figure drew near. Within a mere 10 steps, the old man could no longer hold back. He dashed forward, disregarding the 2 fallen sandals, and ran barefoot to confront the newcomer, expertly taking the heavy sack from their shoulder. Upon opening it and casting a quick glance inside, the old man's face lit up with delight. He slung the sack over his shoulder and clapped the newcomer on the back, grinning widely. Shin lad, splendid work. This time, I assure you, I will reward you handsomely." The Shin lad referred to as none other than Shenlang. Out of breath and drenched in sweat, Shenlang could scarcely utter a word, merely gesturing to his parched lips. "There's plenty of tea. I've prepared it just for you." The old man chuckled heartily, one hand bearing the sack while the other led Shenlang into the shop. They settled down, brewed tea, and poured it. Once the tea was ready, the old man gazed at the sack on the table, visibly pleased, then turned to Shenlang with a smile. "I must say, Shin lad, you..." Before he could finish, the old man abruptly fell silent. his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he scrutinized Shenlang's face. That it seemed that only now, from this angle, could he truly discern Shenlang's features. The young man's visage was marred with bruises, sporting a blackened eye and numerous cuts. Even his cracked lips appeared askew. One corner of his mouth dripped with tea, while the other leaked saliva. Lowering his gaze, the old man scanned Shenlang's entire being. His neck, arms, and legs all showed signs of injury, each exposed area marred with unsightly bruises. "Shen, what on earth happened to you?" The old man was taken aback, his confusion palpable. After downing several bowls of tea, Shenlang felt somewhat better, setting down the cup and wiping his mouth. In response to the old man's inquiry, he waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just a few tumbles on the rough road." "Old Wang, hurry up and pay me. I must return to the sect before nightfall." Though Old Wang was skeptical of Shenlang's excuse, he deemed it unnecessary to pry further. Rubbing his unkempt beard, he chuckled. "All right, I'll fetch your payment." He rose and entered a storage room adjacent to the shop, returning shortly with a package in hand. Placing it on the table, Old Wang grinned at Shenlang. "You can open it yourself. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Shenlang, wordlessly and with deft hands, unwrapped the package. 30 pieces. "Old Wang, you're quite generous." He gazed at the pile of small, egg-sized stones on the table. Shenlang raised an eyebrow in surprise. The number of spirit stones was unprecedented. 30 lower-grade spirit stones could almost purchase 3 bottles of body-enhancing elixir. He had not anticipated that these discarded materials would hold such value. Though he had pondered the potential uses of these scraps, it was clear to him that Old Wang's willingness to pay handsomely for them indicated their worth exceeded the recycling costs. Yet, he was not a greedy man. Regardless of their worth in Old Wang's hands, they were mere refuse to Shenlang, and converting them into spirit stones was a significant boon. Content with the transaction, Shenlang prepared to leave, but Old Wang suddenly called out to him. "Shen, has it truly been 5 whole years since you entered the Huajin sect?" Shenlang paused, perplexed by Old Wang's question. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized it was indeed true and nodded in affirmation. Yes, if Old Wang hadn't mentioned it, Shenlang would have overlooked the significance of today marking his 5-year anniversary in the sect. Old Wang nodded knowingly before breaking into a mysterious grin. "Shen, are you curious about why I collect these scraps?" The sudden inquiry about a long-standing mystery caught Shenlang off guard, and he hesitated before nodding. Noticing the glimmer of curiosity in Shenlang's eyes, Old Wang's smile widened with satisfaction. Only when Shenlang displayed impatience did Old Wang finally adopt a serious tone. "Shen, have you ever heard of the Ancient Alchemist?" Chapter 3. The Power of Refinement. The Ancient Alchemist. Shenlang furrowed his brow, recalling that aside from pure practitioners, there existed individuals with specialized identities, such as alchemists and blacksmiths. These individuals might not possess exceptional cultivation talent, yet they often excelled in their respective crafts or possessed unique physiques that in truth, any normal person had the capacity for cultivation. It was merely a matter of degree. However, becoming an alchemist or blacksmith, even at the most basic level, was an extraordinary feat, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The conditions required to attain such a status were exceedingly stringent. Even within the vast Huajin sect, the combined number of alchemists and blacksmiths barely exceeded 10. Each of them held a revered position, underscoring the rarity of their craft and the rigorous standards necessary to achieve it. But the Ancient Alchemist? Shenlang shook his head. He had never heard of such a title. His curiosity piqued. He wondered how this related to Old Wang's collection of scraps. "Of course it's related," Old Wang exclaimed, brushing his disheveled beard with a knowing smile. "Even if you haven't heard of the Ancient Alchemist, you must know about alchemists and blacksmiths. Pure herbs or materials, when in their hands, transform into potent elixirs and formidable artifacts. Similarly, the Ancient Alchemist possesses the ability to refine the essence of all things that in other words, everything an alchemist or blacksmith can achieve, an Ancient Alchemist can as well. What they cannot achieve, the Ancient Alchemist can also accomplish." Old Wang's tone was shrouded in mystery, but Shenlang could only frown that he felt increasingly skeptical of the old man's claims. Everything can be refined, and they can accomplish what alchemists and blacksmiths cannot. Whether this is true or not, I am certain that if such words were to circulate, the speaker would either be deemed a madman or beaten senseless. What a jest! Those arrogant alchemists and blacksmiths would never tolerate such a notion. With this thought in mind, Shenlang spoke candidly. "Enough with the nonsense. If it weren't for a chance encounter with a fragmented tome, I would remain oblivious to such secrets." Old Wang, clearly perceptive of Shenlang's disbelief, chuckled. "Indeed, the Ancient Alchemist bears similarities to alchemists and blacksmiths, and their skills are, without a doubt, far superior. Importantly, they require no external assistance. Unlike alchemists and blacksmiths who depend on alchemical or forging furnaces, they utilize a force known as the power of refinement to achieve what the former can do. What is the power of refinement? Can you elaborate? Well, Old Wong scratched his nose sheepishly. To be honest, I haven't read much, and my literary skills are limited. I can only comprehend so much from that fragmented tome. What? Was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a face full of anger, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is a complete waste of my time. I'm leaving." "Hold on a moment. Let me show you something," the old man, Wong, said with a smile. Pressing down on the rising tea, rummaged through his tattered clothing until he produced a small, square, black object that resembled a box, which he gently placed on the table. Gazed at the black box, his eyes narrowing slightly. Although he was unaware of its nature, possessed an innate, powerful spiritual force, and his perception exceeded that of his peers. Despite its ordinary appearance, he sensed a mysterious wave emanating from the box, indicating that it was anything but mundane. Observing's puzzled expression, Wong chuckled, but refrained from providing any explanation. That he then retrieved a discarded low-level magical artifact from its belongings and positioned it above the box. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light shot out from the box, enveloping the artifact before it vanished completely. This all transpired in an instant. Could this possibly be a spatial artifact? S. eyelids twitched at the sight, as he made an intuitive guess based on his understanding that a spatial artifact is a type of magical tool that lacks offensive or defensive properties, often taking the form of small, portable rings or bracelets. Despite their modest size, they contain a self-contained space capable of storing items. For cultivators traversing the world, spatial artifacts are indispensable. However, such artifacts are quite rare and generally unaffordable for ordinary low-level cultivators. Only accessible to those of considerable strength, wealth, or noble birth. Had once possessed a storage ring, one of medium spiritual grade. However, it was confiscated after he was expelled from his sect. This was not a spatial artifact, merely possessing similar functions. Its true efficacy was boundless. As if sensing thoughts, Wong grinned and said, "Listen closely, and keep your eyes wide open." Not a spatial artifact. Frowned slightly, disregarding Wong's feigned mystery, and focused intently on the black box. Approximately 15 minutes later, the previous white light flashed again. Subsequently, a gleaming, short dagger appeared on the uneven table surface. Couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment as he picked up the dagger. Examining it closely, upon touching it, he felt its sturdy resilience, causing his heart to race. This dagger had actually reached the level of a quasi-spiritual artifact. The previously absorbed discarded artifact was merely at the spiritual level. What was once useless scrap had now regained much of its value. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, would never have believed such a wondrous item existed. The discarded artifact he brought was something even the sect's master craftsman could not salvage. "What is this?" Inhaled deeply, casting a serious gaze at Wong. "Hee, now you believe me, right?" Wong displayed a somewhat lewd smile, clearly pleased, until he noticed impatience and shifted to a more serious tone. "What this item is matters little. What matters is the refining power contained within. The transformation from scrap to treasure is primarily due to this refining force. Now, you should have a general understanding of refining power. Refining powered, such a thing actually exists." Mused silently, though his expression remained calm. To say he wasn't astonished would be a lie. However, he couldn't fathom why Wong would divulge such secrets to him, particularly exposing such a treasure. Surely, Wong must understand that wealth should not be flaunted. Those who do so are either foolish or have ulterior motives. Let us get straight to the point. After all this talk, what exactly are you after? Asked directly, considering Wong to be the latter. "You read quite direct," Wong replied with a smile. "Though I may not be knowledgeable about cultivation, I dare say that incomplete manual is likely a superior secret technique that could assist you in becoming an ancient refiner. As for the benefits of becoming an ancient refiner, you've only seen the tip of the iceberg. The refining power within this box is limited and will eventually be depleted. However, for an ancient refiner, the refining power can be utilized freely, and its benefits are self-evident. According to the manual's records, an ancient refiner can not only refine external objects, but can also refine themselves, akin to practices like cleansing the marrow and refining the bones. However, for specific details, you will need to study and explore based on that manual." Upon hearing this, as composure finally faltered, he looked at Wong, his eyes filled with astonishment. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting?" Chapter 4. Brother Zhao's righteousness. In response to his astonished expression, Wong calmly nodded, displaying a set of blackened, yellowed teeth. "Indeed, I intend to transfer that incomplete manual to you." Was momentarily speechless, a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. Wong, however, remained patient, waiting quietly. "State your conditions." It last slowly spoke. Once you become an ancient refiner, you must do one thing for me. Wang's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by an unusual seriousness that, of course, this matter will not harm any of your interests. Once completed, our relationship will be entirely settled. Initially contemplated asking what the task entailed, but upon hearing Wang's latter statement, he decided against it. Clearly, this was an uncertain agreement. Then why choose me? What gives you the confidence that I can become an ancient refiner? Queried again, voicing his greatest doubt that you're not the first, nor will you be the last. I have made numerous copies of that incomplete manual. Wang appeared to have anticipated its confusion and responded swiftly. Though I possess no cultivation myself, I have keen perception. Your spiritual power is extraordinarily strong, a necessary condition for becoming an ancient refiner. Additionally, Wang paused, then chuckled. I trust your character. I haven't trusted others before. But only a handful succeeded in becoming ancient refiners. Sadly, one of the two who succeeded met a powerful foe shortly after achieving the title and perished as for the other. Wang smiled, but there was a hint of disappointment and subtle ridicule in his expression. He left the thought unfinished, yet understood the implication. So, what do you say? Are you willing to accept this? Wang's expression softened, his gaze filled with hope that exhaled slowly, contemplating for a long while before ultimately shaking his head. I believe I do not require it. With that, turned and walked toward the exit with firm steps. That watching's departing figure, Wang's expression remained calm. Yet, in reality, thought to himself, I might actually need it. Just as reached the door, he suddenly paused, slowly saying, upon returning to the sect, dawn had just begun to break. Although it was still early, several figures were already moving about in the sect square. Among them were not only busy disciples handling various tasks, but also numerous inner and outer disciples meditating. Most of them were at the peak of body refinement or in the meridian realm, needing to cultivate by absorbing the world's essence. In the center of the sect square stood over 100 identical small stone houses. These were the practice rooms, designated spaces for disciples of the Huajian sect to train. The practice rooms were equipped with unique formations, capable of refining the body and gathering essence, for disciples in the body refinement and meridian realms. This was undoubtedly an excellent training ground, which explained the multitude of disciples present. However, with thousands of disciples in the sect, the limited number of practice rooms was a significant mismatch, leading to long queues despite various restrictions on their use. As gazed at the bustling sect square, he could not help but sigh. Tio returned to the mundane courtyard. He had to pass through this square. Yet, traversing this short distance felt far from easy. Oh, isn't that brother? Why do you look so battered? Did you get into a fight? Who would dare to lay a hand on our? A voice laced with mockery suddenly rang out, growing closer to raised an eyebrow. As expected, trouble was brewing. He lifted his gaze and saw a skinny man dressed in outer sect attire, brandishing a long sword with a mocking grin approaching him. Zhao Teng, who had joined the sect 3 years prior and officially became an outer disciple a year ago, had now reached the 7th level of body refinement. Zhao Teng halted a distance of about 10 feet from, scrutinizing him with an even more pronounced expression of ridicule. Brother, do tell me which ignorant fool dared to leave you in such a state. I will surely avenge you. He paused, then added, however, if that person is too strong, say, at the 3rd or 4th level of body refinement, I'm afraid I wouldn't stand a chance against them. After all, even you, brother, would find them challenging. 3 years ago, when Zhao Teng had just joined Huajian sect, Shenlang had not yet been expelled from the sect, although he was embroiled in controversy due to his stagnant cultivation. With the 1-year agreement nearing its end, no one dared to guarantee that there would be no unexpected developments until the very last moment. Thus, when Zhao Teng first encountered Shenlang, he was exceedingly respectful, even somewhat submissive. After all, having a prestigious elder as a master was a dream cherished by many. Even after Shenlang was truly expelled and relegated to a mere errand disciple, Zhao Teng still refrained from being audacious in his presence. At that time, he was merely an informal outer disciple, uncertain of his own path to becoming a formal disciple, and even more uncertain that Shenlang would not rise again. It was not until a year ago that he passed the outer disciple examination. Finally convinced that Shenlang would never reclaim his former glory, in the prevailing tide of the wall falling and everyone pushing, he too became one of them. He had never felt such exquisite exhilaration, deriving from standing upon the remnants of the sect's once legendary figure. From that moment on, Zhao Teng became increasingly enthusiastic, even to the point of excess. Shenlang fixed a blank expression on Zhao Teng for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Is what you said true, junior brother? Are you willing to help your senior brother? Shenlang rubbed his hands together, his face alight with a warm smile directed at Zhao Teng. If you are willing to assist me, I shall henceforth regard you as my guiding star. The abrupt shift in Shunlang's demeanor left Zhao Tong momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, he scrutinized Shunlang, his expression rife with suspicion. How strange. Had Shunlang taken the wrong medicine today? Why had he suddenly adopted a different persona? It was common knowledge that Shunlang had previously dismissed his jibes without a second thought, simply walking away. Yet today, though Zhao Tong could not fathom Shunlang's intentions, he considered the latter's second-tier body refinement cultivation and doubted he could pose a significant challenge. Hence, Zhao Tong steadied his mind and waved his hand, exclaiming, "Of course, Zhao Shixiang is a man of integrity." Shunlang extended his thumb, his face radiating excitement. Without waiting for Zhao Tong to respond, he turned towards the sect's plaza, cupping his hands around his mouth, and shouted, "Yin Susu, did you hear that? Zhao Shixiang is a man of integrity. He is here to seek justice for me. Why don't you hurry up and come out to apologize?" he continued. "If you wait for Zhao Shixiang to take action, it will be too late." After completing his shout, Shunlang slowly lowered his hands and grinned at the dazed Zhao Tong. "Zhao Shixiang, I've already called for her. As for the rest, I shall leave it to you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As his words fell, Shunlang dashed towards the door of a nearby training room with lightning speed. The training room had just been vacated when an outer disciple emerged through the door. The leading disciple waiting at the front of the line was elated, ready to step inside, only to witness a shadow slip in ahead of him. Followed by the door slamming shut, the disciple, with one foot raised, found himself frozen in place. The originally boisterous line of disciples behind him fell into silence, each face etched with disbelief. Someone had cut in line? Chapter 5. The Heavenly Refinement Technique. The sect had strict orders. Those who dared to cut in line at the sect plaza without permission would face a light punishment of 7 days confinement, or a heavier punishment of demotion and loss of privileges. Someone actually dared to cut in line. The eerie silence lingered for a moment before being shattered by a voice filled with astonishment. The entire plaza erupted in a frenzy. "Who on earth has the audacity to cut in line?" someone exclaimed. "When that brat comes out, I will teach him a lesson." Amidst the uproar, Zhao Tong stood rooted to the spot, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Shunlang's earlier proclamation echoed in his ears. Yin Susu, the sect's #1 genius, the young master of Huajian sect, the precious darling of the esteemed elder. Zhao Tong struggled to swallow, a chill creeping down his spine. Shunlang had boldly declared that he would stand up for him, to confront. Zhao Tong felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground. The most critical moment came when he heard Yin Susu's furious voice emanate from the west side of the plaza, carrying an overwhelming force that drowned out the surrounding clamor. Instantly, the entire plaza fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, whether the errand disciples busy with their tasks or those queuing at the training room, all ceased their activities, their gazes fixated on the 3-meter-high stone pillar in the plaza's center. More precisely, on the figure atop the stone pillar, a woman clad in a crimson dress, her skin as pale as snow, her figure graceful and enchanting. She was Yin Susu, the pride of Huajian sect, the haunting dream of countless male disciples. Just the mention of her name sent hearts racing among disciples and elders alike. In the plaza, an inner disciple sitting cross-legged gazed up at the exquisite figure on the pillar, fear evident in his eyes as he stammered. How does she here?" This she was a figure who had left a significant impact on him. An outer disciple nearby, hearing the inner disciple's mutterings, turned to glance at the stunned Zhao Tong before casting a fearful look towards the figure on the pillar. He then leaned closer to whisper in the inner disciple's ear. "Wang Shixiang, I think I just heard someone shout for Yin Shiji to come out and apologize, and someone else said they wanted to confront Yin Shiji." The outer disciple spoke hesitantly, clearly struggling to believe his own words. "What?" The inner disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is that possible? Who would be so bold? It's 2 people. One is the outer disciple standing there, Zhao Tong, but he seems to be a hapless victim. The real instigator appears to be another person I don't recognize, likely an errand disciple." After shouting, he cut in line and slipped into that training room. The outer disciple recounted the events cautiously, feeling as though he were recounting a dream. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such audacity could exist within the sect, especially from an errand disciple. Meanwhile, the inner disciple Wang was left utterly dumbfounded, inside a certain training room. "Just as I hoped, a timely arrival." Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Shunlang grinned as he heard Yin Susu's furious voice, which resonated even through the training room's walls. Observing the current situation, he realized that neither the disciples who had been cut in line nor the enraged Yin Susu would easily let him off the hook for his audacious behavior. It wouldn't be long before the sect's law enforcement elders arrived, as cutting in line was a serious offense. Nonetheless, as long as he remained within the training room, even the law enforcement elders could not forcibly break in, for that would be an even graver offense. However, the The training room was not a free sanctuary. Every half hour spent inside required a payment of 50 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to an inner disciple's monthly allowance. Thus, the usage time in the training room was limited, typically about half an hour for outer disciples and 1 hour for inner disciples. Few could afford more extended sessions, as wealth was scarce. As an errand disciple, Xinlang was not accustomed to using the training room, primarily because their cultivation levels were too low to warrant it, and they lacked sufficient spirit stones. 50 spirit stones represented years of savings for them. Fortunately, after trading with Elder Wang for several years, Xinlang had become relatively affluent. With over 100 spirit stones on hand, including what he had just earned, he had enough for an hour's use. The training room gathered spiritual energy and refined the body's meridians. However, for Xinlang, it held little utility. He had even experienced the effects of the marrow cleansing pool, yet it yielded no results. The reason Xinlang sought refuge in the training room was primarily to evade Yin Susu's wrath, in his eagerness to ensnare Zhao Tong. He had overlooked the greatest ticking bomb. The moment he shouted. He regretted it, but it was too late. He could only hastily find a safe place to hide. This was akin to lifting a stone only to crush his own foot. The sect's #1 genius. Yin Susu was often preoccupied with her training due to her esteemed status. Thus, Xinlang was confident she would depart within half an hour. For the law enforcement elders, he would deal with them when the time came. For now, unable to cultivate, he might as well occupy himself with the so-called secret manual he had obtained from Elder Wang. The manual's pages appeared somewhat worn, suggesting it had been around for quite some time. Yet, this was what a manual should look like. Heavenly refinement technique, he murmured, reading the bold characters on the cover. Clearly the title of this manual, judging by the name, it indeed resembled a cultivation technique. As he opened the secret tome, Xinlang began to read intently. Initially, he was filled with skepticism upon encountering the ethereal and enigmatic introductory content, despite having witnessed the miraculous power of tempering. It did not guarantee the reliability of the manuscript he held. Old Wang had always acted in ways that defied logic, although he had solemnly recounted many secrets the previous day and made a binding agreement with Xinlang. There was always the possibility that the old rascal would just about it during their next meeting. While Xinlang considered this possibility to be small, it nevertheless lingered in his mind. However, as he delved deeper into the text, the playful expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. By the end, his countenance had become gravely solemn. This manuscript, it appeared, was indeed extraordinary. Having been enlightened by his esteemed master, Xinlang had perused numerous tomes from the Secret Classics Pavilion and was well versed in various esoteric matters. This particular manuscript detailed the path to becoming an ancient alchemist, along with pertinent introductions. Although Xinlang did not fully grasp these concepts, he recognized that certain elements bore striking resemblances to the secrets he had previously encountered, being part of the Huajin sect's esteemed collection. This manuscript could not be a mere fabrication. Its content was likely to be credible. With this in mind, Xinlang took a deep breath, his expression grave. At the manuscript's conclusion, he found a passage detailing the fundamental methods for achieving the status of an ancient alchemist. As he gazed at the passage, myriad thoughts flashed through his mind. If, indeed, as Old Wang asserted, ancient alchemists could rival or even surpass the capabilities of alchemists and artifact masters, then for someone like Xinlang, who was all but a cultivation failure and lacked the innate conditions to become either, a new path of practice could represent a significant opportunity. A fervent light began to ignite in Xinlang's eyes. He could not remain confined to his dismal circumstances, forever subjected to the scorn of those deemed useless. He must one day uncover the truth behind his parents' disappearance. He had to make a decision regarding that matter. He resolved to give it a try. Chapter 6. Gathering the spirit plate in the primordial chaos, refining the pure into heaven and the turbid into earth. Yin and yang harmonizing, refining all things. Xinlang sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes gently closed, silently reciting an obscure incantation. At this moment, his mind was unified, immersed in the profound and intricate cultivation techniques of the refining heaven method. His master had once remarked upon him, possessing spiritual roots yet lacking comet roots. The so-called spiritual roots referred to Xinlang's unique cultivation physique, while the comet roots pertained to his innate talent. In simpler terms, Xinlang's comprehension was quite poor. Not only did his master hold this view, but Xinlang himself believed he was rather dull-witted. For instance, while others could grasp a technique within the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Xinlang might take an entire hour to catch up. Yet, even this seemingly dull-witted Xinlang felt an unfamiliar sensation when confronted with the cryptic cultivation techniques of the refining heaven method. As time passed, this peculiar feeling intensified, until, at a certain moment, it surged like a tidal wave, crashing upon Xinlang's heart, and in that instant, it felt as if something within him had suddenly awakened. At this moment, a faint white glow shimmered around Xinlang. The vital energy that had lain dormant in his dantian for years began to stir, coursing through his meridians. Simultaneously, a small vortex appeared in his mud pill palace, generating a powerful suction from its center, drawing energy from all directions. The abundant vital energy in the cultivation chamber seemed to be guided by an unseen force, converging towards Xinlang, flooding into his mud pill palace. Once the energy entered the palace, it was absorbed by the vortex, only to be expelled again in a matter of moments, now transformed into a highly concentrated form. This cycle continued, and before long, several energy orbs floated within the mud pill palace. The small vortex showed no signs of stopping its absorption. However, the vital energy in the cultivation chamber gradually thinned, the once abundant energy now on the verge of vanishing. Just as the energy was about to dissipate completely, a peculiar cry echoed, and rich vital energy surged forth from every corner of the chamber. Before long, the room was once again brimming with energy, a testament to the gathering formation's power. This continuous influx ensured that the vital energy remained abundant. However, the energy that a single cultivation chamber could sustain was not easily depleted, even by several martial artists at the Yuan-Si realm. Yet, Xinlang managed to exhaust the chamber's energy twice in the span of merely one incense stick's worth of time. If this were to spread, it would surely leave many in astonishment. The vortex continued its energy absorption, and within Xinlang's mud pill palace, dozens of energy orbs floated. Just as the chamber's vital energy was about to be depleted once more, the small vortex finally ceased its intake. Although it stopped absorbing energy, the vortex began to draw in the floating energy orbs, engulfing them all at once. In that moment, Xinlang suddenly felt a jolt of energy, as if a force was tugging at his very soul. Along with this indescribable sensation, fatigue appeared on Xinlang's face as he tightly closed his eyes. The vortex was actually siphoning away a fragment of his mental energy. Shortly after this fragment was drawn into the vortex, a low, resonant hum emanated from it, filling the entire mud pill palace. Accompanying this hum, the vortex expanded rapidly, its rotation accelerating until it became nearly transparent. Simultaneously, its shape transformed into a small circular object. Half a stick of incense later, the vortex ceased its rotation, having fully formed, and quietly floated in the mud pill palace. Xinlang abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of wisdom shining within that moment. He seemed transformed, exuding an unusual aura, though his appearance remained unchanged. This was the so-called spirit plate. Xinlang once again gently closed his eyes, and at this moment, he could distinctly sense the translucent circular object floating within his mud pill palace. This was the spirit plate, formed after the vortex absorbed a substantial amount of vital energy and a fragment of his mental energy. As described in the manuscript, for ancient alchemists, the spirit plate was as significant as the alchemical furnace to an alchemist or the crafting furnace to an artifact master. Perhaps even more so, the chaotic spirit plate could refine the heavens and the earth. This was a phrase from the manuscript, and though brief, it exuded a formidable presence. Xinlang raised his right hand slightly, channeling vital energy to connect with the spirit plate in his mud pill palace, emanating a faint black and white aura from his fingertips. Observing this energy, a smile of delight emerged on Xinlang's face. This was the tempering power born from the spirit plate. With a gentle motion, he directed this black and white energy towards a target, as if extending his own arm. A section of the marble wall in the cultivation chamber became his test subject. Once enveloped by the black and white energy, Xinlang focused his mind, attuning himself to the subtleties within, carefully applying the tempering methods detailed in the refining heaven method. After a quarter of an hour, he dissipated the tempering power. The marble wall, once unchanged, now exhibited remarkable transformation. Its original hue had faded significantly, replaced by a subtle crystalline whiteness. The surface appeared much smoother. Xinlang reached out to touch it, feeling a robust resilience beneath his palm, and he was inwardly astonished. The energy absorption of this marble wall had evidently increased. Its strength had been notably enhanced. Remarkably, all it took was a quarter of an hour of tempering power. One could only imagine the potential of this tempering power when crafting artifacts. Xinlang took a deep breath, striving to calm his exhilaration. The tempering power was indeed extraordinary, according to the content of the refining heaven method. This tempering power could not only be used for crafting, but also for refining pills, engraving formations, and the manuscript contained corresponding manipulation methods. This was truly a treasure beyond compare. However, Xinlang had no time to ponder further, for another section of the manuscript was igniting a fervent passion within his heart. This passage indicated that the tempering power could also refine the inner self, specifically the cultivation of one's own meridians and physique. The sect plaza remained silent, yet only those present knew of the terrifying events that had just transpired. The inner sect disciple of the Wang clan, previously astonished by Shenlang's actions, now looked on in fear even greater than before. Mixed with a hint of dread, he gazed at the pile of stone powder scattered just a dozen paces away, his body trembling slightly. Not long ago, there stood a stone pillar 3 meters high and as thick as 2 men could embrace. However, under a barrage of strikes akin to a tempest, that pillar had been reduced to mere powder. The one who had unleashed such power was none other than the figure who had previously stood atop that pillar. Yin Susu. Chapter 7. Reshaping the Meridians. The disciple of the Wang clan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing with trepidation. It was utterly terrifying. Such a destructive force could not even be resisted by precious stones. He knew that, with his Yuan vein cultivation, he could at most leave a faint mark on that pillar with all his strength. He could hardly fathom the level of this nightmarish junior sister. Fortunately, that overwhelming presence had already departed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to breathe. The previous half-hour felt like an eternity of torment. However, when his gaze shifted to a figure hanging upside down from a stone pillar nearby, a wave of dread surged within him. It was a pitiful sight. As he observed that silhouette, the disciple of the Wang clan felt a mixture of fear and sympathy. The person suspended there was none other than Zhao Teng, an unfortunate scapegoat. In truth, everyone present in the sect's plaza, including the Wang disciple, was acutely aware of the situation. How could the little senior sister, with her intelligence, fail to see that this man was framed? After all, in the Huajin sect, no one dared to disrespect her. None had even been born yet. Of course, aside from the variable known as Shenlang. Yet, the little senior sister had still acted, mercilessly beating Zhao Teng before hanging him up. This was all because the true culprit, Shenlang, had gone into hiding, and at that moment, the little senior sister was utterly powerless against the former. The stone walls of the training room were far more formidable than ordinary stone pillars. Hence, even if she were to act forcefully, it would be in vain. Consequently, this imperious little senior sister could only vent her frustrations on Zhao Teng, the hapless victim, before leaving in extreme dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, the real instigator remained in the training room. The Wang disciple gazed at Shenlang's training room, his emotions a tumultuous blend of admiration and confusion, wondering how a mere errant disciple could linger within the training room for such an extended period. Although this individual had evaded the little senior sister's wrath, the impending troubles he faced would likely leave him powerless. Sensing the sudden commotion in the sect's plaza and the murmurs of astonishment, the Wang disciple turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. There, on the eastern side of the plaza, appeared over a dozen figures clad in uniform black robes, following an elder in gray who was slowly making his way towards them. The sect's law enforcement team had arrived, ever since Shenlang had intruded into the training room. The disgruntled disciples had swiftly reported to the enforcement hall. However, due to the matter not being overly severe and the enforcement hall's busy schedule, there had been delays in their arrival. Now, they had finally reached the scene. The Wang disciple surveyed the dozen figures with a glint of reverence in his eyes. It was not only due to the authority they represented but also because each of them possessed formidable cultivation at the Yuan High Realm. As for the elder in gray leading them, upon seeing this elder, the Wang disciple's pupils involuntarily contracted, revealing a fear not much less than that he felt in the presence of the little senior sister. This elder was a law elder of the enforcement hall, a powerful figure surpassing the Yuan High Realm. He never expected that such a minor incident would draw the attention of someone so significant. Shenlang was undoubtedly in for a heap of trouble. Inside the training room, Shenlang gritted his teeth, his expression twisted in agony as waves of pain coursed through him, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Sweat drenched his clothes entirely. At this moment, Shenlang's body was infused with a black and white energy, undergoing an unprecedented transformation. He was employing the refining power to temper the foundation of his meridians. Refining internally differs vastly from external refining. The latter merely requires the continuous consumption of vital energy and mental strength, with full concentration on the task. However, the former demands not only the steps necessary for the latter but also substantial endurance. After all, refining oneself is akin to a physician performing surgery on oneself. Because of this, according to ancient texts, ordinary ancient refiners in bygone eras would often enlist the help of other ancient refiners when needing to temper their own meridians and bones, rather than attempting it themselves. Manipulating the refining power is inherently a task that consumes immense mental and physical stamina. Especially when confronting challenging refining materials, ancient refiners often needed to ensure they were at their peak state to guarantee a successful outcome. Naturally, the process of refining meridians and bones involves unimaginable pain and other unknown tribulations. Managing to persevere through it is already a feat, let alone being distracted by other matters. Most importantly, tempering one's meridians undoubtedly involves risking one's very essence. A single misstep could lead to grievous consequences, from damaged meridians to complete cultivation failure, or even death. Thus, such a critical endeavor as refining meridians is not something anyone would dare to undertake lightly. Of course, powerful cultivators or ancient refiners who have reached a certain level seem to be able to disregard these risks. Yet, Shenlang at present appeared to be nothing more than a novice who had yet to reach even the level of a low-tier ancient refiner. Nevertheless, he was engaging in actions that even high-level ancient refiners might hesitate to attempt. Although he was compelled into this situation by various circumstances, Shenlang had been refining his meridians for a substantial duration. Enough for the incense to burn down. He could distinctly sense that his entire system of meridians had undergone an unparalleled transformation, the faint golden gleam enveloping them serving as evidence. Yet, Shenlang furrowed his brow. Not solely due to the agony he felt. He realized that despite the metamorphosis of his meridians, when he operated his techniques, the absorption of vital energy by his dantian and the flow of energy within his body remained as sluggish and obstructed as before. In other words, he was still unable to practice normally. This damned book! Shenlang suddenly exclaimed in fury, his face grim. He was acutely aware of the reason behind this predicament. The obstacle to his advancement was none other than that cursed tome within him. Shenlang's expression darkened ominously, nearly dripping with frustration. He had initially believed that by utilizing the refining power to elevate and transform his meridians, he would be able to break the seal of that wretched book. But now it seemed all his efforts were in vain. He had endured endless suffering, and the results he had fought so hard to achieve had ultimately come to naught. Was he destined to be shackled by this accursed book for the entirety of his life? No, he would not accept this. There were certain actions he must undertake, and the prerequisite was that he had to be sufficiently powerful. Some matters could be endured, but others could not be retreated from. A myriad of thoughts raced through Shenlang's mind, and various images flashed through his consciousness, a hint of madness gradually coalescing in his eyes. Damn it, I will fight you to the end. Shenlang's eyes reddened, filled with determination. Even if it meant exhausting his meridians, it was preferable to being bound by this cursed thing for a lifetime. Refining power, coalesce, Shenlang shouted, channeling the spiritual disk within his Niwen palace. Absorbing vital energy and mental strength, transforming them into swirling black and white gases. The refining power not only consumed a vast amount of vital energy, but also placed a tremendous strain on mental strength. While Shenlang's soul force was indeed stronger than that of an average person, even he found himself struggling after continuously activating the spiritual disk. However, at this moment, Shenlang was evidently beyond caring. Even as his mental strength neared its limit, not enough. Shenlang's complexion had turned alarmingly pale, sweat dripping from his forehead. Most critically, he felt his consciousness fading, sharp pangs of pain surging through his mind. This was a sign of his mental strength nearing collapse. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, a powerful surge of black and white energy finally merged, swirling above Shenlang's crown. Break for me. Suddenly, Shenlang let out a fierce shout, his hands forming seals as he pressed down. The swirling black and white energy surged like a torrent, crashing into Shenlang's crown before dispersing throughout his meridians. Unlike the previous gentle sensation of the yin-yang harmony of the refining power, this surge of refining energy was exceptionally domineering, akin to a force of 1,000 pounds, striking fiercely against every meridian within Shenlang. This was not merely refining. It was a complete reconstruction. Shenlang aimed to sever all his meridians and then reshape them. Chapter 8. The justified elder Wong. Such seemingly reckless actions, bordering on self-destruction in the eyes of outsiders, were currently unfolding within Shenlang. It was likely that even a true ancient refiner would be left dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. How utterly insane. Yet, for Shenlang, this was an essential and unavoidable course of action. Between him and the seal of that cursed book, only one could prevail. Under the relentless onslaught of the domineering refining power, in the span of merely a quarter of an hour, Shenlang's entire meridian system was shattered. At this moment, Shenlang had become a true invalid, and a true bloodied individual. Blood blurred Shenlang's vision, and the overwhelming pain nearly caused him to faint, but he could not falter. He still needed to reconstruct his meridians. He aspired to become the strongest. He had to accomplish what was necessary. Congeal for me. Shenlang exerted every ounce of his strength, wildly depleting his mental energy, enduring excruciating pain, and resisting mental fatigue as he manipulated the refining power to reshape his meridians according to the method of the Lien Tianqiu. He must not sleep. He must not sleep. He had to hold on. Shenlang battled against his increasingly heavy eyelids, struggling against his gradually blurring vision. Yet, all his efforts seemed futile, just as he was on the brink of collapse. He suddenly felt an inexplicable force arising from within him, swiftly filling his entire being. In an instant, Shenlang felt invigorated, his strength peaking. This power seemed to originate from that ancient book. Shenlang furrowed his brow. Uncertain of his own judgment, however, based on his sensations within, it indeed appeared to be the case. From the moment Shenlang discovered the existence of the ancient book, he had established a connection with it. Allowing him to sense its condition, it seemed he was not mistaken. Just as Shenlang was attuned to the state of the ancient book within his dantian, a torrent of mysterious characters suddenly surged forth from the book, swirling momentarily before shooting upward, flooding into Shenlang's mind. Shenlang's spirit jolted violently. He felt a massive influx of information flooding into his consciousness. These were as he began to digest this information. Shenlang seemed to discover something at a certain moment, his expression turning to one of astonishment. However, in the next moment, Shenlang gently closed his eyes, silently reciting an obscure incantation, his hands interlocking and resting upon his knees. As a subtle energy seemed to circulate around him, this scene persisted for a quarter of an hour before Shenlang finally opened his eyes, softly commanding, "Converge." With this utterance, the speed at which his meridians were being reshaped surged dramatically. "What is happening?" On the Sectes Plaza, an elderly man in gray robes gazed at Zhao Tong, who was hung upside down and battered, and couldn't help but furrow his brows in inquiry. Looking at this elder, all present, whether outer or inner disciples, exhibited expressions of reverence. After all, this elder's status and cultivation level were figures of admiration for them. Consequently, no one missed the opportunity to perform in front of the esteemed elder. A seemingly astute inner disciple immediately stepped forward, respectfully stating, reporting to Elder Wang. This matter is due to. Having witnessed the entire incident, he recounted the details. Assaulting a fellow disciple was considered a grave offense in the Huajian sect. Typically, the punishment ranged from a month of confinement to even harsher penalties. Given Zhao Tang's pitiful state, the situation was undoubtedly severe. Elder Wang's expression turned solemn as he contemplated how to punish the perpetrator. However, when the name Yen Susu escaped the inner disciple's lips, Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback, his countenance transforming dramatically. Who in the Huajian sect was unaware of this junior sister? Not only was he an ordinary elder of the law enforcement hall, but even the current sect leader had once been rebuffed by this young lady without daring to utter a word in response. Moreover, disregarding her status, simply in terms of strength, Elder Wang suddenly recalled an elder he had once worked alongside, whose power surpassed his own. Yet, due to a dispute, he had been thoroughly thrashed by this young lady, leaving him battered and fleeing. Despite employing all his skills, the cultivation talent of this junior sister was truly monstrous. One could only describe her as a prodigy. To contemplate punishing such a character, at this thought, Elder Wang shivered, decisively dismissing the idea. Compared to strict enforcement of the law, preserving his own face and life took precedence. Ahem, such behavior is indeed quite severe. I will report this matter, and it will be dealt with sternly. Now, I must handle the issue of queue jumping. Please elaborate on the specifics. Though he internally rejected the notion, he still maintained a fa-ade of seriousness, as this pertained to the authority of the law enforcement hall. However, Elder Wang skillfully shifted the topic. Observing that Elder Wang glossed over Zhao Tong's situation, the inner disciple continued to narrate the queue jumping incident involving Shenlang. In broad daylight and under the gaze of many, it was utterly disgraceful for anyone to commit such an unscrupulous act, which tarnished the sect's reputation. Though minor, the implications were significant. Therefore, I must handle this with gravity. Zhanglong Zhaohu, I command you to apprehend the offending disciple Shenlang immediately, without error. As the disciple finished his account, Elder Wang's sudden bellows startled him greatly. The disciple stared blankly at Elder Wang, who wore a serious expression, spitting as he spoke with righteous indignation, resembling an embodiment of justice. Compared to before, his confidence had surged tremendously. Yes, upon Elder Wang's command. 4 men in black robes promptly emerged behind him. Responding in unison, they then proceeded towards Shenlang's training room. Shenlang, it seemed, had drawn the short straw. His transgressions were not particularly severe, but he had encountered the likes of Elder Wang personally intervening. To make matters worse, the meddling of that young lady had caused all blame to be heaped upon Shenlang. Humph, this fellow had it coming. Who told him to brazenly cut in line? Provoking the young lady without realizing the peril he was inviting. That he wasn't beaten and hung like Zhao Tong was already fortunate. Indeed, this chap had wronged Zhao Tong, and now his retribution was at hand. Furthermore, given Yen Susu's temperament, Shenlang would undoubtedly face severe consequences in the future. Truly, the cycle of heavenly justice is relentless. Does the junior sister spare anyone? As the disciples on the plaza observed the training room surrounded by the law enforcement team, discussions erupted among them. Some expressed sympathy, others lamented, while many more eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. The Huajian sect enforced strict regulations, yet its disciples were typically law-abiding. Thus, incidents involving the law enforcement team were rare. The last time an elder led a law enforcement operation was 3 years ago, and that action had been quite clandestine, leaving the specifics unclear. The whispers of apprehending a traitor circulated. Yet now, it was merely a miscellaneous disciple, the infamous Shen Lang, notorious for his lack of cultivation. Chapter 9. Easy capture? All disciples of the Huajin sect, regardless of their tenure, were well aware of Shen Lang's past. His legendary tale had become a requisite part of the sect's curriculum. The dramatic highs and lows of this character intrigued many. The juxtaposition of a failed cultivator and an extraordinary talent within Shen Lang's persona sparked curiosity. Now, they bore witness to yet another peculiar event ignited by this legend. The law enforcement team had been waiting around the training room for half an hour, calculating the time Shen Lang had been inside. He had been there for a full hour. Not only the disciples present, but even Elder Wang, who wore an impatient expression, exhibited a flicker of surprise. The training room could only function with a continuous supply of spirit stones. Once depleted, it would cease operations and the stone door would open. Based on the training room's consumption rate, at least 100 spirit stones were required per hour. How could Shen Lang, a mere miscellaneous disciple, possess such an abundance of spirit stones? Although he had once held the status of a closed-door disciple, upon his expulsion from the sect, he had been stripped of all resources and privileges, and everything previously acquired had been surrendered. All of this occurred under the scrutiny of the elders, leaving no room for favoritism. In other words, upon his expulsion, Shen Lang had nothing but the clothes on his back. Yet, strangely enough, the training room continued to operate. Both the law enforcement team and Elder Wang could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, some other disciples, having completed their training in nearby rooms, emerged to find the peculiar atmosphere of the plaza, their expressions turning to one of surprise. Upon noticing the law enforcement team and Elder Wang, they hastily retreated to a secluded corner, seeking familiar faces to inquire about the situation. Once informed, their expressions mirrored those of the earlier disciples. More uniformly, they chose to remain and observe the unfolding events. Such excitement was indeed rare. Thus, the anticipation continued for approximately another incense stick's worth of time, and amid a myriad of complex gazes. The long-awaited stone door of the training room finally creaked open. Moments later, a figure emerged, bloodied and disheveled. He has come out, someone gasped, triggering a ripple of commotion across the plaza. The 4 law enforcement members closest to the training room reacted sharply, swiftly advancing, their hands poised to grasp Shen Lang as he stepped out. As elite members of the law enforcement team, each of them boasted a cultivation level exceeding the 7th realm of the Yuan Sea. To jointly capture a mere 2nd realm miscellaneous disciple was a task as simple as plucking a flower. Not only did they think this, but the gathered disciples also shared the same sentiment. And Elder Wang felt the same way. However, in the next moment, boom, accompanied by a resounding crash, mist billowed from the entrance of the training room, enveloping Shen Lang and the 4 experts, before anyone could react. 4 figures were violently propelled from the mist, crashing into a stone pillar over 10 feet away before collapsing to the ground. The pillar, unable to withstand such impact, swayed several times before crashing down. The debris rained upon the 4, who lay twitching on the ground. The plaza fell into a profound silence as disciples stared blankly at the scene, their faces frozen in shock. Elder Wang, too, was stunned, his pupils constricting, his lips twitching as he found himself at a loss for words. 4 powerful cultivators from the Yuan Sea realm, collectively attempting to apprehend a 2nd realm miscellaneous disciple, had suffered such grievous injuries? What in the world was happening? At that moment, countless exclamation and question marks swirled above the heads of all present. The eerie silence lingered for an extended period until a voice, distinct from the cries of pain, slowly emerged. Damn, this power is utterly terrifying. Thankfully, I released most of it. Had I absorbed it all into my meridians, would I not have burst apart? What a stroke of luck. Oh, I think I saw a few figures rushing towards me as I released this power. Did I inadvertently harm them? The sect's regulations are strict. I certainly do not wish to face repercussions for injuring others. Though visibility was limited and no sounds of distress were heard, it seemed all was well. Yes, as the voice declared. The inexplicable mist finally dissipated, allowing everyone to discern the source of the sound. Who else could it be but Shen Lang? While Shen Lang was lost in his own musings, the mist rapidly cleared, and he was suddenly confronted with a scene that left him momentarily stunned. Before his eyes were not the numerous disciples, nor Elder Wang, but the 4 formidable masters writhing on the ground, lamenting in agony. What on earth? I couldn't have truly injured someone, could I? Shen Lang's throat tightened as he muttered in disbelief, but the gradually weakening tone betrayed his unease. After all, when he unleashed his power, he had vaguely seen shadows rushing towards him, seemingly belonging to the 4 individuals. However, these 4 were members of the law enforcement hall, each possessing cultivation at the Yuan High realm. How could they possibly be Lang struggled futilely within, attempting to deny this possibility. Yet, the earlier unpredictable force, coupled with the furious shout that followed, sent his heart plummeting into despair. Lang, you maliciously cut in line, disrupting the sect's order. Now you brazenly resist capture, severely injuring members of the law enforcement team. This is a blatant provocation of the sect's regulations, such defiance of authority. What punishment do you deserve? Elder Wang, seasoned and shrewd, quickly regained his composure. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by scathing rebukes, he transformed into a blur and lunged toward Lang. Simultaneously, a robust surge of yuanqi erupted from Elder Wang, taking the form of a fierce torrent directed at Lang. As the elder of the law enforcement hall, he understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, while his attack appeared ruthless and fierce, it was primarily a precautionary measure due to Lang's peculiar behavior. It lacked substantial lethality and was intended more to restrain him. The might of a yuanqi realm expert was indeed terrifying. Lang gazed at Elder Wang's advance, offering a bitter smile as he stood still. Refraining from resistance, he had no intention of fighting back. Injuring those four was entirely accidental. Moreover, against a powerhouse like Elder Wang, any semblance of resistance would be futile, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers. Lang found himself ensnared by a torrent of yuanqi, subsequently brought before Elder Wang. Lang, you possess remarkable audacity. Elder Wang's stern visage bore down on him as he bellowed. Chapter 10. Inextricably linked. Although Elder Wang appeared furious at Lang's actions, internally, he was more perplexed. Lang, merely at the body refinement stage, had inexplicably injured 4 Yuan High Realm warriors, which left him bewildered. The oddest part was that Lang, covered in blood and bruises, seemed to have sustained significant injuries yet appeared invigorated, devoid of any signs of pain. What on earth transpired in the training room? Had he arrived in this state before entering? Elder Wang's curiosity now overshadowed his role as an enforcer. Elder, regarding the matter of cutting in line, the disciple indeed made an error and is willing to accept punishment. However, the earlier incident was not the disciple's intention. It was an accident, and I hope the elder will discern wisely. Taking a deep breath, Lang clasped his hands before Elder Wang. Despite his usual nonchalant demeanor, he was acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation. The line cutting was manageable, as long as the law enforcement hall did not deliberately complicate matters. It posed no significant issue. However, injuring 4 members of the enforcement team was far more serious. It could very well threaten lives. Hurting fellow disciples was a grave taboo in the Huajian sect. A serious crime. Cutting in line? I have no inclination to deal with such trifles right now. Lang, I ask you, what method did you employ to injure 4 Yuan High Realm warriors? Speak the truth. Elder Wang's voice grew stern after listening to Lang. When it came to the earlier force, Lang hesitated. He wasn't intentionally hiding the truth, but his understanding of this power was quite vague. What he knew was that this force originated from a peculiar array diagram residing within his dantian. This diagram had manifested inexplicably. Had he not been on the verge of completing his training and felt an unknown force surging from his dantian, he would not have noticed its emergence. Regrettably, he had no time for careful examination as the gathering power continued to swell, threatening to rupture his dantian and lead to his demise. Thus, he intended to release that force. Just then, his yuan stones ran out, and the stone door of the training room opened, forcing him to exit. What followed was the scene that had just transpired. It was noteworthy that Lang had planned to find a secluded spot to release the power to avoid trouble. However, as soon as he stepped out, he encountered several powerful auras rushing toward him, accompanied by an overwhelming offensive. The fierce fluctuations of yuanqi triggered Lang's instinctive sense of crisis. Lang, already a tightly drawn bowstring, could not contain that power in that moment. Weighing the pros and cons, he had no choice but to release it passively, resulting in the unfortunate encounter with the 4 individuals. This was the crux of the matter. But explaining it to Elder Wang posed a dilemma for Lang. Should he reveal the truth about the diagram within him? If he did so, all the teachings from his master would be in vain. He had never divulged a word about this diagram, nor about the troublesome ancient tome, to anyone, including his esteemed master. It wasn't a matter of trust. He simply had a premonition that revealing this information was unwise, even to the most trustworthy individuals. Furthermore, what he perceived as a calamity might very well be viewed as a treasure by others. He did not wish to be a keeper of jewels, constantly plagued by the covetous eyes of others. After deep contemplation, just as Elder Wang was beginning to show signs of impatience, Lang finally spoke, respectfully reporting, "Elder, that power is actually a life-saving talisman bestowed upon me by Senior Sister Yin. Upon exiting, I encountered several formidable attacks, and in a moment of desperation, I had no choice but to use this talisman. That I hope the Elder will see through this. Ironically, this entire series of events stemmed from this young lady. And I'm merely using her to deflect the situation. Is that too much to ask? Senior Sister Yen, a life-saving talisman. Upon hearing these words, Elder Wang's expression shifted abruptly, and the disciples in the sect square were momentarily dumbfounded. He actually possesses a life-saving talisman from Senior Sister Yen? How could this be? What kind of person is Senior Sister Yen? The tales of her beauty and extraordinary cultivation talents had reached the ears of many, leaving the elders of the sect astonished. Moreover, not long ago, he had witnessed her remarkable presence. How could someone like Xin Lang, a mere miscellaneous disciple, have any connection with such an illustrious figure, even if it were just a talisman? Before the outer sect disciple could voice his astonishment, a more composed voice interrupted him. Ahem, it seems this junior brother is relatively new here. The outer sect disciple turned to see a figure clad in inner sect attire. Quickly suppressing his dissatisfaction and responding with respect, Junior Brother Wang Hao, I greet the inner sect senior brother. What you say is true. I have indeed just joined the sect. Indeed, your perspective makes sense. The inner sect senior brother smiled slightly and then lowered his voice, leaning closer to the outer sect disciple, whispering, these hidden secrets are not meant for outer sect disciples to know, since you happen to be involved in this matter. I shall take it upon myself to enlighten you. Please, senior brother, enlighten me. The outer sect disciple exclaimed in delight, but I must warn you not to spread this carelessly. The inner sect senior brother lowered his voice further, addressing the eagerly awaiting Wang Hao slowly. Senior Sister Yin and Xin Lang. He paused deliberately, then chuckled. They actually have a connection. Upon hearing the latter half of the statement, Wang Hao was instantly rendered speechless. Experience shows that age is a virtue. Although Elder Wang was initially taken aback by Xin Lang's words, his extensive experience quickly led him to discern the flaws in Xin Lang's narrative. For reasons unknown, he lowered his voice and sneered. Such a feeble lie. Do you think you can deceive me? Ridiculous, setting aside the fact that the energy from that force bears no resemblance to a talisman. How could the esteemed young master bestow such a treasure upon a mere miscellaneous disciple? Elder Wang was well aware of the rumors surrounding Xin Lang and Yin Susu. However, he held them in contempt, considering them mere gossip unworthy of belief. He had even dealt with several disciples who openly spread such tales that, of course, those disciples were punished not for their words, but because they inadvertently revealed the truth. In Huajin's sect, spreading rumors about that young lady was a matter of life and death. After facing their punishment, those disciples reportedly suffered a round of severe beatings, leaving them bruised and battered. Hurting fellow disciples was a grave offense in Huajin's sect. Yet, those disciples chose to let the matter rest, opting not to report it to the law enforcement hall.as for the reasons they were well aware. It was understood among the elders, including Elder Wang, that as long as the matter remained unreported, it was as though it had never occurred. Faced with Elder Wang's incisive remarks, Xin Lang's expression remained unchanged as he lowered his voice and stated, what I have said is indeed true. If the esteemed elder does not believe me, you may verify it with Sister Yin. Upon hearing Xin Lang's words, Elder Wang was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of doubt surfacing in his mind. He had been utterly convinced that Xin Lang's earlier explanation was nothing but a fabrication. However, he was left puzzled as to where Xin Lang derived his confidence. Not only did he refuse to disclose the truth, but he also implicated the young sect master. Did he presume that Elder Wang would not dare to consult the young sect master? This troublesome young man. Elder Wang inwardly cursed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Since Xin Lang had spoken so resolutely, pressing further would risk giving the appearance of intimidation. Although their conversation was audible only to themselves at that moment, Elder Wang resolved, since you are so insistent, I shall personally verify this matter. If it is indeed true, then it can be overlooked. If not, with a stern expression, Elder Wang declared, deceiving an elder is a grave offense. I understand. Xin Lang nodded, showing his comprehension. Observing Xin Lang's unwavering confidence, Elder Wang suddenly felt a twinge of insecurity. If what Xin Lang claimed was indeed accurate, then shaking his head to dismiss such distractions, Elder Wang maintained his authoritative demeanor and declared, regardless of the truth of this matter, your act of cutting in line and causing harm is indisputable. The authenticity of this incident merely influences the severity of your punishment until the law enforcement hall conducts its hearing. You must remain in the holding cell. Therefore, you shall accompany me. Upon concluding his statement, Elder Wang waved his hand, signaling the law enforcement team to gather and prepare to depart. The several injured members of the enforcement team, after consuming healing elixirs, had somewhat recovered and were now standing with difficulty, limping over with the assistance of their comrades as they stood behind Elder Wang. Their expressions toward Xin Lang were complex, reflecting not only resentment, but also an unmistakable fear and confusion. The earlier surge of power had left them with a profound psychological scar, for it was the closest they had ever come to death. Moreover, they could not fathom how a mere errand disciple like Shun Lang could wield such formidable strength. Shun Lang nodded in acknowledgement of Elder Wang's command, refraining from any rebuttal. Once again, he reiterated that there was no need to argue. Nor could he succeed in doing so. The typical duration of detention was around 3 days, meaning he would be confined for at least that long, provided he was not attempting to escape. He was free to engage in his daily activities within the holding cell. Furthermore, he had heard that the conditions there were rather decent. Thus, he might as well treat it as a secluded period of cultivation. Fortunately, he had much to digest and explore from his recent training achievements. As Shun Lang followed the law enforcement team away, the sect's plaza gradually returned to its previous order. However, the ensuing discussions stirred by the incident ensured that the plaza remained abuzz with excitement. Among the ordinary disciples of the Huajian sect, the place they feared most was undoubtedly the law enforcement hall, where the sect's penal laws were enforced. Since the inception of the Huajian sect, countless disciples and even elders, regardless of their esteemed pasts, had found themselves reduced to mere prisoners within these walls. They were summoned here for various offenses, betrayal, murder, and other violations of sect rules, where they would face judgment and punishment. In the early days of the Huajian sect, the laws were strictly enforced with no upper limit on penalties. This implied that there existed punishments more terrifying than execution, with tortures that were truly ghastly. However, over the years, the successive sect masters, guided by compassion, gradually abolished these brutal punishments. Particularly in the last century, the highest nominal penalty was the death sentence, which had become more a relic than a reality. As the sect had not executed anyone for 100 years, the most severe punishment now only involved the forfeiture of cultivation and expulsion from the sect, since the current sect master took charge. The cases handled by the law enforcement hall had been trivial matters, with serious offenses rarely coming under their jurisdiction. Shun Lang's case, however, could be considered significant, thus generating considerable commotion. News of Shun Lang's incident spread throughout the entire sect like wildfire. The narrative of an errant disciple severely injuring several members at the Yuanhai realm and claiming to possess a life-saving talisman from Sister Yin captivated everyone's attention, especially when mixed with past gossip, making the situation increasingly sensational. The most intriguing speculation surrounded the rumored affair between Shun Lang and Sister Yin. While the incident reverberated across the sect, Shun Lang sat cross-legged on the bed within the holding cell of the law enforcement hall. Engrossed in cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of body tempering, he was merely a step away from the Yuanmai realm, but alas, the spiritual energy available in the cultivation chamber was insufficient to facilitate his breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have succeeded in one fell swoop. Sensing his internal state, Shun Lang sighed. After severing all his meridians, he had undergone a perilous journey to reconstruct them. Despite his utmost efforts, he struggled against the overwhelming mental fatigue and intense pain. Just as he felt he could no longer endure and was on the verge of fainting, the mysterious ancient tome within his dantian stirred, imparting a vast stream of information into his mind. This was a technique, and upon practicing its essence, Shun Lang found his spiritual energy flowing smoothly, significantly accelerating the reconstruction of his meridians. Ultimately, he not only succeeded in reforming his meridians, but also achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of body tempering. Had he possessed sufficient energy at that moment, Shun Lang firmly believed he could have condensed his Yuanmai and entered the Yuanmai realm. This technique was known as the record of returning to the Tao. The vast information he received encompassed not only the content and essence of this technique, but also numerous detailed introductions. Shun Lang now understood that this technique consisted of 7 levels, and what he had obtained was merely the first level, termed the common record. That he knew that techniques were generally divided into 5 ranks: common, spirit, profound, earth, and heaven, each further categorized into inferior, middle, and superior grades. Typically, techniques of the common rank were commonplace among martial families, while spirit rank techniques were possessed only by significant powers. The profound rank was exclusive to royal families and noble clans, and earth rank techniques were likely only held by the 5 major sects and the 4 great empires. As for the legendary heaven rank, it remained purely mythical. When Shun Lang first grasped this information, he was profoundly astonished. The first level of the common record had already reached the level of spirit rank. The subsequent 6 levels surpassed one another, leaving him to wonder what level the 7th might entail. He could hardly fathom it, as it was far beyond his comprehension. In any case, this was undoubtedly a technique of remarkable caliber. Indeed, he had stumbled upon a great treasure. Even though he had already experienced excitement, the thought of it still stirred his heart with exhilaration. the rank of a technique directly influenced a practitioner's achievements. And its significance was self-evident. The technique of high rank could propel a practitioner to terrifying heights, although Xinlang remained puzzled as to why the mysterious ancient tome had previously obstructed his cultivation. The benefits derived from the technique far outweighed any inconveniences. However, Xinlang was perplexed to discover that after practicing this technique, an unusual array appeared within his dantian, under the guidance of a senior master. Xinlang could recognize it as an array, yet he was utterly bewildered by the runes inscribed upon it. Consequently, he was unaware of the array's function. One thing was clear: whenever he was on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm, this array seemed to unleash an immensely formidable power. The force he had unleashed in the sect plaza had emerged just as he was about to break through the Yuanmai realm. And had he completed the breakthrough, that power would have been far more potent, potentially sending those members of the law enforcement hall to their demise. It seemed the only option was to inscribe the runes from this array and later consult a master of formations to uncover its secrets. Xinlang shook his head, choosing to set aside thoughts of the array and redirecting his focus to the Niden Palace. The translucent spirit disk floated gently within. He contemplated the translucent spirit disk. Xinlang slowly reviewed the information recorded in the heavenly refining technique. According to the records, ancient refiners, much like alchemists and weaponsmiths, were also categorized into ranks. The incomplete manuscript he possessed detailed the primary section of the heavenly refining technique, specifically the spirit level. Each rank was further divided into 4 stages based on the practitioner's proficiency: semi-formed, initial form, complete form, and perfection. These stages corresponded to the states of the spirit disk. Observing the condition of the spirit disk within the Niden Palace, Xinlang believed he was at the semi-formed level. However, with diligent practice, he anticipated reaching the perfection stage in due course. The solidity of the spirit disk was crucial, as it affected the density of the black and white energies, as well as the strength and control of the refining power, serving as a significant indicator of an ancient refiner's prowess. The disparity between the semi-formed and perfection stages was likely striking. Hence, Xinlang eagerly anticipated the magnitude of his refining power upon achieving the perfection stage. Nonetheless, a pressing issue loomed before Xinlang. To practice the higher levels of the heavenly refining technique, he needed to locate the remaining portions of the manuscript. This was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. When he first grappled with this dilemma, it was quite a headache. In an expansive world devoid of clues, where could he possibly search? Moreover, the existence of the remaining portions was uncertain. As for Elder Wang, this fragment of the manuscript had also been an unexpected acquisition. It seems rather unrealistic to seek clues through him. However, at present, Xinlang has found a sense of peace. Even if he cannot uncover the subsequent details, this celestial level refining the heavens technique is likely to elevate him to a formidable level. As for future matters, they can be addressed once he has completed his cultivation. Xinlang gently closed his eyes, beginning to concentrate his mental energy on the spirit plate. He did not intend to wield the power of tempering, but rather to refine the spirit plate with his mental strength, enhancing its essence. The essence of the ancient alchemist practice is, in fact, a refinement of one's mental prowess. Although activating the spirit plate requires a dual energy of mental and elemental force, it is evident that mental strength is of greater necessity. Consequently, the process of honing the spirit plate also serves to cultivate one's mental energy, establishing a reciprocal refining process. Regarding mental power, Xinlang had heard some teachings from his esteemed master, who described it as the strength of the soul. Naturally, as a form of power, it possesses varying levels of intensity. According to Xinlang's understanding, soul strength can be categorized into 4 realms: mortal, spirit, profound, and celestial, each further divided into 3 levels: minor completion, major completion, and perfection. For instance, martial artists below the elemental pulse realm possess soul strength that is nearly negligible and cannot reach a rated level of power. Generally speaking, a few practitioners within the elemental pulse and elemental sea realms can achieve the mortal realm, their perception far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Powerful figures like Elder Wang, who are at the elemental core realm, can attain the spirit realm. Those with spirit-level soul strength possess notably acute perception, capable of discerning even the subtlest energy fluctuations. This explains why Elder Wang was able to see through Xinlang's false claims about a life-saving talisman so swiftly. The profound realm is accessible only to those at the earth core realm and above. Profound souls are remarkably solid and powerful, allowing them to transcend the limitations of the physical body and traverse the cosmos. A phenomenon known as soul projection. The distinction between those at the profound realm and those at the mortal and spirit realms is profound. Such powerful beings, as long as their soul body remains intact, will not truly perish even if their physical form is destroyed. If they later acquire elixirs or methods to reconstruct their bodies, regaining their peak is merely a matter of time. Shenlang's master exists at such a level. As for the celestial realm, it appears that no one among the 4 great empires or 5 major sects has yet achieved such heights that it is said that a being whose soul power reaches the celestial realm possesses a tangible force. Even a casually conjured soul avatar wields formidable power. Of course, this is merely hearsay, as even Shenlang's master has never encountered such an existence, though Shenlang's cultivation is but at the tempering body stage. His mental power is exceptionally formidable. His master had once mentioned that his decision to take Shenlang as a disciple was influenced not only by the unique nature of Shenlang's cultivation, but also due to his extraordinary soul strength. Remarkably, Shenlang's soul power had already reached minor completion in the mortal realm, even while he was merely a 10-year-old child at the 3rd level of tempering body, over the past 5 years. While Shenlang's elemental power had stagnated, his soul strength continued to grow. During the process of consolidating his tempering power, his soul strength approached major completion in the mortal realm, and after reconstructing his meridians, his mental energy experienced yet another breakthrough. Major completion in the mortal realm. Upon reconstructing his meridians, Shenlang reflected that had he not possessed such formidable mental power, the refining the heavens technique would have remained beyond his reach. However, aside from his master, no one else was aware of Shenlang's exceptional soul strength. Those elders who had tested Shenlang's aptitude years ago rushed to report upon discovering his unique cultivation. Only his master remained, observing him thoughtfully before taking him as a personal disciple. Ahead of the other elders, it is unclear whether his master deemed Shenlang's cultivation aptitude too lacking. For 5 years, he provided no martial techniques or cultivation methods. That he only imparted a soul cultivation technique, the soul essence art, in secret. Although Shenlang had committed the incantations to memory, he seldom practiced it. His sole focus was on advancing his elemental power, for that was the fundamental measure of strength. There was little inclination to cultivate the soul essence art. However, now, this very technique has come into use. Shenlang is refining the spirit plate and practicing his mental energy through this method. At this moment, he is entirely immersed in his cultivation. The Law Enforcement Hall's meeting chamber serves as the regular venue for discussions, where the customary regulations of the Huajin sect are formulated. For ordinary disciples, becoming a direct disciple is undoubtedly the greatest aspiration. The same holds true for the elders. Having a seat in this chamber is a significant honor, one that guarantees respect for the remainder of their lives. This chamber holds the legislative authority of the Huajin sect, second only to the highest authority, the Elder Hall, as the core of the Law Enforcement Hall. Those who possess a seat here are all distinguished elders of the Huajin sect, each holding sway over the sect's laws. Their collective decisions cannot be easily altered, even by the sect leader. At this moment, within the grand and imposing meeting chamber, a routine meeting is underway. In the oval-shaped hall, there are more than a dozen seats arranged in a circular fashion, occupied by several elders clad in gray robes. The head of the assembly, a slightly elevated seat, holds a venerable elder in white robes, Elder Wang. Let us commence today's assembly. Elders, please bring forth any matters for discussion. The elder in white, seated centrally, said with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elders exchanged glances. One among them rose first, clasping his hands respectfully. Reporting to the hall master, an inner disciple of our Huajin sect has accidentally injured several civilians while on a mission. After this elder spoke, several others followed suit, presenting their respective matters. Issues too complex for them to resolve independently. The elder in white sat upright, calmly listening to the reports, nodding occasionally. After a while, aside from Elder Wang, all matters had been presented. The white-robed elder surveyed the room once more, proclaiming, "Are there any further matters to report?" Finally, Elder Wang stood, clasping his hands toward the elder in white. With a solemn tone, he stated, reporting to the hall master, "My matter concerns a disciple named Shenlang. This disciple has committed 3 offenses: disrupting the order of the sect square, severely injuring 4 members of the enforcement team, and wielding an unknown energy object." Upon hearing this, the calm demeanor of the elder in white shifted, a ripple of surprise crossing the faces of the gray-robed elders. The first charge seemed trivial, but the latter 2, especially the second, were quite astonishing. A mere miscellaneous disciple severely injuring 4 members of the enforcement team. The elders were well acquainted with Shenlang. It was clear that this boy, at best, was at the 2nd level of tempering body. How could he have possibly injured 4 members of the elemental sea realm? Is Shenlang the direct disciple of Elder Yi, who possesses a unique cultivation? Queried the elder in white, tapping the armrest lightly. Elder Wang affirmed this, understanding the elder's character well enough not to be surprised by the question. It had been a while since he had heard news of this boy and his master. Elder Yi, the elder's eyes momentarily glimmered with nostalgia before he regained his composure, saying, "Please continue with the specifics, Elder Wang." Elder Wang took a deep breath and recounted the events leading up to the incident, including the involvement of Yin Susu, Xin Lang's false claims about a life-saving talisman, and even the details of Zhao Ting being severely beaten. Although the white-robed elder maintained a calm exterior, the gravity of the situation increasingly weighed upon him, culminating in a subtle hint of worry as Elder Wang finished his account. The gray-robed elders, seasoned and astute, could easily perceive the elder's changing expressions, prompting them to silently gasp in astonishment. This Xin Lang is truly formidable, even causing the hall master to be troubled. Based on my judgment, that power is certainly not a life-saving talisman. It resembles some forbidden techniques. Furthermore, Xin Lang's concealment suggests it may involve sinister sorcery. If that is indeed the case, Elder Wang did not finish his thought, yet the implication was clear to all present. The gravity of the situation settled upon the gray-robed elders, who began to abandon their previous amusement, adopting a more solemn demeanor. While the Huajian sect stands as the most powerful sect in the Qin kingdom, ranking alongside the four great empires, it does not mean that the sect is free from threats or rival forces. Aside from the conflicts with the other four sects and the political strife among the empires, the most direct threat to the Huajian sect is a recently emerged, obscure cult known as the Blood Demon sect, which has spread across various nations, shrouded in mystery. Unbeknownst to him, Xin Lang had spent 2 days in a holding cell awaiting trial. During this time, aside from the guards conducting their routine patrols, no outsiders disturbed his peace. Thus, Xin Lang was able to cultivate quietly for 2 days, yielding significant results. In addition to solidifying his peak cultivation of the elixir body and laying a foundation for breaking through the yuan veins, Xin Lang also practiced his mental prowess, rendering his spirit plate more substantial. Unfortunately, given the circumstances, he was unable to test his refining abilities, which left him somewhat restless. During his leisure time, Xin Lang contemplated the mysterious formation diagram located in his dantian, meticulously inscribing its runes onto a piece of wood, intending to seek out a master of formations to unravel its intricacies once he was free. Another clear morning dawned as a ray of sunlight filtered through. Xin Lang awoke from his slumber. However, it was not a natural awakening. Rather, he was stirred by "I shall ask once more. Are you going to let him go or not? Sister Yin, it is not that we are deliberately making things difficult. It is simply that the elders have issued strict orders. Before the trial, no one is allowed to see Xin Lang, let alone take him away. So please, Sister Yin, bear with us." Xin Lang, sitting up, was irked by the inexplicable clamor that even the confines of his cell could not muffle. What on earth is this? Such incessant noise so early in the morning. Is there no consideration for sleep? He swung his legs off the bed and approached the door, rapping on it forcefully, intending to inquire about the commotion. Suddenly, he heard those familiar voices and was momentarily taken aback. One voice belonged to a guard responsible for his detention, while the other, Sister Yin? Little miss? Could it be Yin Susu? A sudden realization dawned upon him, and he felt a surge of clarity. That girl's voice was unmistakable, and coupled with the dialogue, there was no doubt. What is she doing here so early in the morning? Surely, she hasn't come to settle scores with me. Xin Lang's lips twitched at the thought, concluding that this speculation was more than likely true. Although he hadn't anticipated Yin Susu would show up at the trial cell, upon reflection, what could possibly be beyond her reach? Not letting him go? Is it? Very well, then I shall force my way out. Sister Yin, please do not act impulsively. The guard's weak protest was abruptly cut off by a thunderous crash that echoed in Xin Lang's ears. Indeed, she had forced her way in. Xin Lang's lips curled in a smirk. No one in the entire Huajian sect would dare to act so recklessly except for this girl. Not even the sect leader or the Grand Elder would be so casual at that moment. The only sound piercing through the air was the deafening crash, leaving no other noise to be heard. Xin Lang surmised that the dozens of Yuan Sea Realm guards stationed in the trial cell were likely cowering in fear. With no one daring to obstruct Yin Susu, the guards could only hope that the heavy prison door would hold strong until the elders from the law enforcement hall arrived. Xin Lang had discreetly sensed the prison door's material, which appeared to be forged from a millennium of mysterious iron, capable of withstanding attacks from those below the earthly gang realm. However, judging by the sounds, he perceived that the door was indeed being shaken. Could Yin Susu truly be capable of shattering that door? This girl had reached such a level. Xin Lang felt a mix of shock and contemplation. Yet, the anticipated outcome did not materialize, for the elders of the law enforcement hall had finally arrived. Young sect master, please cease at once. An elderly voice, tinged with urgency and anger, resonated, followed by powerful waves of yuan energy forming barriers in front of the prison door, halting Yin Susu's assault. It was evident that more than one elder had come. Dressed in a striking red gown, Yin Susu slowly turned, tilting her head with an enigmatic glint in her beautiful eyes. What? Do you old folks intend to stop me? Chapter 14. Why look for you? Although Yin Susu's voice bore no trace of anger, this only intensified the fear in the hearts of the elders present. They were acutely aware that while this little miss was terrifying when enraged, her calm demeanor in a precarious situation was even more daunting. Young sect master Shenlang has not only disrupted order and openly injured others, but he is also suspected of colluding with the blood demon cult. Everything is still under investigation, so we cannot set him free. We ask for your understanding. The elder who spoke earlier, despite his trepidation towards Yin Susu, had no choice but to press on. Colluding with the blood demon cult. Shenlang, who had been observing the scene with keen interest, was momentarily stunned, caught between laughter and tears. Had he merely released a surplus of energy, and yet they were labeling him a conspirator? Which fool of an elder came up with this nonsense? After 2 days of dithering, this was their conclusion. Were these old geezers conducting their investigations with their backsides? Yin Susu let out a cold laugh, unreservedly retorting, Did Shenlang not say that he used my life-saving talisman? Very well. I, in the name of the young sect master, testify that he, Shenlang, speaks the truth. Upon hearing these words, particularly the last few, the faces of the gray-robed elders transformed. If there had been any uncertainty regarding Shenlang's claims, Yin Susu's forceful defense had undoubtedly sealed the matter. Young sect master, this is the decision of the elders of the law enforcement hall, including the hall master. We hope you will not press us further. The gray-robed elder's face darkened as he reluctantly mentioned the white-robed elder, hoping to sway Yin Susu. Wu Yan's influence may intimidate others, but it holds no sway over this little miss. Yin Susu scoffed, showing no sign of yielding. The expressions of the elders grew grim. Yin Susu was steadfast and would not relent, even as the young sect master. At this juncture, they were left with no choice but to act. What? Do you wish to fight? Very well. Just as I was hoping to stretch my legs and hone my newly learned martial skills. As the elders seemed poised for action, Yin Susu displayed no fear, her beautiful eyes flashing with determination. Enough? Everyone stand down. Young sect master, since you have spoken, I will grant you this favor and allow you to take Shenlang away. What do you say? Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a deep, elderly voice resonated, capturing their attention. The gray-robed elders turned to see the unexpected arrival of the hall master. Hall master, they exclaimed with a glimmer of hope. Yin Susu, however, remained composed, casting a cool glance at the newcomer. Old man, if you don't show yourself soon, do you believe the law enforcement hall might temporarily lose a few laborers? Haha, I believe it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. The newcomer was none other than the hall master of the law enforcement hall, the white-robed elder, Wu Yin. Wu Yin waved his hand, signaling the gray-robed elders to withdraw, then turned to Yin Susu with a hearty laugh. It has been some time. It seems the young sect master has made considerable progress in her cultivation. Excellent, excellent. Wu Yin stroked his beard, glancing in the direction where Shenlang was confined before smiling at Yin Susu. Young sect master, you may take this little fellow with you. You old man, who once was so inflexible, today seems quite amenable. Yin Susu regarded Wu Yin with a furrowed brow, finding his unexpected acquiescence rather surprising. Wu Yin merely smiled, saying nothing more, and waved his hand. The 2 guards who had been hiding in the corner quickly emerged, understanding their cue to unlock Shenlang's cell, visibly relieved. The remaining guards also emerged from their hiding spots, sharing a collective sigh of relief, returning to their posts. This confrontation was indeed a rare spectacle for them, and left them astounded. If a real fight had broken out, not only would the trial cell have been destroyed, but they would have been caught in the crossfire as well. Shenlang, observing the open cell door and the relieved expressions of the 2 guards, sighed inwardly. Their troubles had ended, but his had just begun. Stepping out of the cell, he caught sight of the striking figure in red standing nearby and, gritting his teeth, contemplated making a run for it. However, a voice that followed forced him to abandon that thought. Shenlang, if you are seeking a fight, I wouldn't mind getting in a few rounds. Her words, though brief, brimmed with menace. Shenlang's lips twitched. He had once again fallen into this girl's grasp. Nearby, Wu Yin watched the scene unfold, his gaze flickering momentarily before he waved his sleeve and departed. The guards looked on in awe as Wu Yin gracefully exited, filled with admiration and envy. Traversed the air was a skill attained only by those who had reached a certain level of mastery within the earthly gang realm. As Wu Yan's figure gradually faded into a distant point, the guards slowly returned their gazes. Some looked back to where Xin Lang had been standing, but found only emptiness. They glanced around again, only to discover he had vanished without a trace. "Oh dear, sister, can we not discuss matters without resorting to such extremes? Spare my ear, please." On a rather secluded path, sounds of lament echoed, emanating from Xin Lang, who was being painfully tugged by the ear by the girl in the red dress. Yin Susu remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed ahead as she strode forward without a word. A pair of hands, as exquisite as warm jade, grasped a beautifully crafted sword sheath with the left hand, while the right hand firmly held a vividly red ear. The owner of this ear, Xin Lang, staggered closely beside her. Despite being enveloped by the enchanting fragrance of the lady beside him, Xin Lang found no solace. The sharp pain rendered him oblivious to all else. "I was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have been so reckless back then. Nor should I have used your name as a shield, senior sister." Yet, he mused, at that time, you were also quite furious, weren't you? As for the shield, perhaps you could carve a path. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. And Xin Lang exemplified the truth that one must bow their head when under a roof. What dignity did he have to uphold? This place was desolate and uninhabited, even in the sect square. He would endure this humiliation to the end. He would rather face the sting of a slap than be truly beaten to a pulp. Though the pain was intense, Xin Lang had indeed contemplated struggling against the demon-like grip. With his current cultivation, escaping her grasp was certainly feasible. However, considering the prowess of his captor, perhaps it was best to accept his fate. Maybe this was the most comfortable choice. Just as he racked his brain for a way to persuade this fierce junior sister to release him, she finally halted, loosening her grip on his ear and turning to face him. Yin Susu fixed her gaze upon Xin Lang, her eyes devoid of emotion, yet the frostiness on her delicate visage unmistakably indicated her displeasure. The moment Yin Susu released her hold, Xin Lang hurriedly rubbed his aching ear. Upon noticing her expression, he promptly lowered his hands and stood obediently, not daring to breathe a word. "Can you guess why I sought you?" A hint of emotion finally flickered in Yin Susu's beautiful eyes as she spoke slowly, yet her words carried an unmistakable chill. Xin Lang quickly nodded, only to shake his head fervently. "That lady just told you." Yin Susu retorted with a snort, her tone abruptly heavy. "There are two reasons. First, your cultivation. Second, as she trailed off, her voice faltered, a hint of hesitation apparent before it vanished, leaving her face tinged with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "Did you leak that matter?" Yin Susu gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes brimming with fury, while her fair cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "What matter?" Xin Lang, momentarily bewildered, quickly regained his composure and shook his head vigorously. No, I swear I kept my mouth shut. Not a word escaped my lips. May the heavens bear witness to my sincerity." He shook his head as if it were a rattle drum, his tone urgent and resolute. Fearing her disbelief, "How did that matter get out?" Yin Susu appeared unconvinced, her piercing gaze locked onto Xin Lang, scrutinizing every detail in his expression as if she were a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. Xin Lang felt a chill run down his spine under her predatory gaze, stammering, "I don't know. I truly don't know, senior sister. I swear I kept it a secret. I have no idea which scoundrel spread the word during this incident. If anything, I'm a victim too." As he spoke, Xin Lang adopted a pitiful demeanor, as if he had suffered a great injustice, nearly shedding tears. "What? You're the victim? You scoundrel. You clearly." Yin Susu exploded with rage at Xin Lang's words. Her delicate features flushed with indignation. Yet, realizing her words were inappropriate, she bit her tongue, unable to release the pent-up fury within her. Her previously pale cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, the color creeping down to her neck. Her beautiful eyes, which had been fixated on Xin Lang, now shimmered with unshed tears, her teeth clenched so tightly it seemed she might shatter them. Even her curvaceous form trembled slightly. Xin Lang was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen Yin Susu, the sect's most gifted disciple and the young master of Huajin sect, display such a vulnerable side in the sect. She was always the one asserting dominance. No disciple or elder dared to provoke her. The rumors surrounding him and Yin Susu had been circulating for some time, yet she had never shown much concern. Why was it different now? With a sigh, Xin Lang reflected on the matter Yin Susu mentioned. He had been quite helpless back then. Initially, his intentions were merely to save someone, but unforeseen complications had ensued. He shook his head, not wishing to dwell on those troubling memories. Sometimes he wondered if he should have simply ignored the situation. Caught in silence, he pondered whether he would truly choose to walk away if given the chance to start anew. You scoundrel, why are you silent? Yin Susu glared at Shen Lang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, despite her efforts to control herself that a few crystalline droplets escaped, trailing down her smooth cheeks. That I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You may strike or scold me, senior sister. After a long silence, Shen Lang finally spoke, his tone earnest. It wasn't that he possessed an altruistic heart. He simply couldn't let the young master of the sect continue to face him in such a manner. Regardless of her feelings, he preferred to endure a beating rather than remain in this awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, Yin Susu gently closed her eyes, her chest rising and falling as she seemed to struggle with her emotions. When she opened her eyes again, the mist had cleared, replaced by a sharp intensity. If I discover who is behind this, I swear by my name, they will find no refuge, no matter where they flee. In stark contrast to her earlier embarrassment, Yin Susu's face was now icy, a palpable aura of determination enveloping her. Despite the blazing sun, Shen Lang felt an inexplicable chill rising from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This lady was truly serious. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave on a secluded mountain of the Huajian sect, a figure sitting in meditation suddenly opened their eyes, sneezing several times. How strange. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Could it be that I've caught a cold? But it is clearly a scorching day, the figure muttered to themselves, perplexed. Oh well, perhaps it's just my restlessness as I approach a breakthrough. They pondered, ultimately attributing it to that possibility. Without further thought, they closed their eyes again, focusing on their cultivation. If the outer sect disciple named Wang Hao were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as the inner sect senior who had eagerly shared the so-called secrets of the inner sect with him. Your cultivation has reached a breakthrough, to the pinnacle of body refinement. After delivering her fierce declaration, Yin Susu suddenly turned her attention back to Shen Lang. Though her expression softened somewhat, her eyes still glimmered with a hint of red, and her voice trembled slightly. Hearing her fierce words, Shen Lang's heart quivered, contemplating whether she was warning him. However, she shifted to another topic. Shen Lang momentarily paused, then nodded vigorously. Yin Susu's change of subject was a welcome relief. Even if it pertained to his cultivation, it seems you have finally awakened your unique potential. It seems my efforts over the years have not been in vain. She smirked, her tone still tinged with residual irritation rather than surprise. Indeed, it is thanks to your guidance, senior sister, that I have achieved this breakthrough. Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly, eager to flatter her. Then you should focus on your training. In a few days, I will take you to the Monster Beast Mountains for a trial. With that, Yin Susu lightly clenched her fist toward Shen Lang, a mischievous smile gracing her tear-streaked face. Then, regardless of Shen Lang's reaction, she swiftly turned and departed, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. What? The Monster Beast Mountains? Shen Lang stood, momentarily stunned as he watched Yin Susu walk away. This girl was indeed one to settle scores. Just as one wave receded, another surged forth. Such was the current atmosphere in the sect square. As the previous turmoil had yet to settle, even more explosive news swept through the inner and outer sects, igniting excitement among all disciples, including those in the sect square. Junior sister, Yin Susu forcefully broke into the law enforcement hall and took Shen Lang away. Even the elders and hall masters of the law enforcement hall could not deter her. Our esteemed junior leader, Sister Yin, boldly stormed the law enforcement hall for that Shen Lang. It is said that she even vanquished several elders. I was already aware of this, but defeating the elders? Wasn't it stated before that she merely forced them back? You lot are such fools. Is that the crux of the matter? The real focus is that Sister Yin acted for Shen Lang. Alright, hee. Initially, I had my doubts about the rumors surrounding them, but now, it seems they have been substantiated. In a corner of the sect square, several outer disciples who had just completed their training were gathered, animatedly discussing the matter with fervent expressions. Alas, what a remarkable figure Sister Yin is. How could Shen Lang, who is even inferior to me, possibly attract her attention? Could it be that she harbors some peculiar preference? One individual, wearing a pained expression, felt that this was the only explanation that could offer him some comfort. Upon witnessing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle derisively, mocking, "What's wrong? Do you aspire to be like Shen Lang? A toad desiring to eat swan meat? Nonsense. Shen Lang is the toad. I am not. Humph. With his current cultivation at the second level of body refinement, he wouldn't last a single round against me. I am certainly far superior. At least I am a proper frog." The mocked individual, clearly indignant, retorted immediately, "Ha ha ha." The others erupted into laughter, for indeed, when facing Sister Yin, they could at least claim to be frogs. Whereas Shen Lang was undeniably a true toad. As the laughter echoed, a distinct voice suddenly cut through the air. The group fell silent, turning in unison towards the source of the voice that a youth clad in the garb of a menial disciple was crouched a few steps away. Grinning at them, Shenlang. The group quickly recognized the youth, their expression shifting, and they rose swiftly, a hint of seriousness clouding their faces. Their demeanor was not due to Shenlang himself. After all, he was a discarded identity. A waste with merely the second level of body refinement, hardly worthy of mention in their eyes. Yet, it was the weight of Shenlang's background that commanded their respect, despite their casual mockery of him in private. They couldn't help but acknowledge their envy and jealousy. Regardless of Shenlang's personal abilities, the mere fact that he had garnered Sister Yan's attention was significant. They were not afraid of Shenlang overhearing their words, but rather feared that he might relay them too. Brother Shun, what we just said was merely jest. Please do not take it to heart. One individual hastily reacted, cupping his hands respectfully toward Shenlang. Indeed. The others, not wanting to appear foolish, quickly echoed the sentiment. Shenlang maintained a cheerful demeanor, slowly rising and returning their greeting. You brothers are too kind. It is truly an honor for someone of my humble status to provide you with amusement. There is no need for me to take offense. That would be absurd. Shenlang waved his hands dismissively, his smile warm and friendly. The disciples exchanged glances, slightly perplexed by Shenlang's unusual demeanor, but relieved that he was not pursuing the matter further. After a brief exchange of bows, they prepared to leave. Wait, Shenlang suddenly called out to them. The group stiffened, their expressions darkening as they turned back. Was this fellow still unwilling to let them off the hook? Brothers, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to seek your guidance. They all knew that Shenlang's cultivation had stagnated for years, so he sought to spar with them in hopes of finding a breakthrough. Shenlang smiled broadly at them. Oh, is that so? The disciples relaxed, chuckling. Ha! Since Brother Shen has a request, we, as your seniors, naturally cannot refuse. Then I thank you. Brothers, Shenlang's face brightened, and he stepped back, adopting a stance, exclaiming, Brothers, be careful. I am about to strike. Please, proceed at your leisure. The group exchanged amused glances, finding the situation somewhat ridiculous. The weakest among them had a cultivation of the 6th level of body refinement, while Shenlang was merely at the 2nd level. How could he expect them to be cautious? Here I go, Shenlang shouted again, and seeing their nonchalant expressions, a faint smile crept across his lips. In the next moment, he struck with sudden ferocity. His right leg stomped down heavily, propelling him forward like a drawn sword, charging at the unsuspecting outer disciples. Just before he launched his attack, the group had been laughing and chatting. Yet, the abrupt appearance of Shenlang, alongside the rapid succession of his punches, left them utterly stunned. The first to react was the self-proclaimed frog among them. He barely registered a blur before a punch hurtled toward his face, forcing him to hastily cross his arms in defense. The impact resonated with a sharp crack, sending him hurtling backward, where he landed with a thud, clutching his arms and howling in pain. Who else could it be but him? The remaining disciples did not receive even a moment's reprieve. Shenlang was simultaneously attacking them all. His right fist had yet to retract when his left was already in motion, skillfully dodging defenses and landing a powerful blow to the chin of the first to speak. Following this, a right roundhouse kick and a high kick sent the other 2 outer disciples sprawling to the ground, unable to rise to in less than 10 breaths. All 4 outer disciples lay incapacitated. Shenlang gradually relaxed his stance, dusting off the debris that had splattered onto him, before leisurely approaching the fallen disciples, crouching down with a cheerful smile, and saying, Brothers, thank you for your hospitality. The disciples looked at Shenlang with expressions of sheer terror. They could hardly fathom that this young man, who had previously possessed only the 2nd level of body refinement, had transformed into such a formidable opponent. Could it be that his extraordinary physique had truly awakened? You did this on purpose. The disciple with evidently broken arms glared at Shenlang, his expression a blend of pain and fury. Correct, but there is no prize. Shenlang stood up, grinning to the outer disciples. His smile appeared as that of a demon. You explicitly stated you would not pursue this matter. Your lack of integrity is unbecoming of a cultivator. Another disciple spat blood, glaring at Shenlang. Oh, did I ever claim to be a gentleman? Did I? Shenlang widened his eyes, feigning confusion as he looked at the disciple. The disciple's face flushed a deep shade, nearly coughing up blood. This fellow was utterly shameless. As Shenlang observed the speechless group, his playful demeanor gradually shifted to a cold smile, and he remarked, To speak plainly, I was initially disinclined to engage in such matters with you. However, you, of all people, should have known better than to involve her. Upon hearing Shenlang's chilling words, especially the final sentence, the outer disciples' expressions shifted from fear to confusion. They had yet to grasp who he was referring to. However, they were not dim-witted. After a moment of thought, they comprehended. Yet, their faces were filled with frustration. What nonsense! How could they dare mock the esteemed Sister Yan, a being of such stature? They were merely targeting Shenlang, with no intention of belittling her. Of course, that was excluding the one who had suffered an injury due to his reckless words. But Shenlang's statement had undoubtedly implicated them all. Moreover, it appeared that this fellow had some ambiguous connection with Sister Yan. If these words reached her ears, then, with that thought, a chill ran down their spines, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Even the pain they felt seemed to lessen. Shenlang, unaware of their internal turmoil, had completed what he set out to do and was ready to depart. The disciple with broken arms, fueled by rage and frustration, called out to Shenlang's retreating figure, "Shenlang, you won't be triumphant for long." UVE framed Zhao Tong, causing him to be gravely injured and unconscious. Soon, someone will come to his aid. Even if you have awakened your extraordinary physique, what of it? With that person's strength, dealing with you is like crushing an ant. The disciple's face twisted with hatred as he glared at Shenlang. After unleashing this venomous declaration, he felt a sense of relief, smugly watching Shenlang halt in his tracks. What if you've awakened your extraordinary physique? What if you can defeat me? In the face of that person's identity and power, you are but a temporarily active grasshopper. Shenlang slowly turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on the disciple until he began to feel a chill. Then, a peculiar smile spread across Shenlang's face. He walked directly toward the disciple, who began to wilt beneath Shenlang's approach, retreating in desperation. Regardless, he was still within Shenlang's grasp. Shenlang reached the disciple's side and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Rendering him immobile, he slowly crouched down, a smile on his face as he gazed at the terrified countenance before him. "What do you intend to do?" "I must warn you. Inflicting serious injury or even killing a fellow disciple is a grave crime. Do you truly wish to add sin upon sin?" The disciple, rendered immobile, stared into the demonic grin just 3 feet away, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet, he still feigned calmness, even daring to threaten. However, his stammering words and trembling body betrayed everything. "Brother, where are your thoughts wandering? I am but a kind-hearted junior. How could I commit such cruelty?" Shenlang gently patted the shoulder of the outer sect disciple, his smile unwavering. "That I merely wish to inquire. Brother, what did you mean by your earlier words? I humbly implore your enlightenment." Startled by Shenlang's touch, the disciple still retained some semblance of defiance. Perhaps due to his indignation, and grit his teeth as he retorted, "Don't harbor delusions. I will only tell you this. Before long, you will meet the same fate as I. No, you shall suffer even more." "Is that so?" Shenlang furrowed his brow, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. He then turned to the other outer sect disciples, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Might any of you brothers enlighten me? I would be immensely grateful." Although these disciples were relatively less injured and did not harbor the same levels of hatred towards Shenlang as the one with broken arms, they still bore grudges. Seeing Shenlang fall into misfortune was undoubtedly a sight they relished. Thus, when Shenlang posed his question, they each remained silent, unwilling to divulge a word. "Just wait. You won't be able to hop around for much longer." The thought echoed in their minds in unison. "Alas, the attitude of my brothers truly saddens me." Shenlang's expression revealed his disappointment as he slowly rose, scanning the surroundings before suddenly displaying a peculiar smile. "In that case, allow me to present a little gift to my brothers, a token of my sentiments." Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within the hearts of the outer sect disciples. Shenlang once again patted the disciple with broken arms, leaning in closer to whisper into his ear in a voice audible only to them, "Brother, how about I open your eyes today?" "What?" The disciple was momentarily stunned, but before he could react, he felt all 4 limbs leave the ground. His body completely airborne. In the next instant, a tremendous force surged from beneath him, propelling him like a kite with severed strings, arcing through the air. "Enjoy yourself, brother." This was the last phrase the wind filled his ears with. Meanwhile, Shenlang leisurely clapped his hands and turned to the remaining disciples, revealing a congenial smile. Watching the disciples soar through the air and crash over a tall courtyard wall, the expressions of the other disciples turned ashen, their eyes wide with terror. On one hand, Shenlang's display of strength far exceeded their expectations. On the other, they were acutely aware of where the disciple would land: the Huayin Pool. The Huayin Pool, situated on the western side of the sect's plaza, was cordoned off by a high, sturdy wall, serving as a bathing area for female disciples of the Huayan sect. However, this was no ordinary bath. The water was infused with numerous spiritual herbs and specially concocted essences, possessing remarkable effects for body refinement and marrow cleansing, that it was particularly beneficial for cultivators in the body refinement and yuan vein stages, especially female cultivators. While male disciples also had a corresponding bathing area known as the Huayang Pool, its purifying effects were comparable. The Huayang Pool was strictly off-limits to male disciples, and past instances where male disciples attempted to sneak and had resulted in severe punishments, including expulsion from the sect and the forfeiture of their cultivation. The sect viewed such depravity with utmost seriousness, believing that allowing such morally corrupt individuals to roam free would ultimately tarnish the sect's reputation. Thus, transgressions of this nature were always met with severe penalties. The Huayang Pool had become a place that male disciples would never dare to approach after the disciple was hurled over the courtyard wall. A brief silence was followed by piercing screams of panic echoing from the Huayang Pool. What a pity! Not a single one of them came rushing out. Even just a glimpse would have sufficed. Observing the disheveled female disciples scrambling out of the Huayang Pool in a frenzy, Shenlang shook his head in disappointment. Had he known, he would not have been so heavy-handed with that fellow. He should have simply tossed him into the pool. A lively man would undoubtedly send those girls into a greater state of disarray, providing him with ample opportunity to feast his eyes. The remaining disciples were so stunned by the scene that they could hardly find their voices. They had never imagined Shenlang would be audacious enough to act so recklessly. Injuring a fellow disciple was already a grave crime. And now he had escalated the situation even further. That a chill suddenly swept through the outer sect disciples, rising from the soles of their feet to envelop their entire beings. They realized that their previous understanding of Shenlang had been utterly misguided. This man was indeed a ruthless character, one who would devour flesh without spitting out bones. As their trepidation towards Shenlang grew, he finally withdrew his gaze from the spectacle and turned to the others, a smile still gracing his features. Brothers, might you also wish to open your eyes? Absolutely not. No way. The disciples trembled at his words, hastily rejecting the notion and shaking their heads vigorously. Shen Shidi. No, Shen Xiong. I know what you wish to learn. I will tell you everything. Please spare me. One of them hurriedly crawled a few steps forward, nearly prostrating himself before Shenlang, his face awash with tears and snot. The others, seeing this, followed suit without hesitation, fearing they would miss their chance. Indeed, my brothers demonstrate sincerity, Shenlang mused. In that case, I shall listen attentively. However, let me make this clear, should any of you speak even a single falsehood. Shenlang narrowed his eyes, a grin on his face, the underlying threat unmistakable. Understood. Understood. The disciples nodded vigorously, and after a brief moment of contemplation, they relayed everything they knew without daring to conceal a single detail. Shenlang listened intently, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement while scrutinizing their expressions, posing questions to discern the veracity of their claims. Before long, they had divulged all their knowledge. Shen Xiong, this is all we know, and we assure you there is not a hint of concealment. So may we take our leave. They gazed at Shenlang, their eyes filled with hope that he would relent. You all performed admirably. However, Shenlang's expression shifted to one of satisfaction upon hearing their accounts, yet he shook his head at their request. You cannot leave just yet. Why not? Their faces blanched at his words. Was he truly unwilling to let them go so easily? Shenlang pointed towards the Huayang Pool, a mischievous smile on his lips. That fellow is still in the Huayang Pool. The enforcement team will surely arrive soon. If you do not remain here as witnesses, that fellow's lecherous crimes will be solidified, and this charge is no trivial matter. Ah, so that's the case. The disciples breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled ingratiatingly. That fellow brought this upon himself. Had he not provoked you first, we would never have crossed paths with Shen Xiong. Furthermore, your punishment of him is a righteous act. How could any blame fall upon you? So, might we? Goodness, years of camaraderie, and just like that, it's gone. Shenlang found it somewhat amusing, though their reluctance to testify truthfully was advantageous for him. He thought, very well, you may go. There was little point in further tormenting these disciples, so Shenlang waved his hand, granting them their freedom. They felt as though a great weight had been lifted and hastily helped one another to their feet, departing at the fastest pace possible, eager to avoid any further trouble. As he watched them scurry away, Shenlang's playful demeanor faded, a grave expression settling upon his brow. Huang Yuan, Zhao Tian. One in the Yuan vein stage, and the other in the Yuan C stage. This situation is indeed troublesome. With a soft sigh, Shenlang began to contemplate the news he had gleaned from the disciples, the day after he was confined to the awaiting trial cell. An explosive piece of news swept through the inner sect. One of the sect's top disciples, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, Zhao Tian, was the elder brother of Zhao Tang. The bearer of this information was an inner sect disciple named Huang Yuan. who was a follower of Zhao Tian and often carried out tasks under his command. Huang Yuan boldly declared that the one responsible for Zhao Teng's severe injuries would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Although he did not explicitly name the culprit, any disciple with a modicum of intelligence understood it was not referring to that young lady, even though she had indeed acted so. Who was the true instigator? For those in the know, it was quite evident. Zhao Tian was likely still in seclusion at the Xiaoguan, not expected to emerge for at least another 2 months. As for Huang Yuan, Shen Lang furrowed his brow slightly. This individual, with his yuan vein cultivation, posed a direct threat. Currently, Shen Lang stood at the pinnacle of body refinement, combined with the reconstruction of his meridians and the enhancement of his physique. His strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator at the body refinement stage, with his physical prowess comparable to that of a first-stage yuan vein cultivator, according to the accounts of several disciples. Huang Yuan had entered the yuan pulse realm 2 years prior, and his current level of prowess was beyond comprehension. From a straightforward perspective of strength, it was indeed difficult for him to be an opponent for the latter. Let them come. I refuse to believe I cannot handle a mere Huang Yuan, Shen Lang scoffed softly. Although he might not currently be Huang Yuan's match, once he broke through to the yuan pulse realm, the outcome would be entirely different. Until then, he could endure for a few more days. With this thought, Shen Lang dismissed such concerns and turned away, for he had another matter to attend to. The task hall, as the designated place for the distribution of sect missions and a venue for disciples to earn contribution points, naturally attracted considerable foot traffic. Each day, numerous disciples from both the inner and outer sects came and went. Typically, disciples obtained their training resources not only through monthly allocations, but primarily by completing tasks to earn contribution points, which could then be exchanged for various resources. The task hall issued tasks of varying levels daily, and disciples would select tasks according to their own capabilities. Shen Lang gazed at the task hall in the distance. He felt a wave of nostalgia. He had never set foot in such a place before. To undertake any task within the hall, one had to possess at least a 5th level in body refinement. Thus, even when Shen Lang held the esteemed title of an inner disciple, he lacked the qualifications to accept tasks. After being demoted to a miscellaneous disciple, he had even lost the right to hold a task token, let alone complete any missions. Now, he had come to acquire a task token to accept sect missions. Chapter 19. The task hall. As the day had grown late and most disciples preferred to undertake tasks at dawn and conclude them by dusk, the hall was relatively empty. Shen Lang scanned the interior and observed only a few inner disciples leisurely selecting tasks in front of the task board. Generally, inner disciples had ample resources for training, allowing them to take their time with task selection, unlike the outer disciples who were often frantic to complete them. Shen Lang approached the central area of the task hall, where a counter was situated, behind which sat an elderly man clad in gray robes with silver hair. This was the place to obtain task tokens and settle contribution points. Disciple Shen Lang. Greetings to Elder Qi, he said respectfully as he stood before the counter. Upon receiving a slight nod from the elder, he continued, I would like to request a task token, if Elder Qi would be so kind. Although Shen Lang had never been to the task hall before, he was aware that the overseer was an elder named Qi, who was rumored to have a rather peculiar temperament. Previously, he had heard his master mention that while managing the records and exchanges of contribution points was typically the responsibility of the stewards, Elder Qi insisted on personally overseeing the operations and had nearly dismissed all the stewards from the task hall. When asked about his reasoning, he simply stated, I handle my own affairs. I trust no one else. Requesting a task token, Elder Qi scrutinized Shen Lang's attire, his murky eyes gleaming with a hint of intrigue. You're merely a miscellaneous disciple. What brings you here to request a task token? My cultivation has reached a breakthrough, qualifying me as an outer sect disciple, though I have yet to undergo the assessment, Shen Lang replied candidly. Sensing the elder's somewhat eccentric demeanor, he proceeded cautiously. Wait, what did you just say your name was? Elder Qi suddenly frowned, as if realizing something significant. He then spoke in a low voice. My name is Shen Lang. He answered honestly. Shen Lang? The one with the innate peculiar physique who was later demoted to a miscellaneous disciple? Elder Qi's expression shifted slightly, revealing a mix of surprise and suspicion. And your current cultivation level? Peak body refinement. Shen Lang replied succinctly. Elder Qi regarded him with a gaze that flickered with interest. In the next moment, he waved his hand lightly, sending a stream of yuan power from his fingertips toward Shen Lang. Shen Lang did not flinch. He understood that the elder merely wished to assess his cultivation level. Indeed, peak body refinement. After a deep and thoughtful look, Elder Qi retrieved a square crystal from the counter, manipulated it briefly, and handed it to Shen Lang. This crystal was the task token, appearing ordinary yet embedded with intricate formations that could record and tally contribution points in real time. Of course, such operations required Elder Qi's input. This is your task token. From now on, you may accept tasks from the task board and return here to verify and claim your contribution points upon completion. You can then exchange those points for the resources you need for cultivation. Thank you, Elder Chi. Shenlang nodded. The task token was not unfamiliar to him. After bidding farewell with a respectful gesture, he turned toward the task boards flanking the hall. The task boards in the task hall were adorned with numerous task plaques, arranged from low to high difficulty levels denoted as Ding, Bing, E, and Jia, from left to right. Generally, Ding-level tasks could be undertaken by those with at least 5th-level body refinement. Bing-level tasks required 8th-level body refinement, while E-level tasks were typically reserved for disciples at the cusp of Yuan Pulse or those who had truly entered that realm. Jia-level tasks were exclusively for inner disciples, entirely beyond the reach of outer disciples. After circling the task boards and contemplating his options, Shenlang ultimately selected 2 tasks from the Bing level and 1 from the E level. The E-level task involved slaying a low-level beast. It was well known that any beast, even the weakest, rivaled practitioners in the Yuan Pulse realm. Thus, when Shenlang accepted this task, it drew the attention of several inner disciples, who cast curious glances his way. After all, it was quite unusual for a disciple clad in the garb of a miscellaneous worker to appear here and accept an E-level task. Choosing this task was not an act of arrogance. Rather, Shenlang sought to test the limits of his own strength. Moreover, with his peak body refinement and formidable physique, he believed that even if he could not defeat the beast, escaping would not pose a significant challenge. Unbothered by the curious stares of others, Shenlang tucked the corresponding task plaque into his garments and made his way toward the entrance of the task hall. Just as he reached the entrance, 2 figures materialized unexpectedly. Shenlang paid little attention, merely shifting slightly to allow them to pass. However, upon seeing Shenlang, one of the figures trembled slightly and halted in his tracks. Shenlang. A voice filled with fury echoed throughout the hall, instantly capturing the attention of all, save for Elder Chi. Hearing the unmistakably hostile tone calling his name, Shenlang frowned slightly and raised his gaze toward the source of the voice. Before him stood 2 figures. One was a male disciple in inner sect attire, somewhat shorter in stature with a sharp, angular face, his small eyes coldly appraising Shenlang. However, it was not him who had spoken. Rather, it was the other figure beside him, a boy in outer sect garb, clutching a large sword and bearing a face that was somewhat swollen. Zhao Ting. Upon seeing the boy's gaze filled with hatred, Shenlang raised an eyebrow in surprise. He never expected to encounter this individual here. From the accounts of several outer sect disciples, he had learned that Zhao Tong had been thoroughly dealt with by Yin Susu and had spent several days bedridden. Yet, it seemed he had fully recovered now. Shenlang, you caused me to be unjustly beaten by Sister Yin, leaving me bedridden for days. I will settle this score with you today. Zhao Ting's eyes nearly blazed with fury, clearly harboring intense resentment toward Shenlang. Had it not been for the rules of the task hall, he would have rushed over to give that detestable person a sound thrashing to avenge himself. Ah, Brother Zhao, how good to see you. I still remember the favor you showed me by teaching Yin Susu a lesson. I am truly grateful. Shenlang feigned ignorance as he appraised Zhao Tong, then asked with mock concern, but why do you have bruises on your face? Did that little girl hurt you? If so, I truly feel terrible about it. Zhao Tong was so incensed by Shenlang's pretense of ignorance that he nearly spat blood, shaking with rage. He pointed a trembling finger at Shenlang, his voice laced with fury. You coward who hides behind women, do you dare to fight me? Oh, certainly. Zhao Tong was filled with pent-up rage and eager to provoke Shenlang into action, as it would grant him a legitimate reason to unleash his fury upon this scoundrel. However, when he heard Shenlang's prompt agreement, he momentarily froze, unable to comprehend the situation, and instinctively responded, What, disciple Shenlang? I humbly ask for your guidance, Brother Zhao, Shenlang replied with utmost seriousness. Finally, Zhao Ting regained his composure, his heart swelling with joy. Ha ha ha. You said it. You cannot go back on your word. He could hardly believe that Shenlang had agreed so readily. And at last, he could seek vengeance and release his pent-up frustration. A gentleman's word is his bond, as the saying goes. Shenlang nodded earnestly once more. Very well. You have some courage. Hearing Shenlang's affirmative tone, Zhao Tong felt an overwhelming surge of joy, and he did not hesitate to shower Shenlang with praise that I will be waiting for you at the martial arts arena in the sect square. With that, Zhao Tong prepared to turn and leave, eagerly rushing toward the arena. He had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. What a hassle. Let us do it right here. It saves time and effort. Just as Zhao Tong was about to step out the door, he discovered that Shenlang was already standing in the open space outside, arms crossed, a smile playing on his lips as he watched him. Chapter 20. Confrontation with Zhao Tong. The young man dressed in the garb of an inner disciple noticed this scene, and his eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Zhao Ting paused for a moment, but quickly dismissed it. Shenlang's thoughts were exactly what he had hoped for. In the next instant, Zhao Tang leaped out of the door, standing a little over 10 feet away from Xinlang. Both of them facing off. Heh, Xinlang. As a mere errand disciple, I shall allow you 3 moves. How does that sound? Zhao Tang said, brandishing his long sword with an air of confidence, a sardonic smile on his face. For Zhao Tang, allowing Xinlang 3 moves was not an act of humility. He simply did not want Xinlang to lose too quickly. Only then could he seize the opportunity to humiliate Xinlang thoroughly. Delivering a dual blow to his pride, such an act would bring him an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Then I shall thank you, senior brother Zhao, for your generosity, Xinlang replied earnestly, as if genuinely grateful. Make your move. Zhao Tang waved his hand dismissively, his expression growing increasingly mocking. Observing that Zhao Tang couldn't even be bothered to adopt a defensive posture, Xinlang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Though his expression remained solemn, senior brother Zhao, prepare to receive my new martial technique, the explosive hammer turtle fist, Xinlang exclaimed as he planted his foot on the ground, dashing towards Zhao Tang while swinging his right fist down forcefully towards him. Humph, what a ridiculous name for such a low-tier technique. Zhao Tang sneered, his disdain evident. However, just as he was about to launch a verbal attack on Xinlang regarding the name of the technique, he suddenly realized something, and his expression froze, anger surging within him. Before he could react further, a massive shadow of a fist was already hurtling towards him, feeling the gust of wind from the approaching fist. Zhao Tang's previously dismissive demeanor shifted dramatically. In a panic, he raised his long sword to block the blow. With a resounding clang, fist met sword, and Zhao Tang was forced to retreat several steps, barely managing to regain his balance. The shock of the impact coursed through his arms, leaving him visibly astonished. Such formidable strength. How is this possible? Xinlang is merely at the 2nd level of body refinement. It seems I underestimated you. I forgot about the weapon in your hand, Xinlang remarked, shaking his slightly numbed fist and shaking his head in regret. Given the force of his earlier punch, had it struck Zhao Tang's face directly, even with the defense of his arms, it would surely have left Zhao Tang dazed. However, being blocked by Zhao Tang's sword meant that not only had he failed to inflict significant damage, but he had also suffered from the recoil himself. Were it not for his currently robust physique, his fist would have surely been in discomfort. Have you broken through? Zhao Tang stared at Xinlang with a look of incredulity. From the power he had just witnessed, it was clear that Xinlang had indeed experienced a breakthrough, perhaps even surpassing him, in just a few days, from the 2nd to the 8th or even 9th level of body refinement. How could that be possible? Observing this scene, a nearby inner disciple squinted, revealing a thoughtful expression. Several inner disciples who had been drawn out by the duel between the two also displayed looks of bewilderment. Conventionally, an errand disciple's cultivation would not exceed the 4th level of body refinement. Yet, this so-called errand disciple exhibited combat prowess that far exceeded the 8th level of body refinement. After all, Zhao Tang, who had just been repelled, had recently reached the 8th level himself. No wonder this fellow dared to undertake a B-level mission. He indeed possessed some skill. Wait, does anyone else feel that this errand disciple seems somewhat familiar? One inner disciple scrutinized Xinlang closely, suddenly frowning and turning to the others. The other inner disciples, upon hearing this, directed their gazes toward Xinlang. After a moment of contemplation, one of them suddenly had a flash of insight. A name surfacing in his mind, causing him to tremble slightly and exclaim, could it be that he is the errand disciple, Xinlang, who was expelled from the sect due to his stagnant cultivation? So it was him. The other disciples quickly pieced it together. This name was not unfamiliar to them. They simply had never encountered him in person. However, through conversations with others, they had gleaned some of Xinlang's physical characteristics. And upon comparison, they immediately understood. But wasn't he supposed to be stuck at the 2nd level of body refinement? How could he have? The disciples exchanged glances, each wearing an expression of confusion. Merely luck, in response to Zhao Tang's astonishment. Xinlang replied with a calm smile. Have you not also experienced a breakthrough? 8th level of body refinement. TSK. Having a big brother makes all the difference. The reason Zhao Tang could withstand Xinlang's punch was not solely due to his long sword. It was also because he had achieved a breakthrough himself. This fellow had supposedly been recuperating in bed for several days, yet he had not only healed rapidly but also managed to break through. Connecting the dots with previous information, it was evident that Zhao Tian had something to do with it. A disciple under the Grand Elder, Zhao Tian had access to abundant cultivation resources. Not to mention healing elixirs. Zhao Tian's younger brother, Zhao Ting, naturally benefited from such advantages that I never imagined that this so-called waste would have a day of rising again. Zhao Tang's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly smirked again. Even if you possess the strength of the 8th or 9th level of body refinement, what of it? You lack a weapon, and you have no martial techniques. You are nothing more than a worthless martial artist. And today, I shall show you the true combat power of a genuine martial artist. With a low shout, Zhao Teng stepped forward, slashing his long sword in the air to form a cross, seemingly invoking a particular sword technique. The overwhelming sword energy emanating from the blade left no doubt regarding the exceptional nature of this technique. Lacking a weapon and martial techniques, Xinlang thought to himself, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Zhao Teng's assertion held a measure of truth that a cultivator's strength is not solely determined by their cultivation level, the quality of techniques, the prowess of martial arts, and the grade of weapons are all crucial factors that cannot be overlooked. In situations where two cultivators are of equal cultivation level, disregarding combat experience, the competition among techniques, martial arts, and weapons becomes the key to victory. When Xinlang was still an inner disciple, he had encountered numerous martial arts and techniques, all starting at the profound level. Unfortunately, at that time, he was far too weak. He had only nominal qualifications for training, but lacked the practical ability. Ultimately, the only technique he had genuinely obtained and practiced was an obscure soul technique. Before him, Zhao Teng's long sword, though merely a quasi-spiritual weapon, was wielded with a sword technique that was at least of the spiritual level. Xinlang, this is the price you pay for framing me, Zhao Teng shouted furiously, unleashing an unknown sword technique as he charged at Xinlang, swinging his sword towards Xinlang's head, creating a half-arc of sword light. Should Xinlang be struck by this blow, even with his currently robust physique, his head would be as vulnerable as a ripe watermelon, compared to his earlier aimless attacks. Zhao Teng's strike now was executed with such precision that its power multiplied several times over. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Xinlang wasted no time in retreating swiftly. With a thud, the longsword struck the ground just a foot from Xinlang's toes, kicking up clouds of dust and scattering fragments. The once resilient marble floor was left with a deep pit and numerous cracks radiating outward. The power of a sword technique at the spiritual level was indeed astonishing. Feeling the subtle vibrations beneath his feet, Xinlang's expression grew increasingly grave. Originally, with his peak level of body refinement, defeating Zhao Teng at the 8th level would have been a simple task. However, with Zhao Teng now employing a spiritual level sword technique, the situation had become troublesome. After all, he was currently unarmed. I never expected that the sword this fellow often clutched would be anything but ornamental. Xinlang sighed inwardly. Although Zhao Teng frequently carried the long sword around, he had never seen him use it. Before his identity was revealed, many disciples, including Xinlang, believed Zhao Teng merely used it for show. After all, an outer disciple could at most access yellow-level martial techniques, while techniques associated with weapons began at least at the spiritual level. Seeing that his first attack had missed, Zhao Teng quickly regained his footing. Closing in on Xinlang once more, his sword poised to strike directly at Xinlang's throat. As Zhao Teng lunged forward with the sword, Xinlang immediately shifted his footing, darting left and right to evade. Yet, Zhao Teng remained relentless, persistently pursuing Xinlang, unleashing one blade after another. Although the attacks were repeatedly thwarted, Zhao Teng displayed no signs of impatience on his face. With their continuous movement, the two had gradually approached a corner of the outer wall of the task hall. Zhao Teng's aim was to corner Xinlang, delivering a final blow. Xinlang, naturally aware of Zhao Teng's intentions, wore a serious expression, his mind racing with thoughts. Does he truly believe I cannot deal with him? Even a clay figurine has some spirit. Finally, after being relentlessly pressured, Xinlang felt a surge of annoyance. Unable to contain himself any longer, he muttered under his breath, "Concentrate the power, coalesce for me." With Xinlang's low exclamation, streams of black and white energy erupted from his fingertips, intertwining between his hands. Go. Xinlang gently flicked his finger, and the black and white energy surged forth, enveloping Zhao Teng's sword. Zhao Teng was momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of this bizarre energy. However, before he could fully grasp the situation, the black and white energy rushed towards him, prompting an instinctive retreat. Nevertheless, his sword remained ensnared by this strange force. What is this? Zhao Teng's expression shifted to one of uncertainty, his desire to attack Xinlang dissipating. Instead, he focused on preventing Xinlang's counterattack, his attention captivated by the swirling black and white energy. Exercising caution, Zhao Teng refrained from reaching out to touch it. And after a few futile attempts to shake it off, he could only watch in bewilderment as the energy spiraled around his sword. Meanwhile, Xinlang stood calmly, his demeanor untroubled. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two became subtly charged. Due to the lack of clarity surrounding the black and white energy, several disciples watching from a distance, including the inner disciple accompanying Zhao Teng, failed to notice its presence and were left puzzled by the abrupt halt in combat. However, this state of confusion was short-lived, as the black and white energy dissipated after just a few moments. Seeing the energy vanish, Zhao Teng hurriedly inspected his sword. At that moment, a barely perceptible smile graced Xinlang's lips. The onlooking disciples, noticing Zhao Tung's sudden movement, began to murmur among themselves, speculating on Xinlang's peculiar behavior and the outcome of the confrontation. Yet, when Zhao Tung beheld his sword, his body momentarily froze, and he stood in shock. Suddenly, an enraged roar pierced the air, resonating in everyone's ears. "Xinlang, you still dare to use my magical artifact?" The crowd was momentarily stunned, turning to see Zhao Tung, clutching his sword with a half-bent posture. His face twisted with rage and a hint of anguish. Before anyone could voice their confusion, Zhao Tung erupted, discarding his sword and lunging at Xinlang with wild abandon. Witnessing this scene, the inner disciples became visibly agitated. Exchanging bewildered glances, Zhao Tung had gained such an advantageous position precisely because of his sword and swordsmanship. Yet now he was attacking Xinlang with bare fists. The shorter inner disciple's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with coldness that eye in the face of Zhao Tung's frenzied assault. Xinlang merely smiled. He stepped forward, crossing his hands as if stretching his body, when Zhao Tung reached him and prepared to unleash a powerful strike. Xinlang slowly extended a palm. The collision of their fists generated a tremendous recoil, sending Zhao Tung staggering back several steps before he finally regained his balance. Meanwhile, Xinlang remained firmly planted in place. Undeterred, Zhao Tung charged forward again, driven by a reckless determination. Xinlang shook his head, realizing he would need to subdue this individual once and for all. That a surge of power coalesced in his legs. Ready to be unleashed, Xinlang decided that when Zhao Tung approached once more, he would execute a sweeping kick to finally put an end to this madness. However, just as Zhao Tung closed the distance, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, swiftly reaching out to grasp his arm, forcing him to a halt. The unexpected intervention caused Zhao Tung to stumble, his balance lost as he knelt on the ground. Observing this, Xinlang's smile faded, replaced by a rising sense of gravity as he recognized the newcomer, none other than the short inner disciple accompanying Zhao Ting. Could it be Huang Shixiang? Upon seeing the diminutive inner disciple, the other inner disciples nearby were momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, one exclaimed in surprise that "I didn't expect this senior to show up here. It appears he intends to intervene." Of course, another replied. Huang Shixiang has always followed Zhao Tian. Now that Zhao Tung has suffered a significant loss, how could Huang Shixiang stand idly by? It seems Xinlang is in serious trouble now. After all, this person is the leader among the inner disciples. Huang Shixiang casually lifted the fallen Zhao Tung, stating coolly, "Step aside for now, Huang Shixiang." Zhao Tung stood, bewildered as he gazed at the inner disciple beside him, about to voice his thoughts, but before he could utter a word, Huang Shixiang impatiently interrupted, "You are no match for him. If you wish to avoid further humiliation, step aside." Zhao Tung fell silent, casting a resentful glance at Xinlang before reluctantly retreating. "You must be Xinlang." Once Zhao Tung had moved aside, Huang Shixiang directed a menacing gaze at Xinlang, his tone dark and foreboding. Though feeling a weight of apprehension within, Xinlang maintained an air of indifference, casting a sidelong glance at his opponent and responding, "And you are?" Huang Shixiang's expression darkened further at Xinlang's dismissive attitude. Yet, as if recollecting something, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. "I didn't expect the infamous waste with an unusual physique to have reached the pinnacle of body tempering. No wonder you have been so ostentatious lately." However, his tone shifted, growing icier. "Lacking sufficient strength while being excessively flamboyant is not a wise choice." "Are you referring to me?" Xinlang crossed his arms, a calm smile gracing his lips. "I would like to inquire, what do you mean by ostentation? If this fellow had not sought trouble, I would have had no reason to engage him. As for the subsequent matters, grievances have their roots. You should seek out Yin Susu, not me." Xinlang, at the mention of that particular name, Huang Shixiang's lips twitched slightly. It appeared the rumors held some truth. This young man indeed shared an unusual connection with the young master. However, Huang Shixiang's heart harbored a sneered "I in the Grand Huajian sect." Did this lad truly believe that clinging to Yin Susu would ensure his safety? Naive, his silver-tongued eloquence could not absolve him of suspicion. Huang Shixiang continued, a hint of veiled threat in his voice, but suddenly shifted his tone. "However, I will not pursue this matter further for now. Instead, I have another request, and I hope you will acquiesce." Huang Shixiang's sudden change in demeanor left Xinlang somewhat perplexed. Yet, upon seeing the insincere smile on his face, he quickly understood the underlying intent. This individual was certainly not here with good intentions. Connecting the dots from previous information to this person's appearance alongside Zhao Tung, Xinlang deduced that he was likely one of Zhao Tian's followers. From Zhao Tung's dialogue, it appeared he addressed this man as Huang Shixiang. Thus, it was clear. What request? Xinlang squinted his eyes. Having confirmed his suspicions regarding Huang Shixiang's identity, Xinlang instinctively understood the nature of this so-called request. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of inquiry. Seeing Xinlang engage, Huang Shixiang's expression brightened with a hint of triumph, almost mockery that I've heard my junior possesses a natural physique, unlike any other, yet it took long to awaken. However, it seems you have finally tapped into your potential. In that case, might I request to witness the might of your extraordinary physique, just as anticipated? Shenlang's inner laughter echoed. This man's true intention was to confront him, but due to the sect's rules against upper disciples forcefully challenging their juniors, he sought a pretext cloaked in grandeur. So, you wish to spar with me? Shenlang stroked his chin, feigning contemplation. Precisely. I hope my junior will not hold back, Huang Shixiang replied eagerly, his heart brimming with derision. Since you've openly declared it, escaping 1T be so simple, the moment you make a move. Realizing this, Huang Shixiang's amusement deepened. So that's how it is. Shenlang nodded, casting a sidelong glance at the gleeful Zhao Teng in the distance before turning back to Huang Shixiang. I also have a question. Would you be willing to provide an answer? Ask away. At this point, Huang Shixiang believed he had Shenlang firmly in his grasp, anticipating the impending completion of his task. He felt increasingly elated, responding with unusually kind words. Thank you, Shixiang. A faint smile grazed Shenlang's face, as if he were genuinely elated. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly inquired, May I ask, senior brother, do you possess any sense of shame? Chapter 22. A single strike. Upon hearing this, the jovial expression on Brother Huang's face instantly froze. A few disciples observing from a distance caught wind of his words, and combined with the identity of the inner sect disciple, they were left somewhat astonished. The atmosphere in the area abruptly descended into an eerie silence. Not far away, Zhao Teng's eyes widened in disbelief. He was acutely aware of his senior brother's prowess. And in his eyes, Shenlang was but a mere grasshopper, capable of only a futile struggle before such a formidable presence. How could that individual dare to be so brazen? Although this fellow had previously provoked the young sect master, it was rumored that he relied on their ambiguous relationship, knowing the latter would not dare to strike with full force. Yet, with this senior brother, there would be no mercy. Zhao Teng envisioned countless scenarios, Shenlang kneeling in supplication, groveling for peace, but he never anticipated that this audacious fellow would confront the inner sect leader head-on. The silence did not linger for long before it was shattered by a voice steeped in coldness. Brother Huang's countenance turned dark as water, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Shenlang, suppressing his anger as he spoke. Since you believe I am oppressing the weak, very well. I shall suppress my cultivation to the peak of the body refinement stage, refraining from employing any artifacts or external energy techniques, and engage you in a battle of absolute fairness. Shenlang, do you dare to accept? Zhao Teng and the surrounding disciples were once more taken aback, clearly surprised by the inner sect brother's decision. Absolute fairness? Shenlang scoffed inwardly. What this man proposed, under the guise of a fair duel, was the height of absurdity. Regardless of how much a practitioner of the meridian stage might suppress their cultivation, their physical strength and energy would far surpass that of an ordinary body refinement stage warrior. As for the claim of not utilizing external energy techniques, that was sheer nonsense. High-level martial techniques that require no external energy were abundant within the Huajian sect, and given his status as an inner sect disciple, he would undoubtedly possess techniques of spiritual rank or higher. In contrast, Shenlang was merely a miscellaneous disciple, cast out from the sect, who had never even encountered high-level techniques, let alone learned a single low-level technique. This contest, even disregarding factors such as power and defense, would boil down to a confrontation between an ordinary person devoid of techniques and a martial arts master. How could that be deemed fair? Such brazen shamelessness was a sight Shenlang had never before witnessed. While inwardly cursing vehemently, Shenlang grappled with the dilemma of preserving his face. If he refused, the inevitable result would be a deluge of ridicule and insults, spreading through the sect like wildfire, especially from this man and Zhao Teng. Of course, he was not particularly bothered by such taunts. His skin was as thick as a city wall. Yet, he feared that the sect's slander against him would ultimately implicate that young lady, and the prior situation might repeat itself. Contemplating this outcome, Shenlang sighed softly, reluctantly abandoning the idea of evading battle. However, if he were to accept, his gaze flickered, and his mind raced. With his current physical strength, coupled with a temporary enhancement from his refining abilities, he should be able to hold his own against a first-level meridian stage practitioner. The issue lay in the fact that this individual before him did not appear to be a novice in the inner sect. His cultivation likely surpassed mere first-level meridian stage, and with the advantage of superior techniques, even if restricted, Shenlang feared he might still fall short. As Shenlang weighed the disparity in strength, Brother Huang noticed his hesitation and could not help but sneer, unabashedly taunting. What is the matter? Are you the rare natural prodigy of a few hundred years? Yet you hesitate even now that I am voluntarily suppressing my cultivation. If that is the case, you would truly be disgracing Elder Ye's reputation. At these words, Shenlang abruptly raised his gaze, a glimmer of frost flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Yet, he quickly composed himself and calmly replied, "Speak, what are your terms for this duel?" He had previously stated that one of his motivations for strengthening himself was to cleanse the shame that not only fell upon him but also upon his master. Elder Yizong Tian, the head of the secret scripture pavilion in the past, his stagnation had brought disgrace upon them both. But now that he had become a master of ancient refining, he had fully awakened and would never allow history to repeat itself. If you wish to battle, I shall accompany you to the end. What of a Meridian Stage practitioner? I shall confront the Meridian Stage head-on. So, you are prepared to engage in combat? Seeing the barely concealed fury on Shenlang's face, Brother Huang's heart leapt with joy. His provocation had finally borne fruit. Since Shenlang had spoken, Brother Huang would not allow him any opportunity for retreat, immediately declaring, "In light of your forthrightness, I shall make a few concessions. If you can remain undefeated within 10 strikes, then you shall be the victor. What say you?" With a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Brother Huang gazed at Shenlang with satisfaction. His words, while appearing to offer a concession, were in fact laying a deeper trap for the latter. In a duel of equal cultivation, refraining from using external energy techniques and setting a 10-strike limit, to outsiders, this seemed a fair contest. However, the imbalance had merely shifted in favor of Brother Huang. Thus, even if Shenlang emerged victorious, he would be deemed unworthy of his triumph. Should he fail, he would be inundated with scorn. Such a move was undeniably ruthless. "Senior brother, your magnanimity is admirable, but I have a suggestion for you. What do you think?" Shenlang recognized the trap woven into Brother Huang's words, yet his expression remained serene as he leisurely proposed his idea. "Instead of a 10-strike agreement, let us reduce it to a single strike. One strike to determine the victor. How does that sound?" "What? A single strike?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ting and the other inner sect disciples nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. They were all acutely aware of the vast chasm in strength between the Meridian Stage and Body Refinement Stage. Even with suppressed cultivation, the Meridian Stage practitioners still held an undeniable advantage in terms of strength and technique. A direct confrontation would surely lead to the latter's defeat. The battle proposed by Brother Huang earlier, to some extent, would have allowed the Body Refinement Stage warrior a slightly better chance, as the longer the engagement lasted and the more techniques were exchanged, the greater the opportunity for victory. However, a single strike would undoubtedly boil down to sheer brute force, and in facing Brother Huang, Shenlang would assuredly lose. Brother Huang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Shenlang would propose such a bizarre notion. To him, it seemed as if Shenlang was digging his own grave and leaping into it without leaving any room for escape. "A single strike? Are you certain? Do not cry foul if you lose and claim the contest was unfair." Brother Huang narrowed his eyes. Now that Shenlang had made his decision, he could not have wished for more. However, he remained cautious, wary that Shenlang might be plotting some escape, should he lose. And Shenlang leveraged this situation. It would leave Brother Huang's task far from complete. "Very well, a single strike it is. All present shall bear witness." Shenlang nodded, his expression placid. "We shall bear witness." Aside from Zhao Tong, the spectators among the inner sect disciples all nodded in agreement. They were keenly interested in witnessing the battle between the inexplicably empowered Shenlang and the inner sect leader, and were more than willing to cooperate. "I thank you, senior brothers." Shenlang offered a slight smile, then took several steps back, waving his sleeve as he faced Brother Huang with a cold expression. "Without further ado, let us begin. And for this strike, I shall grant you half a strike." After a brief pause, Shenlang spoke again, his tone unwavering. Chapter 23. The Power of Corruption. The inner sect disciples, including Zhao Tang, were rendered speechless by Shenlang's astonishing declaration. To fight beyond his level was one thing, but to do so with only a single strike, and then to grant half a strike? Setting aside the fact that he was facing the inner sect leader, was it truly appropriate to treat a practitioner of the Meridian Stage so casually? After all, he was merely a Body Refinement Stage warrior. In the minds of the inner sect disciples, Shenlang, who had once held a glimmer of promise, was now veering towards the realm of madness. "Grant me half a strike." Brother Huang, unable to suppress his amusement, scoffed in anger. "Throughout the entire inner sect, none have dared to utter such words to me. And yet here you stand, a mere outer sect disciple, boldly proclaiming this. Shenlang, at this juncture, I find myself with a measure of respect for you. Let us fight. Spare me your endless prattle." Shenlang replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Finally, the inner sect disciples were convinced. This individual must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. This time, Brother Huang refrained from expressing anger. He merely flicked his sleeves, took a few steps, and positioned himself directly opposite Xinlang. Continue your bravado. Soon, you shall no longer have such an opportunity. Observing Xinlang, who seemed to be gathering strength, Brother Huang smirked coldly to himself. Since his junior brother was so magnanimous, it would be inappropriate for him to dismiss such goodwill. Watch closely, junior brother. I am about to make my move. Brother Huang's low exclamation immediately captured the attention of all onlookers, except for Xinlang. They understood that the true spectacle was about to commence. Before their eyes, Brother Huang's figure transformed rapidly, suggesting he was employing some technique to accumulate power. Strangely, his entire being seemed infused with a current of energy. His robes billowed and rustled, accompanied by a faint, low humming sound. The inner disciples recognized this as characteristic of a Yuan vein realm cultivator, where vital energy is both contained and radiated outward. Cultivators in the body refinement realm enhance their physical resilience and strength through vital energy or other elixirs. Their primary strength derives from their physical form and the indirect utilization of the vital energy interwoven within their flesh. However, upon reaching the Yuan vein realm, a cultivator's dantian condenses Yuan veins, allowing them to store vital energy and transform it into Yuan power, a qualitative enhancement compared to the body refinement realm. Moreover, although Yuan vein cultivators cannot yet freely project their Yuan power, they can still manifest it around their bodies, bolstering their defenses. The billowing robes of Brother Huang were a manifestation of the circulating Yuan power. It seemed that despite his verbal claims of suppressing his cultivation to the peak of body refinement, he was indeed holding back. However, due to Brother Huang's status, the observing inner disciples, while aware of this, dared not voice their thoughts and could only feel a tinge of sympathy for Xinlang. It appeared that this once prominent figure within the sect was destined to suffer a humiliating defeat. Xinlang regarded the rapidly escalating aura of the inner disciple without a change in his expression. He took a half step back, slightly raised his hands, and observed the swirling black and white energy at his fingertips. The power of refinement. Xinlang focused on his fingertips, his mind racing. Initially, he believed that the effects of the refining power were purely enhancements. It was not until his battle with Zhao Teng that inspiration struck him. The refinement technique operates to refine. But what if it were reversed? What would the outcome be? He pondered this and proceeded to act upon it. Reversing the refining technique, he concentrated the power of refinement. The result was still the black and white energy, but its effects were now entirely opposite. Zhao Teng's quasi-spirit weapon sword was eroded by this black and white energy, almost rendering it useless. This was also the reason for Zhao Teng's extreme madness. After all, a quasi-spirit weapon holds considerable value. As for the reversed black and white energy, Xinlang aptly named it the erosion power. At that moment, the energy dancing at his fingertips was indeed the erosion power. Gazing at Brother Huang, who was now enveloped in circulating Yuan power, Xinlang's flickering gaze gradually solidified with determination. He desired to test whether the erosion power could counteract the outwardly projected Yuan power. Brother Huang had already gathered his strength, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a light step, he dashed forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow that charged straight at Xinlang. His speed was several times greater than Zhao Teng's. Xinlang's pupils constricted, and without further contemplation, he unleashed the erosion power from his fingertips while simultaneously preparing to retreat swiftly, dodging left and right. Just as he moved, Brother Huang was already upon him. With a powerful gust of wind, he unleashed an unadorned yet immensely forceful punch aimed squarely at Xinlang's face, mirroring Zhao Teng's previous attack. However, in terms of both speed and strength, this punch far surpassed Zhao Teng's. Brother Huang's movements clearly outpaced Xinlang's. The erosion power had just been released when the punch arrived. Xinlang had no time for further thought and could only evade. He shifted left, bending slightly, tilting his neck to the left, just narrowly avoiding the full force of the punch. Feeling the searing sensation on the right side of his face, Xinlang's heart sank. The punch's power was indeed terrifying. If he were to take it squarely, he would likely speak with a lisp for the foreseeable future. A single strike can be far more than just a punch. Thus, upon seeing his first punch miss, Brother Huang wasted no time and threw another punch, this time targeting Xinlang's chin. However, in the moment he dodged the first punch, the erosion power had fully manifested, enveloping Brother Huang's arms. As the two forces made contact, a sizzling sound erupted, indicating the erosion power's effect on the Yuan power. Seeing this, Xinlang rejoiced, but Brother Huang's face paled upon realizing the situation. Nonetheless, he acted decisively, swiftly halting his attack and creating distance from Xinlang. Simultaneously, he no longer suppressed his cultivation, unleashing his abundant Yuan power to counter the bizarre black and white energy. Xinlang, having merely intended to test the waters, had not exerted much of the erosion power. Furthermore, the reversed refining technique imposed a significant burden on his body and mind, limiting the amount he could condense. As Brother Huang unleashed his full cultivation, He quickly dispelled the erosion power with his robust yuan power. Once this was accomplished, Brother Huang regained his composure, gazing at Shun Lang with a gloomy expression. Victory had seemed within reach, but faced with his second punch, Shun Lang appeared unable to evade. Unexpectedly, this strange technique from Shun Lang forced Brother Huang to retreat, ultimately compelling him to unleash his full power to resolve the crisis. Although neither party had gained a clear advantage from this exchange, and there was no definitive victor, the moment Brother Huang released the seal on his cultivation, he had already lost. This duel had left him utterly humiliated and frustrated. Zhao Ting observed the two separate after a brief exchange, standing at a distance. Neither had sustained any visible injuries. It appeared as though they had fought to a standstill. Leaving him perplexed, as for the inner disciples, they had discerned the underlying truth. Although they could not fully comprehend Shun Lang's erosion power, they recognized that Shun Lang had undoubtedly employed some means to compel Brother Huang to retreat, and even to unseal his cultivation in response. Clearly, this battle had resulted in Shun Lang's victory. Yet, they found it hard to believe. Could it be that Shun Lang had truly awakened a unique body? How could someone still in the body refinement realm possess the means to repel Brother Huang? This expelled disciple, once a favorite student, was truly stirring up the winds of change within the sect once more. Faced with Brother Huang's hateful gaze, Shun Lang merely chuckled indifferently, turning to the inner disciples and inquiring, "Brothers, may I announce the outcome?" Hearing this, Brother Huang's fury intensified. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, You dare to employ underhanded tactics, clearly colluding with the Blood Demon sect. In that case, I shall capture you and present you to the sect for judgment. To uphold our sect's integrity." With that, Brother Huang disregarded the reactions of the other inner disciples, his yuan power surging forth, his aura magnified tenfold. He clenched one fist and extended the other palm, launching himself at Shun Lang with great force. Chapter 24. Threat. Seeing Brother Huang completely disregard their previous agreement and brazenly attack under the pretext of collusion with the Blood Demon sect, the expressions of the observing inner disciples shifted. After a moment's contemplation, they ultimately decided against intervening. Firstly, it would not be prudent to offend this inner sect leader for someone like Shun Lang, with whom they had no ties. Secondly, given Brother Huang's strength, even if they all joined forces, they would likely stand little chance against him. Weighing the pros and cons quickly, they resolved to remain spectators. As Brother Huang charged towards him, disregarding the agreement and his own dignity, Shun Lang's demeanor turned icy. This fool was clearly lashing out in embarrassment, resorting to desperate measures. He had the audacity to concoct an excuse of colluding with the Blood Demon sect, and then attacked. This was indeed reminiscent of the elders from the enforcement hall just days prior. Yet, facing a fully unleashed Yuan Vein Realm powerhouse, Shun Lang had no time for contemplation. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Return to Tao manual to its utmost, rapidly consolidating his strength while operating the spirit wheel within his Naiwan palace, striving to unleash as much erosion power as possible to prepare for the impending assault of Yuan power. As a disciple of Huajin sect, you dare to collude with the Blood Demon sect. You bring shame to our sect, Brother Huang proclaimed with righteous indignation as he approached Shun Lang, crossing his palms before him. He commanded, "Break the profound palm." Accompanied by a fierce wind far stronger than before, Brother Huang's palms, infused with profound Yuan power, came crashing down towards Shun Lang. Given the ferocity of the attack, it was clear he intended not merely to subdue but to annihilate Shun Lang. Erosion power, go! Just as Brother Huang's palms neared, Shun Lang finally condensed the maximum amount of erosion power he could muster. With a shout, he unleashed the black and white energy swirling at his fingertips, shooting it straight at Brother Huang. Upon seeing the black and white energy once more, Brother Huang's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Based on prior experience, he understood that as long as he had enough robust Yuan power, he could exhaust the black and white energy. Although this time the black and white energy appeared to be significantly more potent, with his profound Yuan power, he felt no fear. Upon reaching this point, Brother Huang felt no trace of fear. Once again, he infused his palms with vital energy and struck directly at the swirling black and white aura. As his palms, enveloped in energy, made contact with the aura, a sizzling sound echoed through the air. The black and white energy and his vital force began to dissipate at an astonishingly visible speed. However, Brother Huang was disheartened to realize that the rate of decay of the black and white aura was significantly lower than that of his vital energy. In other words, it took approximately 10 units of his energy to counter a mere 1 unit of the black and white aura. Had it not been for his robust energy reserves, he might have been utterly exhausted by now. Naturally, Brother Huang was perplexed by the nature of this black and white aura. What could it be, possessing such strange efficacy? Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered anything like it. Nevertheless, regardless of its nature, if he could master such a technique, Wouldn't he that be? A glimmer of greed flashed in his originally murderous eyes. The palms that had been aimed at Shenlang's left chest shifted slightly to the right, the process of dissipation. Though seemingly fierce and intricate, took merely a few breaths before the corrosive force was completely consumed. Once the black and white aura vanished entirely, Shenlang immediately withdrew, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Bracing himself for the impending impact, the purpose of invoking the corrosive force was to minimize Brother Huang's energy output, thereby reducing the damage he would sustain, while Shenlang's objective seemed to have been achieved. It was evident that he had underestimated Brother Huang's strength. Even after a significant reduction from the corrosive force, the power contained within Brother Huang's palms remained formidable. With a resounding thud, Brother Huang's palms struck heavily against Shenlang's crossed arms, transmitting a tremendous force that reverberated through Shenlang's almost shattered limbs and into his chest. Shenlang felt a surge of blood rush through him, a prickling pain swiftly escalating to excruciating agony spreading throughout his body. Stumbling backward, he managed to regain his balance after several steps. Though he wavered, his consciousness gradually fading, Shenlang gritted his teeth, determined not to fall. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. His current condition was dire. The tumultuous sensations within him made him question whether his internal organs had been crushed, and he suspected several ribs might have been broken. That scoundrel truly struck with lethal intent. Shenlang cursed inwardly, only to cough up more blood, his breath growing faint. The onlooking inner disciples, including Zhao Tong, were left dumbfounded. Faced with a nearly full-powered peak practitioner, Shenlang, a mere body-refining warrior, stood his ground without flinching. What was more astonishing was that, despite sustaining such a blow, he remained upright. Did this mean he had withstood the strike? The inner disciples exchanged silent glances, speechless. Even if they banded together, they would hardly endure such an assault. Their gazes turned to Shenlang, their throats constricted, unable to utter a word. Deep within, they were filled with shock and disbelief. After a brief moment, they collectively sighed, understanding that regardless of how events unfolded from here, Shenlang would undoubtedly gain fame within the inner sect, perhaps even throughout the entire sect. After all, to withstand an attack from the inner sect's leader with mere body-refining cultivation was an unprecedented feat in the sect's millennia-long history. On the other side, Zhao Tong, initially elated by the prospect of revenge, found his joy dissipating in the wake of Shenlang's tenacity. Instead, a sense of trepidation began to swell within him. Besides the formidable strength exhibited by Shenlang, what unsettled Zhao Tong was Brother Huang's ruthlessness. Inflicting severe injury, or even death upon a fellow disciple was a grave offense. Compared to Shenlang's current state, his previous injuries were trivial. However, now Shenlang had withstood Brother Huang's blow, barely clinging to life. He had merely intended to teach Shenlang a lesson, yet Brother Huang's brutal approach had far exceeded his expectations. This was no mere lesson. It was an attempt on his life. Contemplating the sect's disciplinary measures, Zhao Tang grew increasingly restless, almost compelled to intervene and stop Brother Huang. Yet, upon witnessing Brother Huang's fierce gaze, he was forced to abandon the thought. For some reason, Zhao Tang sensed that Brother Huang's demeanor had taken on an unsettling quality. Seeing Shenlang on the brink of collapse yet still standing, Brother Huang's expression darkened further. Although his previous attack might not have been lethal, it should have been enough to render any body-refining warrior completely incapacitated. Yet, before him stood Shenlang, breathless but upright, exhibiting a readiness to continue fighting. This was undoubtedly a blow to Brother Huang's pride. Especially with witnesses present. He could only imagine the backlash this incident would provoke, potentially tarnishing his reputation within the sect. That damnable brat, Brother Huang cursed inwardly, his expression growing increasingly sinister. A surge of murderous intent welled up from the depths of his eyes. You wish to endure, do you? Then I shall ensure you kneel before me in public. Fixating on the wavering Shenlang, Brother Huang smirked coldly and stepped forward, striding towards him. As the onlookers held their breath, Brother Huang approached the unsteady Shenlang, placing a hand on his shoulder, whispering in a voice audible only to them. Kid, if you wish to preserve your cultivation, you will relinquish the method for that black and white aura and bow to me several times. In the future, as long as you heed my commands, resources and opportunities will be abundant. Should you dare to refuse, while I may not take your life, your cultivation shall become that of a permanent cripple. A smirk played upon Brother Huang's lips as he issued his threat, his hand on Shenlang's shoulder subtly exerting pressure. Is that so? Shenlang coughed again, his voice weak, feeling the weight on his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he mustered his strength to resist, lifting his gaze to meet Brother Huang's, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. If you have the capability, feel free to act. I assure you, I fear no one. At these words, Brother Huang's expression froze momentarily before darkening completely. You dare to refuse a polite request? Unwilling to concede easily, Brother Huang pressed down harder, causing Shenlang to tremble again. just as he was about to issue another threat. An unexpected elderly voice interrupted from behind. You have quite a lot of nerve to openly injure a fellow disciple, Huang Yuan. Hearing the sudden voice, Brother Huang's countenance shifted dramatically, momentarily forgetting Shenlang as he swiftly turned to see an elderly man clad in gray robes with silver hair. Regarding him with a cold gaze, Elder Qi, confronted by this elder, Brother Huang felt a wave of apprehension. He had been so focused on dealing with Shenlang, particularly captivated by the latter's strange technique, that he had forgotten about the elder in the mission hall nearby. After all, they were fighting right next to the mission hall. Upon witnessing Elder Qi's arrival, the other inner disciples breathed a sigh of relief. With the elder's intervention, the situation would likely not escalate further. However, they were bewildered, for Elder Qi never stepped outside the mission hall during his shifts, regardless of how tumultuous the outside events became. This was precisely why he had earned the moniker of the Calm Elder, reflecting his peculiar temperament. Yet now, despite being on duty, he had appeared here, evidently due to the conflict between Shenlang and Brother Huang. His emergence at such a critical moment suggested that Elder Qi had likely been observing the battle from the beginning. In the past, there had been instances of life-or-death fights outside the mission hall. Yet Elder Qi had never shown himself, as if he were oblivious to it all. This was indeed intriguing. As for Brother Huang, his gaze flickered uncertainly. He could not discern Elder Qi's sudden presence here and what it might imply. If the elder's intention was merely to prevent him from harming Shenlang, that would be manageable. However, if the elder had overheard his threats, I usually prefer to avoid meddling in others' affairs. But this is still my area of responsibility, and any disturbances could bring me trouble. This time, I shall overlook your transgressions. However, I expect no further incidents. Elder Qi spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority, while his gaze had shifted to Shenlang. Brother Huang understood the words were directed at him, prompting him to respond hastily. I will remember this. From now on, I will not dare to cause any trouble here. Thank you for your understanding. Elder Qi, seeing that Elder Qi had no intention of pursuing the matter, Brother Huang felt a sense of relief wash over him. After expressing his apologies, he bowed respectfully and prepared to turn away. Wait, at these words, Brother Huang tensed up again, but upon realizing the voice did not belong to Elder Qi, he turned back with a puzzled expression. Shenlang, still unsteady, grinned widely, though the blood trickling from his mouth and his pale visage rendered the smile particularly unsettling. It was Shenlang who had called out to him. Brother Huang couldn't help but narrow his eyes, curious about what Shenlang intended to do. Surely, he wouldn't dare to report him to Elder Qi. Would he? However, it was evident that Shenlang harbored no such intentions. Trembling slightly, he raised a hand, pointing at himself and then at Brother Huang, before breaking into a laugh, saying, Brother, I shall forever remember today's favor. One day, I will repay it 100-fold. Despite the smile on Shenlang's face, an icy chill emanated from him. Was this a threat? Brother Huang was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Throughout his life, he had only ever been the one to threaten others. How dare this expelled waste of a disciple openly threaten him? This brat was practically courting death. Brother Huang's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Shenlang, his expression shifting ominously. Though Shenlang appeared to be nothing more than a grasshopper before him, he considered the possibility that this boy might have awakened an extraordinary physique, which could pose a potential threat. He would not allow any potential trouble to exist. Yet, mindful of Elder Qi, he could not take action at this moment. After a brief hesitation, he finally sneered. A waste is still a waste. Does this brother fear a mere waste? Brother Huang had initially intended to say more, but upon noticing Elder Qi frowning nearby, he swallowed his words, casting one last cold glance at Shenlang before turning to leave. In that fleeting moment, the Inner Gates champion exuded a chilling aura, murderous intent surging within him. Since this potential troublemaker could not be allowed to linger, it was imperative to eliminate the root of the trouble swiftly. Zhao Tong, witnessing Brother Huang's abrupt departure, hurriedly followed suit. Shenlang watched the two retreating figures. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented complexity. How could he not perceive Brother Huang's murderous intent? From the beginning, he had sensed that this fellow was a troublesome character and had prepared himself accordingly. Had Elder Qi not been present in the task hall today, he would never have dared to confront this dangerous individual. Now that a conflict was inevitable, he had no choice but to hasten his efforts to enhance his strength to face future troubles and threats. To clash with the peak of the Yuan vein at the body refinement stage, this little fellow was indeed extraordinary. Lost in thought, Shenlang suddenly heard a voice behind him and quickly turned, bowing deeply to Elder Qi. Disciple Shenlang, I am profoundly grateful for Elder Qi's life-saving grace. No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter, Elder Qi replied, shaking his head gently. His gaze turned serious as he fixed it on Shenlang. It seems you had anticipated my intervention, or perhaps you were forcing my hand. Correct. Disciple dares not. Shenlang responded with an awkward smile, shaking his head in denial. Yet, his every gesture betrayed a hint of inner unease. After all, without Elder Chi's presence, he would never have chosen to engage Brother Huang in combat. Such a reckless act was not something Shenlang would partake in. Your master, Elder Yi, once did me a favor. Thus, your actions are not without justification, Elder Chi stated flatly, devoid of reproach. Thank you for your magnanimity. Elder Chi, Shenlang replied with a broad grin. Indeed, as Elder Ye's disciple, he had been dormant for 3 years, but he was finally beginning to shine. Elder Chi stroked his beard, scrutinizing Shenlang with a nod of approval. Then, a flash from the spatial ring on his finger revealed 2 items that appeared in Shenlang's palm. Elder Chi tossed them to Shenlang, who hurriedly caught them. Upon inspection, he discovered a jade vial and a token. The vial appeared ordinary yet emitted a fragrant aroma, clearly a medicinal bottle. As for the token, it bore 4 prominent characters. Inner Gate Disciple. Shenlang was not unfamiliar with this token, as he possessed a similar one, inscribed with the title of Miscellaneous Disciple. However, this one denoted the status of an Inner Gate Disciple. The jade vial contains healing elixirs, effective for both internal and external injuries. Once consumed, you will recover in no time. Elder Chi explained. As for the Inner Gate Disciple token, under normal circumstances, your peak body refinement cultivation would not suffice to obtain it. However, after your recent battle, you have barely qualified, so I have decided to grant it to you in advance. Thank you, Elder Chi, Shenlang exclaimed, his joy evident. Do not rush. I have yet to finish, Elder Chi interjected. The primary reason I am granting you the Inner Gate Disciple token now is that I hope you will soon study advanced martial techniques. From what I observed in your recent battle, you have surely suffered the drawbacks of lacking martial skills. Shenlang nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging this point. Had he studied advanced martial techniques, he would not have found himself in such a passive and vulnerable position against Brother Huang. I have pressing matters to attend to and must return to the task hall. However, before I go, there is one last thing I wish to remind you, Elder Chi said, gradually turning to leave. The Inner Gate Disciple you fought against is named Huang Yuan, the current champion of the Inner Gate, possessing peak Yuan vein cultivation. That if you wish to challenge him, aside from private duels, you can do so at the Inner Gate Grand Competition in 2 months. For the sake of prudence, I advise you to choose the latter option. 2 months may not seem long, but I hope to see you at the upcoming Inner Gate Grand Competition. If possible, seize the championship title in honor of Elder Ye's legacy. As Elder Chi's final words lingered in the air, his figure disappeared entirely from the entrance of the task hall. So, it is indeed Huang Yuan. Shenlang mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In that case, the championship title will be mine for the taking. Chapter 26. The Martial Arts Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly passed. During this time, Shenlang remained in his quarters at the miscellaneous courtyard, diligently practicing and recuperating. He did not lift a finger to perform any chores, yet no one came to urge him. The reason was simple. Following the battle at the task hall, Shenlang's reputation had spread throughout both the inner and outer gates, even reaching the ears of several elders, while they were not unfamiliar with Shenlang's name. In recent years, it had been regarded as that of a mere wastrel. However, upon its resurgence, it now carried an air of ambiguity. On that day, Shenlang had boldly confronted Huang Yuan, the champion of the Inner Gate. With his body refinement cultivation, although the event could be summarized in a single sentence, the profound implications were enough to leave everyone astounded. Who was Shenlang? Merely a miscellaneous disciple. And who was Huang Yuan? The champion of the Inner Gate, a figure of peak Yuan vein cultivation, second only to the direct disciples. Yet, how could such disparate individuals engage in battle? Although Shenlang ultimately suffered a crushing defeat, Huang Yuan's victory was not without its blemishes. Perhaps due to some deliberate suppression of the news, very few were aware of the details surrounding that day's conflict. However, one piece of information was certain. Shenlang had effortlessly defeated Zhao Teng. According to insiders, Zhao Teng had achieved the 8th level of body refinement during his recovery, and Shenlang's victory over him was said to have been quite easy, suggesting that Shenlang's cultivation had reached at least the 9th level of body refinement. Yet, just days prior at the sect square, Shenlang had only been at the 2nd level. Consequently, numerous disciples speculated in hushed tones whether Shenlang's innate extraordinary physique had truly awakened. If so, his status would likely soar once more. Amidst such rumors, although Shenlang had yet to gain formal recognition from the sect, some astute disciples and attendants began to shift their attitudes toward him, including his managing attendant. Unbeknownst to Shenlang, who had spent the past 2 days secluded in his room, he remained oblivious to these swirling rumors. Even if he had been aware, he would likely have dismissed them. The elixirs gifted by Elder Chi had proven remarkably effective. After consuming them, Shenlang's previously grave injuries had healed by 70 to 80% within just 2 days, including several broken ribs and some damaged internal organs. Externally, aside from some faint scars on his face, Shenlang appeared no different than before. Moreover, as his injuries improved, he sensed a loosening of the shackles on his cultivation, edging closer to breaking through to the Yuan vein stage. Clearly, the combination of that fierce battle and the medicinal effects had conferred significant benefits upon Shenlang, leaving him elated. However, he was not in a hurry to attempt a breakthrough. After all, his injuries had yet to fully heal. And his condition was not optimal, certainly not the right time for such a significant transition. The leap from body refinement to Yuan vein was a qualitative transformation, necessitating utmost caution. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Shenlang slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, feeling quite rejuvenated. He leapt from his bed and stepped outside, squinting against the bright sunlight, a smile creeping onto his face. Though his injuries had not completely healed, he was no longer in dire straits. Moreover, he had eagerly anticipated one particular matter for 2 full days, becoming an inner gate disciple. As he pulled the token from his pocket, Shenlang softly recited its name. A faint smile gracing his lips as he strode purposefully toward the door. His destination was none other than the martial arts pavilion, as the repository of nearly all the martial techniques and skills of the Huajin sect. The martial arts pavilion stood as the heart of the sect. Its significance was unparalleled in the minds of both elders and ordinary disciples alike, in the realm of cultivation, apart from innate physical talent. The significance of martial arts techniques and methods cannot be overstated. Generally speaking, the grade of one's martial technique is directly linked to future accomplishments, while the level of martial skills pertains to the practitioner's strength. Hence, it is a universal aspiration among martial artists to acquire a high-grade technique, as it embodies their hopes of becoming formidable beings. Similarly, advanced martial skills are coveted treasures in their eyes, as they are pivotal in enhancing one's capabilities. However, the harsh reality remains that while there are countless martial artists scattered across the vast world, high-grade techniques are exceedingly rare, akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Most ordinary practitioners may spend their entire lives without encountering such fortuity. Nevertheless, as one of the 5 premier sects, Huajin sect possesses an extraordinary foundation. Within its martial arts pavilion, there exists an abundance of yellow-grade techniques, a commendable number of spirit-grade techniques, and even some hidden mysteries of the profound grade. Yet, to obtain these high-grade techniques, one must possess the requisite status. The martial arts pavilion consists of 4 levels. The first level is accessible to outer disciples, housing only yellow-grade techniques. The second level requires the status of an inner disciple and contains superior spirit-grade techniques. The third level is exclusive to direct disciples, showcasing techniques of astonishing profound grade. As for the highest 4th level, it is reserved for the elders and the sect leader, containing treasures that go without saying. On this occasion, Shenlang came to the martial arts pavilion with the intent of selecting several spirit-grade techniques. Ever since his significant rise in power, he has long harbored a desire for advanced martial skills. Though previously he lacked the qualifications to step into the pavilion, forcing him to postpone his quest. Through his battles with Zhao Ting and Huang Yuan, Shenlang increasingly recognized the importance of mastering a high-level martial skill. The identity token bestowed upon him by Elder Qi undoubtedly aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Perhaps due to an early arrival, Shenlang noticed that the first level of the pavilion was relatively vacant. Naturally, he held no interest in the yellow-grade techniques and proceeded directly to the entrance of the second level, ascending the stairs amidst the envious gazes of several outer disciples. Unlike the unobstructed first level, the entrance to the second level was secured by a barrier formation. At the base of the formation lay a groove perfectly sized for the identity token. Shenlang produced his inner disciple token, pressed it against the groove, and the barrier formation swiftly dissipated. He pocketed the token and entered with haste, in stark contrast to the spaciousness of the first level. The second level of the martial arts pavilion felt considerably more confined. A cursory glance revealed only a handful of individuals scattered throughout the area. The newcomers remained engrossed in the intricacies of their martial techniques, oblivious to Shenlang's presence. His gaze fell upon the neatly arranged tomes on the shelves, igniting a spark of excitement within him. These tomes contained records of spirit-grade techniques. With ample time at his disposal, Shenlang leisurely began his selection. He picked up a volume titled Cracking Earth Palm, a low-level spirit-grade technique, which, when perfected, boasted the power to shatter rock and stone. After a brief review, he nodded in approval, though he sensed it was not entirely suitable for him. Setting it aside, he reached for another, Diamond Finger, a mid-level spirit-grade technique capable of piercing through gold and stone with a mere touch. Again, he nodded but ultimately found it lacking and continued to browse through several more volumes. Time flew by. And before long, he had perused over 20 martial techniques, yet none fully satisfied him. According to the sect's regulations, inner disciples were permitted a maximum stay of 1 incense stick's duration in the second level of the pavilion. As the time limit approached, Shunlang sighed softly, selecting a technique that met about 70% of his approval, preparing to depart. Just then, a tattered and inconspicuous tome caught his eye from a corner of the shelf. After a moment's hesitation, he picked it up, Condensing Yuan Seal. Shunlang's brow arched slightly at the title, which possessed a unique quality. With time running short, he quickly flipped through the pages of this technique. After about another quarter of an hour, he finally grasped the gist of the manual. Closing the book, he furrowed his brow at the title. This technique was peculiar not only in name, but also in content. Firstly, it bore no indication of its grade. Among all the techniques in the pavilion, this was likely the only one without a specified grade. Additionally, its cultivation method appeared significantly more obscure and profound compared to the other manuals. Could it be a profound grade technique? The thought flitted through Shunlang's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. All the manuals on this level had been perused countless times by various inner disciples. While this tome was somewhat out of the way, it had undoubtedly been examined many times. Moreover, the management of the pavilion would not likely make such a careless error as misclassifying a technique's grade. Even if it were indeed profound grade or higher, it would have long been claimed by other disciples. After all, not only inner disciples, but also direct disciples had visited this place and perused all the manuals. If it were truly a high-level manual, even if they failed to recognize it, their masters would surely be aware. Thus, it seemed he was merely overthinking, although he dismissed the possibility of stumbling upon a hidden gem. The obscure cultivation method piqued Shunlang's interest. There was an inexplicable allure to the enigmatic. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to take the Condensing Yuan Seal along with the previously selected technique. As per the regulations of the pavilion, he would next proceed to the guarding elder on the second level to complete the borrowing procedures for the techniques. Once the formalities were finalized, he would be able to take the techniques with him. Navigating through the pavilion, Shunlang arrived at a partitioned area where the guarding elder resided. Gently pushing the door open, he stepped inside. After introducing himself and the manuals he wished to borrow, he placed the 2 tomes on the table in front of the elder. As he entered, a voice tinged with impatience rang out. Shinyang looked up to see a cloaked elder seated cross-legged on a mat in the center of the room, his eyes closed. Before him lay an enigmatic stone table. Sensing the elder's irritation, Shunlang maintained his composure, adhering to the protocol. I am an inner disciple, Shunlang, borrowing 2 martial technique manuals. One is the Advanced Spirit Gradestone Palm, and the other is the Unknown Grade Condensing Yuan Seal. Who? Upon hearing this, the cloaked elder abruptly opened his eyes, 2 beams of piercing light focusing on Shunlang. Shunlang, how did you get here? Who permitted your entry? The elder's demeanor shifted dramatically upon recognizing Shunlang's face. His tone turning hostile, Shunlang frowned slightly. This elder seemed to harbor an inexplicable animosity toward him. However, he refrained from engaging in unnecessary dialogue, producing his inner disciple identity token and placing it on the table before the elder. This token was bestowed upon me by Elder Chi of the Task Hall. While the issuance or replacement of identity tokens generally adhered to official sect procedures for reasons unknown, Elder Chi had been granted a degree of authority to distribute task tokens at his discretion. This was precisely why Shunlang felt secure in presenting the token given to him by Elder Chi at the Martial Arts Pavilion. Upon seeing Shunlang's identity token, especially the unique insignia of Elder Chi engraved on its reverse side, the elder's expression shifted, his face twitching slightly in acknowledgement. He let out a cold snort, but chose not to comment further. However, upon catching sight of the Condensing Yuan Seal, a flicker of ambiguity crossed his gaze. After confirming and registering the 2 manuals according to procedure, the cloaked elder returned them to the table. Shunlang naturally took the manuals and turned to leave, dismissing any need to bow to the elder who harbored unfounded hostility towards him. Wait! Just as Shunlang was about to step out, the elder's voice rang out again, this time laced with a hint of frostiness amidst his impatience. Shunlang's expression hardened. He wondered if the elder was seeking an excuse to confront him for not bowing. Though he entertained this thought, he halted, turning calmly to face the increasingly displeased elder. There's something else, elder? Shunlang. The elder's gaze remained fixed on him, his expression darkening. If I am not mistaken, you are merely at the body refinement stage. How did you obtain the identity token of an inner disciple? I am fortunate to have received it directly from Elder Chi, Shunlang replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed this elder was indeed intent on provoking him. How absurd. According to sect regulations, only those who reach the Pulse Awakening stage qualify for promotion to inner disciples. Even if Elder Chi had some leeway, he must still adhere to the sect's rules. Could it be that Elder Chi's eyesight has failed him, leading to a mistaken issuance of the identity token? The elder in the splendid robe abruptly rose, his gaze fixed intently upon Shenlang. With an increasingly accusatory tone, or perhaps you have obtained this identity token through unscrupulous means. As these words fell, the elder's face was suffused with a palpable intensity of interrogation. Shenlang's expression darkened considerably at this moment. To suggest that he had acquired the identity token through illicit channels was utterly ludicrous. That token was under Elder Chi's jurisdiction. How could he, a mere body-refining cultivator, possibly pilfer something from a formidable figure of the Yuan gang realm? This old man was evidently intent on making trouble for him. However, Shenlang was puzzled. If this elder sought to provoke him, why had he allowed him to proceed through the proper channels earlier? Why not simply concoct an excuse to dismiss him? Was it possible that this old man acted on a whim? Surely, it could not be a reaction to his impolite demeanor upon leaving. If that were the case, how utterly ridiculous would this elder's temperament be? What does the elder mean by this? Shenlang gazed at the elder in the splendid robe, striving to suppress the ire bubbling within him. The facts lay bare before you. Do you still harbor illusions of arguing your case? The elder in the splendid robe let out a cold laugh, his expression growing stern. Disciple Shenlang, you have stolen the identity token of an inner disciple, seeking to infiltrate the martial arts pavilion to pilfer techniques. Fortunately, I was able to thwart your intentions. Speak. What are your true motives? Are you in league with the blood demon sect? With a flourish of his sleeve, the elder bellowed with righteous indignation, "To hell with the blood demon sect. Have you lost your mind, or been kicked by a donkey? Why do you cast such baseless accusations upon me? Are you not ashamed to fabricate lies? I am embarrassed for you, old man." Upon hearing the name of the blood demon sect once more, Shenlang could no longer contain his fury, interrupted in a tirade. What nonsense is this? Everything seems to be linked back to the blood demon sect, and they are all too eager to place blame upon me. Have I stolen your wives, or desecrated your ancestors' graves? How audacious! You, a mere disciple, dare to insult and defame this elder. What punishment do you deserve? The elder in the splendid robe felt a sting of embarrassment from Shenlang's relentless tirade, his face reddening as he shouted in anger. In that case, I shall apprehend you and deliver you to the law enforcement hall for interrogation, ensuring that your treachery is revealed. With that, the elder raised his hand, unleashing a surge of formidable Yuan force that shot directly towards Shenlang, reminiscent of Elder Wang's earlier attack. Yet, this time, the Yuan force was imbued with a chilling intent to kill, clearly indicating the elder's lack of mercy, another formidable practitioner of the Yuan gang realm. As Shenlang beheld the approaching attack, his expression turned grim. He had no means to evade such a powerful assault. Very well, even if death awaits, I shall not submit. Shenlang gritted his teeth, rapidly gathering all his Yuan force while simultaneously reversing the spiritual disc to accumulate corrosive power, preparing for a desperate struggle. The Yuan force surged towards him in the blink of an eye, and Shenlang steeled himself to confront it head-on. At that moment, a wave of profound Yuan force suddenly manifested before him, completely blocking the aggressive attack. Simultaneously, a voice, laden with icy disdain, echoed throughout the room. Old fool, if you dare to harm a single hair on him, do so at your peril. Chapter 28. You intend to harm him? As Shenlang gazed at the unexpected appearance of a striking figure clad in red. Hearing that voice he knew all too well, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Could this truly be a coincidence? The elder in the splendid robe, taken aback by the sudden interruption of his assault, was initially stunned, but rage swiftly surged within him, his Yuan force swelling in his palms, ready to subdue this uninvited guest. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, his entire demeanor faltered, the fury in his expression dissipating rapidly, replaced by a flicker of trepidation. As sect master, confronted with the exquisitely frosty visage, the elder could only lower his head in deference, performing a respectful bow. His voice tinged with nervousness. I did not expect the sect master to arrive suddenly. What instructions do you have? The one who could instill such apprehension in the elder, referring to her as sect master, could only be Yin Susu. Shenlang raised his gaze, observing the figure before him clad in a flowing red gown that accentuated her alluring curves. Due to their relative positions, he could only see her back, unable to discern her current expression. You intend to harm him? Yin Susu's delicate hand rested upon the hilt of a silver sword at her waist, her slender fingers gripping it tightly, her fair face cold, her eyes fixed on the elder in the splendid robe with an icy intensity. The elder felt a chill creeping up from his feet, involuntarily shuddering. Fortunately, having served in the Huashan sect for decades, he was seasoned enough to respond quickly, managing a hollow laugh. Sect master, you just thought I merely found it curious that this disciple, being only at the body refining level, possesses the identity token of an inner disciple. Out of curiosity, I sought to test him, nothing more. Test. Upon hearing this, Shenlang's expression soured considerably, his heart seething with indignation. This old fox has a remarkable talent for fabrication. Had Yin Susu not intervened, he might have been left with nothing but half a life. This was a mere test. So it was. Yin Susu, upon hearing his words, seemed to consider them skeptically, nodding thoughtfully without disputing his claim. Surely you wouldn't believe that? Just as Shenlang was taken aback by this sudden dip in her intelligence, she unexpectedly broke into a smile that in that case, I am also quite curious about your strength. Elder, might I request a demonstration? Yin Susu's beautiful eyes bore into the elder, her smile gradually fading into a more enigmatic expression. Shenlang was nearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Reflecting inwardly, this girl truly excels at hiding daggers within her silk. Fortunately, this time, he was not the target of her attention. The elder's face turned grim, should he truly engage with the sect master. His fate would surely be dire. After all, even a Yuan Gang realm elder had fallen to her prowess. His own half-step Yuan Gang strength would be utterly inadequate. Noticing the elder's speechlessness, Yin Susu huffed softly before turning her gaze back to Shenlang. What a coincidence! As Yin Susu's beautiful eyes settled upon him, Shenlang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose in embarrassment. Although her appearance had extricated him from a precarious situation, she was also a source of trouble. Each encounter with her seemed to culminate in more complications. Thus, for Shenlang, every meeting with Yin Susu could hardly be deemed fortuitous. I shall settle accounts with you later. For now, go to the entrance of the martial arts pavilion and reflect on your actions. Yin Susu's eyes bore into Shenlang, her gaze retaining a hint of hostility. After a prolonged moment, she finally uttered a statement that left Shenlang utterly perplexed. What do you mean? Settle accounts? What accounts? At that moment, Shenlang felt as though he were a bewildered monk, utterly unable to comprehend how he had managed to irritate this girl again, necessitating a period of reflection. However, faced with Yin Susu's evident emotional volatility, Shenlang suppressed his myriad questions and complied with her directive. What a ridiculous situation! Shenlang muttered inwardly as he stepped outside. Upon seeing the empty second floor, he felt a twinge of confusion. There had been several inner disciples present earlier, yet none had come to process their borrowing procedures. Where had they all gone? After Shenlang departed, Yin Susu blinked her beautiful eyes and turned away, not towards the elder in the splendid robe, but towards the ceiling of the pavilion, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. The elder, upon witnessing this, felt a chill creep over him. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the underlying schemes. Some matters are better left unprovoked. Yin Susu's expression remained calm, her tone devoid of emotion, yet her words carried an undeniable weight. Remember to inform those behind you that I hope today's incident will be the last. Shenlang is mine. Thus, no one shall lay a hand on him but me. Do you understand? The final words, though softly spoken, were laden with significance that the elder comprehended deeply, prompting a bitter smile and a nod. And one last thing. Having reached the doorway, Yin Susu suddenly halted. Remember your position. You are a protective elder of the martial arts pavilion, not merely some old man's watchdog. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly raised his head, as if wishing to protest, only to find that the red-clad figure had vanished without a trace. Sighing deeply, he remained in the room, the sound of his long exhale echoing at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion. Shenlang sat on the stone steps, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui as he observed the passing disciples with an expression of helplessness. He had merely intended to select a couple of martial arts manuals and return to practice in peace. A simple matter had spiraled into unforeseen complications, even dragging this young lady into the fray, who had inexplicably decided to keep a score on him. It seemed that even the simplest of tasks could lead to unnecessary entanglements. Yet, what puzzled Shenlang the most was the elder's sudden change in attitude. After much contemplation, he could only surmise that his earlier lack of decorum upon leaving had irked the elder. Beyond that, he could not fathom when he might have offended him. Yet, even for the sake of propriety, it hardly seems justifiable to resort to such severe measures against oneself. You appear to be considerably more obedient now. As Shenlang was lost in thought, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him. He hastily rose and turned to see Yin Susu standing gracefully at the entrance of the martial arts pavilion. Her eyes like shimmering waters, gazing intently at him. Her cascading hair flowed down her slender waist, occasionally stirred by the gentle breeze. The disciples passing by the entrance were taken aback upon seeing the young master's presence and promptly approached to pay their respects. Their conversations noticeably subdued. It was not until they had walked 100 paces away that the usual chatter resumed. Thank you, senior sister, for coming to my aid, Shenlang chuckled awkwardly. bowing respectfully to Yin Susu like the other disciples. However, the reason for his bow was markedly different from theirs. "Stop pretending in front of me. Spare me the theatrics." Yin Susu shot him a fierce glare, clearly unimpressed, observing the manual in Xinlang's hands. Her brows furrowed in displeasure as she remarked, "You rejected the profound techniques I offered you before, yet now you rummage through this rubbish on the second floor of the pavilion. Is your mind not quite right? I am merely striving for self-sufficiency. Besides, given my current cultivation, practicing exceedingly advanced techniques may not be suitable. I would rather start with the basics," Xinlang replied with a nonchalant grin, though inwardly he winced. In her eyes, even spirit-level martial arts techniques were deemed worthless. The reason he had previously declined Yin Susu's advanced techniques was not solely due to the nature of practice. There was a far more significant reason. After all, even with his thick skin, he did not wish to bear the label of a freeloader. However, he would never voice this in front of Yin Susu. "Suit yourself. I can hardly be bothered." Yin Susu glared at him again, snorting lightly. As if recalling their earlier conversation, a hint of dissatisfaction resurfaced on her charming face. With her beautiful eyes fixed on Xinlang, she spoke with displeasure. "I almost forgot. There is something you must clarify for me regarding the Huan pool. Wait. Because of the angle of my vision, I only now truly see your face," she continued, her expression shifting as she noticed several faint scars on his face. "What happened to your face?" Noticing the faint scars on Xinlang's visage, Yin Susu's expression darkened. Although she had previously dealt with him, those marks were clearly not her doing. More importantly, the nature of the scars indicated that Xinlang had sustained considerable injuries. Possibly even internal damage. "It's nothing. Just a few injuries from sparring with my fellow disciples." Xinlang feigned indifference. "It was caused by Yuan power." Yin Susu's brows furrowed, the anger in her beautiful eyes becoming more pronounced. With her keen perception, she could easily discern that those marks were the result of externalized Yuan power. To inflict such injuries, one would at least need to possess a cultivation level of Yuan vein. Xinlang, being merely at the body refinement stage, would not have engaged in combat with disciples of Yuan vein level, especially given the intensity of the scars, which suggested a power level above the 7th rank of Yuan vein. Surely, he could not be so foolish as to challenge someone of that caliber, could he? "Who injured you?" Yin Susu's gaze bore into Xinlang, her silver teeth lightly biting together, a faint aura of menace radiating from her. Chapter 29, The Place of Opportunity. Observing Yin Susu's taut expression and the chilling aura emanating from her, Xinlang felt a sense of helplessness. Did this girl truly have to pursue the matter? "If I tell you, what will you do?" he asked, meeting her icy gaze with a steady demeanor. "What do you think?" Yin Susu replied, her expression unchanged, her tone indifferent. "If you lost to a disciple of the same level or to someone newly entering Yuan vein, it would not be unreasonable. However, if those inner disciples forced you to fight, that is unacceptable. If they dared to pressure you, then I shall not hesitate to pressure them in return. Only then would it be fair and just." Xinlang opened his mouth, intending to protest, but found himself at a loss for words. "Who was it?" Yin Susu's gaze remained fixed on him, her voice slightly softened yet still imbued with an air of unyielding authority. Xinlang closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply. "Yin Susu, I prefer to handle this matter myself. Some issues are better dealt with personally." "Why?" she asked, her tone still calm. "No man wishes to stand behind a woman. At least, that is true for me." Faced with Yin Susu's scrutinizing gaze, Xinlang did not flinch, but met her gaze with unwavering determination. Yin Susu was momentarily taken aback as she observed the youth before her. She noted a complexity in his beautiful eyes. She suddenly realized that he seemed a bit different from before. Since the moment she had met him, he had never made a favorable impression. He had been sly, slippery, and even flirtatious with female disciples. He had dabbled in various unsavory behaviors. Yet he always managed to tread the line without crossing it, provoking annoyance but evading punishment. Only recently had he found himself truly imprisoned within the law enforcement hall. All due to his recovery and breakthrough in cultivation. If that were the case, so be it. Emerging from her brief reverie, Yin Susu's expression softened slightly, and she eventually nodded. "However, you must clarify the matter regarding the Huan pool." Hearing that Yin Susu would not press further, Xinlang was about to breathe a sigh of relief. However, her next statement caused his heart to leap once more. "You know about this matter, don't you?" he remarked, touching his nose and chuckling awkwardly. "Had it not been for me, you would have been locked up in the law enforcement hall for several more days." Yin Susu retorted with a cold snort. "I have no issues with you dealing with those gossips, but what was the meaning of throwing that person into the Huang pool? Do not forget, I warned you earlier that if you dare entertain any thoughts of controversy in this matter, I will not be lenient." "Of course not. How could I forget?" Xinlang quickly grinned, raising his right hand and solemnly declaring, "I swear to heaven, I intended only to teach that gossiping fellow a painful lesson." With no ulterior motives whatsoever, Yin Susu remained silent, her gaze fixed on him as if she were scrutinizing every flaw in his expression. Under her intense scrutiny, Shunlang silently took a deep breath. Grounding himself to maintain his composure, that is best, she finally shifted her gaze from him, revealing a hint of satisfaction. She truly had not detected any issues. Shunlang exhaled softly. He had successfully passed this trial. After returning, focus on your cultivation and strive to enter the Yuan vein stage as soon as possible. In due time, I will take you to a place of opportunity, which I believe will greatly benefit you. She spoke, her tone considerably more serene. A place of opportunity? Shunlang was taken aback, revealing a hint of astonishment. Such places often referred to locations rich in potential for inheritance, such as tombs of powerful beings, sect ruins, or even ancient relics. Following the demise of formidable individuals or the fall of powerful sects, these places frequently house techniques, treasures, and rare spiritual herbs. Those fortunate enough to stumble upon them, regardless of their initial talents or backgrounds, could rise to prominence and become extraordinary powers with the right opportunities. Tales of such places were abundantly circulated. Thus, for many cultivators, each opportunity held an irresistible allure. However, the existence of these places was often rare. Within the Great Qin dynasty, records of such opportunities were indeed scarce. Now, it seemed that Yin Susu had discovered one. Before Shunlang could inquire further, Yin Susu interjected, however, should you still lack the Yuan vein stage by the time we reach there? This journey will be in vain. After all, it can be perilous, and even I cannot guarantee complete safety. Shunlang's heart sank slightly. If even Yin Susu lacked complete confidence, it was evident that this place of opportunity was no simple matter. Regarding her latter statement, he could only touch his nose sheepishly. Clearly, he needed to intensify his training and strive to reach the Yuan vein stage as swiftly as possible. After all, such opportunities were rare and should not be squandered. Moreover, with the looming threat of Huang Yuan, he had to elevate his strength rapidly. He could not afford to miss any chance to grow stronger. Let us proceed to the training platform, while I still have some time. I will personally guide you through your training. Huh, what do you mean? Amidst a cacophony of discordant voices, the two departed from the martial arts pavilion, making their way toward the training platform in the sect square. Gradually fading into the distance, unbeknownst to them, however, a gray-haired elder clad in white was observing their retreating figures from behind a window on the top floor of the pavilion. The elder's gaze was shrouded in darkness, his expression somewhat grim. Once the two figures vanished from sight, he let out a cold snort, violently shaking his robes. How audacious of that brash girl to dare threaten me. The raspy tone of the elder was laced with evident anger, and his countenance was rather unsightly. Yet, in the next moment, as if a thought struck him, his eyes glimmered with uncertainty before settling into a chilling smile. I shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance. You impudent girl. You, along with that foreign interloper, your days of ease are coming to an end. Chapter 30. The Beast Mountain Range. Another clear morning dawned. In the miscellaneous courtyard, the sound of rushing wind intermittently filled the air, accompanied by low shouts. Occasionally, a thunderous crash resonated, sending clouds of dust swirling. Bang! After yet another resounding thud, dust billowed. As the haze settled, a somewhat lean figure emerged. Truly, the prowess of a high-level spiritual technique is extraordinary. The figure gazed at the large fist imprint left on the ground, a slight smile gracing his lips. This person was none other than Shunlang, who had returned from the training platform just a day prior. Clenching his fists, seemingly coated in a layer of stone, a surge of power welled up within him. After returning from the training platform, Shunlang had taken advantage of the residual energy from his battle with Yin Susu, opting to forego sleep entirely to practice the newly acquired high-level spiritual technique, Stone Palm. As for the obscurely ranked Essence Gathering Seal, its esoteric training methods had left him quite perplexed. Weighing his options, he ultimately decided to focus on mastering Stone Palm first, as its training methods were undoubtedly more straightforward. Having practiced for approximately half an hour, he had already grasped the essential points of the technique, though his mastery was still in need of refinement. Nevertheless, after a night of training, Shunlang's command over the Stone Palm had significantly improved. If he were to encounter Zhao Teng again, even with his sword techniques and magical artifacts as support, he believed he could defeat him with a single strike. Shunlang's eyes sparkled with determination. The successful mastery of Stone Palm undoubtedly bolstered his confidence. If previously he could barely contend with cultivators at the first level of the Yuan vein, he now possessed the means to triumph over them. Gazing at his somewhat petrified palms, Shunlang nodded in satisfaction, though tinged with a hint of regret. According to the manual, the successful cultivation of Stone Palm combined both offense and defense. However, while he had tested its offensive capabilities, he was yet unable to assess its defensive power. After all, the effects of defense could only be felt when one was under attack, and at present, he was alone in the courtyard. Moreover, Even if there were others present, the miscellaneous disciples, merely at the third or fourth level of body refinement, would hardly provide a worthy test for the true defensive efficacy of stone palm. Contemplating a visit to the training platform in the sect S square, after a moment's thought, he ultimately shook his head. The sect square was bustling with many inner and outer disciples, and indeed, there were several suitable sparring partners. However, Xinlang's gaze sharpened. Although the training platform offered convenience and swiftness, the sect square was also a place teeming with eyes. Should he go there, news would likely reach Huang Yuan's ears. At this moment, the last thing he wished was to strengthen himself under the watchful eye of this inner sect leader, who was always poised to strike. Before the inner sect competition, Xinlang had no desire to cross paths with someone who had already reached the pinnacle of the Yuan vein. After all, given his current strength, he was far from being a match for the latter. Furthermore, Huang Yuan was undoubtedly seeking an opportunity to attack. Had it not been for the sect's regulations, he would have likely already descended upon this miscellaneous courtyard. The training platform was a place where life and death could be contested, making it the perfect arena for Huang Yuan to employ his schemes that it seemed he would have to seek alternative methods. What a pity, had he trained this technique yesterday, he could have sparred with that girl properly. Now that she had returned to seclusion, he had no idea when they would meet again. Lying back down, Xinlang placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the gradually brightening sky, his thoughts wandering aimlessly as he absent-mindedly shook his leg. Something slipped from beneath his clothing, landing beneath him. What was that? Xinlang caught a glimpse of the incident out of the corner of his eye, momentarily startled, then reached down to retrieve the object, examining it closely. A task token. Upon recognizing the wooden plaque inscribed with several lines of text, Xinlang suddenly recalled that he had received a task at the task hall. It appeared he would need to venture to the Beast Mountain range. As Xinlang muttered to himself, a flash of inspiration struck him, abruptly halting his words. Gazing at the task token in his hand, a glimmer of excitement began to shine in his eyes. Then, with a sudden clap of his thigh, he burst into laughter. How could he have forgotten this? The Beast Mountain range was indeed an ideal place for testing his skills. Utilizing the beasts and monsters there to hone his techniques was far more liberating than battling fellow disciples. After all, when facing wild beasts and monsters, he need not concern himself with any sect regulations. Gripping the token tightly, Xinlang exhaled deeply, a smile creeping across his face. Today, he would set forth for the Beast Mountain range. As the name suggests, the Beast Mountain range is a territory teeming with monsters. For the Deqin dynasty, such mountains are not uncommon. After all, the population of wild and magical beasts far surpasses that of the human population in the Deqin dynasty. It is only due to humanity's dominance that these beasts have been forced into the shadows, their living spaces pitifully small compared to that of humans. However, among magical beasts, there exist formidable entities. Take the celestial demon, for instance. Even formidable warriors at the celestial realm dare not provoke them lightly. Consequently, areas inhabited by such powerful beasts have become forbidden grounds for humans. Other regions where magical beasts congregate, even without the presence of terrifying celestial demons, still harbor immensely powerful beasts, which ordinary cultivators cannot contend with. Their territories are naturally off-limits to regular cultivators. The Beast Mountain range that Xinlang intended to visit was located several dozen miles northwest of the Huajin sect. In terms of scale, it was not particularly large. As a top-tier sect, Huajin sect would not permit the existence of a colossal Beast Mountain range in its vicinity. The smaller ranges were retained solely for their value in providing training opportunities for the disciples. Fortunately, it was still early, and the number of disciples active within the sect was relatively low. Thus, Xinlang discreetly exited Huajin sect without encountering any obstacles and made his way toward the Beast Mountain range without delay. Although the distance between Huajin sect and the Beast Mountain range was not great, the journey was fraught with rugged mountain paths. Even with Xinlang's stamina, it took him over an hour to arrive. As he inhaled the unique aura of the forest, listening to the crisp chirps of creatures within the thicket and the distant roars of beasts echoing from the depths of the mountains, Xinlang clenched his fists, a smile playing on his lips. This was not his first visit to the Beast Mountain range. Thus, it felt familiar. However, this was the first time he would venture into the mountain range alone. This time, he would rely solely on his own strength to navigate this wilderness. Xinlang had made thorough preparations for this journey. Before setting out, he acquired the latest map of the Beast Mountain range, which not only detailed the coordinates but also marked the distribution areas of various wild and magical beasts, as well as safe zones and danger zones. Additionally, on his way here, he purchased a long knife. Although it was but a mundane weapon, its quality was commendable. It would suffice for dealing with wild beasts and lower-level magical creatures. Spreading the map before him, Xinlang scanned it briefly, then lightly tapped on several marked circles. These circles indicated the locations he needed to reach to complete his tasks. Point 2 of them involved collecting spiritual herbs. One was the low-grade spirit herb, purple grass, located in an area frequented by wild beasts, deemed a safe zone. The other was the mid-grade spirit herb, earth spirit mushroom, situated at the intersection of wild and magical beast territories. The final marked circle lay entirely within the domain of magical beasts, corresponding to Xin Lang's secondary task to slay a magical beast. Chapter 31. Bamboo leaf. Green years had passed, and he was astonished to see how lush the vegetation had become here. Gazing at the vast expanse of verdant forest and the lush green grass dotted with vibrant reds, Xin Lang strolled along the forest path, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt that the spiritual energy within this forest was denser than it had been a few years ago. This bountiful growth was likely connected to that fact. For Xin Lang, this was a promising sign. Generally speaking, the density of spiritual energy in mountain ranges often correlates with the likelihood of the emergence of celestial herbs. The thinner the energy, the lower the probability. The denser the energy, the greater the chance. Based on Xin Lang's previous experiences, the probability of spiritual herbs appearing in this beast mountain range was not particularly high, excluding the depths, even in the areas frequented by wild beasts. The maximum yield of spiritual herbs each year was merely a handful. In this realm, occasionally, beasts endowed with intelligence emerge, foraging for spiritual herbs, which further diminishes the already scarce supply of such treasures in the surrounding area. Long ago, many ordinary hunters and cultivators of the body refinement realm often ventured here in search of these herbs. However, due to the aforementioned reasons, they typically returned empty-handed. Some unfortunate souls even encountered these beasts, suffering injuries or even losing their lives. Gradually, the periphery of this beastly mountain range became infrequently traversed. The weak lacked the will and strength, while the strong had the power but little interest. Those who could completely disregard the dangers of the outskirts were primarily the formidable beings of the primordial vein realm, capable of contending with the beasts. Yet, for them, low-grade and even mid-grade spiritual herbs were often deemed trivial. It was only the high-grade and profound-grade herbs that could truly captivate their interest. Such esteemed herbs, however, thrived deep within the mountain range, where perilous threats also lurked. If the density of vitality had indeed increased, the probability of spiritual herb emergence would also rise significantly. Perhaps the earth spirit grass might be obtained without needing to venture into the beast convergence area. A glimmer of joy flickered in Xin Lang's eyes. Thus, the difficulty and danger of the task had considerably diminished. With this thought, he quickened his pace, searching for traces of the herbs as he walked, perhaps due to the approaching noon and the sweltering heat. He encountered not even a glimpse of wild beasts, save for the occasional startled bird flying from the treetops. Despite being fully immersed in the beast territory, he saw nothing on the forest floor. Purple grass often flourishes in the shaded areas of the beastly mountain range, its appearance leaning towards a dark purple hue. After a moment, gazing at the towering ancient trees ahead, feeling the refreshing coolness carried by the gentle breeze, Xin Lang halted, his mind recalling relevant information about the herbs, which brought him a slight thrill. According to his knowledge, the purple grass had a high probability of growing within this ancient forest. After careful observation and confirming the absence of any large predators within sight, he felt a sense of relief and swiftly made his way toward the grove of ancient trees. Upon entering the grove, a refreshing fragrance of foliage enveloped him, a soothing coolness permeating every pore of his being. Compared to the previous scorching sun, this sensation was indescribably delightful. While navigating through the woods, he meticulously scanned every possible hidden nook where purple grass might grow, leaving no corner unchecked. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour had quietly passed. After inspecting the roots of another ancient tree without discovering any sign of purple grass, Xin Lang's expression turned slightly impatient, and he sighed, preparing to shift his focus to the next target. Just then, a peculiar flower in a nearby bush caught his attention. Approaching, he examined the 3-inch-tall flower, with petals of a light yellow hue, resembling knitted blossoms. His gaze sharpened as he muttered to himself, could this be the mystic frost flower? The mystic frost flower, a low-grade spiritual herb, possesses a cold nature and is effective in refining blood and meridians, greatly benefiting cultivators of the body refinement realm. Cautiously plucking the mystic frost flower, Xin Lang wrapped it in several palm-sized leaves and placed it in his bag. Indeed, he had finally found a low-grade spiritual herb. A promising start, Xin Lang chuckled, and the earlier frustration from fruitless searching dissipated entirely. With this harvest, he felt invigorated for the subsequent search. The grove of ancient trees was not small, Shenlang continued his search for another half-hour before finally reaching the edge of the thicket. Although it was the end, the density of the ancient trees there was notably greater compared to the path he had taken. Observing the thick cluster of ancient trees before him, he exhaled softly. According to the map's markings, this towering grove was the most likely place to find purple grass within the beastly mountain range. In other words, this thicket represented his last hope, silently wishing for good fortune. Shenlang stepped forward. Within the dense grove, the coolness intensified, even carrying a hint of chill. Even Shenlang's robust physique felt a slight shiver. This place was not suitable for prolonged stay. He thought to himself. The chill within the grove contrasted sharply with the blazing sun outside. If he lingered too long, the oppressive chill might overwhelm him. Once he exited the grove, the clash of cold and heat would be an unpleasant experience he had personally endured. To enhance his efficiency, Shenlang drew the long knife from his back, using the blade to part the bushes and searched at it. This moment, he could hardly afford to be cautious about preserving the purple grass. Soon, he had rummaged through dozens of bushes and examined the roots of numerous ancient trees. He had searched through most of the final grove of ancient trees as he approached the grove's end step by step. His heart gradually sank. Gazing at the light filtering into the grove, he sighed deeply. It seemed that this cluster of ancient trees bore no purple grass. Even if it existed, it might have already been claimed by other hunters, cultivators, or even beasts. Casually sweeping his knife toward the last bush, Shenlang straightened up, preparing to depart with a tinge of regret. Just as he was about to leave empty-handed, a small shadow suddenly darted from the bush. Lunging directly at Shenlang's face, startled, he swiftly retreated, unleashing a surge of corrosive power, forming a barrier before him, while his right hand swiftly swung the long knife towards the shadow, with a flash of cold light. The blade struck true, severing the shadow in two, causing a green liquid to splatter forth, fortunately blocked by the corrosive barrier, preventing it from staining Shenlang's face. The shadow, now cleaved, lay twitching on the ground. Shenlang steadied himself, gazing at the black shadow with a mix of shock and unease. Due to the dim lighting and his distance, the shadow appeared somewhat blurred. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously approached. His corrosive power still active, gripping the long knife tightly, ready to strike at any moment. As he drew within 2 steps of the shadow, he finally discerned its true form. It was a small snake, roughly 3 feet long, entirely green. Yet, the snake's body was severed, and green liquid flowed continuously from the wound. Despite this, the head of the snake still writhed, eliciting a shiver of discomfort. Bamboo leaf green. Shenlang's gaze sharpened as recognition dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but feel a chill creep down his spine. The bamboo leaf green, a type of venomous snake, though not a beast, possessed a venom so potent it could rival that of some lower-tier demonic serpents. Even a cultivator at the primordial vein realm would find it arduous to expel its venom. For those below the primordial vein realm, or ordinary individuals, failing to ingest an antidote within half an hour could result in a near-fatal outcome. Even for those at the pinnacle of body refinement, were it not for the snake's frail constitution and meager strength, the bamboo leaf green could easily have been a fearsome beast. Watching the snake's head continue to writhe, Shenlang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had his reaction been any slower, he might now be seeking shade to await his demise. The green liquid oozing from the severed snake's body met the ground, causing the surrounding flora to wither with a sizzling sound. Witnessing this scene, Shenlang's lips twitched slightly. That green liquid was snake blood, highly toxic and possessing immense corrosive power. He couldn't help but feel grateful. Had he not summoned his corrosive power to shield against the splatter of snake blood, even if he hadn't been bitten, the contact with such a toxin would have posed significant trouble. After calming his emotions, Shenlang grabbed a handful of thick green leaves to wipe the blood from his blade. Sheathing the knife, he prepared to turn and leave, but just a few steps away, he suddenly recalled something and halted. The next moment, he swiftly turned back, gazing at the bush he had just inspected, his eyes gradually igniting with fervor. If his memory served him correctly, the layers of the bamboo leaf green snake often harbored a particular spiritual herb. And that herb was indeed the purple grass. Chapter 32. Beasts in battle on the forest path. A figure hurriedly traversed. The vitality in this beastly mountain range had undoubtedly intensified, as he had already discovered 2 spiritual herbs within the outskirts of the ancient forest. If word of this spread, it would likely attract numerous hunters and cultivators to this locale. The figure, in his haste, muttered to himself with an undercurrent of excitement. This figure was none other than Shenlang. Currently, he possessed 2 spiritual herbs, the purple grass being among them. After slaying the bamboo leaf green, he prepared to depart. only to recall something important, leading him to verify his thoughts. And indeed, he was correct. In a corner of the bush where the bamboo leaf green had concealed itself, a purple grass was thriving. Its hidden position had initially eluded Shenlang, nearly causing him to miss it. Reflecting on this, Shenlang felt a sense of gratitude towards the bamboo leaf green. Even though the creature had nearly posed a lethal threat, it inadvertently aided him significantly, according to the mission token. The next herb he sought was the earth spirit grass. After the excitement subsided, Shenlang's gaze flickered as he contemplated his next course of action. The earth spirit grass, a mid-grade spiritual herb, was of considerably higher quality than the purple grass. However, the difficulty of obtaining it was also greater. According to the map, the growth area for the earth spirit grass remained within the outskirts of the Beastly Mountain range. The distinction was that it lay at the intersection of wild beast territories and beastly territories. In other words, the growth area for the earth spirit grass not only harbored wild beasts, but also likely encountered demonic beasts. To harvest the earth spirit mushroom, one must be prepared to confront the peril posed by monstrous beasts. Unlike ordinary beasts, these creatures possess both superior defensive and offensive capabilities. More importantly, they are endowed with intelligence. Even the most primitive of these beasts exhibits a level of cunning far beyond that of mere animals. Consequently, the threat posed by even the lowest-tier monster far surpasses that of multiple top-tier beasts. A martial artist at the peak of body refinement may easily slay several tigers or bears, yet to a low-level monster, the former is merely a robust hunk of meat. As Shenlang hurried along, his mind raced through the potential dangers he might encounter. Due to his rigorous training, Shenlang's physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary peak body refinement warrior. In addition, he wielded the extraordinary power of corrosion. Currently, he had also mastered a high-level martial technique, the stone palm. With his present strength, should he confront a low-level monster wielding his blade, he would stand a fair chance. However, if faced with two or more mid-tier monsters, retreat would be his only option. Muttering to himself, Shenlang assessed his current capabilities. With a decision made, he quickened his pace, directing himself toward the location indicated on his map. As he journeyed, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Yet he had not yet reached his destination. This delay was not due to Shenlang's speed or the vastness of the monster mountain range. Rather, it stemmed from the complex terrain of the forest and the inadequacies of the map's details, compelling Shenlang to expend considerable effort discerning his path. As time passed, he drew closer to the marked destination. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the nearby forest. Shenlang halted abruptly, his gaze shifting toward the source of the sound. Almost immediately, another roar followed, distinctly different from the first. Though somewhat lower in pitch, it was laced with unmistakable fury. Both roars emanated from the same direction. This was not the growl of a bear or tiger. The resonance carried an unusual potency. Could it be a monster? After a moment of contemplation, Shenlang swiftly reached a conclusion. He was well acquainted with the sounds of ordinary beasts, and these two were evidently not among them. The penetrating quality of their roars suggested something far more formidable. After a slight hesitation, he exhaled softly, stamped his foot, and altered his course toward the source of the roars. The fierce clash between the two monsters piqued his interest, and, given that he had an E-rank task to eliminate a low-level beast, this could prove advantageous as dusk approached, although the roars seemed to indicate that the two monsters were nearby. The overwhelming power of their sounds made it challenging for Shenlang to gauge their actual distance. Feeling the tremors of the ground beneath him and observing the swirling dust ahead, he focused intently. It appeared he had arrived. Quickly concealing himself within a dense thicket, Shenlang cautiously peered out. His senses heightened as he surveyed the situation. Two enormous silhouettes came into view. One was approximately 3 meters long, its head resembling that of a bear, yet not entirely so. Its body adorned with peculiar patterns, and its massive paws bore claws over a foot in length, glinting ominously. This beast, with its claws scraping the earth and its eyes glinting with ferocity, faced off against another creature. Its opponent was equally formidable. Its head resembled both a tiger and a lion, seemingly a hybrid of the two. Its body was streaked with black and white, and a powerful tail swished behind it, stirring the air with force. The ironback demon bear, the savage demon lion. Recognizing the two creatures, Shenlang's eyes narrowed, a sense of gravity settling in. Though both were low-level monsters, they were among the fiercest of their kind. Even mid-tier beasts would think twice before provoking them. To his surprise, these two kings of low-level beasts were now engaged in a fierce battle. Observing the numerous wounds covering their bodies, it was clear they had fought for some time, without a decisive victor. Hidden in the thicket, Shenlang dared not make a sound. After all, These were two of the most ferocious low-level monsters. Even a master of the 4th or 5th realm would flee upon encountering them, let alone a mere body refinement warrior like him. If discovered, he would likely face certain death. There would be no escape. Despite their size, these monsters were not slow. Originally, Xinlang had hoped to benefit from their conflict, believing that the two low-level beasts would merely be engaged in a scuffle. However, he had not anticipated the ferocity of the iron-backed demon bear and the savage demon lion against severely injured ordinary low-level beasts. He would have more than a 70% chance of victory. Yet against these two, his odds dwindled to below 30%, and he sensed a real threat to his life. Upon weighing the risks, Xinlang decided to abandon his initial plan and quietly withdraw. Just then, the iron-backed demon bear unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, slamming its massive paw forward as it charged at the savage demon lion. The latter, recognizing the threat, let out a furious roar and countered with its own powerful claws. The ground trembled beneath them. Feeling the earth tremble behind him, Xinlang hesitated, then retreated back into the thicket. His return was not born from any desire regarding the two monsters. Rather, the spectacle of their battle was an extraordinary sight he did not wish to miss. Moreover, a question had suddenly arisen in his mind. Given his knowledge of these creatures, they typically claimed their territories and avoided unnecessary conflict. Even when competing for food or territory, they often retreated from one another that a battle between them would exact a heavy toll, one they could ill afford unless something of great value was at stake. With this thought, Xinlang's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, just beyond the two beasts, in a corner of a cave, grew a red-brown mushroom-like plant with a semicircular cap, the earth spirit mushroom. Xinlang's heart raced. He had not anticipated that the very herb he sought would appear here. Could it be that the two monsters were fighting over this earth spirit mushroom? Yet, as he pondered, some doubts lingered. While mid-grade spiritual herbs certainly held allure for ordinary beasts and even low-level monsters, for these two kings among low-level creatures, the attraction, although present, seemed insufficient to incite such a deadly conflict. Could there be a deep-seated grudge between them? After much deliberation, this was the only conclusion Xinlang could draw. Ultimately, his focus remained on the earth spirit mushroom rather than the reasons behind the monsters' clash. Just then, a mournful roar pierced the air, capturing Xinlang's attention that he turned to see a scene unfold before him, his gaze sharpening once more. The battle between the two beasts seemed to be reaching its climax. Chapter 33. A fight to the death. The savage demon lion bore several gruesome wounds, flesh torn and blood staining its mane. A truly harrowing sight. Xinlang's focus shifted to the iron-backed demon bear, and he gasped at the sight. In comparison to the savage demon lion, the iron-backed demon bear was in a far worse state. The earlier scream had originated from it. Its body was riddled with deep gashes from the lion's claws. But the most shocking injury was a gaping wound the size of a human head in its chest, through which its pulsing heart was partially visible. Blood poured forth in torrents from this grievous injury. The iron-backed demon bear had evidently suffered a critical blow. In this fierce contest, the savage demon lion emerged victorious. The iron-backed demon bear, swaying precariously, stood at the brink of death. The savage demon lion did not press the attack, not out of mercy, but because it too was gravely injured and could only rest on the ground, panting heavily. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the iron-backed demon bear collapsed, its large eyes reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness to accept defeat. Only after the iron-backed demon bear perished did the savage demon lion feel at ease. After a brief pause, it dragged its battered body toward the earth spirit mushroom. This mushroom was known for its blood-stopping and revitalizing properties, and it was clear that the savage demon lion sought to consume it to heal its wounds. However, the blade, slicing through the air with tremendous force, suddenly struck from behind the savage demon lion. The lion's ears perked up, sensing the impending danger. It let out a low growl and deftly dodged to the side. Despite its grievous injuries, the savage demon lion retained considerable agility, narrowly avoiding the attack. Turning to face the assailant, its eyes blazed with fury, fixating on the source of the threat. The attacker was none other than Xinlang as the fierce beast, the manhua lion, prepared to devour the earth spirit mushroom. Xinlang quickly assessed the situation and ultimately decided to take action. Seizing the moment, he channeled all his strength into his long knife and launched an attack aimed at the lion's back. However, this strike, predictably, missed its target. After all, this creature was a king among low-level beasts, exhibiting remarkable agility and reflexes. Gazing at the furious manhua lion, Xinlang sighed softly. Having failed in his surprise attack, he had no choice but to confront the beast directly. The lion, enraged by the attempted ambush from a mere human, was filled with wrath. Possessing a degree of intelligence, the beast had learned that humans are cunning creatures. Thus, despite its fury, the manhua lion refrained from attacking first, instead fixating its gaze on Shunlang's every movement. Facing the lion head-on was an immense pressure for Shunlang. The manhua lion was equivalent to a formidable opponent at the 4th level of the Yuan vein. Even severely injured, it was far beyond the reach of a mere body refinement practitioner. Nevertheless, Shunlang had no option but to press forward. Refined strength, condense. Shunlang's expression turned serious as he activated his spiritual disc, gathering refining energy and infusing it into his long knife. With the enhancement of this refining power, the blade became increasingly resilient. Monster, take this, Shunlang shouted to bolster his own courage, shifting the knife forward and charging at the manhua lion. In response, the lion roared with fury, raising its massive claws to strike down at Shunlang. The collision of claw and iron blade produced a sharp metallic clang. Shunlang felt a tremendous force rebound through the knife, sending him staggering back several steps. After regaining his balance, he realized that his hands were tingling with pain from gripping the blade. Such immense power. Shunlang's countenance darkened. The lion's claw contained at least the strength of a 1st-level Yuan vein warrior. If not for his own formidable physique and the backing of the refining power, he might have been killed by that strike. The manhua lion, enraged by its failure to slay Shunlang, continued to roar in fury. It seems that a direct confrontation will not lead to victory, Shunlang thought, narrowing his eyes as his mind raced. Perhaps it is time to take a gamble. Monster, taste my blade once more. Shunlang leaped into the air, the knife shadow following him as he charged at the lion again. The manhua lion, sensing his approach, became even more enraged, slightly retreating on its hind legs, leaning forward and raising its massive claws to deliver a crushing blow. However, this time, when the knife and claw met, there was no metallic sound. The lion seemed to sense something amiss, lowering its enormous head, and its pupils contracted in surprise. What Shunlang had initially wielded as a long knife was now firmly grasped by the lion's paw, but upon closer inspection, it was merely the sheath. A sudden, formidable killing intent surged from behind the manhua lion, causing it to widen its eyes in alarm. Yet, before it could turn around, a long knife pierced through its chest, emerging from its thick mane. The roar of the beast ceased abruptly. In a flash, the lion's massive head fell to the ground with a dull thud, and a fountain of blood, towering like a pillar, erupted from the severed neck, staining the grass red. With the sound of the head hitting the ground, the lion's body crashed to the earth, producing a heavy thud. One of the 2 kings of low-level beasts, the manhua lion, had fallen. Panting beside the colossal beast's corpse, Shunlang exhaled deeply, then slumped exhaustedly to the ground. In that battle, he had employed a risky tactic, first feigning an attack with the sheath, and then swiftly appearing behind the manhua lion to deliver the fatal blow. The entire process flowed seamlessly, appearing effortless, yet it was fraught with danger. The success of his ambush in a direct confrontation relied on his precise timing. Had he been even a fraction slower at any moment, he might have been the one drenched in blood now. It was evident that, within the same realm, beasts were indeed far more ferocious than humans. The manhua lion, despite being a low-level creature, still displayed such formidable combat prowess even when injured. Shunlang couldn't help but wonder how terrifying the strength of mid to high-level beasts, or even higher-grade spirit beasts, could be. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Shunlang reflected on the day's events. Realizing that his lack of experience in actual combat had led him to take unnecessary risks in the future, he vowed to exercise extreme caution when facing higher-level beasts before making any moves. After a brief rest, he finally regained his composure. Sitting up, he looked at the earth spirit mushroom not far away, and a smile broke across his face. It was time to reap the rewards of his victory. With a leap, Shunlang retrieved a bundle from the underbrush and carefully approached the cave entrance, gently plucking the earth spirit mushroom and placing it into the bundle, gazing at the purple herb and the earth spirit mushroom within the bag, as well as the 2 beast corpses before him. Shunlang couldn't help but smile faintly. With this, he had successfully completed all 3 of his tasks, even exceeding expectations by acquiring an extra beast corpse. Next, Shunlang prepared to sever the distinctive parts of the ironback demon bear and the manhua lion to bring back to his sect. In truth, aside from the iconic parts, the rest of the beast bodies held considerable value. However, lacking a spatial ring, Shunlang could not carry the entire corpses back, leaving him with no choice but to abandon them regretfully. Just as he set down the bundle and prepared to harvest the beast's distinctive parts, a rich herbal fragrance wafted from a seemingly inconspicuous cave nearby, halting Shunlang in his tracks. Peering into the dim cave, he felt a twinge of confusion. Initially, he assumed it was merely the den of one of the two beasts, and expected nothing but chaos and foul odors inside, thus dismissing the idea of investigating further. However, the alluring scent. After a moment of hesitation, Shenlang decided to venture into the cave. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming fragrance. As he looked around, he was taken aback. The spacious cave was almost entirely covered in a variety of flowers and herbs, each unique in shape, and the delightful aroma emanated from them. Longan grass, Xian frost flower, purple herb, that all of these were medicinal materials. Shenlang stood in awe, finally exclaiming in disbelief. Chapter 34. Sudden wealth. At that moment, Shenlang's emotions surged like a tempestuous sea, unable to calm. He never imagined that such an unassuming cave could house such a vast quantity of spiritual herbs. More importantly, many of these herbs were of high quality, aside from the low-grade purple herb. There were numerous mid-grade herbs like the earth spirit mushroom, and even high-grade spiritual medicine such as longan grass. A single low-grade medicinal herb held significant value. Here, the cave contained hundreds of herbs of various grades. How much would they fetch at a merchant auction? And how many contribution points would they yield for his sect? Shenlang's chest heaved as he was overwhelmed with astonishment that it was easy to imagine that if news of this place were to spread, countless martial artists and cultivators would flock here, even attracting powerful individuals from the Yuan Si and Yuan Gang realms. The reason it could allure Yuan Gang warriors was because Shenlang noticed, in a corner of the cave, a plant growing that was none other than the gathering Yuan grass. This was a rare treasure, even in the Huajin sect. The quantity of such herbs was limited. Only the direct disciples occasionally obtained them, while even the elders of the sect had to exhaust considerable effort to acquire them. Most importantly, as Shenlang's gaze shifted, he found himself holding his breath, his entire being trembling slightly. There were actually more than 10 gathering Yuan grass plants in this cave. Swallowing hard, Shenlang couldn't help but murmur, 10 plants of such a precious herb. Even a Yuan Gang warrior would be hard-pressed to maintain their composure. At this moment, Shenlang realized he had struck it rich. Slowly exhaling, he attempted to steady his emotions. Now he understood why the two beasts had fought so fiercely. However, amidst his excitement, he was faced with the pressing issue of how to transport all these herbs. Without a spatial ring, he had previously been unable to carry the two beast corpses, and now he found himself unable to take away the treasure trove of herbs. The overwhelming sense of wealth laid before him. Yet he could not carry it away. This feeling of helplessness was something Shenlang truly felt deeply, just as he pondered how to manage the abundance of herbs in the cave. A flicker of light reflecting off the herbs caught his attention. Although the cave was not entirely sealed, and despite the darkness outside, moonlight filtered in. However, the light reflecting, Shenlang's eye sharpened as he walked toward the source of the illumination. Upon closer inspection, he found a spring of unknown depth, its surface shimmering with a faint white mist. The mist was not solely a reflection of the moonlight. Tentatively, Shenlang summoned a trace of refining power and touched the spring water, only to discover that the two merged seamlessly. Could this be the Earth Spirit Spring? Shenlang's heart raced as he whispered to himself. The Earth Spirit Spring is a rare spiritual spring formed in places where the essence of heaven and earth accumulates over time. It is exceptionally rare and often contains immense energy, far surpassing that of a large quantity of Yuan stones. For cultivators, it is undoubtedly a substantial boon. Of course, the Earth Spirit Spring is categorized into 4 levels: spiritual, profound, earthly, and heavenly, and further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades based on its size and energy content. In Shenlang's perspective, the spiritual spring before him had undoubtedly reached the upper tier of spiritual quality. This was evident from the spiritual herbs and even the profound herbs flourishing in the vicinity. It was only upon witnessing this earthly spiritual spring that Shenlang comprehended why such a plethora of high-grade spiritual herbs thrived here. It was indeed nourished by this very spring. The fact that this earthly spiritual spring was of superior quality brought him as much joy as the 10 profound herbs. Gazing at the spring, Shenlang's eyes gradually ignited with fervor. Having reached the pinnacle of body refinement, he was only hindered by a lack of sufficient elemental stones to achieve a breakthrough. Now, this opportunity had presented itself to him. Taking a deep breath, Shenlang gradually composed himself. He did not hastily plunge into the earthly spiritual spring for cultivation. Instead, he first ventured outside the cave. After all, this was an area frequented by wild beasts and demonic creatures, posing numerous latent dangers. Before embarking on his cultivation, he needed to ensure his safety was prioritized. After clearing away the corpses of 2 demonic beasts and masking the scent of blood as best as he could, Shenlang moved a large stone, reinforcing it with his refining power. and securely blocked the cave entrance. Once this was accomplished, he felt a sense of relief and returned to the side of the spiritual spring. Without further hesitation, Shunlang deftly removed his clothing and leapt into the earthly spiritual spring with a splash. The moment he touched the water, he was immediately enveloped by a wondrous sensation of comfort. As if every pore in his body opened up to embrace the cleansing energy emanating from the spring. Although the cave was quite cool, the temperature of the spring was just right. Not at all as icy as he had anticipated. Thus, he relinquished the refining power he had originally summoned for protection and fully immersed himself in the water, even without activating his cultivation techniques. Shunlang could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within the spring, which prompted him to click his tongue in amazement. No longer dawdling, Shunlang swiftly concentrated the elemental force within his body, allowing half of his body to float steadily on the water's surface. He then activated the return to the path technique, commencing the absorption of the energy from the spring. As he channeled the technique, powerful suction emerged from his dantian, drawing forth the pure energy from the earthly spiritual spring, which swiftly converged towards him from all directions. With the influx of pure energy into his body, Shunlang's dantian began to fill at a visible pace. The once thread-like elemental force expanded and grew robust. Warriors in the body refinement stage primarily focused on refining their physical form, with elemental force serving as a supplement. This process was predominantly aimed at forging a formidable physique and expanding the dantian to accommodate the immense elemental energy required for future foundational stages. Once a warrior reached the pinnacle of body refinement, their physical strength would be sufficient to endure substantial elemental force. Thus, they could absorb a vast amount of elemental energy to fill their dantian, ultimately condensing the elemental meridians. Successfully condensing these meridians signified the warrior's transition from the external refinement stage to a realm dominated by elemental force, bridging the gap between warriors and cultivators, marking them as true practitioners. Prior to this, those in the body refinement stage were merely stronger versions of ordinary martial artists. Therefore, the leap from body refinement to elemental meridian stage represented a qualitative transformation in both significance and power. After approximately the duration of a joss stick, the elemental force within Shunlang's dantian surged to the size of a great river, having multiplied exponentially compared to before that moment. Shunlang was ready to condense his elemental meridians. Chapter 35. Condensing elemental meridians. With his eyes closed and a serious expression, Shunlang meticulously sensed the changes within his dantian. Realizing the opportune moment had arrived, he altered his technique and began guiding the elemental force within his body to gradually condense into a meridian shape. Condensing such a vast quantity of elemental force into meridians was no simple task. After all, this was Shunlang's first encounter with such overwhelming elemental energy, and his experience was still lacking. Throughout this process, he could only proceed with utmost caution. Fortunately, thanks to the teachings of his esteemed mentor, certain key points remained etched in his memory. Under precise execution, the entire process unfolded smoothly. After another duration of a joss stick, the first elemental meridian finally took shape within Shunlang's dantian. At the moment the meridian formed, his aura surged dramatically. A faint glow of elemental energy rapidly radiated from his body, swirling around his exterior. The elemental force shielding his body was a hallmark of practitioners in the elemental meridian stage. Yet, Shunlang did not cease his cultivation. He aimed to leverage the remaining energy in the earthly spiritual spring to continue condensing his meridians. The quantity of elemental meridians directly influenced the strength of practitioners in the elemental meridian stage. Generally speaking, a practitioner required the condensation of 9 elemental meridians, with each meridian corresponding to a distinct realm, divided into 9 levels. Once a practitioner reached the 9th level with all 9 meridians complete, they could attempt to merge them, thereby challenging the elemental sea stage. The superior quality of the earthly spiritual spring indeed harbored immense elemental energy. Even after Shunlang's breakthrough into the elemental meridian stage, the energy in the spring remained substantial. Upon entering this stage, Shunlang's absorption rate surged several-fold, with torrents of energy flooding into his dantian. Before long, another elemental meridian took shape. With 2 elemental meridians now formed, Shunlang finally paused his cultivation and opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him. He couldn't help but smile broadly. At this moment, he had truly crossed the threshold into the realm of cultivation and emerged as a practitioner. With a nimble leap, Shunlang exited the earthly spiritual spring and quickly donned his attire. Observing the remaining energy in the spring, he pondered deeply. In truth, the energy contained within this earthly spiritual spring could have sustained him in condensing a 3rd or even 4th elemental meridian. However, after successfully forming the 2nd meridian, he hesitated and ultimately abandoned that intention. The rapid ascent of cultivation, while enticing, carried inherent pitfalls that Xinlang was acutely aware of. An unchecked and swift increase in strength would lead to an unstable foundation and fluctuating aura, planting seeds of potential hazards in his future cultivation. These risks might not manifest immediately, but would surely become apparent during significant breakthroughs or confrontations with others. The path of cultivation requires steady, methodical progression. Only through grounded steps can one truly achieve greatness. His mentor's teachings resonated in his heart. Regrettably, the remaining energy could not be taken with him, despite having a spatial ring. Xinlang gazed longingly at the earthly spiritual spring, his expression tinged with regret. Following the surge in cultivation, he would not require the spring for the time being, and he was uncertain if it would still exist when he next needed it. After all, this cave would inevitably be discovered by the wild beasts of the mountain range or by other individuals. Just then, amid his reflections, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind, stirring his heart. Could the refining power extract energy from the earthly spiritual spring? The mere notion ignited a spark of excitement within him. The refining power was inherently capable of distilling the essence from the dross. Previously, he had only utilized it for external refining and internal body cultivation, unaware of its potential for energy extraction. With this thought solidified, Xinlang no longer hesitated. He resolved to act. Wisps of black and white energy emanated from his fingertips, swiftly diving into the earthly spiritual spring. As he intended to extract energy, he naturally needed to adjust his previous operational method. Following his intuitive understanding, Xinlang proceeded step by step with the refining power. Extract, he exclaimed, and moments later, he called out sharply as he shifted his hand gestures. Simultaneously, the earthly spiritual spring began to bubble vigorously. Streams of white mist rose from the surface of the spring. This white mist represented the pure energy being extracted. Above the spring, a small vortex of refining power formed, spinning rapidly as it drew in the energy mist. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Xinlang's earlier efforts in condensing the spiritual disk. Indeed, it was possible. Witnessing this, Xinlang's heart swelled with joy, prompting him to accelerate his operations. As he increased his speed, the pure energy from the earthly spiritual spring dissipated at a visible rate. Within the span of a joss stick, the white mist rising from the surface had completely vanished. Clearly, the extraction was complete. Xinlang's fingers twitched, and the vortex composed of refining power converged into the palm of his right hand before dissipating. However, within his grasp, he now held 10 crystal-like orbs, each the size of a thumb and resembling pure white jade. From these crystals, Xinlang could distinctly sense a tremendous aura of energy, since these were formed from elemental energy. He decided to name them elemental crystals. Gazing at the crystals composed of pure energy, Xinlang couldn't help but smile, pleased with his newfound treasures. After securing the elemental crystals, he turned his attention back to the earthly spiritual spring. Realizing it appeared unchanged yet devoid of any spiritual energy, no longer exhibiting any signs of energy fluctuation, this once superior earthly spiritual spring would henceforth be nothing more than an ordinary spring. It seemed he would first need to journey to Yi City. Scanning the surroundings filled with various spiritual herbs, Xinlang's gaze lingered on a few profound herbs before he sighed. Attempting to transport all the spiritual herbs from this place was utterly impractical without a spatial artifact. After much contemplation, Xinlang resolved to make a trip to Yi City. Yi City was a relatively nearby city, not far from the Demon Beast mountain range. Bustling with activity and frequented by numerous martial artists and practitioners engaging in trade and other activities. Beyond the bustling crowds, Yi City also housed various long-established local factions and outposts of other external forces. Among these, several powerful factions subtly dominated the city. Xinlang's purpose in visiting Yi City was twofold. First, to acquire a spatial artifact, and second, to sell some of the spiritual herbs he temporarily did not require in exchange for elemental stones or other useful items. However, before departing, Xinlang's immediate priority was to ensure the secrecy of this cave. After his departure, if the cave filled with spiritual herbs were to be intercepted by other beasts or even humans, Xinlang would truly be left with tears of despair, considering that night had fallen. Xinlang resolved to rest for the night and proceed to Yi City the following day. A night passed in silence. As the first rays of morning sunlight broke through, Xinlang moved the massive boulder blocking the cave entrance and stepped out. He meticulously sealed the entrance once again, covering it with an abundance of branches and leaves and employing various other techniques to ensure it blended seamlessly with the surrounding mountains. After erasing all traces of his presence, Xinlang promptly set off on his journey to Yi City. Chapter 36. The ambush on a somewhat rugged road. A convoy was steadily making its way forward. Most of the carriages were laden with goods of varying value. Flanking each carriage were men armed with knives, forming a protective perimeter. These men were uniformly dressed, each exuding an aura that reached the pinnacle of body refinement. In the center of the procession was a particularly ornate carriage. Beside it, in addition to four uniformed knife-wielding guards, a man clad in black closely accompanied the side of the carriage. His aura had attained the second level of the Yuan vein. Brother Lin. How far are we from E-City? At that moment, a melodious voice emerged from the carriage, akin to a gentle breeze caressing a bell. Upon hearing this, the black-clad man slightly shifted, leaning towards the curtain window. His expression respectful as he replied softly, "Miss, we are still about 20 miles away. In approximately half an hour, we should reach E-City. It seems we have successfully completed this task. Once we return, I must ask Sister Lu for a reward." The young woman in the carriage giggled lightly, her demeanor exuding joy. However, the black-clad man's expression turned serious. After a brief hesitation, he cautioned, "Miss, it is best to remain vigilant until we reach E-City." "Oh, why so cautious? We've traversed hundreds of miles safely. Why is Brother Yi still on high alert now that we are merely a few dozen miles away?" The young woman raised an eyebrow. Her curiosity piqued. The black-clad man hesitated, but after a moment's internal conflict, he responded, "What you may not know is that before our departure, Supervisor Lu instructed me to exercise utmost caution regarding the Barbarian Wolf Gang, as they seem to be plotting something." The Barbarian Wolf Gang? Upon hearing this name, the young woman could no longer restrain herself and lifted the carriage curtain, revealing her delicate features, with a heart-shaped face, cherry lips, and exquisite features. Her water-like eyes were framed by elegantly arched brows that it was evident she was a stunning beauty, though there remained a hint of youthful innocence in her expression. "What? Do they have the audacity to target us? The Wanbao merchants?" Her brows furrowed slightly, her tone laced with discontent that in the past, the Barbarian Wolf Gang would not have dared, but now, it seemed circumstances had changed. The black-clad man's voice lowered. "Miss, we must still exercise caution and prepare for any unforeseen circumstances." The young woman, perceptive and astute, sensed the underlying message in his words and was about to press further when suddenly, "Miss, be careful!" The black-clad man shouted fiercely, swiftly drawing his dagger and striking towards the young woman's face. Just as the blade was about to graze her delicate features, it halted mere inches from her nose. A sharp sound followed, causing the entire blade to tremble slightly. With a soft thud, something fell to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the young woman utterly bewildered. As she finally processed what had happened and gazed at the blade so close to her, her face turned pale. Brother Yi stared at the black-clad man in fear, noticing her alarm. He quickly retracted his blade, drawing the curtain tight as he shouted, "We are under attack. Everyone, be on high alert." Turning back to the carriage, he urged in an anxious tone, "Miss, stay inside the carriage and do not show yourself. Someone is attempting to harm us." With the black-clad man's urgent command, the entire convoy came to a halt. The guards flanking the carriages drew their weapons, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Ready for battle, the black-clad man's gaze fell upon the spot where the object had fallen, his face darkening. It was an arrow, its tip smeared with an unknown liquid. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon him. Had he not reacted swiftly to block it, the arrow would have struck the mist directly in a fatal spot. The intent behind such a lethal attack was clear. Which coward dares to lay hands on the Wanbao merchants? "Show yourself!" the black-clad man bellowed, fixating on the direction from which the arrow had come. Just as he shouted, a sinister laughter echoed from the nearby woods, followed by the emergence of a robust figure before them. The newcomer was a burly, bald man with scars on his face, his upper body bare, revealing an impressive musculature. He wielded a pair of massive axes, resting them on his shoulders, grinning menacingly at the crowd. "Scarred Wolf, it's you." Upon recognizing the burly man, the black-clad man's expression darkened significantly. Scarred Wolf was indeed a member of the Barbarian Wolf Gang, and the very situation he had feared had come to fruition. The Barbarian Wolf Gang was intent on attacking the Wanbao merchants. "I shouldn't have come on this trip, but ever since you defeated me last time, I've been brooding over it. I didn't expect to get my chance so soon. I won't let it slip away." "Ha ha," the bald man laughed heartily, though his mirth was laced with a sinister undertone. "Didn't expect that was your motive?" The black-clad man replied coldly, a hint of mockery in his tone. "Bring out your men. You're still nothing but a defeated opponent." "Oh, is that so?" The bald man wore an odd smile, ignoring the black-clad man's taunt as he cackled. "Defeated opponent? Ha ha, I must admit, if I were still at my previous level, I would indeed be no match for you, Lin Xiao." However, with a sudden step forward, an overwhelming aura surged forth as he laughed. "I am no longer what I used to be." Realizing the intensity of the bald man's newfound power, the black-clad man's expression shifted dramatically. You've broken through to the third level of the Yuan vein. Indeed, the bald man grinned wickedly. But now that you know, it's too late. With a wave of his hand, the killing intent surged forth as he commanded, "Boys, come out and let us eliminate everyone from the Wanbao merchants." As the bald man's laughter resonated, shadows began to materialize from the woods, numbering far greater than the Wanbao merchants, completely surrounding them. Each of these individuals possessed peak body refinement abilities, clearly formidable members of the barbarian wolf gang. "This is trouble," the black-clad man's heart sank at the sight. Yet, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he turned to the carriage, gritting his teeth and solemnly declaring, "Miss, when the fighting begins, do not worry about anything and flee towards Yi City. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safe escape." Brotherlin, the young woman, now aware of the gravity of the situation, spoke with a hint of sorrow. Meanwhile, the imposing bald man could hardly contain his excitement, casting a lewd glance towards the carriage where the young woman was situated, fully aware of her identity. "Boys, when the fighting starts, remember not to harm anyone in that carriage," he leered, licking his lips. "Such a beauty should not go to waste. As for the others, leave none alive," with the bald man as command. The formidable members of the barbarian wolf gang charged towards the Wanbao merchants' convoy. "Everyone, kill!" the black-clad man shouted in return, leading the merchants and drivers into a desperate fight against the barbarian wolf gang. A brutal clash ensued. With a single strike, the black-clad man felled an approaching foe from the barbarian wolf gang, his gaze fixed coldly on the advancing bald man, gripping his long knife tightly. "Miss, hurry and escape," he urged, his voice resolute as he charged fiercely towards the bald man. "Come on," the bald man laughed maniacally, fully aware that Lin Xiao's aggressive advance was a diversion to buy the girl a chance to flee. But could she truly escape? The bald man scoffed inwardly, swinging his massive axe as he prepared to engage the black-clad man. "Lin Xiao, today you shall become my prey." Inside the carriage, the young woman watched the black-clad man's retreating figure, her eyes reddening. Yet she understood the necessity of her actions. Gritting her teeth, she seized a moment of opportunity and leaped from the carriage, sprinting towards the edge of the encirclement. The appearance of the woman instantly captivated the attention of many, particularly the members of the barbarian wolf gang, who quickly surrounded her, intent on capturing her. Witnessing this scene, the guards of the Merchant Association immediately sprang into action, determined to create an opportunity for the woman to escape. Thanks to their desperate efforts, a temporary gap appeared in the encirclement of the barbarian wolf gang. Seizing the moment, the woman swiftly slipped through the opening and began to run fervently towards Leaf City. However, several skilled members of the barbarian wolf gang were hot on her heels. Although the woman displayed some level of training, her speed was noticeably inferior compared to that of her pursuers. As they closed in, the distance between them diminished rapidly. Though she did not glance back, the woman was acutely aware of the peril behind her at this moment, drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted. She felt despair seep into her heart. Just then, a rather slender figure appeared before her. The woman paused momentarily, but upon noticing that the figure bore a long knife, she bit her lip and altered her course. Running directly towards him, "Sir, I am a member of the Wanbao Merchant Association. I find myself in great peril and implore you to assist me that I promise to repay you generously in the future." Chapter 37. A desperate embrace. As he observed the young woman in a green dress rushing towards him, Shenlang halted in his tracks, bewildered. What was happening? Upon hearing her urgent plea, he noticed the figures pursuing her closely behind, all wearing sinister smiles. Shenlang began to comprehend the situation, but before he could react, the panicked woman was already before him. In her desperation, she grabbed Shenlang's sleeve, her eyes filled with fear as she gazed up at him. Her tear-streaked face conveyed a sense of pleading, stirring a pang of compassion within him. Shenlang frowned, about to say something, when he suddenly noticed the woman's eyes glaze over, and she fainted. Collapsing into his arms, caught off guard by her softness and the intoxicating scent enveloping him, he instinctively held her. Observing her pale complexion and closed eyes, Shenlang's lips twitched slightly. She had fainted? After reaching the Yuanmai realm, his senses had sharpened significantly, allowing him to quickly assess her condition. She was not gravely injured, merely exhausted to the point of unconsciousness. The only peculiarity was the faint chill emanating from her body, which contrasted oddly with the heat of the day. However, this sensation dissipated quickly, and he chose not to dwell on it. As the pressing matter at hand was far more troublesome, he turned to face the pursuers, feeling a sense of helplessness. Clearly, these individuals were intent on capturing the woman, and given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely he could extricate himself from this predicament. The aggressors had now approached him, fixing their malicious gazes upon him. "Who are you?" one of them demanded, scrutinizing Shen Lang with evident hostility. Noticing their unfriendly demeanor, Shen Lang retorted coolly, "Just a passerby, not a passerby." The man narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. He exchanged glances with his companions, a glint of malice flickering in their eyes. Yet, they maintained a facade of calmness, speaking in a slightly softer tone. "This matter does not concern you. Hand over the woman and leave." "Oh, is that so?" Shen Lang blinked, a smile breaking across his face as he nodded readily. "Very well. How refreshing." The man displayed a satisfied expression, but inside, he was sneering. This Navi youth was in for a rude awakening. The man gestured for his companions to advance. They understood the signal and approached Shen Lang as they drew near. One of them reached out to take the woman from his arms, while the others kept their weapons at the ready, prepared to deal with this fool. Just as the man's hands were about to touch the woman, Shen Lang smirked and retreated. In that instant, several flashes of steel erupted from where he had stood. Staring at the empty space where their hands had just been, and the unscathed Shen Lang who wore a cold smile, the man's expression froze. "Attack! Kill this brat!" The next moment, the man regained his composure and shouted furiously. His face dark with rage. He had underestimated Shen Lang at his command. The others brandished their weapons and charged at him in a half-circle, intent on killing. However, with a series of dull thuds, several figures were sent flying backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The fallen men all spat blood, their states feeble and trembling. Not far away, Shen Lang still cradled the woman in his arms, his demeanor calm, the long knife at his waist untouched. Witnessing this, the man's pupils constricted sharply, and the next instant, he turned and fled, abandoning his injured companions. "That I've stumbled upon a formidable opponent." This thought flashed through the fleeing man's mind. Shen Lang made no move to pursue. Firstly, he found it unnecessary, and secondly, he still had a predicament to address. Though he did not mind the embrace of a beautiful woman, the circumstances in which he found himself were indeed troublesome. Shaking his head in resignation, he assessed the woman he carried. She was undeniably beautiful, though still somewhat youthful. In a few years' time, she would undoubtedly blossom into an even more enchanting figure. Glancing at the writhing men nearby, Shen Lang freed one hand and drew his long knife, pressing the blade against one of their necks, his voice icy. "Who are you? Who is she? Explain everything that has transpired, or else." Shen Lang narrowed his eyes, tapping the knife back against the man's neck a few times. The man's complexion turned pale, fear evident in his expression. Overwhelmed by the threat of death, he nodded frantically. "My lord, please spare me. I will tell you everything." Trembling, the man recounted the entire story. Shen Lang listened intently, discerning the truth in his words and finding no signs of deception, nodding in satisfaction. "I see." With this revelation, Shen Lang's understanding deepened. He turned his gaze back to the unconscious woman and smiled faintly. It seemed she was indeed a member of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Coincidentally, he had some herbs to sell and sought to acquire a spatial ring, making the Wanbao Merchant Association his destination. Since it was on his way, his next course of action became clear. As he adjusted the woman's position on his shoulder, he felt the softness of her form brush against his cheek. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, bathed in her fragrant aura, Shen Lang hummed a tune as he leisurely made his way towards Leaf City. Leaf City, once merely a temporary stop for travelers decades ago, became a bustling hub for merchants, warriors, and adventurers venturing into the Beast Mountain Range. Over time, it evolved into a gathering place for rest. Eventually, with the influx of people and the influence of opportunistic individuals, Leaf City was established. Essentially, it was a city without a master, outside the jurisdiction of the royal family, which tacitly accepted its existence. However, as Leaf City expanded, various factions arose, some quickly rising to power and establishing dominance. Among the most formidable were the Iron Sword Sect and the Barbarian Wolf Gang, the two local overlords of Leaf City. Almost every force within the city bowed before these two. Yet, there was an exception. A formidable external faction, the Wanbao Merchant Association, rivaled the two overlords and even held a terrifying background. Finally, they had arrived. Shen Lang exhaled slowly as he beheld the sizable city ahead. Chapter 38. The Wanbao Merchant Association. Despite the well-maintained official road from his previous location to Leaf City, Shen Lang opted for a less conspicuous route, considering he was carrying an unconscious woman. The city gates of Leaf City bustled with a steady stream of people. Merchants, caravan drivers, hunters, and martial artists mingled together. As soon as Shen Lang stepped onto the main road, he drew the attention of many, particularly due to the woman slung over his shoulder. "Wow, this lad has struck gold. How fortunate to have such a beauty," exclaimed a casual martial artist, gazing enviously at Shen Lang and his burden. "Humph, That girl is clearly unconscious. It's likely this scoundrel used some despicable means to obtain her, scoffed another bystander, casting a disparaging glance at Xinlang. A young female warrior, upon witnessing the scene, displayed an expression of delicate anger. However, despite her indignation, she had no intention of intervening. Regardless of whether the truth was as it appeared, meddling in others' affairs was hardly a commendable habit. Naturally, Xinlang was already aware of the piercing gaze directed towards him. Upon recognizing that the gaze belonged to a female warrior, he felt a slight surprise. Outside the sect, he had not encountered many women devoted to martial arts. In response to her fierce stare, as he passed by, Xinlang playfully whistled and flashed a cheeky smile, shaking his shoulders with an air of pride. The female warrior was momentarily taken aback. And it was only after Xinlang had departed that she regained her composure, filled with indignation at the audacity of this shameless fellow. Since it was an ungoverned city, there were no checkpoints at the city gates. Allowing free passage, following the flow of people, Xinlang swiftly entered Yi City. The cacophony of sounds reverberated in his ears, and the sight of the thronging crowd and the numerous grandiose shops left him astounded. He realized he had never witnessed such a scene. Since joining the Huajian sect, he had spent most of his time within its confines, and even when he descended the mountain, it was merely to visit the quaint Qingshan town where he had once lived. The most bustling scene he had encountered down the mountain was the market in Qingshan town, which paled in comparison to the current spectacle. As he surveyed his surroundings, Xinlang noticed a hurried male warrior and promptly approached him. Tapping him on the shoulder with courtesy, "Brother, I am Xinlang, a newcomer. Could you kindly direct me to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce?" The male warrior was initially startled by the sudden tap on his shoulder and was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he spotted a hand extended towards him. Holding several pieces of yuan stones, his mood instantly brightened as he happily accepted the stones and smiled back at Xinlang, saying, "Ah, so you're looking for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Simple, since we seem to be fated. I shall gift you this map of Yi City. With it, you can go anywhere you desire." With that, the male warrior retrieved a map from his robe and handed it to Xinlang. Casting a curious glance at the young woman slung over Xinlang's shoulder, "This fellow certainly knows how to have fun." Xinlang expressed his gratitude, nodding as he accepted the map. Exchanging a few yuan stones for a map was indeed a profitable deal for the warrior. But for Xinlang, it was a mere trifle. After bidding farewell, he glanced at the map and soon found the direction to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. He offered a slight smile to the male warrior before turning to leave. What a foolish young master, trading yuan stones for something so trivial. As the male warrior watched Xinlang's retreating figure, he wore an expression of disbelief, just as he was about to mock him further. A sudden realization struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. He stared in shock at Xinlang, or more precisely, at the young woman on his shoulder. If I am not mistaken, that woman seems to be the daughter of the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Lu Xianxian. The male warrior's face transformed in disbelief. The daughter of one of the three major powers in Yi City was now being carried by this naive youth. Strolling boldly through the streets, and the destination he seemed to be heading to was none other than the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. For a moment, the male warrior was left speechless, utterly bewildered. In a corner of the central area of Yi City, there stood a grandiose edifice that dwarfed all others. Atop the building stood a massive stone sculpture shaped like a golden ingot, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight and adding an air of opulence to the structure. Outside, a throng of people entered and exited continuously, the bustling atmosphere overwhelming. This was indeed one of the three major forces in Yi City. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, this moment. On the top floor of the building, in a lavishly decorated room, stood a woman clad in a lavender gown. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features as delicate as a peach blossom, and her slender figure accentuated by the form-fitting attire, revealing an alluring silhouette. However, this regal woman's expression was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes harboring a palpable chill. Not far behind her, a man in tattered clothes, bloodied and battered, was kneeling on the ground. Lin Xiao, the black-clad man from earlier. Lin Xiao appeared disheveled, clearly having just emerged from a fierce battle. He raised his head to gaze at the enchanting figure before him. Clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth, he declared, "Manager Liu, it is my fault that the young lady has gone missing. That I humbly accept punishment for my inadequacy in protection." The woman in the lavender gown's chest rose and fell with agitation, her body trembling slightly, betraying the turmoil within her. "Rise, you bear no blame in this matter. It is my oversight." After a prolonged silence, the lavender-clad woman seemed to regain her composure, though the tremor in her voice revealed that her calmness was merely a facade. "Have all the search teams been dispatched?" she inquired, gazing out the window with a heavy expression. "All available guards have been dispatched. We will conduct a thorough search in a radius of 100 miles from the initial location. Lin Xiao replied solemnly. The man-wolf gang, they are courting death. The lavender-clad woman's eyes glinted with murderous intent, her seemingly delicate form suddenly emanating an intimidating aura that left Lin Xiao, a cultivator of the second level of Yuanmai. Feeling alarmed, Lin Xiao understood deeply the terrifying strength this seemingly fragile woman possessed. Lin Xiao, immediately take your men and hang the head of that scarred wolf, along with the corpses of the man-wolf gang members. At the entrance of their headquarters, moments later, the lavender-clad woman spoke coldly, sending chills down Lin Xiao's spine. Yes, he responded quickly, his heart racing. Is she preparing for war against the man-wolf gang? Below this room was a vast, opulently decorated hall filled with numerous counters showcasing a dazzling array of goods. At this moment, throngs of people were bustling between the counters, selecting their desired items, while several gray-clad attendants accompanied them, enthusiastically introducing various products. Excuse me, esteemed guest, what might you be in need of? A gray-clad attendant greeted with a warm smile as he approached a slightly lean, black-clad youth with a long knife at his waist and a somewhat youthful appearance. Do you accept goods? The black-clad youth, who was none other than Shen Lang, responded slowly after a brief pause. Chapter 39, Transaction. With the aid of the map, Shen Lang quickly located the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Shortly after his arrival, the gray-clad attendant welcomed him with enthusiasm. Of course, we conduct transactions of all kinds. May I ask what goods you wish to exchange? The attendant replied with a smile, casting a quick glance at the young woman slung over Shen Lang's shoulder. A hint of curiosity crossing his features. However, despite his curiosity, he chose to ignore the unconscious girl, adhering to the unspoken rule of their profession, never pry into a customer's affairs. Shen Lang set down the package he had been carrying onto the counter. Could you assess the value of these items in yuan stones? Upon hearing this, the gray-clad attendant's demeanor grew serious. Valuing items in yuan stones indicated that they were far from ordinary. He carefully opened the package, and as he beheld the contents, his expression turned grave. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and respectfully addressed Shen Lang. Esteemed guest, your items are too precious for me to appraise. Please wait a moment in the private room while I summon the manager for verification. That works. Shen Lang nodded in agreement, relieved. After all, it was rather inconvenient to carry an unconscious girl in plain sight. Guided by the gray-clad attendant, Shen Lang was led to a quiet and elegantly decorated room. After the attendant excused himself to fetch the manager, Shen Lang gently laid the girl down on a soft couch, letting out a sigh of relief, although her weight was negligible to him. The burden of carrying her was nonetheless palpable. Gazing at the young woman concealed by a black cloak, Shen Lang sighed softly. Given her current state, leaving her unattended in an inn would be unsafe. He had no choice but to ensure her well-being. However, if the people of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce recognized their young lady, it would undoubtedly lead to a chaotic scene filled with misunderstandings. Shen Lang merely wished to complete the transaction swiftly and return to retrieve the pile of spiritual herbs from the Monster Beast Mountains, without any unnecessary complications. Therefore, he decided to cover the girl's face for the time being. Once the transaction was complete and he had secured the goods, he would provide a simple explanation and make a hasty exit. As for whether they would believe him, he was indifferent, as long as he wished to leave. He doubted they could stop him. The gray-clad attendant was efficient in his duties, and before long, a knock echoed through the door. After Shen Lang responded, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe entered the room. The young man before me is Wang Hai, the proprietor of this region. With a smile adorning his face, the middle-aged man hastily approached Shen Lang and clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring about his name. Shen Lang promptly rose to reciprocate the gesture with a faint smile, introducing himself as Shen Lang. So you are brother Shen, Wang Hai remarked with a chuckle, cutting to the chase after they took their seats. I have heard that you wish to part with some spiritual herbs, and perhaps the remains of a beast. Indeed, Shen Lang affirmed, nudging the package towards Wang Hai. Upon opening it, Wang Hai's expression shifted slightly. Though he maintained a composure far superior to that of the previous attendant. He examined the contents: spiritual celestial grass, withering soul leaves, and xianbing flowers, each eliciting a look of astonishment. These were indeed spiritual-grade materials. With the xianbing flower being classified as mid-tier, are you truly willing to sell all of these, brother Shen? Wang Hai asked again, his respect for Shen Lang evidently growing. After all, in his years, few individuals had demonstrated such prowess. Yes, please provide me with a price, Master Wang, Shen Lang replied, nodding slightly. The events in the cave had altered his original plans, leading him to bring forth a modest selection of herbs, while the more valuable items remained hidden away. Wang Hai contemplated the assortment of herbs before him, eventually stating, Based on market prices, a low-tier herb is worth approximately 100 yuan stones, while a mid-tier herb is valued at 500. You have 9 low-tier and 2 mid-tier herbs here. Rounding it off, I can offer you 2,000 yuan stones. What do you think, Brother Shin? That seems fair. I accept, Shen Lang concurred, finding the price reasonable enough, especially since he possessed hundreds of herbs still in his possession. However, if he were to exchange all the herbs in the cave, the total could reach tens of thousands of yuan stones. Not to mention the 10 additional precious herbs. Such wealth could eclipse even some elders within the sect. With a smirk, he mused, fortune indeed falls from the heavens. Unstoppable. By the way, do you happen to have any spatial rings for sale? What are the prices? Shen Lang inquired, recalling his primary objective for visiting. After selling, it was time to buy. Wang Hai, delighted to hear Shen Lang's agreement, was about to instruct the attendant to gather the yuan stones when he was taken aback by the inquiry, but swiftly replied, "We certainly do. Are you interested in purchasing one?" In Wang Hai's eyes, Shen Lang's substantial dealings indicated that he was quite affluent, and thus it was presumed that he would desire a high-quality spatial ring. "I do indeed require one. I would appreciate your guidance," Shen Lang responded. Spatial rings, of course, varied in quality. Although Shen Lang had previously owned a decent one, he was unaware of the current pricing. Our commerce offers 3 tiers of spatial rings: low, medium, and high, priced at 300, 1,000, and 5,000 yuan stones, respectively. Which one would you prefer, Brother Shin? Goodness, they are quite expensive, Shen Lang exclaimed, feeling somewhat disheartened, as even the lowest tier equated to 3 herbs. The pricing was indeed shocking. He understood the distinctions among the tiers. Spatial rings below the spiritual grade were categorized based on their size. After a moment's reflection, Shen Lang declared, "I will take a medium-tier spatial ring." He needed the added capacity to accommodate the 2 beast corpses alongside the herbs. "Very well, please hold on a moment." Wang Hai gestured for the attendant to fetch the ring and smiled at Shen Lang, eager to engage further, when he suddenly noticed a woman reclining on a nearby couch, momentarily taken aback. "Brother Shen, may I inquire about this lady? Do you require assistance?" Wang Hai offered, instinctively curious but then redirecting his gaze with a smile. "Please forgive my intrusion. Thank you for your kindness, Master Wang, but it is not necessary at this time," Shen Lang replied softly, choosing not to elaborate. Soon, the attendant efficiently delivered the medium-tier spatial ring alongside the agreed-upon 1,000 yuan stones. "Brother Shen, here is the medium-tier spatial ring along with the deducted yuan stones. Please verify," Wang Hai said with a smile. "There's no need. I trust the reputation of Wanbao Commerce," Shen Lang replied, donning the ring with ease. This statement brought Wang Hai great relief, prompting him to become even more amiable. "Should you require anything in the future, whether to purchase or sell, do not hesitate to approach me. I assure you a satisfactory price." As Shen Lang prepared to depart, Wang Hai stood with a warm expression, bidding farewell. "Thank you, Master Wang. I shall take my leave now," Shen Lang responded, bowing slightly. "Safe travels, Brother Shen." Wang Hai returned the gesture with a smile. However, as Shen Lang turned to leave, Wang Hai's gaze fell upon the woman once more, and he couldn't help but remark, "Brother Shen, your companion." Yet, Shen Lang merely waved his hand without looking back, stating, "She has no connection to me. However, she is quite significant to your Wanbao Commerce. I am simply escorting her here. You may manage her from this point." "What?" Wang Hai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Shen Lang's unexpected words. However, the subsequent revelation caused his expression to change dramatically. "Her name, if I recall correctly, is Lu Xianxian." These seemingly ordinary words struck Wang Hai like a thunderclap. As Shen Lang exited Wanbao Commerce, he couldn't help but smile at the earlier encounter. Perhaps due to his shock, Wang Hai had overlooked him, allowing for a surprisingly smooth departure. Nonetheless, he needed to hurry away. Once the staff at Wanbao Commerce regained their composure, they would likely pursue him, leading to an inevitable entanglement. With this in mind, Shen Lang quickened his pace that he planned to retrieve the herbs from the cave and return to the sect before sunset. "Hey, did you hear? Just earlier." Outside the headquarters of the barbarian wolf gang, several corpses were hung, along with a bloody head. It belonged to a member of the gang. Is that true? That the barbarian wolf gang, the dominant force in Yecheng? Who would dare disturb them? As Shen Lang hurried along, 2 passers-by nearby caught his attention with their animated conversation. "It's true. I heard that the head belonged to a leader of the barbarian wolf gang. A Yuan Vein realm expert. Their chaos is palpable," exclaimed a slightly plump man, excitement radiating from him. "A Yuan Vein realm expert. They must be formidable," the thinner companion replied, astonished. "Indeed, they are formidable, as they are connected to another dominant force in Yecheng, Wanbao Commerce," the plump man declared. "Wanbao Commerce. Haven't they always kept to themselves? Avoiding conflict with the two major forces? Why would they suddenly confront the barbarian wolf gang? The thin man questioned, bewildered that I have some insider information. The plump man glanced around, lowering his voice conspiratorially. The incident began when the barbarian wolf gang ambushed a merchant caravan of Wanbao commerce outside the city. Moreover, the daughter of the commerce's president, Miss Liu, was mysteriously lost during this event. Though the plump man's voice was hushed, it reached Shenlang's ears with crystal clarity. Given his advanced spiritual sensitivity, it appeared that Yecheng was on the brink of upheaval. Shenlang stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had previously gathered some insight into the situation in Yecheng, where many factions coexisted, but the top three dominant forces held the highest positions. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the Man-Wolf Gang are two of the prominent factions in this realm. The last of these is a force known as the Iron Sword Sect. Generally speaking, dominant factions often engage in fierce competition. However, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is rather unique, choosing to remain aloof from disputes and focusing solely on business. Fostering wealth through amicable means, the real contention lies between the Man-Wolf Gang and the Iron Sword Sect. Yet, the recent peculiar actions of the Man-Wolf Gang have irrevocably offended the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and the latter's response has nearly pushed both factions to the brink of war. The intensity of this conflict far surpasses that between the Man-Wolf Gang and the Iron Sword Sect. Regarding these matters, Shenlang remains largely indifferent. He has no interest in the power struggles of Yi City. His singular aim is to reclaim the vast wealth hidden within the cave. Soon, Shenlang arrived at the gates of Yi City. He glanced at the sky, calculating the time in his mind, and prepared to exit the city swiftly, heading towards the direction of the Beast Mountain range. However, just as he was about to step beyond the city gates, a figure suddenly blocked his path. "What is your name, young man?" An arrogant voice echoed as Shenlang furrowed his brow and halted. He looked up to see a robust man standing before him. The man wore a dark long robe, a long sword slung across his back, with a face as sharp as a knife and eyes that glinted with a fierce intensity. At this moment, the sword-bearing man was fixated on Shenlang, wearing a peculiar expression. "Who are you?" Shenlang inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded the man warily. Judging by his aura, this individual was also a practitioner of the Yuan Pulse realm, though the long sword was sheathed. Shenlang's keen senses detected a faint scent of blood emanating from it. This man has blood on his hands, perhaps a significant amount. Being obstructed by such a dangerous figure was far from a fortuitous encounter. Iron Shah, the sword-bearing man replied indifferently, crossing his arms. After a brief pause, he continued, "Not long ago, you rescued Lu Xianxian of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, didn't you? A few dozen miles outside of Yi City." His words dripped with an undeniable tone, almost akin to an interrogation. The mention of the Iron Sword sect made Shenlang's gaze sharpen. This sect was another dominant force in Yi City. Initially puzzled as to why this member of the Iron Sword sect confronted him, Shenlang quickly grasped the intention behind the man's words. "And what if I did? What of it?" Shenlang's tone was cold, exuding indifference. The man's haughty demeanor and condescending attitude irked Shenlang immensely. Did he think he could act so imperiously before him? He must have mistaken his audience. The sword-bearing man was momentarily taken aback by Shenlang's attitude. He did not expect this young man to remain unfazed after revealing his identity. "You are not from Yi City, are you?" he asked, his brow furrowed. Him. Shenlang's lack of concern suggested ignorance of his reputation, leading him to believe he was not a local. After all, who else in the vast expanse of Yi City, aside from the leaders of the three major factions, would dare to act so brazenly in front of him? "Whether I am or not is of no concern to you," Shenlang replied with a hint of impatience. "I have places to be. If you have no business, kindly step aside." "You." The sword-bearing man's expression darkened instantly, a fierce aura emanating from him, laced with a hint of murderous intent. Yet, in the next moment, he seemed to recollect himself, suppressing his aura, and with a cold smirk, he said, "Young man, it seems you won't be leaving Yi City today." "What do you mean by that?" Shenlang's expression grew serious upon sensing the man's earlier surge of power. This individual possessed at least a third level of the Yuan Pulse realm, and posed a formidable challenge for Shenlang. "You have two options. Either accompany me to the Iron Sword sect, and you will be released once matters are resolved, or," the man's aura thickened, a chilling smile playing on his lips, "I will turn you into a corpse right here." "Threatening me?" Shenlang scoffed, meeting the man's intensifying murderous gaze with a cold smile. That so? In that case, I shall offer you two choices as well. Either you clear the way now, or I will ensure you leave on your hands and knees, with Shenlang's final proclamation. The tense atmosphere between the two was shattered. "You seek death," the sword-bearing man shouted in fury, unleashing a tremendous aura that knocked several nearby bystanders to the ground, with a heavy stamp of his foot. A blood-red longsword flew from his back and into his grasp. "Since you are intent on seeking death, I shall grant you that wish." Chapter 41. Iron Shah, the man's face twisted in malice as he brandished the longsword. Channeling his yuan power into it, transforming it into a crimson haze that surged violently towards Xinlang. The man seemed to possess knowledge of Xinlang's strength, hence he wielded his sword with nearly full force. Intent on delivering a lethal blow. Yuan pulse level 7. In that instant, as the man struck, Xinlang comprehended the true extent of his opponent's power, his expression growing grave. Faced with such an attack, Xinlang dared not underestimate it. He swiftly adjusted his footing and retreated, drawing his long knife in preparation for a counterattack. However, he had clearly underestimated the speed at which the man wielded his sword. As the first strike descended, Xinlang barely avoided it. Yet before he could react, another sword strike surged upward with alarming swiftness. The interval between the two strikes was far shorter than his previous encounter with Zhaota. Gathering his yuan power, Xinlang executed a roll to evade, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet, before he could regain his footing, a blood-red sword strike aimed directly for his neck. Cursing under his breath, Xinlang retreated swiftly. Channeling his yuan power into his long knife, raising it defensively before him, the clash of metal rang out with a sharp sound, the immense recoil forcing both combatants to stagger back several paces. As Xinlang felt the lingering vibrations in his knife, he glanced down, his expression tightening. The once resilient and razor-sharp blade now bore numerous fine cracks. While they were not glaringly obvious, their implications were clear to him. Looking up at the intact, blood-red longsword in the man's hand, Xinlang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was evident that the weapon wielded by his opponent was at least of the quasi-spiritual weapon tier. Had he not tempered his long knife with refining power, it likely would have shattered into pieces during their earlier clash. That must be Iron Shah, the young master of the Iron Sword sect. Xinlang thought. The battle at the city gates quickly attracted a multitude of onlookers, and murmurs of speculation began to arise. While fights and brawls were not uncommon in Yi City, they typically involved ordinary martial artists and were hardly noteworthy. Most passers-by would merely glance and move on. However, a confrontation between practitioners of the Yuan Pulse realm was a different matter entirely. In the sprawling expanse of Yi City, true Yuan Pulse experts were few and far between. Only the three major factions could boast such power. The commotion generated by the current clash was far beyond what a mere scuffle could produce. Soon, a large crowd gathered at a distance, watching intently. When someone recognized Iron Shah's identity, the excitement among the spectators grew louder. Indeed, it's Iron Shah. He is the young master of the Iron Sword sect, renowned throughout Yi City for his fearsome reputation. I can't believe he is here. Within the crowd, a martial artist exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Who is that guy? How dare he engage Iron Shah in battle? As this comment spread through the crowd, all eyes turned to Xinlang, who appeared somewhat out of place. This kid seems to be only around 15 or 16 years old. How can he hold his own against Iron Shah? Could he also be a Yuan Pulse expert? What? A 15-year-old Yuan Pulse expert? There doesn't seem to be anyone like that in all of Yi City. This boy looks unfamiliar. He must be an outsider. The murmurs in the crowd grew in intensity, with a particular focus on Xinlang. Given Iron Shah's notorious reputation in Yi City, anyone who could contend with him would undoubtedly capture attention. Meanwhile, the battle between Xinlang and Iron Shah had already progressed through more than 10 exchanges. That you've certainly exceeded my expectations, Iron Shah remarked darkly, observing Xinlang, who showed no signs of fatigue. Few can withstand me for this long in all of Yi City. During their confrontation, Iron Shah had discerned Xinlang's strength, although he too was a practitioner of the Yuan Pulse realm. It was evident that Xinlang had only condensed 2 pulses, placing him at a significant disadvantage against Iron Shah's 4th level. What frustrated Iron Shah the most was that Xinlang's yuan power was remarkably robust. Seemingly on par with his OW and in their direct contest of strength, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand. It is known that the strength of practitioners in the Yuan Pulse realm correlates directly to the number of Yuan pulses they have condensed. The might of their Yuan power and physical strength are determined by this number. Logically, with Iron Shah's 7th level of cultivation, he should have dominated the battle against Xinlang, who only possessed the 2nd level. Yet, the reality before him was vastly different. Is that so? Then I suppose I should feel honored. Xinlang raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Iron Shah was indeed a formidable opponent, exerting immense pressure upon him in terms of strength, speed, and reflexes. In particular, to contend with the blood-red sword of quasi-spiritual artifact level in his possession, Xinlang had no choice but to concentrate his refining power, solidifying his long knife, just to barely engage in battle. Otherwise, should the long knife shatter, he would be left to confront the blade with empty hands. The accumulation of the refining power drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. Had it not been for the fact that his soul had already reached the peak of the mortal realm, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to sustain. Kid, do you truly believe you can withstand me? Iron Kill could no longer endure Shenlang's provocative gaze and coldly declared, I had intended to bring you back alive, but you are far too obstinate. Since that is the case, I shall return with nothing but your corpse. As his words fell, Iron Kill's expression suddenly turned grave as he swung his sword to rest before his chest, murmuring, bloodthirsty sword, condense, and the next moment, a faint crimson glow emanated from his body. Filling his eyes with a dim red haze, bloodthirsty sword, upon witnessing this scene, a cry of alarm erupted from the crowd. This is the ultimate technique of the Iron Sword sect. 2 years ago, Iron Kill used this move to slay 3 powerful beings of the Yuan Vein realm that I never expected this young man would force him to unleash it. Sigh, such a talented youth is about to meet his demise here. The crowd expressed their regret. It was clear from their understanding of Iron Kill's technique that Shenlang had no chance of survival. From a distance, Shenlang naturally overheard the murmurs, his expression solemn as he gazed at Iron Kill, whose aura was rapidly surging. At that moment, Iron Kill's state bore some resemblance to Zhao Tung's from back then. Clearly, this so-called bloodthirsty sword he was employing must also be a sword technique of above spiritual grade. The power of a technique of the same level wielded by Iron Kill was undoubtedly far superior to Zhao Tung's. Kid, dying beneath the bloodthirsty sword, you will have enough to close your eyes. Iron Kill let out a maniacal laugh, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, as his aura reached its zenith. Whoosh! Iron Kill's figure surged forth, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted towards Shenlang, bearing the weight of a lethal crimson sword light. Alas, a fine talent is about to perish here. The crowd sighed deeply. In their view, Shenlang stood motionless, as if he had given up all resistance. With a soft thud, the long knife in Shenlang's hand fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the crowd could not help but sigh once more that it seemed this fellow had indeed surrendered. As the red sword light drew nearer, Shenlang exhaled lightly, and then smiled faintly, saying, Come forth. I wish to see whether your sword is sharper, or my palm is firmer. With the last word uttered, Shenlang shouted, Stone palm. The energy surged around him, converging in his palms. The refining power manifested as black and white energy, enveloping his hands. At this moment, Iron Kill, wielding the crimson sword light, was already upon him. Kid die, Iron Kill sneered, directing the crimson sword light fiercely towards Shenlang's crown. Not far off, many closed their eyes and turned away, unable to bear witnessing the impending scene. Meanwhile, a glimmer of determination flashed in Shenlang's eyes. Go! Accompanied by a low shout, Shenlang abruptly thrust his palms forward to meet the descending attack. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, mingled with the crack of air, reverberating throughout the city gate. The crowd, especially the ordinary folk without cultivation, felt as if thunder had struck their ears, leaving them momentarily dazed until they finally regained their senses. Some martial artists, however, fared better and quickly reacted, turning to the source of the sound. As the dust settled, 2 figures stood oppositely, gradually coming into view, among which was the young man they had been most concerned about. This youth was still able to stand. Upon seeing this, some widened their eyes in disbelief. Yet, there were those who felt even more incredulous, and that was Iron Kill. You'd actually blocked it? Iron Kill's gaze was fixated on the young man before him, desperately searching for any sign of injury. But it was in vain. Luck is on my side. Shenlang revealed a gleaming smile, grinning. Iron Kill nearly spat out blood. This fellow showed no signs of injury, appearing utterly at ease. How could this be possible? Iron Kill's grip on the blood-red sword trembled slightly. He could not fathom how a move capable of annihilating 3 powerful beings of the Yuan Vein realm had been effortlessly countered by a mere youth of the second level of the Yuan Vein. Nevertheless, regardless of Iron Kill's disbelief, the undeniable truth stood before him. Shenlang was perfectly unharmed. The blood-red sword slipped from Iron Kill's grasp, his hands growing weak. It seemed Iron Kill's resolve had been shaken. A knowledgeable martial artist shook his head at this sight, recognizing that a disturbed heart would have immeasurable negative repercussions on Iron Kill's path of cultivation. Yet, it was hardly surprising. Having one's prideful ultimate technique effortlessly countered by someone evidently weaker was a significant blow to anyone's confidence. This youth, whether in talent or strength, was remarkably formidable. The martial artist's gaze shifted to Shenlang, a sense of awe swelling within him. This lad, merely 15 or 16 years old, had arrived in Leaf City and shattered the heart of a renowned strongman, showcasing his terrifying prowess. However, it was worth noting that Iron Kill's reign in Leaf City relied not solely on his strength. To dare to wound the heart of the young master of the Iron Sword sect. You possess great audacity. Just as the martial artist pondered, A thunderous voice of fury surged forward, startling everyone present and causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The martial artist's face changed as well. He had not anticipated the sudden arrival. This youth was about to encounter grave peril. Chapter 42. Luo Shi gazing at the figure standing near the disheartened Iron Kill, the martial artist felt a shiver run through him. It was an elderly man clad in a crimson robe. The elder was thin and wiry, with deep-set eyes that occasionally revealed a hint of malevolence. It was evident that this was a person not to be trifled with. Is that Luo Shi, the vice-master of the Iron Sword sect? After a brief silence, a voice in the crowd finally exclaimed in shock, "It is indeed him. I never expected he would appear here." Others expressed their astonishment. Their gazes grave. Luo Shi, the vice-master of the Iron Sword sect, was a figure of true notoriety in Leaf City. In terms of ferocity, even Iron Kill could not hope to compare. In other words, this old fellow represented the fully matured version of Iron Kill. Though the youth exhibited remarkable prowess, defeating Iron Kill, the ensuing troubles would be insurmountable. The previously contemplative martial artist regarded the elder with growing concern. The Iron Sword sect was renowned for its protection of its own. Moreover, Luo Shi was Iron Kill's master uncle. Luo Shi's expression darkened as he observed the dispirited Iron Kill beside him. With his experience, he understood the significant troubles that would arise from a shaken heart. Damn it! Luo Shi cursed inwardly as his gaze turned sharply towards Shenlang, his old eyes narrowing ominously. "Kid, how do you wish to die?" His hoarse voice echoed slowly, laced with a palpable aura of menace. Shenlang met the gaze of the crimson-robed elder, his eyes filled with grave concern. This old man had likely surpassed the Yuan Vein realm. Reaching the level of Yuan Si, Shenlang sighed inwardly. Facing such a formidable opponent, he felt an immense pressure. Given his current strength, confronting someone above the Yuan Si realm, his best option would be to flee. Yet, it appeared this elder would not allow him to escape easily. "Apologies, but I am still quite young and have no desire to die just yet." After a brief pause, Shenlang chuckled, feigning nonchalance as he sought a means of escape. Observing Shenlang's calm demeanor, Luo Shi's brow furrowed. Having navigated Leaf City for decades, his strength and ruthlessness were matched only by his caution. This youth, so young yet displaying such incredible strength and talent, must have a significant background behind him. Luo Shi narrowed his eyes, pondering the implications. If this youth truly had a profound backing, it would be beyond his ability to take action. Noticing a flicker of hesitation in Luo Shi's gaze, Shenlang contemplated briefly and smiled faintly. Frankly speaking, had he produced the inner disciple token of the Huajin sect at this moment, not only would Luo Shi hesitate, but even the leaders of the three major factions in Leaf City would likely not dare to harbor any ill will towards him. However, Shenlang rubbed his temples and stretched lazily. That would make things rather dull. Luo Shi's expression shifted several times before finally settling. He looked at the relaxed Shenlang, a ruthless glint appearing on his face. Whether this youth had a background would soon be revealed. Luo Shi sneered inwardly. If this lad truly had some form of backing, he would inevitably reveal it when faced with the threat of death. At which point Luo Shi could find a way to smooth things over. That if the youth was merely boasting, he would easily see through it. That time, the lad's life would rest entirely within his grasp. Upon this thought, Luo Shi let out a cold laugh, his right foot stamping down as a profound aura erupted from within him. The powerful Yuan force swirled around his body, a true hallmark of a Yuan Si realm expert. In the next moment, Luo Shi's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling towards Shenlang with a speed that far surpassed the earlier Tai Sha. Witnessing this scene, Shenlang's expression immediately turned solemn. Facing a Yuan Si realm expert left no room for error. That he swiftly channeled his Yuan force, gathering it in his palms, infused with refining power, to block in front of his chest, stone palm. Simultaneously, Shenlang retreated hastily, striving to evade Luo Shi's assault. Just as he moved back a few steps, the spot where he had stood moments before exploded, fragments of the blue stone floor flying in all directions. Amidst the cloud of dust, Luo Shi's figure emerged, standing at the center of the shattered floor. Such astonishing speed. Shenlang's pupils constricted slightly. He had never anticipated that the gap between the Yuan Si and Yuan Pulse realms could be so vast. After defeating Tai Sha, who was at the 7th level of Yuan Pulse, Shenlang had gained a bit of confidence in his abilities, thinking that even against a Yuan Si realm expert, he could manage to hold his ground. However, it appeared he had severely underestimated the disparity between the two realms. Seeing Shenlang evade just in time, Luo Shi, standing at the center of the fissure, sneered coldly, showing no concern. In the next moment, Luo Shi transformed once more into a fleeting shadow, lunging at Xinlang again. Yet, this brief interval was insufficient for Xinlang to evade further, with no other choice. He resolved to fight back. Xinlang gritted his teeth fiercely. In the dantians, the spirit will began to whirl rapidly, quickly condensing the refining power. Simultaneously, a glimmer from the spatial ring on his finger revealed a yuan crystal appearing in his palm. Xinlang swallowed it whole, hastily refining it, and the once somewhat empty dantian rapidly filled with immense yuan energy as the crystal dissolved. Feeling his yuan force fully restored, Xinlang let out a low shout. Pushing his palms forward, refining stone palm, just as Xinlang's palms were about to strike, Luo Shi's figure was already upon him, wearing a sinister grin as he extended his withered claws. Striking down towards Xinlang, the two palms collided, and an intense explosion of yuan energy erupted, enveloping both figures completely. In the next moment, one figure was sent flying to it was evidently Xinlang. Feeling the sensation of being airborne and the rushing wind by his ears, Xinlang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh at the heavy injuries he had sustained. This time, he had truly overstepped his bounds. Amidst the gazes of numerous onlookers, Xinlang's figure was sent hurtling from the explosion of energy, crashing violently into a tea stall over a dozen yards away, leaving chaos in his wake. Alas, several martial artists exchanged glances, sighing softly. Given Luo Shi's strength at the Yuan Sea realm, that single strike was likely enough to render this youth completely incapable of further combat. Just before hitting the ground, in a hazy state of consciousness, Xinlang suddenly sensed an unusual feeling surging from within him, causing him to startle. For reasons unknown, this strange sensation reminded him of the powerful force he had unleashed uncontrollably during his breakthrough in the Huazhun sect's training chamber. The sense of power from back then bore striking similarities to the current peculiar feeling. As Xinlang descended, he suddenly realized that these two sensations seemed to merge. Chapter 43. Yuan Force Storm. Luo Shi looked at the shattered tea stall not far away, a cold smile creeping across his face. In his view, even if Xinlang survived this strike, he would be in no better condition. How could a mere child, barely out of his youth, contend with a Yuan Sea realm expert? If it weren't for the possible background he might have, I would have sent you to your grave long ago. Yet, whether you possess such a background will soon be revealed. It. A flicker of malice crossed Luo Shi's aged eyes. With a slight movement, Luo Shi's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the destroyed tea stall. His eyes immediately fell upon Xinlang, who lay motionless, seemingly unconscious. Seeing this, Luo Shi couldn't help but smile sinisterly. He quickly approached Xinlang, extending his skeletal claws, ready to seize him. Just as Luo Shi was about to touch Xinlang, an intense and inexplicable sense of danger surged within him. In his perception, Xinlang's aura suddenly became erratic, even boiling over for some reason. This boy is not right. A primal instinct of danger flashed through Luo Shi's mind. And observing the increasingly unusual Xinlang, the notorious figure finally chose to retreat. What is happening? The surrounding crowd was equally bewildered. However, before they could ponder further, a tremendous explosion echoed, providing them with an answer. Just as Luo Shi retreated several feet away, a staggering wave of energy erupted from the unconscious Xinlang. The surging energy, composed of a terrifying amount of condensed yuan force, unleashed a formidable pressure that formed a towering yuan force storm, sweeping outward. Had Xinlang been conscious at that moment, witnessing this yuan force storm would undoubtedly have left him in shock, for the energy now was incomparably denser and more powerful than what he had unleashed during his training. The onlookers' pupils constricted in unison, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. For ordinary martial artists and even common folk, such a colossal energy storm was beyond their experience. Run. After a brief moment of shock, the thought of fleeing instinctively arose in everyone's mind. Luo Shi, closest to the yuan force storm, had his face turn a shade of deep purple, and every hair on his body stood on end. The terrifying energy contained within the yuan force storm was palpable to him. He had no doubt that should he be caught within it, he would meet a gruesome end. The energy wave radiating from this yuan force storm clearly surpassed the Yuan Sea realm. At this moment, cold sweat poured down Luo Shi's forehead, and only one thought remained in his mind: retreat. However, the speed of the yuan force storm exceeded Luo Shi's expectations. Within mere moments, it surged forth like a tidal wave, pressing towards him with overwhelming force. Despite the Yuan Sea realm expert exerting every ounce of speed, he was ultimately engulfed by the energy wave as the yuan force storm dispersed outward. The onlookers, already terrified, scattered in every direction. Fortunately, the storm seemed to be subtly controlled, as most of its energy targeted the retreating Luo Shi, sparing the rest from significant harm. However, for Luo Shi, who found himself at the storm's epicenter. The situation looked dire. After rampaging for a brief period, the violent energy finally dissipated significantly. Without sufficient energy to sustain it, the Yuan force storm gradually calmed, hearing the commotion diminish. Those who had hidden away began to emerge cautiously to investigate. As the storm rapidly weakened, a disheveled figure appeared before the crowd. Upon recognizing the figure, everyone was momentarily stunned. It was none other than Luo Shi, the former vice master of the Iron Sword sect, now bore tattered robes, blood-soaked attire, a visage marred by injuries, and even blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. In such a pitiful state, there was no trace of the formidable Yuan Sea realm expert's former glory. Some observant individuals noticed shattered, gleaming jade fragments scattered beneath Luo Shi's feet, inscribed with intricate and mysterious runes, the nature of which was unknown. Luo Shi abruptly coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His breath feeble, gazing at the broken jade pieces on the ground, his eyes turned a fierce crimson, gaunt arms bulging with veins, trembling slightly. While others were oblivious to their significance, Luo Shi, as the owner, recognized them well. They had once been a protective talisman garment, a mid-grade defensive artifact. However, during the earlier Yuan force storm, this prized possession had been reduced to mere shards, although he had miraculously survived under its protection. The enormous cost at which he had obtained it was now lost. Luo Shi trembled uncontrollably. The immense loss made his heart bleed, an unbearable burden. "You little wretch, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures." Luo Shi, hair disheveled, roared skyward, suddenly pivoting to glare fiercely at the unconscious culprit. However, just as he took a step forward, the earlier unsettling sensation surged back within him. The vice master of the Iron Sword sect hesitated briefly before transforming into a fleeting shadow. But this time not towards Shenlang. He fled in the opposite direction. Soon, Luo Shi's figure dwindled into a dark dot, vanishing from the crowd's sight. As for the still-dazed Tai Sha, he was unceremoniously abandoned by his master. The onlookers stared in shock at this scene. As they gazed at Shenlang lying on the ground, one martial artist hesitated slightly before attempting to approach him. Just as he was about to take his first step, a sound of galloping hooves suddenly drew near from the distance. He looked up to see a dozen figures racing towards him on horseback. Upon reaching close proximity, the group dismounted swiftly. Among the more than 10 individuals, the foremost was a woman clad in a purple gown, possessing a graceful figure. Her demeanor exuded elegance, and her features were like a captivating painting, emanating a subtle and enchanting charm. However, for the martial artist observing her, there was no inappropriate desire. Only sheer astonishment adorned his face. Was this the chief of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Lu Mei? The martial artist gazed at the leading woman, his eyes wide with disbelief. Murmuring to himself, how could she possibly be here? The woman in the purple gown cast a gentle glance over the crowd, her eyes finally resting on the unconscious Shenlang on the ground. Her delicate brows knitting slightly. I at him. "Manager Wang," she inquired softly, her lips parting slightly. A middle-aged man standing behind her, the very same Wang Hai who had recently conducted a transaction with Shenlang, hastily stepped forward, casting a quick glance at Shenlang before respectfully replying, "Indeed, it is him, Chief Liu." At his words, the woman in the purple gown nodded lightly, her gaze drifting to the disheartened Tai Sha not far away. When she looked back at Shenlang, her eyes shimmered with a newfound brilliance. Regardless of the means employed, it was truly remarkable for someone so young to have caused Tai Sha to appear in such a state. The woman in purple murmured contemplatively, then gracefully waved her hand, saying, "Since we have found him, let us take him back. Once there, we shall request Master Gu to examine him." With that, she turned to leave. However, as she did, the chaotic scene surrounding her came into view. For a brief moment, she appeared taken aback, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. How could the battle between two Yuan Vein realm cultivators have caused such devastation? A perplexing thought crossed her mind, prompting her to pause momentarily and command, "Be sure to investigate what transpired here. The more detailed, the better, and report back to me." "Yes," Wang Hai promptly agreed, watching as the woman in purple and her companions, bearing the unconscious Shenlang, mounted their horses and swiftly departed. Once Lu Mei was gone, Wang Hai quickly set about fulfilling her orders, interviewing the onlookers for information. Given the reputation of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, many were eager to assist, recounting everything they had witnessed. Observing this scene, a martial artist who had witnessed the entire event was rendered speechless by the shock. Tai Sha, Luo Shi, Lu Mei, each of them a formidable figure in Yi City, yet today they all appeared for one singular purpose, their connection to a young man. Who exactly was this boy? Chapter 44. The power of the array diagram in a tastefully decorated chamber. A youth clad in black lay on an opulent feather bed, Gradually, he opened his eyes, revealing a hint of confusion within their depths. Where am I? The young man in black slowly sat up, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, his brows furrowing in perplexity. This young man was none other than Xin Lang, who had been taken away by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce after losing consciousness. He shook his head, straining to recall the events leading to his current state. He remembered being struck by Luo Shi, sent flying, and then falling unconscious upon landing at as if struck by a sudden realization. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Xin Lang's eyes, and he began to chuckle to himself, in evident contrast to his previous demeanor. Ha! Although I was nearly beaten to death by that old fellow, it seems fortune has favored me, leading to this remarkable discovery. At that moment, a soft sound came from the door, prompting Xin Lang to instinctively look up. The door opened slowly, revealing a charming young woman dressed in maid attire. Upon seeing Xin Lang awake, she paused briefly before instinctively exclaiming, "Young master, you are awake." Xin Lang nodded, getting straight to the point. "Where is this? How did I end up here?" "This is the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Chief Lu instructed Manager Wang to bring you back. At the time, you were still unconscious," the maid replied sweetly, her voice gentle and clear. The mention of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce stirred something within Xin Lang. Given Luo Shi's ruthlessness, he would never have let Xin Lang off so easily after injuring him. Yet here he was, perfectly safe on the premises of the Wanbao Chamber. Piecing together his earlier memories and the maid's words, Xin Lang quickly understood. Although Luo Shi had fled in fear, the Wanbao Chamber had arrived promptly after he fell unconscious and taken him back. The reason behind this was likely connected to a girl named Lu Xianxian. With this thought, Xin Lang couldn't help but sigh. He had intended to avoid trouble, but after a series of unexpected events, he found himself back in the thick of it. Some troubles, it seemed, were unavoidable at this moment. His thoughts were consumed by the spirit herbs hidden within the cave of the monster beast mountain. It had already been over a day, and he wondered how they fared. "Young master, Chief Lu has instructed that you report to her upon awakening. Thus, I shall take my leave for now," the maid, who introduced herself as Hua Ling, said with a gentle smile. Xin Lang nodded, eager to see Chief Lu and resolve the situation at hand. Hua Ling bowed slightly before gracefully departing. Once she had left, Xin Lang settled into a meditative position, preparing to enter a state of cultivation. His urgency to practice was not born from mere enthusiasm, but rather from a pressing matter that compelled him to explore further, the fearsome power swirling within him. In truth, after being struck by Luo Shi and suffering significant internal injuries, Xin Lang had lost consciousness. Yet amidst this, he sensed an unusual force emerging within him, rapidly coalescing at an alarming rate. Upon landing, although his consciousness had dimmed, he could still distinctly feel this strange power. What astonished Xin Lang was that this power bore a striking resemblance to the inexplicable force he had experienced during his breakthrough in the cultivation chamber. Even overlapping with it, the source of this energy was the peculiar array diagram within his dantian. Throughout this entire experience, he sensed that this power emanated from the diagram, growing stronger until it could no longer be contained and erupted forth, manifesting as the devastating Yuan force storm that ravaged the city gates of Yi City. Initially, Xin Lang believed that this force, like before, would be uncontrollable, but after tentatively interacting with the array diagram, he realized he could manipulate it, thus directing the flow of this power. The method of control lay within the principles of the return to the path technique. Upon making this connection, Xin Lang recalled that the appearance of the array diagram coincided with the cultivation of the return to the path technique. Weaving together all these elements, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind: to wield this power against Luo Shi, a formidable Yuan Sea realm expert. Thus, the scene from not long ago unfolded. Though Xin Lang was the orchestrator of the Yuan force storm, he could deeply feel its terrifying strength, evidenced by Luo Shi's dire predicament after being swept into the tempest. If not for the protective artifact of spirit grade he possessed, Luo Shi would have met his end. This was precisely why Luo Shi had fled upon sensing the emergence of the strange power once again. Controlling the Yuan force storm was an incredibly taxing endeavor, and Xin Lang was already on the brink of exhaustion, not to mention that this power had dissipated. Even if it could still gather, Xin Lang was powerless to act. Fortunately, the energy fluctuations he feigned had frightened Luo Shi away. Otherwise, he would have met his demise there. After all this transpired, Xin Lang could no longer maintain consciousness and fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken here. Yet the reason for his current urgency lay in another discovery. The array diagram within his dantian could amplify his strength. This revelation left Xin Lang in disbelief. During the manipulation of the Yuan force storm, he unexpectedly found that the intensity of his Yuan force increased in tandem with the operation of the array diagram. showcasing a remarkable enhancement. The it wasn't until the diagram had completed a full cycle that this growth ceased, yet it had increased by more than 30% compared to before. What did this signify? Prior to this enhancement, his yuan force was merely at the second level of the yuan vein realm, but with the infusion of strength from the array diagram, it surged to approximately the third level. Combined with his physical strength, he could barely contend with a fourth-level yuan vein realm expert, exemplified by his battle with Taisha. However, after the array diagram had augmented his yuan force by 30%, he could directly rival a fourth-level expert. Such a method of elevating combat prowess by 2 levels was nothing short of astonishing. Should word of this spread, countless cultivators would be envious to the point of hemorrhaging. After months, or even years of grueling practice, they could only break through a single level. Yet here Shenlang was, with the mere activation of an array diagram, witnessing his yuan force leap 2 levels. Moreover, he had also sensed that the extent of the strength enhancement was linked to the state of the diagram itself. When the diagram was incomplete and ethereal, the increase in yuan force was minimal. However, as the diagram gradually became more refined and substantial, the enhancement it provided to the yuan force also grew exponentially. After enhancing his strength by 30%, Shenlang found that the formation diagram within his dantian had only solidified to half its potential, and it remained rather ethereal. If the diagram were to fully take shape and materialize, Shenlang could hardly fathom the terrifying enhancement it would bestow upon his primordial energy. It must be said that the surprise this formation diagram brought him had far surpassed the breakthrough he experienced from the Earth Spirit Spring. Judging by the manipulation process, it seemed that solidifying this diagram would require a continuous enhancement of his soul power. Shenlang's gaze flickered. The state of the diagram was evidently linked to his soul power, as he had noticed significant changes in its form during his transitions between minor and major achievements in the realm of the soul. That it appeared that he needed to expedite the strengthening of his soul power. Shenlang murmured to himself. However, unlike primordial energy, soul power was challenging to enhance through external means. It largely relied on one's own arduous cultivation, rendering the process rather slow. The scarcity of heavenly materials capable of directly enhancing soul power was strikingly evident, with even the Huajin sect seemingly lacking such treasures. Thus, the rarity of such artifacts was clear. For most cultivators, the only recourse to elevate their soul power was through relentless training or practicing soul power techniques, which were also exceedingly few. Fortunately for Shenlang, he possessed a technique for cultivating soul power, the divine soul technique, whose rank was unknown, given to him by his esteemed master. Shenlang had diligently practiced this technique for years, and it had played a pivotal role in his advancement from minor to major achievements in the mortal realm. With this thought in mind, Shenlang was reluctant to delay further. He sat cross-legged on his bed, ready to begin practicing the divine soul technique. Has the young master awakened? Might I disturb you now? At that moment, a gentle voice wafted in from outside, interrupting Shenlang's contemplative state. Frowning slightly, he jumped off the bed and approached the door, opening it directly as the door swung open. The first sight that met Shenlang was a woman clad in a light purple gown. Her skin was as fair as snow, her face resembling that of a blossoming peach, adorned with a subtle, graceful smile. As his gaze descended slightly, he noted her strikingly ample bosom, which seemed on the verge of bursting from her gown, momentarily dazzling him in the light. The purple-clad woman's beautiful eyes fixated on Shenlang, and just as she was about to part her rosy lips, a faint exclamation escaped her. So grand. The smile on the purple-clad woman's face abruptly froze. Chapter 45. Lu Mei observing the sudden stillness of the woman's smile, Shenlang realized his slip of the tongue and coughed awkwardly, offering a sheepish grin to alleviate the tension. I've truly become more careless with my words. Shenlang chided himself inwardly. What does the young master mean by so grand? Contrary to Shenlang's expectations, the purple-clad woman did not respond with anger. After a brief moment of surprise, her expression returned to normal, and she gazed at Shenlang with an amused smile. This woman certainly does not follow the usual script. Shenlang's lips twitched, and he could only muster a forced smile. I spoke thoughtlessly. I hope you do not take offense. The smile on the purple-clad woman's exquisite face did not wane, her eyes shimmering as if meticulously appraising Shenlang. She then said with a charming smile, Young Master Shun, at such a tender age, possesses such formidable strength. You truly are exceptionally gifted, for reasons unknown. Shenlang suddenly felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck under her scrutiny. He dared not meet her gaze directly, diverting his eyes to other points, and laughed lightly. I'm merely an ordinary fellow. You flatter me. You flatter me. In the younger generation of Yeqing, there are but a few capable of defeating Iron Sha. Young Master Shin need not be so modest. The purple-clad woman continued to tease him playfully. May I ask how to address you? Unable to endure any longer, Shenlang decided to steer the conversation back on track. I am Lu Mei of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, currently serving as the acting manager. Upon hearing Shenlang's acknowledgement of her identity, Lu Mei's smile widened even further, though she adopted a slightly more serious demeanor. If young Master Shun is willing, you may call me Sister Su. I am merely a few years your senior. It seems quite reasonable, does it not? Lu Mei's beautiful eyes blinked playfully, her charming face adorned with a hint of a blush. Lu Mei, the manager of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Upon recognizing her name, Shenlang was momentarily taken aback, as he had gathered some information about her from a member of the Manlang gang. She was indeed a legendary figure in Yecheng, not only for her stunning beauty and figure, but also for her formidable capabilities. At just over 20 years of age, she helmed the massive organization of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Although the true leader was someone named Shi Yuan, Lu Mei was, in essence, the actual controller of the chamber. Managing a dominant force in the city at such a young age was no small feat. Ah, it is Manager Lu. I am Shun Lang. Honored to meet you. Shun Lang clasped his hands respectfully, his expression solemn, while inwardly cursing himself. No wonder this woman was so formidable. She was the manager of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. A woman in such a position would surely not be easily trifled with. Young Master Shun is too polite. Speaking of which, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce owes you a favor. Lu Mei noticed Shun Lang's formal address, and a flicker of reproach crossed her beautiful eyes. Thankfully, Shun Lang's gaze wandered, preventing him from witnessing the full intensity of her expression, which might have left him feeling quite unsettled. It was merely a trifling matter. It hardly counts. Shun Lang was well aware of the favor Lu Mei referred to, and he had no desire to engage in circular conversations at present. He was eager to depart and head to the Demon Beast Mountain Range. While it may be insignificant to you, it holds great significance for our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Noticing Shun Lang's disinterest in further discussion, Lu Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. She then shifted the conversation directly to the matter at hand. Young Master Shun, do you have urgent business to attend to? Yes, indeed. I do have pressing matters that require my immediate attention, Shun Lang responded promptly. Nodding I see. Lu Mei smiled lightly, then gracefully glided past Shun Lang, brushing against him and leaving behind a fragrant breeze as she slowly seated herself on the bed where Shun Lang had previously been meditating. Shun Lang frowned slightly at this turn of events, uncertain of her intentions. Lu Mei continued at her leisurely pace, unhurried in her speech, and stretched her slender waist, revealing her alluring curves. Should you wish to leave the city at this moment, it may not be a smooth journey. Just as Shun Lang's patience began to wane, Lu Mei finally spoke, a smile gracing her lips. What do you mean? Shun Lang's voice grew stern, his brows furrowing. Lu Mei's subtly cunning insinuation filled him with a sense of foreboding. Your memory serves you well, young Master Shun. Have you forgotten what transpired just a day ago? Lu Mei teased lightly. Are you referring to the Iron Sword sect? Shun Lang quickly connected the dots, realizing that the only other faction that held a grudge against him was indeed the Iron Sword sect. As for the Manling gang, he presumed their headquarters remained oblivious to his true identity, especially since all of their members present had been eliminated by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, having defeated Iron Shah and severely injuring the deputy sect leader, Luo Shi. Do you truly believe that the Iron Sword sect, notorious for their vindictiveness, would simply let this matter rest? Lu Mei rose slowly, her expression unchanged. Yet the turmoil she felt within was still palpable. When Wang Hai reported to her, she was initially bewildered, having scolded him for his apparent fluster. As the manager of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, she believed one should maintain composure regardless of circumstances. Only upon hearing Wang Hai's stammering recount of events did she comprehend the gravity of the situation. While she was not surprised to hear that Shun Lang had defeated Iron Shah, she had suspected as much upon witnessing Iron Shah's despondent state. What truly shocked her was the revelation that Luo Shi, the deputy sect leader of the Iron Sword sect, had also appeared at the city gates, and worse yet, had fled severely injured. The notion that a mere youth of 15 or 16, with a cultivation level of the second layer of the Yuan vein, could force a formidable Yuan Sea realm expert to retreat was nothing short of fantastical. Yet, this incredible event had indeed unfolded before many witnesses. Lu Mei's gaze was fixed on the calm-faced youth before her, his ample bosom rising and falling gently, which incited other thoughts within her. In the face of Lu Mei's words, Shun Lang remained silent. He could not deny that this was indeed a considerable predicament. Without Lu Mei's elaboration, he was already well aware of the Iron Sword sect's reputation for vengeance and their protective nature. Thus, he held no doubt that they would seek retribution against him. As one of the three dominant factions in Yeqing, the Iron Sword sect was certainly home to numerous formidable experts. Aside from Luo Shi, the deputy sect leader, the Iron Sword sect also boasted another powerful figure. The sect leader, Tai Hu. Iron Sha was the sole son of Tai Hu. Given this connection, Tai Hu would have every reason, both public and private, to pursue Shen Lang relentlessly, although it seemed that Tai Hu had been in seclusion. After today's incident, it was highly likely he would emerge from his retreat. But now, with the energy sealed by the formation diagram completely depleted, Shen Lang would have to wait until he broke through to the Yuan Sea realm to utilize it again. His only means of confronting a Yuan Sea realm expert had been rendered ineffective. It appeared that the Iron Sword sect was indeed proving to be quite a thorn in the side for the young master. Lu Mei observed the subtle shifts in Shen Lang's expression, a serene smile gracing her lips. Though her heart comprehended the truth, it appeared that his methods for dealing with formidable foes from the Yuanhai realm were indeed constrained, leaving him unable to employ them now. Yet, this presented an opportunity for me. With this thought, Lu Mei's smile widened as she spoke softly. However, I am willing to offer my assistance in ensuring your safe passage out of the city. What do you think, young master? Upon hearing her words, Shen Lang, who had been lost in thought, suddenly looked up. Chapter 46. Delays. Gazing at her enchanting face adorned with a smile, Shen Lang took a deep breath and replied, "What are your conditions? Please, do not hesitate to state them." Chief Lu. Shen Lang was skeptical of anything that seemed too good to be true, particularly from the renowned Wanbao Merchant Guild, which was known for its shrewd business practices. Although he had inadvertently saved Lu Xianxian, he did not believe this would compel the guild to stand against the Iron Sword sect on his behalf. After all, as three major powers in Yi City, occasional conflicts were acceptable, but a serious confrontation would bear unbearable consequences for either side. The incident involving the guild's caravan being ambushed by the barbarian wolf gang was a case in point. While the latter threatened the guild's young lady, the guild's retaliation was merely a response, and true clashes at higher levels had yet to unfold. However, Shen Lang's situation was decidedly more complicated. What nonsense is this? Young master, do you truly believe that our Wanbao Merchant Guild is merely profit-driven? Lu Mei huffed lightly, a hint of feigned indignation crossing her charming features. A misunderstanding. Chief Lu, your generosity is something I greatly appreciate. Shen Lang quickly amended, altering his tone to one of deference. Regardless of the guild's motivations, he was willing to accept their help to escape the city, even if it required a reasonable cost. Since Luo Shi has been severely injured, our information suggests that the leader of the Iron Sword sect will not emerge from seclusion anytime soon. Thus, the threat from the Yuanhai realm is currently absent. Perhaps noticing the change in Shen Lang's demeanor, Lu Mei smiled gently and dispensed with further pretense. Her words. Shen Lang felt a stir in his heart but refrained from speaking hastily. Knowing she had more to reveal, which was the crux of the matter as anticipated, after a slight pause, Lu Mei continued, though there are no Yuanhai realm experts targeting you, the Iron Sword sect boasts several formidable practitioners in the Yuanmai realm. Not to mention, the four elders of the Iron Sword sect are all at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Yuanmai, with some even reaching the threshold of Yuanhai. Among them is an elder named Guo Bao, a direct disciple of Luo Shi, who has pursued the latter for over a decade. Now that his master has been gravely injured, he will not stand idly by, experts at the pinnacle of the Yuanmai realm. A grave look flickered in Shen Lang's eyes that he had recently encountered such a formidable opponent. Huang Yuan, the leader of the inner sect at that time, he was merely at the body refinement stage and, despite being severely injured by Huang Yuan's disregard for rules, his understanding of such powerful beings remained limited. Now that he had entered the Yuanmai realm, he realized just how formidable Huang Yuan's strength truly was. A practitioner at the 9th level of Yuanmai, merely based on the profound Yuan power from having all 9 meridians opened, could easily overpower any lower-ranked Yuanmai practitioner. Facing such a formidable adversary was undoubtedly a daunting challenge for him. So what does Chief Lu imply? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang turned his gaze back to Lu Mei and spoke slowly. The Iron Sword sect has the barbarian wolf gang as a sworn enemy and would not recklessly initiate large-scale actions. Moreover, your means of severely injuring Luo Shi would certainly instill caution in them. Lu Mei smiled. From my understanding of the Iron Sword sect, they will likely dispatch a few strong individuals to secretly follow you, testing your strength after you have distanced yourself from Yi City, before ultimately deciding whether to take action. Then it seems these strong individuals will include this Guo Bao, Shen Lang mused, lightly tapping his fingers against the door frame. Exhaling slowly, such a formidable opponent must pose a significant challenge for your guild as well, I presume. Lu Mei's beautiful eyes sparkled with amusement, her lips curving into a smile as she comprehended Shen Lang's implication. Indeed. However, if it is for you, young master, such trouble is worth undertaking for our Wanbao Merchant Guild. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow, realizing that Lu Mei's intentions had become clear. That it was evident that she sought to win him over. For factions like the Wanbao Merchant Guild, reading people and discerning their value was their forte. Attracting potential strong allies was undoubtedly a vital aspect of their operations, explaining why their influence was so formidable. Aside from their own strength, their extensive network of connections was an indispensable force. As the saying goes, debts of gratitude are hard to repay, but for such merchant guilds, facilitating favors was their specialty. Provided the recipient had sufficient value to eye in the face of Wanbao Merchant Guild's overtures, Shen Lang maintained an indifferent attitude. If not for the incident involving Lu Xianxian, he would not have sought any involvement with the factions here. After completing his transactions and acquiring the medicinal herbs, he would simply return to his sect. I shall first express my gratitude to Chief Lu, Shen Lang said with a slight smile, inclining his head. After all, assistance that comes unsolicited should be graciously accepted. Seeing Shen Lang's acceptance, a glimmer of delight flashed in Lu Mei's eyes. She gracefully rose, her steps light as she approached the door, stating with a gentle smile. According to our arrangements, a merchant caravan will depart in 2 days. That we can arrange for you to blend in with them. Obscuring the Iron Sword sect's gaze, that if you manage to evade them, that would be ideal. If not, we will deal with the Iron Sword sect's experts, and you need only focus on your escape. In 2 days? Shen Lang was taken aback. Must we wait that long? Lu Mei nodded gently, her beautiful eyes twinkling with a soft smile. Before coming here, I received news that the barbarian wolf gang seems to have taken notice of you. What? Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. Furrowing his brow, didn't you eliminate all the members of the barbarian wolf gang present at the scene? That is true, but for reasons unknown, the barbarian wolf gang has still managed to trace the matter back to you. Lu Mei's expression turned serious, clearly indicating that this was unexpected even for her. Because of this, we require 2 days to prepare, avoiding the attention of the barbarian wolf gang. Otherwise, if we attempt to leave the city now, we will undoubtedly be targeted by both factions, and that would complicate matters considerably. Sigh, what a tangle this has become, Shen Lang lamented inwardly, realizing that he had no choice but to wait for 2 days. Can your guild assure me of evading the barbarian wolf gang? Not entirely reassured, Shen Lang voiced his concern. Do you not trust us, young master? Lu Mei's enchanting eyes flickered, and she cast a longing glance. Shen Lang, feeling cornered, quickly replied, Of course I trust you. Then for these 2 days, please stay at our Wanbao Merchant Guild. That if you have any needs, just inform Hua Ling, Lu Mei said, standing at the door. Her figure swaying elegantly as she looked back at Shen Lang with a playful smile. This woman was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, countless men would find it impossible to resist her allure. Shen Lang muttered to himself, but maintained a smile as he watched Lu Mei depart. Chapter 47, Master Gu. After bidding farewell to Lu Mei, Shen Lang resumed his meditative practice for a while. He had sustained significant injuries during the battle with Luo Shi, even suffering some internal damage. Although the energy surge within the array had mysteriously healed much of his harm, a few hidden dangers remained. These latent injuries appeared inconsequential during ordinary moments, yet they would reveal their trouble during intense combat. Shen Lang did not wish to leave himself with such a risk, so he initiated his refining power to mend his wounds. Before long, the hidden dangers from the battle were swiftly eliminated by Shen Lang's refining power. Just as he intended to continue his training, another series of knocks echoed at the door. Could it possibly be that woman again? Shen Lang sighed, feeling weary from dealing with her. However, he did not hesitate, and quickly rose to open the door. Standing before Shen Lang was not Lu Mei, but rather a maid he had encountered not long ago. Hua Ling, I apologize for disturbing you again, young master, Hua Ling said with an apologetic smile. Fully aware of the flicker of impatience that had crossed Shen Lang's gaze, no trouble at all. You have something to discuss, Miss Hua Ling. Shen Lang replied with a calm smile, relieved that it was not the other woman. Hua Ling wasted no time, extending her delicate arm, her hand holding a gleaming purple card. Young Master Shen, this is a message from Chief Lu for you. With this purple crystal card, you can enjoy priority treatment at any branch of the Baichao Merchant Guild. After handing the purple card to Shen Lang, Hua Ling beamed sweetly. A purple crystal card. Shen Lang examined the exquisite card in his hand, slightly raising an eyebrow. He recognized its significance, as his master possessed a similar one, albeit far more refined. The purple crystal cards used by the Baichao Merchant Guild were graded, and the privileges they conferred varied significantly. The Baichao Merchant Guild was a vast alliance spanning over 100 dynasties across the 4 major empires. holding considerable weight throughout the Baichao domain, rivaling even the four great empires. Certainly, the so-called expanse of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce naturally refers to the widespread branches of the trade association. As for its headquarters, it resides in a region that lies between the four great dynasties, ungoverned by any particular dynasty. In this area stands a vast city named Alliance Mall. The Lord of Alliance Mall is none other than the mysterious and powerful founder of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce. The origins of this enigmatic figure remain unknown to the outside world, having already become a legend within the Baichao domain. Xinlang had only heard from his master that this mysterious powerhouse established this colossal organization within a mere few decades, overcoming the obstacles posed by numerous dynasties and sects to create such a formidable force. Even Xinlang finds this feat commendable. The branches of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce are spread far and wide, with even a small city like Yi City having established a branch, underscoring the terrifying scale of its influence. A branch of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce. Its profound background is the reason why the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has maintained its dominant position in Yi City for many years. As his thoughts gradually returned, Xinlang looked at the enchanting Hua Ling and smiled, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to Manager Lu." Hua Ling nodded gently with a subtle smile and was about to take her leave when she seemed to recall something and continued. "Young Master Shun, I suggest you take some time to explore the Chamber of Commerce. You may encounter many beneficial items that could aid in enhancing your strength, with a purple crystal card in hand. You can also enjoy numerous discounts though." Xinlang's heart stirred. Hua Ling's suggestion was indeed sound. After all, he still intended to stay in the chamber for 2 more days and could not simply hide in his room. Engrossed in solitary cultivation, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, renowned for its vast treasures, must surely have many valuable items. He also had some yuan stones, and certainly valuable yuan crystals, which could be used to purchase some urgently needed items, such as a suitable magical tool. Continuously relying on a mundane iron sword to battle against others' quasi-spiritual weapons and spiritual weapons was hardly a sustainable approach. With this thought, Xunlang nodded and smiled. "If that is the case, might you accompany me and introduce me to the wares of the chamber, Miss Hua Ling?" Hua Ling was more than willing to oblige. Her face lit up with surprise at Xunlang's agreement. She had merely mentioned it casually, not expecting him to accept. Given Manager Lu's attitude toward Xunlang, how could she not perceive the latter's promising potential? Establishing a connection with such an individual early on promised countless benefits in the future. With a slight lowering of her head, she gazed at Xunlang, her beautiful eyes curving like crescent moons. "Young Master Shun, may I inquire about your interests?" "Well," after a moment of contemplation, Xunlang slowly replied, "Does the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce offer magical tools?" "Magical tools?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Hua Ling's eyes that as far as she knew, magical tools were distinct from ordinary weapons. Those that could be classified as magical tools were all of spirit grade or above. Such treasures were exceedingly rare, even within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After a brief hesitation, Hua Ling answered truthfully, "Young Master Shun, magical tools are indeed too rare. To my knowledge, there should be none." Xunlang was not taken aback by Hua Ling's response. He was well aware of the rarity of magical tools. Having been a direct disciple of the Huajin sect, after a slight pause, he continued, "In that case, quasi-spiritual weapons will suffice." With that, he had to settle for a quasi-spiritual weapon. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce did possess some, albeit in limited quantity, and she assured him he could select from them. Hua Ling smiled gently, then turned with a courteous gesture, leading the way. "Please follow me, young master." Xunlang nodded and followed her. "Master Gu, how is Xian's health?" In an elegantly decorated chamber, 2 figures stood at the doorway. One figure was a woman in a purple dress, with a graceful figure and a dignified demeanor. She was Lu Mei, the manager of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. The other figure was an elderly man with white hair and a commanding presence, dressed in a white robe adorned with a symbol. Those knowledgeable would recognize this symbol as the emblem of an alchemist. At this moment, Lu Mei's beautiful eyes reflected concern, and even her voice conveyed a hint of tension. The elder, referred to as Master Gu, cleared his throat before slowly speaking. "Manager Lu need not worry excessively. In my opinion, Miss Lu has merely been overly startled, resulting in a prolonged faint. With the administration of a calming pill and a few days of rest, she shall be well." Upon hearing this, the worry in Lu Mei's eyes dissipated significantly, and a smile graced her face. With Master Gu's words, "I feel much reassured." Master Gu nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve as if recalling something, and looked at Lu Mei. "Before I arrived, I heard that young lad Mo Xian also came by." Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. "Yes, young Master Mo visited yesterday, and personally diagnosed Xianxian's condition. And his findings matched perfectly with yours, Master Gu. Master Gu stroked his beard, revealing a rare smile. Haha, that lad has made remarkable progress over the years. He has now been promoted to a second-grade alchemist. It seems I did not misjudge in taking him as my disciple. Young Master Mo has ascended to the rank of second-grade alchemist, Lu Mei exclaimed in surprise, her previously composed demeanor now showing signs of disturbance. Just a few days prior, he had barely passed the assessment and rushed back from Yin-Yang County upon hearing of Xianxian's attack. Missing the promotion ceremony entirely, Master Gu shook his head. Appearing somewhat helpless, yet more self-satisfied, had he not come personally, that lad might not have returned obediently for the promotion ceremony. Truly, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. Now, young Master Mo is not yet 20 and has already attained the rank of second-grade alchemist. It is only a matter of time before he reaches the level of a spirit alchemist. With a smile, Lu Mei replied, yet deeper in her eyes, a tinge of worry surfaced, more pronounced than before. Manager Lu, I have come this time not only to treat Miss Lu but also for another matter. After a brief silence, Master Gu suddenly spoke. Lu Mei's heart tightened, yet she maintained a calm facade. Her smile unwavering. Master Gu, please feel free to speak. Master Gu nodded slightly, his murky old eyes fixing on Lu Mei as he slowly said, regarding the matter of Miss Lu and young Master Mo. I wonder what your thoughts are, Manager Lu. So it has finally come to this. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's hopes shattered, and a faint bitterness spread within her heart. Chapter 48. Lucrative Gains Under Hua Ling's Guidance. Shun Lang traversed through the myriad of splendid counters, unable to suppress a sense of awe. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce truly lives up to its name, boasting a diverse array of spiritual herbs, weapons, and even rare treasures from heaven and earth, while the quality of most items differed significantly from the rare treasures he encountered at Huajin sect, for a small commerce like He City. This was undoubtedly remarkable. As he passed through the medicinal herb section, Xin Lang surveyed the surroundings and found that most of the herbs were quite ordinary. However, this ordinary was relative, for ordinary people and even martial artists. These were still fairly rare. Positioned deeper within were some spiritual herbs of exceptional quality, a few of which Xin Lang had previously handled. His goal was a quasi-spiritual weapon, so he did not linger here for long and swiftly made his way towards the weapons section. However, as he passed through a specific area, a rich fragrance wafted through the air, prompting him to halt once more. Hua Ling, walking ahead, seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. As soon as he stopped, she turned around with a smile. Young Master Shun, are you interested in elixirs? It turned out they had reached the elixir section, hence the overwhelming scent of herbs. Xin Lang nodded gently and turned to survey the surroundings. He observed exquisitely crafted jade vials of various shapes housed within beautifully decorated glass domes, each sealed tightly at the mouth. Elixirs are indeed a rather rare resource for cultivation, considering that their producers, alchemists, are a scarce group. From Shun Lang's understanding, to become an alchemist, one must possess two key qualities: formidable spiritual power and an innate ability to control fire. Lacking either renders one incapable. Those who possess both attributes are exceedingly rare, making each alchemist a unique existence. Consequently, the number of alchemists is quite limited. Given that rarity begets value, elixirs, by extension, are precious commodities. Xin Lang had possessed substantial spiritual power since childhood, yet he did not possess the innate fire-controlling constitution, thus missing the opportunity to pursue alchemy. As he entered the elixir section, his gaze swept over the glass domes, intrigued by the descriptions of their effects. The recovery pill, a first-grade elixir, can rapidly restore physical strength for martial artists below the Yuan vein realm. The Qi-gathering pill, a first-grade elixir, can be used by lower-tier Yuan vein martial artists to recover their Yuan power. The condensing Yuan pill. As Xin Lang's gaze passed over each item, a subtle awe glimmered in his eyes. It must be said that these elixirs, if utilized in combat, would serve as powerful aids. Regrettably, in his earlier days, Xin Lang had seldom engaged in actual combat, and thus had little experience with elixirs. It was only after several battles that he truly realized the significance of these potions. The ability of a warrior to heal, recover, and swiftly adjust their combat state often plays a crucial and even decisive role in a confrontation. Various elixirs serve as invaluable aids in achieving all of this. The elixirs you see here are all crafted by Master Gu Feng, a renowned figure, known for producing top-quality products. Hu Ling, standing beside him, smiled as she introduced. Master Gu Feng is a fifth-grade alchemist, holding considerable prestige throughout Yin-Yang County. A fifth-grade alchemist. Xin Lang exclaimed in astonishment that it was already impressive to become an alchemist, but this Master Gu had reached the 5th grade. The fifth-grade alchemist is but a step away from becoming a spirit alchemist, and within the Grand Huajin sect, the number of spirit alchemists is exceedingly rare, each holding a position of great respect. Reflecting on the difficulties he faced in battle, Shenlang felt a burgeoning interest in the elixirs, which only intensified upon learning they were crafted by a fifth-grade alchemist. Gently tapping on a glass case marked for a first-grade elixir, he inquired, "What is the price of this Hui Yuan Dan?" 100 yuan stones for 1 Hui Yuan Dan. There are 10 in the bottle, totaling 1,000 yuan stones, Hu Ling replied with a smile. 100 yuan stones each? Shenlang's eyes widened in disbelief. Having been nurtured in the alchemy pavilion due to his potent soul energy, he was somewhat knowledgeable about alchemy, from what he understood. The materials used to craft a first-grade elixir like Hui Yuan Dan were merely common herbs, easily obtainable in abundance. The total cost of materials needed for one elixir, accounting for losses, should only amount to a few dozen yuan stones. Yet, the retail price was astonishingly marked at 100 yuan stones, a nearly tenfold increase. Were it not for the familiarity he had with Hu Ling, he might have suspected he was being taken advantage of. What is the price for a Juqi Dan? Taking a deep breath, he pressed on. Though also a first-grade elixir, the Juqi Dan boasted superior effects and thus commanded a higher price of 300 yuan stones each. Hu Ling patiently explained. Shenlang was left speechless. 300 yuan stones. The price of a spirit herb he sold was scarcely this high. Were these elixirs, made from ordinary materials, truly valued at such exorbitant rates? Comparable to spirit herbs? A wave of astonishment washed over him. This journey down the mountain had truly opened his eyes to the rarity and value of elixirs. It was sheer profit. Shenlang couldn't help but lament, subtly regretting having sold those spirit herbs. If ordinary materials could yield such prices, how astronomical would the cost of elixirs made from spirit herbs be? If only I could learn alchemy, then wealth would be within my grasp. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden epiphany struck him, causing him to shudder. If memory served him correctly, the tome he possessed had mentioned something about refining power, external refinement of objects, internal refinement of oneself. Formation. Alchemy. Seeing Shenlang lost in thought, Hu Ling, perplexed by his changing expressions, cautiously called out, "Young master, is there something on your mind?" After several gentle prompts, Shenlang finally returned to himself. Gesturing dismissively, "It's nothing, just a momentary distraction." Hu Ling nodded, though she remained puzzled by the excitement still evident on Shenlang's face. "Miss Hu Ling, let us not linger here. Let us proceed to examine the weapons," Shenlang suggested with a soft smile after surveying the elixir area once more. Hu Ling nodded and turned her steps towards the weapons section. Shenlang cast a final glance at the elixir area, a smile gracing his lips, before quickly following in Hu Ling's wake. Chapter 49. The mysterious black blade. The Haning blade, crafted from superior fine iron, boasts a razor-sharp edge capable of slicing through steel like butter. At a counter, Shenlang scrutinized a gleaming black short sword, while Hu Ling provided an elaborate description. Under her guidance, Shenlang soon arrived at the weapons section, eager to select a weapon suited to him. As he approached the area for quasi-spiritual weapons, he found himself intrigued by ordinary weapons, inspecting them along the way, with Hu Ling tirelessly offering explanations. Indeed, these were fine weapons, certainly superior to the long knife he possessed. Gently caressing the blade of the Haning, he murmured his admiration. However, after a moment's contemplation, he set it aside, intending to explore the quasi-spiritual weapon area. After all, when facing opponents of the Yuan Vein realm or higher, a weapon that did not reach the quasi-spiritual tier would be insufficient. With Hu Ling leading the way, Shenlang entered the quasi-spiritual weapons section, observing the thickened glass cases made from special materials. He understood that these quasi-spiritual weapons were greatly valued by the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, hence the extensive protection. Because quasi-spiritual weapons are highly treasured, I, Hu Ling, am unable to retrieve them for you. If you find something to your liking, I shall report to Manager Wang to have him bring it out for you," she explained, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as they reached their destination. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shenlang smiled. "No worries. I will take a look first." Seeing no sign of dissatisfaction on Shenlang's face, Hu Ling felt relieved and quickly followed as he stepped closer to a glass case containing a quasi-spiritual weapon. Within was a silver longsword, its design appearing rather ordinary compared to the previous common weapons. However, upon noticing the runes engraved upon it, Shenlang realized its extraordinary nature. These runes, known as instrument symbols, were inscribed by the weaponsmith during the forging process. For a magical item, these symbols act as its heart, encapsulating its essence. The higher the level of the runes, the greater the quality of the item. The runes on this silver sword were of the spirit level, but Xinlang perceived that they seemed somewhat incomplete, with some flaws present. This sword likely belonged to the quasi-spiritual tier. The next moment, Hu Ling's explanation confirmed Xinlang's assessment. This is the Silver Moon Sword, forged from spirit-level materials that it should have been a spirit-level magical item. However, due to some mishaps during the forging process, it only achieved the quasi-spiritual level. Hu Ling elaborated. So it was a failed forging. No wonder it did not reach the spirit level, Xinlang thought, shaking his head slightly while inwardly chastising the careless weaponsmith who squandered spirit-level materials. He lost interest in this failed product, even though it was a quasi-spiritual weapon, and turned his gaze to the next glass case. Inside was a pair of black hammers, which at first glance appeared to be mere dull iron blocks. However, the small runes engraved on the hammerheads signified their exceptional quality. Xian iron hammers, a pair, crafted from millennium-old Xian iron, with a mysterious internal structure, making them light to wield yet heavy in impact. This certainly sounded like a remarkable magical item. Xinlang nodded in appreciation upon hearing Hu Ling's introduction, but had no intention of purchasing, that he found the idea of using hammers rather peculiar. His gaze drifted to the next glass case. This time, he beheld a long black knife, causing his attention to sharpen. The design of this black knife bore a striking resemblance to the one he held. However, Xinlang squinted, carefully examining the blade, which bore intricate runes, seemingly more profound than those on the Xian iron hammers. Most notably, at the junction of the blade and handle, were characters of suitable size, distinctly different from the runes on the blade. Unfortunately, Xinlang still could not decipher them. This black knife that Hu Ling hesitated before continuing. Its origin is somewhat complex, as we do not know the identity of its creator. We are unaware of its name. However, based on an appraisal by a master smith, it is believed to be made from spirit-level materials, albeit a failed forging. Nevertheless, judging by its quality and the engraved runes, it also reaches the quasi-spiritual tier. The characters upon it, Xinlang inquired, his gaze fixed on the runes without blinking. According to the master smith, these characters likely represent the knife's name, but unfortunately, even he could not recognize them. Hu Ling quickly added. However, that master did mention that the characters are inconsequential. The performance and materials of this knife are not inferior to those of the Silver Moon Sword or the Xian iron hammers. Another failed forging? A flicker of disappointment crossed Xinlang's eyes. His aversion to failed magical items stemmed from what he had learned from a weaponsmith in the sect. Most failed forgeries carry hidden dangers. While these issues might remain concealed during minor skirmishes, they could very well reveal themselves in fierce battles against equally matched opponents, akin to the hidden ailments within the human body. With a soft sigh, Xinlang prepared to approach the next glass dome. After taking a couple of steps, an inexplicable sensation suddenly surged from within him, causing him to pause momentarily. He abruptly turned back, his gaze fixated on the black dagger encased within the dome, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Just moments ago, he had sensed a disturbance in the power of the formation within him, and its source was none other than this black dagger. Young master, what troubles you? Hua Ling, noticing Xinlang's unusual behavior, inquired with curiosity. Xinlang remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand as he walked back. His gaze intensified as he scrutinized the black dagger, the restlessness of the formation's power within him growing ever stronger. More importantly, he observed that the black dagger within the dome seemed to tremble subtly, as if responding to the agitation within him. Taking a deep breath, Xinlang pointed at the glass dome and slowly asked, "How many spirit stones is this black dagger worth?" Hua Ling regarded him deeply, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Yet she quickly responded, "If the young master desires it, it would require 8,000 spirit stones. 8,000 spirit stones. Xinlang's lips twitched slightly. Despite his mental preparation, he was still taken aback by the price announced by Hua Ling. 8,000 spirit stones. How many medicinal herbs would he need to sell to amass such a sum? Currently, he possessed barely over 1,000 spirit stones, a considerable distance from the required amount. Seeing Xinlang's troubled expression, Hua Ling understood immediately and smiled reassuringly. "Young master, the price of this black dagger is indeed steep. If it is inconvenient for you at the moment, there is no need to rush. We shall keep it reserved for you. Thank you for your kindness." Miss Hua Ling. Xinlang smiled faintly, lost in thought. He then turned his palm over, revealing a white crystalline object that appeared in his hand. "This is a rare item I acquired, containing exceedingly pure elemental energy, suitable for breakthroughs. I wonder if the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would be interested in purchasing it." This object was the energy crystallization he had extracted from the Earth Spirit Spring using his refining power in the cave. The primary function of this energy crystal was to provide an immense surge of elemental energy during breakthroughs, ensuring that substantial energy demands were met. Having just recently broken through to the second level of the elemental vein realm, Shenlang, in order to solidify his foundation, had no intention of attempting another breakthrough in the near future. After careful consideration, he concluded that since he would not be needing this energy crystal in the short term, selling one to acquire a dagger that held a mysterious connection to him would be quite worthwhile. Hualing gazed at the energy crystal in Shenlang's hand, her eyes widening with surprise. It was evident that she had never encountered such an item before. If what the young master claims is true, this item is indeed qualified for auction. With that, Hualing suggested, you might consider visiting Old Zhao for an appraisal. Once confirmed, you can participate in tomorrow's auction, maximizing your potential returns. After a moment of contemplation, Hualing addressed Shenlang. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction tomorrow. Shenlang raised an eyebrow. While he had never participated in an auction before, he had at least some understanding of the process. If he could auction off his item, it would likely reach its maximum value. Of course, the buyers were not fools. Only valuable items warranted high prices. If an item was deemed unworthy, it could be auctioned off at a low price or, worse, go unsold entirely. Nevertheless, Shenlang felt confident in the worth of his energy crystal. Hualing nodded with a smile, softly stating, if you wish to participate in the auction, I shall take you to the appraisal room, where Master Wang will assess the value of your item. In order to partake in the auction, one must first capture the attention of the auction house. After all, the auction's reputation was at stake. A failed auction could significantly tarnish their standing. Understanding this, Shenlang nodded in agreement. Upon seeing his consent, Hualing promptly turned and led him toward their destination. Guided expertly by Hualing, Shenlang soon arrived at the appraisal room. Upon observing the long queue outside, as well as the throngs of people, he was taken aback at the unexpected turnout for the auction. Clearly, these individuals were all eager participants. There is no need to worry, young master, with your purple crystal card. You will receive special treatment and will not need to stand in line. Noticing Shenlang's furrowed brow, Hualing cheerfully added, please wait here for a moment while I inform them, and you will be allowed to enter. Relieved at the prospect of skipping the line, Shenlang replied with a light-hearted tone, that sounds perfect. Hualing nodded gently and quickly made her way to the appraisal room through a designated side path. While waiting, Shenlang noticed several figures cloaked in loose black robes, shrouding their entire forms, with only their vigilant eyes visible. After a moment of curiosity, he understood the reason. Those who entered through the side path were likely of significant status, and their items would naturally be extraordinary. Such attire was merely a means of concealing their valuable possessions, for as the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing treasure invites trouble. Shenlang was well aware of this. However, he felt no need to conceal his identity, as while the energy crystal was indeed precious, its value did not reach a level that would attract excessive attention. Hualing demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Soon returning from the appraisal room with a smile, announcing, young Master Shun, Master Wang requests your presence. Shenlang stepped forward briskly, entering the appraisal room amidst the envious gazes of those waiting in line. Hualing stood at the entrance, patiently awaiting his return. Upon entering through the side path, the first thing that caught Shenlang's eye was a winding corridor, somewhat dim, yet illuminated by unknown bioluminescent points, creating an air of mystery. After several twists and turns, he arrived at an unremarkable wooden door, marked simply with the words appraisal room. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Upon entering, Shenlang realized that the so-called appraisal room was merely a standard chamber, partitioned to create a small window through which a figure appeared to be seated. However, due to the dim lighting, Shenlang could not discern the person's features. This meticulous design was likely intended to protect the treasures within, preventing them from being coveted. Please take a seat, an aged voice emanated from behind the window. Belonging to the figure, presumably Master Wang, the appraiser Hualing had mentioned, Shenlang approached and sat down slowly. What item do you wish to appraise? Master Wang asked directly, without any preamble. It is a natural energy crystal, containing pure elemental energy, suitable for breakthroughs, Shenlang replied. Passing the energy crystal through the window, he deliberately referred to it as natural, as he did not wish to disclose that it had been extracted using his refining power. A process that might raise eyebrows. After a moment of silence, Master Wang's voice emerged again, tinged with surprise. This energy crystal indeed harbors an exceptionally pure and powerful elemental force. In my decades of appraising treasures, I have encountered many energy crystals, yet few possess this degree of purity. It certainly qualifies for auction. What is the estimated value, Master Wang? Shenlang inquired. eager to know the appraisal's outcome. After a brief contemplation, Master Wang responded, "Based on my experience, it should fetch at least 4,000 spirit stones. 4,000 spirit stones." Xinlang nodded, this valuation aligning with his expectations. "Very well, I shall part with this energy crystal." Master Wang acknowledged with a grunt, accepting the crystal and handing Xinlang a wooden token. "Keep this token safe. After the auction concludes, you can use it to claim your spirit stones." Xinlang received the token, glancing at it to find his name inscribed upon it. After tucking it away, he slowly stood, offering his farewells before departing the appraisal room. Outside, Hualing greeted him eagerly, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Young master, has everything been settled?" Xinlang returned her smile with a nod, intending to bid her farewell, when a thought struck him. "Miss Hualing, might the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce have purple celestial grass and jade spirit mushrooms?" Hualing nodded affirmatively. "Those are common medicinal materials. You can find plenty in the medicinal area." Xinlang revealed a handful of spirit stones, presenting them to Hualing with a smile. "I would like 10 of each." "If that is sufficient." Upon seeing the spirit stones in Xinlang's hand, Hualing was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a giggle. "Young master, those are merely ordinary herbs. Combined, they wouldn't even cost a single spirit stone." Observing the rosy hue on Hualing's cheeks, Xinlang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he realized his lack of knowledge regarding prices had once again been exposed. In the realm of elixirs, Xinlang was struck by the staggering profits associated with alchemy, which ignited within him the desire to concoct pills. He suddenly recalled that half of a manual he had once encountered documented the power of refinement, stating that it could indeed be harnessed to create elixirs. This realization was the source of his exhilaration. Without delay, once the transactions of essence crystals had settled, Xinlang procured the necessary herbs on his journey home, specifically the purple celestial herb and the jade spirit mushroom. While these two ingredients appeared inconspicuous and inexpensive to the flower spirits, Xinlang recognized their true worth as essential components for the first-class rejuvenation pill. During his time at the Alchemy Pavilion, Xinlang had witnessed various aspects of alchemy and had even memorized several formulas, including that of the rejuvenation pill. In addition to the purple celestial herb and the jade spirit mushroom, a few supplementary herbs were required for the creation of the rejuvenation pill. Though their individual values were negligible, Xinlang estimated that the herbs he had gathered would suffice for at least 10 attempts at crafting the pill, with total expenses amounting to merely 1 essence stone. With a deep breath, he steadied himself, centering his energy, and prepared to commence the alchemical process. He flicked his fingertips. A wisp of black and white energy danced forth, swirling about like a flickering flame. "While you alchemists rely on flames and cauldrons, I am unencumbered and rely solely on the power of refinement." A subtle smile graced Xinlang's lips as the spiritual wheel within his consciousness accelerated. "Channeling waves of refining energy. Go," he commanded, and the amplified black and white energy surged outward, enveloping the herbs within. The essence of alchemy lies in the alchemist's ability to manipulate flames to purify and extract the medicinal properties of the herbs. Since most herbs possess earthy qualities, they are susceptible to fire. Direct exposure would reduce them to ashes. Thus, an alchemical furnace serves as an intermediary, retaining the flame's intense heat while preventing the herbs from being incinerated. Once the medicinal properties are fully extracted, the alchemist must utilize their formidable spiritual strength to perceive the activity levels of each herbal essence and their reactions upon contact, allowing for a harmonious amalgamation of their properties. Should this fusion be successful, they would coalesce into a pill. While the process of alchemy may not seem overly complex in theory, the practical execution presents a myriad of intricate challenges. For instance, mastering the intensity of the flames, knowing when to intensify or diminish them, alongside ensuring the complete extraction of the herb's properties. The most critical step lies in forming the pill, which hinges on the precise integration of the medicinal essences. Each step demands absolute precision. Even the slightest deviation could yield dramatically different outcomes. A poorly executed process could result in subpar pills, or in dire cases, an explosion of the furnace. Xinlang had witnessed a disciple of the Alchemy Pavilion, a master of the Yuan-Si realm, suffer severe injuries from a furnace explosion. Such incidents emphasize the necessity for caution in alchemy. Now, Xinlang, employing the power of refinement, was spared the need for a furnace, as this force transcends the 5 elemental categories and does not fall prey to the weaknesses of earthy attributes. However, this methodology placed a dual burden on his spiritual strength. On one hand, he needed to expend spiritual energy to convert it into refining energy, and on the other, he had to maintain precise control over the dynamic properties of the herbs, which was an arduous task that drained his spiritual reserves. This dual consumption undoubtedly weighed heavily on Shenlang's spiritual capacity. Thankfully, having reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, he could manage the initial extraction of medicinal properties with relative ease. Encased in the refining energy, the herbs began to yield their medicinal essence. With a growing familiarity in manipulating this energy, coupled with the knowledge he had gained at the alchemy pavilion, Shenlang's extraction of the herb's properties proceeded smoothly. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, he had fully extracted the medicinal essence. The next critical step was to merge these essences. Inhaling deeply, Shenlang heightened his focus, meticulously observing the dynamics of the various herbal essences. Once he felt adequately prepared, he released another wave of refining energy to cautiously initiate the fusion of the essences. However, as the second wave of refining energy coalesced, Shenlang sensed a wave of weakness wash over him within the confines of his consciousness. Though it dissipated almost instantly, the intensified consumption of spiritual energy was indeed becoming burdensome. First, he began with the purple celestial herb and the supplementary ingredients. The sequence of merging the medicinal properties adhered to strict protocols, as the attributes would continually evolve with each integration. Initially incompatible essences could harmonize upon the introduction of an additional ingredient. In this delicate process, any misstep, such as combining two completely incompatible essences, could result in failure or worse, an explosion. Thus, without a formula, even with the correct ingredients, an alchemist would be unable to succeed without knowledge of the proper sequence. Fully engrossed in his task, beads of sweat began to form on Shenlang's brow, as the effort required at this juncture was considerable. After successfully merging the purple celestial herb with one supplementary ingredient, he let out a sigh of relief before proceeding to the next. Everything appeared to be going smoothly. Half an hour later, the fusion of the purple celestial herb was complete. Now it was time to merge with the jade spirit mushroom. Reciting the sequence in his mind, Shenlang deftly manipulated the refining energy, guiding the essence of the jade spirit mushroom toward the purple celestial herb. However, the moment the two essences made contact, he felt a jarring tremor within his spiritual energy, causing the spiritual wheel in his consciousness to momentarily stall. This is bad. A sense of foreboding surged within Shenlang, but before he could react, he witnessed the mass of herbs engulfed in refining energy shudder violently and then, to his horror, explode. As he surveyed the chaos of scattered herbal liquid and debris, Shenlang wiped the sticky substance from his face and let out a self-deprecating laugh. This attempt at alchemy had failed spectacularly, culminating in an explosive disaster. Yet, amidst his frustration, he felt a flicker of relief. Had he been using a furnace, the entire room might have been reduced to ruin. Regaining his composure, Shenlang began to reflect on the preceding events. He was so close, merely one step away from success. If only he could have merged the jade spirit mushroom. Yet, it was precisely at this juncture that the unforeseen incident transpired. A frown creased his brow as he pondered deeply. The cause of his failure was that inexplicable tremor in his spiritual energy, which had disrupted the operation of the spiritual wheel and affected the refining energy. But wait, concurrently, there had been a sense of weakness stemming from his spirit. Could it be? Shenlang's eyes narrowed, and a realization began to dawn upon him. His spiritual energy was overwhelmed. For other alchemists, a robust spiritual force was merely required for controlling the medicinal properties, leading to a singular form of consumption. However, Shenlang bore the additional burden of condensing refining energy, which multiplied the pressure on his spiritual capacity. When merging the jade spirit mushroom, he needed to allocate even more spiritual energy to manage the essence, resulting in insufficient spiritual strength within his consciousness, causing the spiritual wheel to falter and ultimately destabilizing the refining energy, leading to the explosion. Gazing at the disarray around him, Shenlang's expression grew serious. Even though he had identified the cause of his failure, devising a solution to this predicament proved to be a formidable challenge. He understood that the most straightforward approach would be to enhance his spiritual strength to withstand the tremendous consumption. Was he destined to wait until he reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm to succeed in alchemy? No, that thought flickered in his mind before he quickly dismissed it. If that were the case, it would imply that ancient alchemists required significantly greater spiritual power than ordinary alchemists to produce elixirs of the same grade. Such a comparison would render the skills of ancient alchemists rather unimpressive. Yet, the intricacies of refining energy surely could not be so inadequate. Perhaps, the flaw lay in his method of alchemy. As he surveyed the wreckage in the room and reflected on the recent events, Shenlang fell into deep contemplation, savoring each aspect of the alchemical process, controlling the fire, refining, merging, and forming the pill. As he murmured to himself, a spark of inspiration suddenly illuminated his mind. After a moment of stunned realization, He slapped his forehead in a fit of joy. How had he overlooked this fundamental issue? Given the inherent differences between ancient alchemists and ordinary alchemists, how could their methods of alchemy possibly be identical? While ordinary alchemists must simultaneously wield flames for refining and utilize spiritual energy for harmonization, ancient alchemists could achieve both using refining energy alone, rendering the division unnecessary. With this epiphany, a glimmer of clarity sparked in Xunlang's eyes. He seemed to have pinpointed the crux of the issue. In employing refining energy for alchemy, you need not differentiate between the two processes. Both the refining of the herbs and the harmonization of their essences could be conducted simultaneously through a singular flow of refining energy. Thus, the problem of excessive consumption would be easily resolved. All that remained was for him to master the balance of combining the processes of refining and harmonizing. With this newfound understanding, Xunlang's previously disheartened spirit was reignited with fervor. After taking a moment to compose himself, he readied another batch of materials, flicking his fingertips to summon forth the black and white energy, rather than directly enveloping the herbs in refining energy. He first attuned himself to its essence, ensuring an absolute sensitivity to the flow of refining energy. Next, he would proceed to execute the steps of refining and harmonizing the essences simultaneously. As the moment approached, Xunlang propelled the refining power outward, enveloping the medicinal herbs to commence the process of refinement. With the experience from his initial attempt, Xunlang's speed in this endeavor was notably enhanced. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, all the herbs were completely refined. The next critical phase involved the fusion of medicinal properties. Xunlang took a deep breath. Focusing intently on his actions, the black and white energy surrounding the herbs began to reveal a delicate refining force from within, akin to a small hand manipulating the dynamics of various medicinal properties. This operation was markedly different from the previous one. In the earlier attempt, Xunlang had directly condensed a stream of refining power from within himself and then projected it into the black and white energy. This time, however, he differentiated a strand of refining power directly from within the energy itself. Consequently, the consumption of his soul power was significantly reduced, although the precision required for the manipulation of the refining force was considerably heightened. This was indeed the test of an ancient alchemist's skill. Under Xunlang's meticulous guidance, the small hand that emerged from the energy mass finally took shape, beginning to harmonize the various medicinal properties. First, he worked with the purple immortal grass and the auxiliary herbs. The steps remained the same, yet Xunlang was increasingly cautious compared to before. After half an hour, the medicinal properties of the purple immortal grass were nearly fused. Leaving only the final auxiliary herb, Xunlang took a moment to catch his breath and initiated the final fusion of the purple immortal grass's properties. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, followed by a burst of medicinal liquid that splattered everywhere. The already chaotic room became even messier. Xunlang wiped the remnants of the liquid from the tip of his nose and couldn't help but chuckle at his misfortune. Another failure. Yet, this time, he did not feel disheartened, for the failure stemmed not from his alchemical technique, but from a mistake in his execution. While fusing the final auxiliary herb, he had misjudged the control of the refining hand, causing a deviation in the fusion of the two medicinal properties, resulting in an unintended outcome that ultimately led to failure. Ultimately, it was his lack of precision in manipulating the refining force that caused the setback. Indeed, employing the refining power for alchemy was no trivial task. With a sigh, Xunlang tidied himself up and retrieved another set of materials, preparing to attempt the alchemical process once more. The issue of precision could only be mastered through continuous practice. Fortunately, he had ample materials, providing him with 8 more opportunities. Adjusting his mindset, Xunlang began another round of refinement. However, it wasn't long before another explosion signaled yet another failure. Since his significant advancement in cultivation, Xunlang had not faced such repeated setbacks. These numerous failures, paradoxically, ignited his determination. He would not yield until he succeeded. Outside, the night was deepening, and Leaf City had long succumbed to silence. Yet Xunlang remained a determined figure, tirelessly persevering. Thankfully, the sounds of explosions from failed attempts were not overly loud, and the room's soundproofing was quite effective. Otherwise, the entire Wanbao Guild might have been disturbed from their slumber by Xunlang's relentless pursuits. As time quietly slipped away, Xunlang gazed at the last remaining set of materials, his face smeared with remnants of medicinal liquid, betraying no hint of fatigue. Indeed, he had failed a total of 9 times. Almost every failure resulted from minor oversights. Despite a sleepless night, Xunlang's eyes now radiated an unwavering resolve. He took out the final set of materials and exhaled slowly. This was his last chance. Should he fail again, he would need to purchase more materials. The refining power surged forth as Shun Lang calmly executed each step. Everything proceeded normally. The only difference this time was the absence of an explosion. Shun Lang completed all the steps as dawn broke. The morning light filtered through the window, illuminating Shun Lang's weary face. Had he succeeded? Shun Lang fixated on the dissipating black and white energy, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unsure if it was the light or something else altogether, as the energy dispersed, an object began to fall. Shun Lang swiftly extended his hand, catching it securely, feeling the round graininess within his palm. The tension that had gripped Shun Lang finally eased, and a faint smile emerged. Chapter 53. The superior recovery pill. Shun Lang spread his fingers, revealing a thumb-sized, pale green pill nestled in his palm. The pill bore a faint pattern, exuding an air of mystique. This was a first-grade pill, the recovery pill. Naturally, as his first creation, Shun Lang cherished it deeply, examining it closely. There was indeed a subtle pattern on this recovery pill. At that moment, Shun Lang noticed the design on the pill, a look of astonishment crossing his face. In his memory, the recovery pill was entirely pale green, devoid of any patterns, yet his creation appeared somewhat distinct. It seemed to be the result of the refining power at play. Shun Lang gently grasped the recovery pill, acutely sensing the energy within. The recovery pill's purpose lay in swiftly restoring a warrior's physical strength, also offering some restorative effects for lower-ranked practitioners. Therefore, to gauge the level of a recovery pill, the amount of energy it contained became a crucial criterion. Pills were graded from 1 to 5, with each grade further subdivided into detailed classifications. Even among alchemists of the same grade, there were distinctions in strength, determined by the quality of the pills they could produce. Each pill was categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and perfect grades. Generally, an alchemist capable of producing an inferior grade pill qualified for promotion to that grade. Those who could produce medium grade pills were considered the elite among their peers. To create superior grade pills was a testament to a master within the same rank. As for the perfect grade, while such classifications existed, Shun Lang had never encountered an alchemist capable of achieving that level. Attaining superior grade was already a remarkable feat. Even the few spirit alchemists in the alchemy pavilion could only reach the superior standard when crafting a first-grade pill. The chasm of perfection seemed insurmountable for anyone to at times. Shun Lang questioned whether such a grade truly existed. However, upon sensing the energy fluctuations within the pill, a wave of delight washed over him. This recovery pill had surprisingly achieved the superior level. It was worth noting that even a third-grade alchemist might struggle to produce a superior recovery pill. Here he was, having just succeeded in his first attempt at alchemy. And he had already attained such a level. It was undeniable that this far exceeded his expectations. The refining power truly was extraordinary. To achieve such heights on his first attempt, Shun Lang knew instinctively that the refining power played a pivotal role. The subtle pattern on the pill might very well serve as proof of the refining power's influence on the outcome. It appeared that the surprises brought by this refining power were becoming increasingly abundant. At this moment, he could indeed consider himself a genuine first-grade alchemist. Retrieving the pill, Shun Lang slowly rose, stretching his limbs, and allowing a satisfied smile to grace his features. After all, he had managed to produce a superior first-grade pill, qualifying him as a first-grade alchemical master. Wouldn't you agree? Observing the brightening sky outside, Shun Lang realized he had spent the entire night refining. Although fatigue began to creep in, the auction was about to commence shortly. Shun Lang harbored considerable interest in this auction. Not only did he wish to ascertain the price his spirit crystals might fetch, but he also had intentions of bidding that an auction always promised an abundance of treasures. And perhaps he would find something suitable for himself. After a brief tidying of the room and adjusting his appearance, Shun Lang stepped out, heading towards the auction venue. During his return journey the previous day, Hua Ling had pointed out the location of the auction, enabling him to arrive without difficulty at this moment. The crowd before the auction hall was sparse, likely due to the early hour. After surveying the area, Shun Lang spotted Hua Ling, who was busy attending to guests in the appraisal room. Upon seeing the appraisal room, a thought suddenly crossed Shun Lang's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to approach. Young Master Shin? Just as Shun Lang was nearing the appraisal room, Hua Ling, taking a rare break from her duties, glanced in his direction and immediately called out. Shun Lang smiled at Hua Ling and quickly entered the appraisal room. Observing Shun Lang's actions, a hint of confusion appeared on Hua Ling's lovely face. With the auction set to commence shortly, what could he possibly want in the appraisal room at this time? Navigating the winding passage, Shun Lang pushed open the wooden door and entered the appraisal room. Seated at the window, as before, was the elderly Wang. Noticing the movement at the doorway, Wang raised his head. A flicker of curiosity in his eyes. In his experience, few visitors came for appraisals on the day of an auction. Wang Lao, Xinlang greeted with a faint smile as he settled in front of the window. I have something I would like you to appraise for its value, and if possible, I would like to offer it as an auction item. Would that be acceptable? It's you? Upon recognizing Xinlang, a glimmer of surprise appeared in Wang's aged eyes, but he shook his head in response to Xinlang's request. According to the rules, with the auction scheduled for today, no additional items can be added. If you wish to auction it, you'll have to wait until the next opportunity. Not being able to auction is of no concern. I would still appreciate it if you could take a look at the item. Xinlang replied with a serene smile, flipping his hand to reveal the recovery pill, which he then presented at the window. Regarding Xinlang's actions, Wang Lao harbored a modicum of doubt, but chose not to voice his concerns. Casually accepting the item that was handed to him, a medicinal pill. Upon grasping it, Wang Lao quickly discerned its nature, and his gaze shifted slightly. A returning yuan pill. Once the pill in his palm came into full view, Wang Lao's expression changed dramatically. To present a first-grade returning yuan pill as a precious item for his appraisal. Could this young man be seeking trouble? Wang Lao's demeanor soured. In their line of work, being shown a common and inexpensive item for appraisal was an undeniable provocation. This returning yuan pill seems a bit off. Just as his irritation was about to boil over, Wang Lao noticed the faint patterns etched upon the pill, causing him to restrain his anger and scrutinize the returning yuan pill more closely. The energy contained within had surprisingly reached an upper echelon of quality, as he sensed the energetic fluctuations emanating from the pill. Wang Lao's expression shifted once more, a glimmer of astonishment appearing in his aged eyes. What does an upper-grade returning yuan pill signify? As a seasoned appraiser, he understood all too well, setting aside the intrinsic value of the pill. To concoct such a high-grade returning yuan pill, one must either be an alchemist of the 4th grade or higher, or an exceedingly rare master alchemist. In either case, the pills they produced would undoubtedly possess a value far exceeding that of ordinary returning yuan pills. To be precise, the returning yuan pill before him was worth enough to rival the centerpiece item of this auction. Young Xinlang, may I inquire how you came into possession of this remarkable returning yuan pill? Moments later, Wang Lao managed to regain his composure, but his gaze toward Xinlang was filled with eager anticipation and fervor. Chapter 54. The auction before long. Xinlang exited the appraisal room. Outside the auction hall, an ever-growing crowd gathered, all converging towards the entrance. However, as they approached, order began to take shape. 50 paces from the entrance, 2 lines of guards stood vigilant, maintaining the decorum of the event. Each of these guards possessed strength beyond the 7th layer of body refinement, and this was merely the outer perimeter, indicating the significance the Wanbao chamber placed on this auction. It seemed the auction was about to commence. Casting a cursory glance at the densely packed crowd, Xinlang exhaled softly, preparing to approach the auction entrance. Young Master Shin. A familiar voice called out, prompting him to turn his head. It was Hua Ling, her charming visage adorned with a sweet smile as she approached him. Young Master Shun, are you heading into the auction hall? Indeed, Xinlang replied with a nod and a smile. You possess a purple crystal card, allowing you to bypass the main entrance. There is already a long line forming, which would take an eternity to get through. As she spoke, Hua Ling gestured towards a side door adjacent to the main entrance, her smile widening. That is the exclusive passage for esteemed guests, leading directly to the private auction hall. You may enter through there. So, there is an exclusive passage and private rooms. Xinlang raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Initially, he had been contemplating how long it would take to navigate the throng at the entrance, unaware of such privileges. Clearly, this purple crystal card was quite valuable. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Hua. With a faint smile, Xinlang flashed a motion with his hand, revealing dozens of spirit stones in his palm, which he offered to her. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Over the past few days, Hua Ling had been a constant presence, assisting Xinlang considerably, albeit under Lu Susu's instructions. Nevertheless, for Xinlang, it felt like a gesture of goodwill. Hua Ling gazed at the spirit stones in Xinlang's palm, momentarily taken aback, before her expression transformed into one of delight. Having worked at the Wanbao chamber for several years, her monthly wages, while decent, paled in comparison to the mountain of spirit stones before her, which could easily equal several years of her earnings. Thank you, young master, she exclaimed, accepting the gift with genuine surprise, her eyes now brimming with warmth and respect as she regarded Xinlang. She increasingly felt that accompanying Xinlang was indeed a fortuitous decision. Seeing that Hua Ling did not refuse, Xinlang nodded in satisfaction. Her sincerity and lack of pretense undoubtedly enhanced his impression of her. Following Hua Ling's guidance, Shenlang made his way to the exclusive side passage. After presenting his purple crystal card to the guards at the entrance, he successfully entered the auction hall. Just as Hua Ling had described, upon traversing the side passage, he was greeted by a row of elegantly adorned private rooms. Each room bore a number at its entrance. Arriving not too early, most of the rooms had already been occupied. After a bit of searching, Shenlang finally located an unoccupied private room and stepped inside. The space within the room was adequately sized and splendidly decorated. However, what first captured Shenlang's attention was a massive crystalline wall at the front of the room. Through this wall, he could clearly observe the happenings within the auction hall. Shenlang was somewhat familiar with this type of wall. It was crafted from a unique material that provided a perspective effect, allowing visibility from the inside out, yet obscuring the view from the outside in. The Wanao chamber evidently took great care in their protective arrangements. Settling into a plush leather chair, Shenlang gazed through the crystalline wall at the scene beyond, where a sea of people surged, nearly filling every area surrounding the auction stage, that he couldn't help but click his tongue in awe at the scale of this auction. That it appeared he would have to wait a while longer for the event to officially commence. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Shenlang seized the opportunity to close his eyes and rest. Despite the Wanbao chamber's thorough security measures, Shenlang remained vigilant. Thus, even as he rested, he extended his soul perception, attuned to the movements around him. Having reached a significant level of soul power, he could envelop an area of several paces. This range included the two adjacent private rooms. Shenlang emitted a soft exclamation, startled by a sudden surge of formidable soul power emanating from the left room. Although the private rooms at the Wanbao chamber were soundproofed, they offered little constraint against soul power. This oversight was understandable. Typically, individuals capable of enveloping a certain range with their soul power would possess at least a substantial level of mastery. In Yi City, powerful figures in the Yuan Sea realm were exceedingly rare, and alchemists were even more so. Such precautions seemed somewhat excessive. However, this time, they were caught off guard. The soul wave emanating from the left room had indeed reached a formidable level. While aware that he wouldn't be able to see anything, Shenlang found his gaze drawn toward the left side of the room, feeling somewhat astonished. This was the first time he had encountered someone with such formidable soul power since arriving in Yi City. Based on his assessment, if this person were indeed an alchemist, they were likely at least of the second-grade caliber. Yet, Shenlang felt somewhat bemused regarding this second-grade alchemist. Ordinarily, individuals with similar levels of soul power would find it difficult to sense one another unless they were intentionally projecting their presence. Shenlang was able to perceive this individual clearly because they were radiating their energy outward, as if eager for others to notice their existence. With such a display of soul power, not only Shenlang but even an average martial artist nearing mastery could easily detect them. Shaking his head, Shenlang decided not to dwell on this individual any longer, redirecting his attention back to the auction hall. Inside, the previously boisterous crowd gradually settled into silence, their eager gazes fixated on the auction stage. Clearly, the auction was about to begin. Amidst the multitude of expectant stares, the lights on the auction stage flared to life, and a strikingly attractive woman sauntered to the center, her eyes sparkling with allure as she surveyed the audience. Clutching a silver hammer, it was evident that she was the auctioneer for this event. The Wanbao chamber certainly knew how to select their personnel. Casting a glance at the throng of male martial artists whose eyes nearly sparked with fervor, Shenlang felt a smirk tug at his lips. Entrusting the role of auctioneer to such a captivating woman would surely send many a man into a frenzy. Igniting a bidding war at it is indeed an honor for you all to grace our Wanbao chamber. The woman's sultry voice resonated, igniting a flutter in the hearts of every male martial artist present, causing their minds to swirl in a delightful haze, uninterested in the peculiar atmosphere of this opening address. Shenlang chose to close his eyes once more, only to be stirred by a resonant proclamation that I hereby declare that this auction is officially underway. Chapter 55. Young Master Mo, Xian Frenzied Saber Technique. A common grade martial art, starting bid. 100 spirit stones. The woman on the stage, with a charming smile, surveyed the sea of eager faces below, her voice laced with temptation. Within the crowd, numerous fiery gazes converged upon the auction stage. Drawn by the allure of the jade plate bearing the martial arts manual, the tantalizing sight behind it, and the enchanting woman herself, the atmosphere became palpably charged with anticipation. 110 spirit stones. After a brief silence, a voice emerged, igniting the bidding war. 120. The sound of bidding quickly followed, igniting a wave of excitement in the auction hall. 130. 140 in an instant. The voices of bidding rose and fell like the tide, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The woman smiled with a charming demeanor, her alluring eyes revealing a sense of triumph. This scene was precisely what she had envisioned. Shenlang observed the unfolding spectacle below with a calm expression. He had some knowledge of the conventions of auctions. The current scene was merely an appetizer. The items being bid upon were rather commonplace, likely only piquing the interest of lower-tier martial artists. However, it should be noted that while these items might seem ordinary, they were still highly sought after elsewhere, as evidenced by the fervent atmosphere. The auction hall was filled with ordinary martial artists and common folk, who could only partake in the bidding for these preliminary items, while the true treasures were beyond their reach, while the crowd's enthusiasm was largely generated by these average martial artists. The true focus of the auction lay with those seated in the private rooms. Shenlang had already noticed that, despite nearly 10 transactions since the auction began, no one from the 30 or so private rooms had made a bid. It was evident that the latter half of the auction was when they would truly reveal their intentions. As the fervor gradually dissipated with the conclusion of the preliminary items, every martial artist in the hall understood that the main event of the auction was about to commence. On the auction stage, after lightly tapping the silver hammer to confirm the ownership of the last item, the woman's previously enchanting expression faded slightly, giving way to a more serious demeanor. The next items to be auctioned were genuine treasures, and those who would participate in the bidding were the heavyweight figures from the silent private rooms. With the sound of a bell, a maid gracefully approached the auction stage, carrying a large silver platter. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the object placed upon it, causing a stir even among the private rooms. The platter held a small, pale blue dagger that emanated a faint, crystalline glow, adorned with what seemed to be some runes. Upon recognizing the item on the silver platter, murmurs of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as countless eager gazes fixated on the dagger. Although the woman had yet to introduce it, many discerned that it was at least a quasi-spiritual weapon. For these ordinary martial artists, a quasi-spiritual weapon was undoubtedly a coveted treasure, almost unattainable. Shenlang regarded the dagger with a hint of surprise. Clearly, it too was a quasi-spiritual weapon. However, he had not seen this dagger in the quasi-spiritual weapon section earlier. It was likely either a hidden item from the Wanbao Merchants Association or a consignment for auction. The woman flashed a seductive smile, directing her gaze toward the private rooms above, for it was the occupants of those rooms who were the true participants in the bidding for these treasures. The flowing shadow sword, a quasi-spiritual weapon inscribed with high-grade weapon runes, possesses enhanced attack capabilities. The woman's alluring voice began to introduce the treasure, each piece of information causing a stir among the crowd below. After a brief introduction, her beautiful eyes swept across the various private rooms, playfully smiling before revealing the starting bid, 5,000 yuan stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar, followed by a chorus of sighs. While a quasi-spiritual weapon was desirable, it was not something everyone could obtain. Despite the bleak prospects for winning, most martial artists in the hall did not leave, for the ensuing excitement was not to be missed. 5,500. After a brief silence, someone from a private room finally called out a bid. From the voice, it appeared to be a middle-aged man. 6,000. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, another voice chimed in with a higher bid. Thus began the auction among the private rooms. 6,005. The initial middle-aged man was not one to concede easily, continuing to raise his bid. 7,000. The subsequent bidder's tone was resolute, clearly determined. Shenlang sighed lightly at the unfolding scene. The price of a quasi-spiritual weapon was indeed staggering. The black knife he desired had a starting price of 8,000, while the flowing shadow sword was clearly on an upward trajectory. After several rounds of bidding, the price of the flowing shadow sword had already surged to 8,005. Yet, it continued to climb. 8,008. The initial middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he called out this price, evidently reaching his limit. Upon hearing this bid, the earlier competitor fell silent, seemingly surrendering. Is there a higher bid? The woman scanned the private rooms, noting that only 2 had participated in the bidding, indicating that the others were likely vying for different items. However, she was quite satisfied with this price, seeing no further bids. The middle-aged man visibly relaxed and urged, "Hammer it down." The woman smiled slightly, raising the silver hammer, ready to bring down the gavel. However, at that moment, a faint voice unexpectedly broke the silence. 9,000. The woman's hand paused mid-air, her expression turning to one of surprise as she looked toward the private room from which the voice had originated. Shenlang's gaze shifted as well. The voice had come from the left side of his private room. Clearly, it was the young man who appeared to be a second-tier alchemist. Based on the tone, he sounded like a young man. Upon hearing this bid, the middle-aged man sighed and fell into silence, evidently giving up on the auction. The moment the young man's voice echoed, a wave of commotion rippled through the crowd, with nearly every gaze turning toward his private room. whispers and discussions rapidly rising. Yet, what they were discussing was not the young man's high bid. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. The martial artist in the crowd furrowed his brow and remarked to a companion nearby, after a brief moment of contemplation. The martial artist's eyes lit up, exclaiming in surprise, "Could it be that young master?" With that exclamation, astonishment spread through the crowd as they recognized who it was. The hall erupted in excitement. The woman's beautiful eyes fixated on the private room next to Xin Lang. Her previously charming face now tinged with seriousness. After a brief uproar, the young man's light laughter resonated, tinged with a hint of pride. "Esteemed guests, I am Mo Xian. I have come to this auction to fulfill the 10 full agreement. Thus, I hope everyone can assist me, and I would be immensely grateful." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression on the auction stage suddenly changed. Chapter 56. The 10 full agreement. Indeed, it was young master Mo Xian. Little did they know he had come to Yi City to fulfill the 10 full agreement. As the young man's words echoed, the auction hall was instantly abuzz with chatter. It was already known that young master Mo Xian had made the 10 full agreement several years ago in pursuit of the Wanbao Merchants Association president's daughter, Lu Xianxian, promising it as a betrothal gift to marry Miss Xianxian. Although the discussions in the auction hall were somewhat chaotic, Xin Lang's keen perception allowed him to grasp the key details, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Lu Xianxian, wasn't she the young girl he had rescued on the road? He hadn't expected her to be involved in such a matter. However, what exactly was this 10 full agreement? As Xin Lang pondered, a loquacious martial artist in the auction hall swiftly provided the answer. The 10 full agreement held some significance, as young master Mo Xian intended to acquire 10 precious items auctioned by the Wanbao Merchants Association as a complete betrothal gift to marry Lu Xianxian. However, this was an auction, and the prices were not fixed. Thus, the cost young master Mo Xian would bear would depend on the other bidders. Indeed, this meant that anyone participating in the bidding was effectively opposing young master Mo Xian, which explained his earlier remarks. At such a young age, young master Mo Xian has already become a first-tier alchemist, with his master being the 5th-tier alchemist Master Gu Feng, with such strength and background. Who in Yi City would dare provoke him? It seemed that the Wanbao Merchants Association would struggle to achieve high prices this time, as it represented a dual loss of reputation and profit. Indeed, we are in for quite a show. Listening to the discussions emanating from the auction hall, Xin Lang's demeanor shifted from relaxed to somewhat solemn. From the treasure appraisal master Wang Lao, he had already learned that there were only 10 significant treasures at this auction. And with his last-minute addition, there were merely 11. If this so-called 10 full agreement was executed, wouldn't all the treasures at this auction fall into his possession? What an insatiable appetite! Xin Lang's gaze once more drifted to the private room beside him, his fingertips lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. No wonder this individual had so brazenly released his spiritual energy earlier. He had such an agenda. Yet with such power and background, he indeed possessed the qualifications to act with impunity in Yi City. In Xin Lang's perception, the atmosphere in the private room on his right had noticeably become agitated, and it was clear that the occupant's expression was far from pleasant. It was likely that the occupants of the other private rooms felt similarly. The fulfillment of the 10 full agreement would mean they would likely return empty-handed, which would be hard for them to accept on the auction stage. The woman's bosom heaved, and a hint of discomfort surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Fortunately, with her exceptional composure, the woman managed to conceal all her discontent. Gazing at the increasingly chaotic auction hall, she took a deep breath and let her crimson lips part slightly. 9,000. Is there a higher bid? At this moment, she could only hope for a formidable individual unafraid of the esteemed Mo Xian to make a move. As her slightly alluring yet steady voice resonated, the atmosphere in the hall quieted, showcasing her skill in maintaining control. Unfortunately, while she could command the room, she could not inspire others in the private booths. After her announcement, no one else dared to bid. "Ha. Thank you all for your cooperation." The youthful male voice rang out again, brimming with pride. The woman sighed softly, ultimately resigned as she brought down the silver hammer. The flowing shadow sword was acquired from booth 10. The jade plate holding the sword was swiftly taken away, soon replaced by another jade plate, this one containing a jade vial. Inside this vial was a second-tier elixir, the detoxification pill, renowned for its efficacy in eliminating potent toxins and healing injuries. With her gaze lowered, the woman briefly introduced the treasure on the jade plate, pausing slightly before continuing. Starting bid, 2,000 stone coins. The second-tier detoxification pill was familiar to Xin Lang as a healing elixir. It was an essential item. Its restorative effects were immensely beneficial even to those at the Yuanhai realm. However, despite its modest tier, the elixir was quite rare due to the scarcity of its primary ingredient. making its price consistently high, often rivaling that of third-tier elixirs. 2,500. After a while, a hesitant voice emerged from a private booth. The speaker was a man clad in a gray robe, who, after voicing his bid, furtively glanced toward booth 10. Not long before the auction commenced, he had learned that the Wambao Chamber of Commerce had unexpectedly added an extra item, bringing the total from 10 to 11. Thus, even if Mo Xian honored his commitment, he should forfeit one item. Having sustained significant injuries in a prior battle, he desperately needed the detoxification pill, compelling him to bid despite his reservations. Now, he could only hope that Mo Xian had no interest in this elixir. Aside from this man, the other booths seemed disinterested in the detoxification pill, perhaps out of fear of Mo Xian, as no one spoke up. After a brief silence, seeing that booth 10 remained quiet, the gray-robed man's expression brightened. Just as he was about to urge the woman to drop the hammer, a faint voice rang out again. 3,000. The voice belonged to none other than Mo Xian. The gray-robed man's face instantly turned ashen. 3,000. Is there a higher bid? The woman surveyed the somewhat silent auction hall, her heart sinking, devoid of any flirtation. This detoxification pill could have fetched over 4,000. But it now appeared destined for a dismal conclusion. Sure enough, no one else dared to speak, and with a heavy heart, the woman had no choice but to bring down the silver hammer. The following items were similarly lackluster, with the voices calling out bids growing increasingly sparse, and only a select few fiercely contested, yet ultimately falling into Mo Xian's hands. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly strange. Many onlookers, warriors keen on the spectacle, exhibited a glimmer of inexplicable excitement in their eyes. This auction had abruptly transformed into a personal showcase for Mo Xian, with all other bidders, including the Wambao Chamber of Commerce, serving merely as background players. Everyone understood that this auction would leave many prominent figures empty-handed, and the losses for the Wambao Chamber of Commerce would be considerable, as several treasures were snatched up directly by Mo Xian at the starting bid. On the auction stage, the woman's alluring visage appeared somewhat pale. Despite her efforts, she could not alter the impending failure of this auction, after sending off yet another treasure acquired by Mo Xian at a low price. The woman took the next item, her eyes brightening slightly as she mustered her spirits. Perhaps this next treasure would entice others in the private booths. This was an energy crystal of excellent quality, containing a vast reservoir of elemental energy, ideal for cultivation breakthroughs. The starting bid is 3,000 stone coins, she declared in one breath, her beautiful eyes swiftly scanning the various booths, clearly hopeful. An energy crystal? Shen Lang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, finally opened them with a slight smile. Was it finally time for his desired item? Yet, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, recalling the previous bidding situation. He wondered if his crystal would also be acquired at a low price. However, the next moment, a rich voice cut through his concerns. For 1,000 stone coins, the speaker was from booth 5. His tone warm and evidently interested in the energy crystal. 4,500. Another voice chimed in, equally intrigued. 5,000. Mo Xian's voice resonated again, laced with a hint of languor. Exuding confidence, it appeared that the price for this energy crystal would not rise much higher. Shen Lang murmured to himself, yet considering Old Wang's evaluation, it was still a commendable outcome. Unexpectedly, the robust voice that had initially bid let out a cold snort and declared, 5,500. At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the hall stiffened, incredulity flashing across everyone's faces. Someone dared to compete with Mo Xian. Since Mo Xian's participation in the bidding, no one had ever had the audacity to raise their bid after his, making this moment all the more surprising. The woman on the auction stage, poised to drop the hammer, momentarily hesitated, a look of astonishment crossing her enchanting features. Had it not been for her position, she would have covered her lips in disbelief. Shen Lang also expressed slight surprise at the continued bidding from booth 5. However, the next moment, he smiled faintly. Such a scene was most beneficial for him. 6,000. Mo Xian was evidently taken aback by the bid from booth 5. After a brief pause, he continued, but a cold edge crept into his voice. 6,500. The tone from booth 5 remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. 7,000. Though the face of the speaker was concealed, Shen Lang could certainly deduce that Mo Xian's expression had darkened, as the latter could no longer contain himself. His words laced with a hint of menace. My friend from booth 5, why not give me some face? Upon hearing this, the crowd initially fell silent, then turned their curious gazes toward booth 5. Mo Xian's implication was clear. Would this individual continue to bid? Humph. Whatever I desire, I shall not relinquish without a fight. If you want it, compete for it based on strength. Threatening me, you are not worthy. Accompanied by a final cold chuckle, An overwhelming aura erupted from Booth 5, sweeping through the hall and causing the expressions of many to shift dramatically. A Yuan High Realm expert, as the crowd felt this powerful presence. Numerous warriors gasped, their gazes toward Booth 5 now imbued with a newfound respect. A Yuan High Realm expert was among them, which explained their audacity to disregard Imo Xian's authority. In Booth 10, silence fell. Evidently, even Imo Xian lost his confidence against a Yuan High Realm expert and could only concede quietly. Observing this, the woman on the auction stage smiled slightly, her expression brightening considerably, not solely due to the high price of the item, but also from witnessing Imo Xian's humiliation. The woman effortlessly brought down the silver hammer, determining the ownership of the energy crystal. At that moment, Shen Lang was elated. It was not due to Imo Xian's misfortune, as the latter was merely a stranger. Without animosity, 7,000 for the crystal. This price was nearly double Old Wang's estimation. This round was undoubtedly a significant profit. Shen Lang couldn't help but grin. With his existing energy crystals, he could finally purchase that black knife. The auction continued, but compared to before, the situation grew increasingly dire. Perhaps due to his setbacks, Imo Xian, embarrassed, began to bid without hesitation, matching the starting price and then unleashing unabashed threats, directly acquiring items at low prices. Threats were a significant taboo in auction houses, yet the woman evidently lacked the courage to intervene. The other bidders, lacking the strength and confidence of the Yuan High Realm expert, naturally refrained from provoking Imo Xian. Several treasures were acquired by Imo Xian at prices near the starting bid. The auction had devolved into a farce, yet no one could intervene. The woman appeared numb, resigned to her fate, mechanically taking the next item. She continued the customary introduction. This is a primary level spiritual martial technique, named Broken Blade, a form of swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? Shen Lang, who had previously been lethargic, perked up at this revelation, his attention drawn to the manual in the woman's hands. His gaze sharpening. Such martial techniques, designed to complement specific weapons, often held little value for practitioners unfamiliar with the corresponding weapon. However, for those who were, it was the perfect technique. For instance, Zhao Ting wielded such a technique, the power of which Shen Lang had experienced firsthand. Now, as he sought to acquire a black knife, he serendipitously encountered this opportunity. Fixating on the manual, Shen Lang's eyes gleamed with fervor. He was resolute in his desire for this broken blade. Starting bid, 5,000 stone coins. The woman calmly announced the starting bid, then waited with an air of indifference for Imo Xian to respond. 5,500. Imo Xian's voice was chilling. He was a powder keg of rage, ready to explode at any moment. Despite not issuing any overt threats, no one dared to raise their bid. 6,000. However, an inappropriate voice rang out once more. The woman, holding the silver hammer in her delicate hand, momentarily paused, her gaze revealing a hint of astonishment. The atmosphere in the room froze, and many martial artists turned to look, all wearing expressions of surprise. The voice had not come from room 5, but from room 9, adjacent to Imo Xian's. Who dared to be so bold? Imo Xian was already on edge. Did they not fear provoking him? This person could not possibly be a Yuan High Realm expert. Could they? It seemed unlikely, for the voice sounded quite young, perhaps even younger than Imo Xian himself. How could they be a Yuan High Realm master? Within the auction hall, murmurs erupted as everyone speculated about the identity of the occupant of room 9. It was none other than Shen Lang. Such a spirit-grade sword technique was rare and valuable, and he certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Are you also a Yuan High Realm expert? As expected, Imo Xian's furious voice resounded, dripping with sarcasm. Clearly, he believed that the owner of room 9 could not possibly be a Yuan High Realm master. If that were the case, how dare they challenge him? It was tantamount to courting death. Shen Lang, undeterred by Imo Xian's threats, replied coolly, bidding for treasures relies on strength, not mere words. You may keep your bravado. I may not be a Yuan High Realm expert, but that does not matter. The martial artists present widened their eyes in disbelief. Even the woman on the auction stage could not suppress her astonishment. This fellow, relying on his concealed identity to bid, had the audacity to confront Imo Xian directly. What he implied was clear. I may not be a Yuan High Realm expert, but I am not afraid of you. Imo Xian, who was already a volatile powder keg. This was akin to striking a match. Very well. I had thought I was forgotten after years away. Imo Xian sneered, but did not immediately lash out. Instead, he coldly stated, 7,000. Just like that, the price of the sword technique soared by 1,000. 7,500. Shen Lang remained unfazed, adding a modest increment. 8,000. Imo Xian's tone was icy, tinged with a hint of tremor. One could only imagine the grimace on his face. 9,000. Xinlang hesitated only slightly before decisively calling out the bid. Though Xian appeared wealthy and extravagant, after several rounds of bidding, Xinlang doubted that he could afford to engage in a prolonged contest with Xian. Indeed, Xian did not raise his bid immediately. Clearly weighing his options, after a brief silence, he reluctantly declared, "Fine, very well. I shall remember you." This time, he had no choice but to concede. Upon hearing the concession, Xinlang breathed a sigh of relief. If the bidding had continued, he might have had to withdraw himself. However, compared to Xian's threats, Xinlang was more concerned about his own financial strain. 9,000 yuan stones was no small sum, and to claim otherwise would be disingenuous. With the sound of the silver hammer falling, the spirit-grade primary broken blade was finally secured by Xinlang. Chapter 58. President Shi Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, the auction was nearing its conclusion. After Xinlang acquired the broken blade, no one else dared to bid for subsequent items, and one after another, treasures were claimed by Xian. After suffering 2 setbacks and being unable to fulfill his so-called tenfold agreements, Xian's humiliation was palpable. Each time he called out a bid, the martial artists present could sense the barely contained fury emanating from room 10. Clearly, Xian would not achieve his coveted tenfold agreements at this auction. Yet he continued to bid on subsequent treasures, perhaps both to vent his frustration and to salvage some dignity. Many eyes drifted from room 10 to where Xinlang sat. They were curious about this enigmatic figure whose identity and strength remained shrouded in mystery. At this auction, only 2 individuals had dared to confront Xian, the Yuan High Realm expert and Xinlang, a seemingly young man whose strength was not of the Yuan High Realm. What gave him the audacity to face Xian directly? Given Xian's reputation for vengeance, it was clear that Xinlang's blatant disregard would not go unpunished. It seemed likely that a dramatic encounter awaited once the auction concluded. Xinlang paid no heed to the swirling thoughts and hushed discussions around him. He had long sensed the animosity from Xian, who had been probing his soul repeatedly since Xinlang acquired the broken blade. Clearly attempting to discern his secrets, rather than retaliate with his own soul force, Xinlang chose to remain discreet, concealing his aura. For someone as vengeful as Xian, keeping his true capabilities hidden was the best strategy to prevent him from acting rashly. Of course, if it came to a final confrontation, Xinlang would not hesitate to eliminate the threat. As the auction progressed toward the final 2 items, the woman surveyed the next treasure being presented with a calm demeanor. It was a jade bottle containing a medicinal pill, which would likely be claimed by Xian at a low price. Clearing her throat gently, she spoke. "This is a first-grade medicinal pill, returning yuan pill. But it is worth noting that its quality has reached an exceptional level." Upon hearing that it was a first-grade returning yuan pill, the martial artists were momentarily taken aback. Though valuable, it seemed rather modest for an auction of this caliber. However, their expressions shifted to astonishment upon hearing the latter part of her statement. A pill of such quality was indeed remarkable. Although they were merely martial artists with little knowledge of alchemy, they understood the significance of a first-grade pill of exceptional quality. Even a master alchemist like Gu Feng would find it challenging to produce such a pill. Even if it were crafted, such high-quality pills would be treasured by alchemists for future research rather than sold lightly. Thus, the presence of an exceptional returning yuan pill in this auction was indeed surprising. In Yi City, there were no alchemists, and the primary source of medicinal pills came from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, which procured them from Gu Feng. Yet, Gu Feng would never part with such pills, making the source of this returning yuan pill all the more intriguing. Noticing the crowd's growing excitement, Xinlang smiled slightly, shortly before arriving at the auction venue. He had stumbled upon the entrance to the appraisal room and had the notion to present the returning yuan pill he had crafted himself. His motivations were twofold: to gauge the value of his creation and to alleviate his financial constraints before acquiring the spiritual herbs in the cave. After careful consideration, Xinlang decided to test the waters in the appraisal room. Fortunately, the outcome exceeded his expectations. Upon seeing the pill, Old Wang's attitude shifted drastically, not only providing a generous estimated price, but also making an exception to include it in today's auction. Now, Xinlang eagerly anticipated the price this returning yuan pill would fetch. Of course, he had taken Xian into account as a variable. In room 10, a young man clad in a brocade robe, with a somewhat cold expression, squinted at the jade bottle in the woman's hand. His brow furrowed. An exceptional quality returning yuan pill. This young man was none other than Xian, the figure that commanded considerable dread throughout the auction hall. Given his master's temperament, he would never part with such a pill. It seemed that this returning yuan pill must have originated from someone else's hands. Muttering to himself, a cold smile crept across Xian's face. Perfect, I have yet to encounter many exceptional grade pills. With this returning yuan pill, perhaps I can finally break through to the third-grade realm. In his eyes, the returning yuan pill appeared to be an easily attainable prize. The starting bid is 4,000 yuan stones. Upon hearing the woman's announcement, Emo Xian felt a surge of satisfaction, even the earlier annoyance fading slightly. In this situation, who would dare compete with him? This valuable pill was about to be acquired at such a low price. What a delightful prospect. 4,500, with his confidence growing, Emo Xian calmly declared the price point 4,500 yuan stones. This returning yuan pill belongs to me. Just as he awaited the woman's hammer to fall, a somewhat familiar voice rang out once more. I bid 6,000. At this proclamation, Emo Xian's expression faltered once again. In the auction hall, the woman lifted her gaze, recognizing the source of the voice from room 9. Her eyes wide with disbelief. How could she forget that it was this very room that had dared to confront Emo Xian? She could hardly believe they were speaking up again. Who was this person? Truly, dare to offend young Master Emo like this? At this moment, the woman was devoid of any thoughts of the auction, consumed instead by doubts regarding the identity of the master of the 9th private room. Meanwhile, the numerous martial artists below remained silent, clearly astonished and rendered speechless by Shun Lang's actions. Boy, have the courage to reveal your name. Unsurprisingly, the furious voice of young Master Emo echoed from the 10th private room. They were almost certain that if it weren't for the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce personally enforcing the rule against violence, young Master Emo would have already stormed into the 9th private room. The most vociferous dog seldom bites. Thus, revealing one's name to you seems utterly unnecessary. Shun Lang's indifferent voice resounded from the 9th private room, laced with a tone of sarcasm that appeared rather heartless to the martial artists present. Was he not implying that young Master Emo was akin to a barking dog, all bark and no bite, and therefore not worthy of his concern? Boy, you are courting death, accompanied by a furious shout. An aura, second only to that of the earlier Yuan High realm expert, erupted from the 10th private room, surging directly towards the 9th private room. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including the woman on stage, changed their expressions. They had not anticipated that young Master Emo would indeed resort to violence. The auction hall forbids combat. Young Master Emo, for my sake, I hope you can restrain yourself. Just as this imposing aura was about to reach the 9th private room, a powerful presence suddenly erupted from a corner, suppressing young Master Mo's momentum entirely. Subsequently, a calm voice resonated. The crowd turned to see a plainly dressed middle-aged man slowly rising from a corner within the auction house. The president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Shi Yuan. Upon recognizing the man's face, someone exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 59, A Private Meeting. Inside the 9th private room, Shun Lang gazed at the middle-aged man standing up, his eyes shifting in response to the commotion in the hall. Just as young Master Mo's attack was approaching, he had been ready to act, only to suddenly sense a formidable aura that completely neutralized Mo's assault, thereby sparing him from intervening. Shi Yuan, the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Shun Lang let out a soft breath. Having learned about this president prior to arriving in Yi City, Lu Xianxian was indeed his daughter, and he was a genuine Yuan High realm expert. Shi Yuan wore a faint smile, disregarding the gazes of others as he directly addressed young Master Emo in the 10th private room, saying, "Young Master Emo, might I request you to show some restraint?" After a moment of silence, young Master Mo's voice finally responded, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. It is Uncle Shi. Today, I lost my composure and hope Uncle Shi does not take offense. Compared to earlier, young Master Mo's tone had suddenly become much more subdued, yet beneath the seemingly humble words lay a faint arrogance. Hee, young Master Emo is being too modest. As the host, I have not been attentive enough during your return, and I hope you do not mind. Shi Yuan replied with a chuckle. Without waiting for Emo to respond, he waved his hand, saying, "Since the matter has calmed down, everyone, please take your seats. The auction shall continue." With that, Shi Yuan sat down, gazing at the auction stage with the demeanor of a mere spectator. Although the tense atmosphere had dissipated, every martial artist present still felt an undercurrent of strangeness. In pursuit of Lu Xianxian, young Master Emo had caused the auction to descend into chaos, fulfilling his 10 promises. It could be said that his actions had severely tarnished the reputation of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, likely resulting in substantial losses. Yet, Shi Yuan, the president of the chamber, had quietly observed from a corner, witnessing this self-proclaimed future son-in-law wreak havoc in his own venue. Had young Master Emo not insisted on resorting to violence, and had there been no one to stop him, it was likely that Shi Yuan would not have made an appearance at all, connecting the dots from the previous rumors to the current scene. Any martial artist present who was not a fool could sense the underlying intricacies. It seems this matter concerning Lu Xianxian is far from simple. Contemplating the peculiar atmosphere, Shenlang thoughtfully stroked his chin. Setting aside other concerns, the earlier conversation between the two had subtly hinted at an underlying discord. Especially the president's attitude towards Mo was indeed intriguing. The ninth private room offers 6,000. Is there a higher bid? The woman's voice interrupted Shenlang's thoughts, causing him to raise an eyebrow, almost forgetting that he still had business to attend to. I bid 7,000. Just as the woman's words fell, young Master Mo's voice followed suit, laced with a hint of gritted teeth, uncertain whether it stemmed from his dissatisfaction with Shenlang or the peculiar exchange with Shi Yuan. 7,500. Shenlang continued, unfazed. 8,000. Young Master Mo's expression darkened like storm clouds, setting everything else aside. This recovery pill was indeed of great utility to him, and he must obtain it, though he knew he could see nothing. His cold gaze still shifted towards the private room on his right, exuding a faint murderous intent. This damn kid is incessantly challenging my limits. 9,000. Shenlang took a deep breath, deciding to make one final gamble. You. Upon hearing this price, veins bulged on Mo's forehead, nearly erupting, but the deliberately casual glance from Shi Yuan nearby instantly restored his composure. Taking a deep breath, Mo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, 9,500. Upon hearing this price, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This was indeed the highest bid of the auction. Young Master Mo's wealth is truly formidable. I humbly bow to his prowess. Shenlang remarked, not bidding further. Yet beneath the calm exterior, he was overjoyed. Haha, 9,500 yuan stones, double what I had initially anticipated. This round was indeed a significant gain. Shenlang couldn't help but grin. Casting a satisfied glance towards the left private room, this fellow had previously forced him to spend extravagantly on the broken blade, and now he had managed to reclaim it all. Hearing Shenlang's concession, young Master Mo felt no sense of triumph. Instead, he grew increasingly sullen. That damned kid was not conceding. The smugness in his tone was clearly mocking him. However, mindful of Shi Yuan's presence, he could only take deep breaths to calm himself. From this moment forth, this nameless boy had firmly secured a place on young Master Mo's kill list. As the silver hammer fell, the auction reached its conclusion, and the final treasure finally appeared. Yet at this point, Shenlang was no longer present in the ninth private room. Young Master, the total for the two treasures you auctioned is 16,500 yuan stones, after deducting the martial arts techniques you purchased and a 2% handling fee. The remaining yuan stones are here. A maid respectfully informed Shenlang with a smile from a room backstage at the auction, accepting the yuan stones and the martial arts techniques he had bid on. Shenlang nodded. This transaction netted him over 7,000 yuan stones and a spiritual level martial technique, which he considered quite a harvest. Upon exiting the auction hall, Shenlang hurriedly made his way towards the location of Hualing. With enough yuan stones in hand, it was time to obtain that black blade. Originally, Shenlang intended to negotiate this matter with Hualing, as it would save time and effort, but he did not expect her to no longer be in her original position. Thus, Shenlang had no choice but to head to the main hall of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce by himself. Young Master Shen? Just as Shenlang was about to turn and leave, a soft voice called out, prompting him to look over and see a graceful purple figure standing not far away, smiling at him. The newcomer was none other than Lu Mei, the manager of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. It seems young Master Shun has reaped considerable rewards from this auction, Lu Mei said, her waist swaying gracefully as she approached Shenlang, a faint smile adorning her elegant face. Manager Lu, despite his inner reluctance to engage with this woman, Shenlang maintained a facade of politeness, returning her smile. That I heard that even the arrogant young Master Mo suffered a setback at young Master Shen's hands. Lu Mei stopped just an arm's length away. Her alluring fragrance enveloping him, coupled with the subtle exposure of her delicate figure, she exuded an irresistible charm. Shenlang held his breath, centering his energy, and managed a dry smile, saying, Manager Lu, your news travels swiftly. Lu Mei's lips curved into a gentle smile, her head slightly raised, and her body imperceptibly moved a half-step closer, her breath like orchids almost brushing against Shenlang's chest. Shenlang frowned, wanting to step back, only to find a delicate hand firmly grasping his sleeve, the force within making it difficult for him to break free. Young Master Shun, my sister wishes to discuss a matter with you. May I? Her mesmerizing eyes sparkled with flirtation as she gazed at Shenlang, her soft voice like a gentle breeze. Feeling the unyielding grip, Shenlang's expression faltered, and he could only muster the courage to reply. Since it's a matter for Manager Lu, I naturally agree. However, in such a public setting, I hope, the location is indeed inappropriate. Before Shenlang could articulate the latter half of his sentence, Lu Mei's enchanting smile and her soft, intoxicating voice interrupted him. Since that is the case, let us have a conversation in my sister's chamber. Chapter 60. Surge. If given the chance to choose again, Shenlang would undoubtedly have remained until the conclusion of the auction, rather than departing prematurely. Had he done so, he would not have encountered this woman, nor found himself ensnared in such an awkward predicament. Manager Lu, this jest seems rather unamusing in the midst of the tense atmosphere. Shenlang's lips twitched incessantly, pondering the circumstances surrounding this woman. Do you believe my sister is jesting? Lu Mei's enchanting gaze fixated on Shenlang, her eyes sparkling with alluring charm, her crimson lips curving into an enigmatic smile, hinting at a delightful temptation. Despite Shenlang's internal energy reaching its zenith, he remained unable to extricate himself from the delicate grasp of her jade-like hand on his sleeve, prompting a deep sigh from him. He had forgotten that this woman before him was no mere ornament, but a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of the elemental pulse realm. Thus, Shenlang's gaze flickered, revealing a glimmer of inexplicable brilliance. You are pushing my patience. In the next moment, Shenlang's sleeve billowed as he raised a hand high, which then descended heavily in Lu Mei's increasingly perplexed stare. With a resounding slap, the form concealed beneath her violet dress seemed to ripple gently. At that instant, time appeared to momentarily halt. Sensing the release of the pressure on his other arm, Shenlang swiftly withdrew his arm and retreated several steps. Manager Lu, I find myself preoccupied with pressing matters. I shall visit again at a later time. Waving the hand that had just struck, Shenlang flashed a mischievous grin at Lu Mei, who remained momentarily stunned, oblivious to the world around her. He feigned inhaling the lingering fragrance on his hand before abruptly turning and dashing away. Only the lingering figure of Lu Mei remained, still in a daze, along with the astonished onlookers who had witnessed the spectacle. The auction at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce finally drew to a close, with the final prized possession, as expected, falling into the hands of young master Mo Xian. In total, the Wanbao Chamber had auctioned off 11 treasures, with Mo Xian claiming 9, leaving him just one short of his so-called perfect agreement. However, despite his significant haul, Mo Xian's expression was notably grim, standing before the door of the private room Shenlang had occupied. Mo Xian glared icily at the few men in black kneeling before him. You worthless fools, I instructed you to keep watch over this room, yet you allowed that brat to slip away right under your noses. What use are you to me? The kneeling men trembled in fear, their faces etched with bitterness as they faced Mo Xian's ire, unsure of how to respond. They had indeed been vigilantly monitoring the room and had not seen anyone exit. To their utter astonishment, the young man had vanished without a trace, leaving them at a loss for words. They certainly could not tell Mo Xian that the young man had simply disappeared into thin air. Could they? Mo Xian's frustration intensified as he observed their silence. Were it not for the presence of Shi Yuan, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate both these men and the private room they had failed to secure. That damned brat, until he falls into my grasp, I shall remain restless. With a furious flick of his sleeve, Mo Xian prepared to depart. What could have incited such fury in Mo Xian at that moment? A deep voice resonated, causing Mo Xian's expression to shift slightly as he turned. The figure approaching was none other than Shi Yuan, the president of the Wanbao Chamber. Shi Yuan wore a calm smile, his gaze subtly drifting over the kneeling men and the open door of room 9. If young Master Mo is facing any troubles, please feel free to express them. The Wanbao Chamber will do our utmost to assist. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Shi. I have no troubles to speak of. It is merely these inept fools who have caused me some vexation, thus I felt compelled to reprimand them, Mo Xian replied, his previously dark demeanor quickly replaced by a warm smile. If one were to observe him now, they might mistakenly believe he was in high spirits. Best if there are no issues, Shi Yuan nodded, placing a hand on Mo Xian's shoulder with a gentle smile. That I appreciate your concern regarding Xianer. Uncle Shi, it is nothing. It is my duty, and I am more than happy to assist. Mo Xian maintained his smile, his demeanor humble as he clasped his hands in respect. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Once I have concluded my affairs, I shall formally pay my respects to you. With that, Mo Xian turned without waiting for Shi Yuan's response, hastily making his way toward the exit. Yet, at the moment of turning, a shadow of malice flickered across his face. The kneeling men, seeing Mo Xian depart, hastily scrambled to follow him, their demeanor a portrait of disarray. As they watched Mo Xian's retreating figure, Shi Yuan's smile gradually faded, his gaze glimmering with unspoken thoughts. After a brief moment, Shi Yuan glanced back at room 9. A peculiar expression dawning in his eyes. I hope I am not mistaken this time. Murmuring softly, Shi Yuan brushed off his sleeves and departed. Not far outside the auction venue, several men in black hastened their steps, with Mo Xian leading the way. After covering a distance of 100 paces, Xian suddenly halted, prompting the men behind him to stop as well, though they remained puzzled. Disperse immediately. Investigate that brat's identity and track his movements. Report back to me once you have completed your task, Xian ordered, his voice devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, the men in black straightened their expressions, responding in unison. Understood. This time, I expect a satisfactory outcome. Should you fail as before? Though he only voiced half the threat, the implication was unmistakable, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the men to go. Xian waved his hand, and the group promptly scattered to execute their orders. Sure Yuan. Xian turned back, casting a cold glare at the Wanbao chamber, a sneer curling at the corners of his lips. Once this matter is resolved, you and your so-called president will only be my pawns. Mere playthings in my hands. This city, Yi City, is destined to become the stepping stone for my ascension to the Qin dynasty. In a secluded chamber of the Wanbao chamber, a young man clad in black scrutinized a black long knife in his hand. Truly, it was an exquisite blade, worthy of its status as a quasi-spiritual weapon. After a brief moment, the young man chuckled with satisfaction. This black-clad youth was none other than Shenlang, who had returned not long ago. After freeing himself from the woman's grasp, Shenlang hurried back to his chamber, and as he passed through the weapons area, he seized the opportunity to acquire the stored quasi-spiritual black knife. Notably, he had not spent a single spirit stone to obtain this blade. Chapter 61. Before departure, acquiring something for free is undeniably gratifying. Shenlang smacked his lips, tracing the runes etched upon the black knife surface. His mind drifting back to the earlier encounter in the private room. After a moment's reflection, he exhaled slowly. Although the item was obtained without cost, he felt indebted to the woman. Glancing out at the darkening sky, Shenlang stowed the black knife away, intending to sit in meditation and practice. However, a sudden thought struck him. If his memory served correctly, according to Lu Mei's arrangement, tomorrow was supposed to be the day of his departure. With this realization, Shenlang furrowed his brows. If Lu Mei had indeed planned for him to leave tomorrow, why had he received no notification thus far? Could it be that she bore a grudge for that slap? Recalling the events outside the auction venue earlier, Shenlang rubbed his nose, a look of dismay crossing his face. If that were the case, he ought to have exercised more restraint. Without the cover of the Wanbao chamber, successfully leaving Yi City under the watchful eyes of the Iron Sword sect would indeed be a troublesome endeavor for him, setting aside the formidable presence of the Yuanhai realm. Even a few high-ranking elemental pulse realm experts would pose a significant threat. Just like the earlier scene, before Lu Mei, a peak elemental pulse realm powerhouse, he had found it nearly impossible to break free. Lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door broke Shenlang's reverie. Instantly alert, he felt a flicker of hope. Could this be the notification of his departure? Leaping off the bed, Shenlang hurried to the door and opened it, revealing a familiar, enchanting face before him. Why is it this woman again? Shenlang instinctively took a step back, his expression darkening. The very person he wished to avoid had appeared before him once more. I guess it that my presence is unwelcome. Young Master Shin? Lu Mei inquired, her alluring lips curling into a playful smile as she gazed at him. Noticing the change in Lu Mei's self-reference, Shenlang felt a stir of confusion within. Though he maintained a nonchalant facade, chuckling softly, not at all. I merely did not expect Manager Lu to visit at such a late hour, though. Lu Mei arched an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes. It has always been you, young Master Shin, who surprises me. For you to be astonished by me is indeed a rare occasion. In response to her cryptic words, Shenlang kept a serene smile, refraining from speaking rashly. The reason I have come is primarily to inform you, young master, that the merchant caravan has been fully prepared and will set off early tomorrow morning. In response to Shenlang's silence, Lu Mei only smiled faintly. Can we leave now? Upon hearing this, Shenlang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The spiritual herbs in the cave would finally be within reach. Yet, Shenlang remained contemplative, lost in thought. Lu Mei's beautiful eyes flickered with hesitation, a struggle evident on her charming face. However, with a soft sigh from her heart, the hesitation on Lu Mei's face ultimately vanished. Young Master Shan, it is getting late, so I shall not impose further. Lu Mei smiled slightly, though there was an underlying hint of forced cheerfulness. As Lu Mei took her leave, Shenlang quickly regained his composure and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Supervisor Lu, for your concern. Please, take care. Lu Mei cast a deep glance at Shenlang, her eyes reflecting complexity, but she chose not to say more and gradually turned to leave, watching Lu Mei's retreating figure. Shenlang let out a soft breath. Fortunately, this woman did not hold him accountable for the earlier incident. Yet, recalling Lu Mei's demeanor from earlier, he felt something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint it. Never mind, they would be leaving tomorrow. it mattered little what transpired. Once he acquired the spiritual herbs and returned to the sect, everything would be inconsequential. Shenlang shook his head, dispelling these distracting thoughts, closed the door, and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate, awaiting the arrival of the next day. In the stillness of the night in Yi City, tranquility reigned. However, within a certain inn, the flickering candlelight illuminated a few shadowy figures on the polished walls. A young man clad in a brocade robe sat confidently in a chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Before him, several men in black knelt, reporting something to him. This young man was none other than Master Emotion. So, that fellow named Shenlang is currently residing in the guest room of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. After listening to the report from one of the men in black, Master Emotion spoke coolly. Indeed, according to our subordinate's findings, this individual is constrained by the Iron Sword sect and dares not leave the city easily. However, a merchant caravan will be departing tomorrow, and we suspect Shenlang may seize this opportunity to escape. Shenlang has defeated the Iron Fiend of the fourth layer of the Yuan Vein realm. Emotion recalled the earlier report and let out a cold laugh. His strength is not insignificant. No wonder he dares to challenge me so brazenly. However, if you think that such power qualifies him to truly contend with me, you are sorely mistaken. With a disdainful snort, Emotion suddenly rose, his gaze coldly sweeping over the men in black, speaking indifferently. Tomorrow, I do not wish for him to leave Yi City alive. Do you understand? The men in black trembled under his gaze and hurriedly nodded in unison. We understand. Rest assured, we will bring back his corpse. No need to bring the corpse back. Just dispose of it on the spot. Emotion squinted, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Just bring back his spatial ring. That fellow acquired several treasures at the auction. We will obey. Slowly opening his eyes and gazing at the brightening sky outside, Shenlang exhaled a breath of stale air and smiled slightly. After a night of rest, he had reached his peak condition and was ready to depart. After freshening up, Shenlang donned a new set of clothes. While checking his belongings, he deliberated and decided not to part with the long knife he had always carried, instead storing it in the spatial ring. With this spatial ring, Shenlang felt that his endeavors had indeed become much more convenient. That a knock at the door was followed by a familiar voice. Upon opening the door, he found it was Hualing. Young master, the caravan has gathered and is awaiting your presence. Hualing looked at Shenlang with a gentle smile, her voice soft. Thank you, Miss Hualing, for leading the way. Shenlang nodded, sighing inwardly, wondering if the spiritual herbs in the cave would still be there after the 2-day delay. Under Hualing's guidance, Shenlang arrived at the assembly point of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce caravan. During their casual conversation on the way, Shenlang learned that the caravan was headed to Yin-Yang County to procure goods. Given the considerable value of the goods, the accompanying security force was exceptionally robust, boasting over 100 guards, the weakest of whom were at the peak of the body refinement stage. Moreover, there were over 20 strong practitioners of the Yuan Vein realm. Among them were 2 powerful individuals at the 9th layer of the Yuan Vein realm, second only to Lu Mei, underscoring the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's commitment to this undertaking. One Yuan Vein realm expert alone could establish a formidable force in Yi City, and the fact that the Wanbao Chamber could mobilize dozens attested to its deep-rooted strength. Naturally, Shenlang was quite pleased with such a formidable lineup, as a stronger caravan would afford him ample protection for his journey out of the city. As long as the Iron Sword sect's Luo Shi and the sect master did not intervene, everything should be fine. Upon reaching their destination and witnessing the grand convoy of carriages and the lengthy line, Shenlang could not help but click his tongue. Clearly, the goods the Wanbao Chamber intended to procure were substantial. Otherwise, they would not mobilize such a large operation, as they could simply store everything in the spatial ring. After surveying the entire convoy and sensing the auras of the guards, Shenlang nodded in approval. Indeed, their strength matched Hualing's description. What particularly caught Shenlang's attention were the 2 horsemen at the front of the caravan. The man on the left had dark skin and a lean physique, while the other was much more robust. From the auras emanating from these 2, they were not much weaker than Lu Mei. Young master, the man on the left is Zhou Xing, and the one on the right is Huang Quan. They are both the leaders of the Wanbao Chamber and the heads of this operation. Hualing's gentle voice rang in Shenlang's ears. After a slight pause, she continued, Young master, after you present your purple crystal card, you may board the carriage. Understood. Shenlang nodded and proceeded toward the 2 leaders. However, after taking a few steps, he paused and turned back, noticing Hualing still standing there, her charming face adorned with a smile as she gazed at him, causing his lips to curve upward. When Hualing saw Shenlang suddenly turn back with a curious smile, she was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized something, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze, her small hands nervously clutching her skirt. Miss Hualing, may we meet again by chance? Shenlang teased the young lady, feeling inexplicably joyful as he waved goodbye and strode confidently toward the two leaders of the Wamba chamber. This kid is the one Supervisor Lu instructed us to take special care of. The lean man named Zhou Xing glanced at Shenlang approaching and raised an eyebrow, looking at the sturdy man beside him. Yes, he is at the second layer of the Yuan-Si realm. There's no mistake. Huang Quan, the burly man, studied Shenlang carefully and nodded. He had sensed Shenlang's aura long ago at such a young age. To possess such cultivation indeed warranted Supervisor Lu's personal attention. Zhou Xing chuckled. I wonder which family's genius this kid belongs to. It would be best if he has some backing. Otherwise, if he were to stray from our group, the Iron Sword sect would likely pose a significant challenge. As the two conversed, Shenlang had already approached. After sizing up the two leaders, he produced his purple crystal card, handed it to the lean man, and clasped his hands. I am Shenlang. I appreciate your assistance in this journey. Zhou Xing took the card, glanced at it briefly, and upon confirming its authenticity, returned it with a grin. I am Commander Zhou Xing. And this is Huang Quan. Given your impressive strength and talent, you may simply call us brother. Brother Zhou. Shenlang smiled slightly, appreciating Zhou Xing's straightforwardness. He then turned to the other robust man and bowed slightly. Brother Huang. Huang Quan nodded, his face breaking into a hearty smile. Young brother Shen, Supervisor Lu has arranged a carriage for you, but we also have spare horses available. What would you prefer? Old Huang, that is unnecessary. This kid is not a lady. Why would he sit in a carriage? Riding ahead is what a man should do. Zhou Xing grinned, patting Shenlang on the shoulder. What do you say, kid? Brother Zhou makes a valid point. Shenlang was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled helplessly. He had initially thought it would be a leisurely journey, but now that was out of the question. Seeing Shenlang agree, Zhou Xing's expression brightened, and he waved his hand, prompting a guard to lead over a fine steed. Young Shun, considering the Iron Sword sect's interest in you, you must stay close to us if those ruffians attempt anything sneaky. I will be the first to intervene. After Shenlang mounted the horse, Zhou Xing's demeanor became more serious as he spoke. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhou. I will certainly remain vigilant. Shenlang nodded, fully aware of the threat posed by the Iron Sword sect. All right, after briefing Shenlang, Zhou Xing turned and raised his hand. Let's set off. With a command from Zhou Xing, the grand caravan officially set forth. Within a room on a certain floor of the Wanda Chamber of Commerce, the chief steward, Lu Mei, reclined languidly in her chair, her alluring curves fully exposed in such a posture. At this moment, her beautiful eyes were fixated on the scenery outside the window, where the large caravan was steadily progressing. Everything arranged. Her lips parted slightly, her voice soft and languid, replying to Chief Steward Lu. Everything has been taken care of, including matters regarding young Master Shen. A middle-aged man stood respectfully behind Lu Mei. It was Wang Hai. Upon hearing this, Lu Mei gently nodded, gazing at the receding convoy, and could not help but sigh. It is indeed rare to find someone with such innate talent. I had intended to invite him to assist, yet unexpectedly, that Mo Xian has already advanced to a second-grade alchemist. Is Chief Steward referring to the young lady's matters? Wang Hai inquired softly. The talent and strength of young Master Shen are indeed remarkable, even if that Mo Xian has reached the second-grade alchemist level. Why not invite him to give it a try? Futile. Lu Mei shook her head gently, murmuring, according to the agreement between Mo Xian and the president, for him to relinquish the betrothal, we must find a sufficiently outstanding young man. This individual must defeat him in alchemy to compel Mo Xian to concede if it is merely a contest of cultivation strength, unless this person is also a first-grade alchemist or above. He must not only defeat Mo Xian, but do so with overwhelming superiority to secure a concession. Initially, if Shenlang could surpass Mo Xian in cultivation, we could emerge victorious, and judging from his performance against Taisha, he indeed possesses this capability. However, now that Mo Xian has reached the second grade, his advantages have only magnified. Thus Shenlang must not only surpass him but do so with an overwhelming advantage. This, evidently, is impossible. Lu Mei sighed softly, a hint of melancholy flickering in her enchanting eyes. Previously, I had tested his strength. Perhaps he could defeat Mo Xian, but absolute suppression is utterly unattainable. If only young Master Shun were also an alchemist. That arrogant fellow would not dare to be so haughty. Wang Hai, somewhat indignant, spoke up. The matter of the betrothal concerns the reputation of the entire Wamba Chamber of Commerce. How could he not be enraged when recalling Mo Xian's arrogant demeanor? Just then, certain thoughts suddenly surfaced in Wang Hai's mind, causing his expression to momentarily freeze. Chief Steward Lu. Wang Hai's heart jolted, his gaze wavering, yet he continued. There is a matter regarding young Master Shen that I have yet to report to you, which was conveyed by old Wang. Speak. Lu Mei's beautiful eyes seemed to drift elsewhere, her mind somewhat preoccupied. Before the auction yesterday, young Master Shin had requested old Wang to appraise a medicinal pill. Although it was merely a first-grade recovery pill, its quality reached an exceptionally rare high grade. Wang Hai organized his thoughts and spoke methodically. The high-grade recovery pill. Lu Mei's thoughts were finally pulled back. Understanding the rarity of such a pill, even she had rarely encountered one of such quality. Young Master Shun possesses a pill of this caliber? Continue. The interest of Chief Steward Lu was evidently piqued. After the appraisal, old Wang confirmed the value of the pill, and young Master Shin decided to sell it. Old Wang even made an exception to arrange it for this auction, where it ultimately fell into the hands of young Master Mo Xian. It is indeed a pity that such a high-grade pill could not be retained, Lu Mei murmured, yet she refrained from dwelling on it. As the chief steward of the Wanhua Chamber of Commerce, she was well aware of the auction's rules and would not overstep her bounds. At this moment, Wang Hai's gaze suddenly turned hesitant, as if unsure whether to continue. A brief silence enveloped the room. Lu Mei soon noticed Wang Hai's unusual demeanor and queried with curiosity, "What is it? Is there more to the story? If so, speak plainly. There is no need for hesitation." After a moment of hesitation, Wang Hai finally made a decision and spoke directly. "Old Wang once told me that the origins of that pill are somewhat peculiar, although young Master Shin claims it was an accidental find. Old Wang believes, based on his experience, that the pill was clearly recently concocted." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Mei's delicate figure trembled, her previously relaxed demeanor instantly shifting to seriousness. She pondered Wang Hai's words. A grave look began to form in her beautiful eyes. However, before she could think too deeply, Wang Hai hesitantly added, "Moreover, Hualing also reported to me that young Master Shun had purchased some ordinary medicinal materials. After reviewing the list of materials, it seems that young Master Shin's purchases were precisely the raw materials for the recovery pill." Bang! Under Wang Hai's astonished gaze, the chair beneath Lu Mei shattered into splinters, her entire body straightening. Yet, her delicate hands trembled uncontrollably on the winding mountain road. The vast caravan of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce advanced slowly. At the forefront of the caravan, two imposing leaders rode their magnificent steeds. In their midst, Shenlang trailed closely behind, just half a horse's length away. Zhou Xing looked up at the blazing sun, retrieved a wine flask from his waist, and took several hearty gulps, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. "This damned weather is truly exhausting. Thankfully, I brought this refreshing wine. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." The dark-skinned Huang Quan glanced at Zhou Xing, speaking leisurely. "You, a 9th-level Yuan vein expert, are afraid of heat stroke. If you want a drink, just say so. There's no need for pretense. Old Huang, you're good at everything, but your habit of undermining others never changes." Zhou Xing chuckled, patting the wine flask in his hand and exclaimed, "Though there is a rule against drinking while on duty, in such scorching weather, a few sips of wine surely isn't excessive, right?" Tilting his head, Zhou Xing looked at the silent Shen Lang beside him, clapped a hand on his shoulder, and grinned. "Shen kid, don't you agree?" Shen Lang, deep in thought regarding the subsequent route arrangements, was startled by Zhou Xing's sudden clap. After regaining composure, he awkwardly smiled. "Brother Zhou makes a valid point. At least Shen kid understands reason." Zhou Xing was quite pleased with Shen Lang's response. He tossed the wine flask to Shen Lang with a hearty laugh. "Shen kid, have a sip. It's sure to be refreshing." Catching the wine flask, Shen Lang could only smile helplessly at Zhou Xing's boisterous personality. Without further ado, he tilted his head and took a big swig, due to his master's penchant for alcohol. Shen Lang had been exposed to strong spirits from a young age, which only escalated thereafter. Fortunately, his master had some concerns for his health and imposed restrictions, yet this could not alter his affinity for alcohol. Although Zhou Xing's wine was not particularly strong, it was certainly intoxicating. However, for Shen Lang at this moment, it seemed inconsequential. "Haha, who would have thought you had such a tolerance?" Zhou Xing was taken aback when he saw Shen Lang down the drink without any sign of inebriation, his eyes reflecting admiration. "Brother Zhou, you flatter me. My tolerance is hardly noteworthy." Shen Lang returned the flask with a slight smile. "How could I not find you so agreeable, in terms of both strength and tolerance? You are already outstanding for your age, yet you maintain such a humble demeanor. Shen kid, you are remarkable." Zhou Xing rarely restrained his laughter, now looking at Shen Lang with a trace of seriousness. Sighing, Huang Quan beside them also regarded Shen Lang thoughtfully, seemingly in agreement with Zhou Xing's words. Feeling somewhat bashful at Zhou Xing's high praise, Shen Lang could only chuckle awkwardly. "I'm just an ordinary kid." Brother Zhou truly exaggerates. Zhou Xing seemed as if he wanted to say more, but suddenly noticed something ahead, his expression turning serious as he spoke in a low voice. "Ahead lies a canyon. That gang from Iron Sword Gate may very well be lying in ambush within. We must proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's words, Shenlang finally noticed the scene ahead. A sizable canyon obstructed the caravan's path. Observing the somewhat deep road within, his expression grew grave. Since their departure, the caravan had traveled for half a day without any hindrance, everything proceeding smoothly. According to Shenlang's plan, they would soon reach the closest point to the Monster Beast Mountains, at which point he could part ways with the caravan and venture alone into the mountains. As he saw the destination drawing closer, Shenlang had assumed that the journey would be largely uneventful, hoping that Iron Sword Gate had perhaps abandoned their plan for an ambush. However, the appearance of this canyon tightened his heart. Just as Zhou Xing had mentioned, Iron Sword Gate's delay might very well be a trap set right here. Huang Quan gazed at the canyon, his expression twitching slightly before he raised his hand and made several gestures. Although the chieftain remained silent, the caravan behind him quickly grasped his unspoken signals, and all the guards immediately heightened their vigilance. Even though they sensed imminent danger, the two chieftains did not hesitate. After signaling for caution, they led the caravan slowly into the narrow canyon. Upon entering the gorge, Shenlang was immediately enveloped by a chilling sensation, a refreshing contrast to the sweltering heat of the summer days. He raised his gaze towards the towering peaks that almost formed a narrow slit in the sky. Shenlang narrowed his eyes, extending his spiritual perception to sense the stillness and movement around him. He understood well that the more sinister and concealed a place was, the more likely it was to harbor lethal threats. Zhou Xing and Huang Quan, perhaps due to their extensive experience in leading expeditions and their formidable strength, maintained a relatively calm demeanor. However, the sharpness in their eyes revealed that their wariness had not diminished in the slightest. To everyone's surprise, as the caravan traversed most of the gorge, not a single member of the Iron Sword sect was in sight, nor was there any unusual disturbance. As the caravan neared the exit of the canyon, the two chieftains exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in concern. What was happening? Could it be that the Iron Sword sect had not set an ambush at all? If they were to exit this canyon, they would be met with an endless expanse of plains, making any attempt to ambush impossible. Shenlang felt a stirring of doubt. Could it be that the Iron Sword sect had no intention of pursuing him? But given how they had suffered a significant loss at his hands, would they truly allow such a slight to go unpunished? Just as Shenlang contemplated these matters, an instinctual sense of danger surged within him. Be careful, Shen. Zhou Xing's bellow echoed, but before the words had fully left his lips, a sharp arrow sliced through the air, aimed directly at Shenlang's face. In an instant, sensing the lethal intent from his left flank, Shenlang had no time to think. He leaned back, and the arrow narrowly grazed his forehead, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. Those scoundrels! Zhou Xing cursed furiously upon witnessing Shenlang's near miss. Quickly drawing his weapon and glaring in the direction from which the arrow had come. Iron Sword sect, come out now. Huang Quan, equally grim-faced and wordless, retrieved several arrows from his quiver, channeling his energy as he drew an unknown hard bow, unleashing a volley towards a nearby cliff. The strength of a 9th-tier practitioner was indeed terrifying. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the arrows struck the cliff, creating a gaping hole and sending several figures tumbling down to land heavily before Shenlang and the others. It was indeed the Iron Sword sect. Recognizing the injured figures clad in their distinctive attire, Zhou Xing's anger flared. Yet, before he could act further, dozens of figures descended from the cliffs on either side, blocking the caravan's path. All were uniformly dressed members of the Iron Sword sect. As Shenlang regarded these individuals, his expression grew increasingly grave. He could clearly sense that all of them possessed power exceeding the 1st tier, with many reaching the 4th and 5th tiers, and notably, the two middle-aged men at the forefront exuded a 9th-tier presence. Lo San, Lo Si, that old coot has indeed sent you too, Zhou Xing said. Fixing his gaze on the two men solemnly, Zhou Xing, Huang Quan, we did not anticipate that in order to protect this kid, the Wanbao Merchant Association would dispatch both of you chieftains. One of the middle-aged men smiled faintly, maintaining an air of confidence. What's this? With me here, do you think you can harm him? Zhou Xing responded with a cold laugh, taunting. With both chieftains present, we naturally cannot act, but do we really need to intervene to deal with a mere 2nd-tier brat? The other middle-aged man sneered, his expression smug. Our task is simply to stall the two chieftains that ask for this kid. We have others to handle him. Hearing this, Zhou Xing's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that aside from the two 9th-tier practitioners before him, the rest of the Iron Sword sect members were generally stronger than those from the Wanbao Merchant Association. Not to mention, among their ranks was a 7th-tier practitioner, who was now coldly smiling at Shenlang. Damn it! Zhou Xing turned to Shenlang, his face grim. Shun, if a fight breaks out, don't concern yourself with anything. Just flee immediately. Their target is you. If you escape, they will have to retreat empty-handed. Indeed, there's a 7th-tier strongman among their ranks. If you stay here, we cannot guarantee your safety. To the southeast, not far ahead, lies a dense forest. If you can reach there, you can swiftly evade them. Huang Quan added gravely. Moving closer, we will do our utmost to hold off the higher-tier enemies. The rest is up to you. The two older brothers' words registered with Shun Lang, and he nodded. The current situation indeed left him with no other options. Fortunately, that forest was in the direction he intended to head towards the Beast Mountain range. Thus, this course of action aligned with his own intentions. Kid, I still want to drink with you again. Don't fall into the hands of these scoundrels. Zhou Xing clapped Shen Lang on the shoulder. Laughing heartily, he then exchanged a serious glance with Huang Quan before turning to face their adversaries, his demeanor growing stern. Iron Sword Sect, if you wish to fight, I will gladly oblige, as his words concluded. The two ninth-tier energies erupted forth. Seeing Zhou Xing and Huang Quan preparing to engage, the two middle-aged men's expressions hardened. One of them coldly remarked, "Remember, our goal is to capture that kid. Once we stall Zhou Xing and Huang Quan, you must immediately move against him. He must not escape." The several practitioners behind them nodded in response, including the 7th-tier practitioner. "Let us do this," with their orders given. The two middle-aged men exchanged glances, both smirking, and once more unleashed their 9th-tier energies. "I have long been irritated by you scoundrels. The earlier incident with the lady from the Wanbao Merchant Association has yet to be settled. Today, we shall settle old and new scores alike." Zhou Xing's eyes widened in shock, gripping his weapon tightly, enveloped in a layer of energy, a hallmark of high-tier practitioners. In the midst of Zhou Xing's utterance, several arrows shot from his side, hurtling towards the two middle-aged men, startling them into retreat. The arrows struck the ground, creating a crater and sending debris flying. Zhou Xing was momentarily taken aback. Glancing sideways to see Huang Quan had already drawn his bow. "If we can strike, let us act. There is no need for idle chatter with these scoundrels," Huang Quan stated nonchalantly, his movement steady. The two 9th-tier practitioners from the Iron Sword Sect felt their pride wounded as they retreated. Their expressions darkened as they unleashed their energy, drawing their weapons. Attack. Thus, a battle involving nearly 100 practitioners reached its boiling point. At this moment, Shun Lang was swiftly making his way in the predetermined direction. As Zhou Xing and Huang Quan had said, he was the primary target of this conflict. The arrangements made by the Wanbao Merchant Association, along with the actions of Zhou Xing and Huang Quan, were merely to disrupt the Iron Sword Sect's plans and to provide him with an opportunity to escape. With the two most formidable adversaries now occupied, it was up to him to extricate himself. Shen Lang could distinctly sense that just behind him, several powerful presences were closely pursuing him, evidently having broken through the Wanbao Merchant Association's defenses, judging by the strength of the energies he sensed. There were 4 at the 3rd tier, 1 at the 4th tier, and the most troublesome was a 7th-tier practitioner. As he raced forward, Shen Lang contemplated his next course of action. Given his current strength, he had no chance against them in a direct confrontation. However, merely fleeing did not seem like a viable option either, although Huang Quan had informed him that he could escape upon entering the forest. The situation appeared far more complex than that. These pursuers would undoubtedly persist, even into the forest. Furthermore, leading them to the Beast Mountain range was not something Shen Lang desired. Exposing the spiritual herbs within the caves would be akin to inviting disaster upon himself. With his thoughts crystallizing, Shun Lang's gaze sharpened with determination. Since a direct confrontation was not feasible and he could not continue fleeing indefinitely, his only option was. With this resolution, Shun Lang swiftly channeled his energy. Accelerating towards the dense forest, within the thick foliage, a figure darted rapidly, occasionally pausing to alter his course. This figure was none other than Shen Lang. Not long after, he had entered the forest, hastily advancing towards his intended destination. However, as he had anticipated, the individuals from the Iron Sword Sect who had been tailing him managed to breach the area, relentlessly pursuing him without respite. In desperation, Shen Lang was compelled to alter his course repeatedly, ensuring he did not lose his way, in hopes of shaking off these relentless pursuers. Yet, after more than half an hour had passed, having traversed a significant portion of the dense forest, the members of the Iron Sword Sect remained steadfast in their pursuit. Truly, they were like stubborn leeches, impossible to shake off. After pausing to rest beside a tree, Shen Lang glanced back, sensing several disparate auras not far behind him. Unable to contain his frustration, he let out a string of curses. With a resigned sigh, Shen Lang's gaze flickered with determination. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was caught by the Iron Sword Sect. Simply fleeing was clearly not a viable strategy. Since they insisted on cornering him, then everything that followed would be of their own making. A glimmer of cold resolve shone in Shen Lang's eyes as he flicked his fingers, causing several strands of refined energy to dance at his fingertips. Drawing blood from his fingertip, he infused a few drops into the strands of energy. Go. He commanded softly, flicking the energy in various directions. if they wish to play a game of cat and mouse. Then let us see who truly is the cat and who the mouse. He smirked slightly as he observed the strands of energy darting away, then swiftly propelled himself in an entirely different direction, vanishing deep into the thicket. Shortly after Shunlang's departure, several figures swept in from the distance, halting at the spot he had just vacated, clad in the uniform attire of the Iron Sword sect. Their auras varied in strength. The leanest and most formidable among them approached the spot where Shunlang had previously stood, sniffing the air, only to frown in confusion. What's wrong, Elder Chong? One of the men inquired. Noticing the change in the lean man's expression, Elder Chong, his gaze dark and foreboding, scanned the depths of the forest and remarked, "Strange. This boy's aura has inexplicably split into 4 distinct paths, each heading in a different direction." What? The others looked at each other in startled disbelief. One of them could not help but exclaim, "Elder Chong, could it be that this boy can create clones?" Elder Chong shook his head dismissively, stating, "Cloning is a legendary ability that could hardly manifest in this boy. More likely, he has resorted to some underhanded trick." After a moment's contemplation, Elder Chong turned to his companions and said, "Regardless of the methods he has employed, he foolishly believes he can escape our grasp. Since there are 4 directions, we shall split into 4 groups. Those at the 3rd level will pair up, while those above the 4th level will operate solo. We must pursue him separately. Whichever group finds him first must signal immediately, and then we will converge to ensure this fellow has nowhere to flee." Once the arrangements were made, Elder Chong cast a cold gaze over everyone, his indifference palpable. "Is this understood?" "We understand," they replied in unison. Nodding in satisfaction, Elder Chong turned and hesitated briefly before selecting a direction, then leaped forward, swiftly disappearing from view. Seeing Elder Chong depart, the others exchanged glances, quickly confirming their groupings before setting off in their respective directions. In another part of the dense forest, Shunlang halted once more, sensing the situation behind him, a smile creeping onto his face. His strategy had indeed borne fruit. Exhaling softly, Shunlang focused on the distance, where he perceived 2 figures hastening toward him. 2 third-level practitioners. He murmured softly, a smile forming. The next act was about to unfold. With a flick of his fingers, Shunlang gathered another strand of refined energy, projecting it into a nearby thicket. He then leaped onto a towering tree branch behind him, concealing himself within the thick foliage. Shortly after he ascended, the 2 figures dashed in, halting several paces away. They were a tall man and a shorter one, both casting glances at the thicket, sharing knowing smirks. "This boy is indeed too inexperienced." Unable to fully conceal his aura, they mocked. Yet when it came to action, neither showed any mercy. Drawing their weapons, they unleashed their energy, charging forward in a flash, their blades cleaving toward the thicket with a resounding crash. The thicket erupted, debris flying in all directions. Yet Shunlang was nowhere to be seen. The 2 men exchanged startled glances, but before they could ponder further, a wave of murderous intent descended upon them from above. Their hair stood on end as they instinctively attempted to retreat, but it was too late. In the midst of their horror, 2 long blades pierced through their chests, the black blades untouched by blood. With a crisp sound, the weapons clattered to the ground, and the 2 bodies collapsed lifelessly. The transformation from their arrival to becoming corpses had transpired in mere moments. A slender figure emerged before the fallen bodies, wielding 2 long blades, one soaked in blood, the other dark and pristine. The assailant was none other than Shunlang. Observing the gruesome wounds in their chests, he maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional turmoil. This was not his first act of killing. His thoughts drifted momentarily before snapping back to reality. Shunlang shook his head, casting aside the chaotic musings. The first phase of his plan was complete. Exhaling slowly, he approached the 2 corpses and, after a brief search, retrieved 2 signal flares. A peculiar smile crept across his lips as the second phase of his plan took shape in his mind. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, 2 figures were hurrying along. Suddenly, one of them halted, turning to gaze skyward, eyes narrowing as he called out, "A signal flare. That boy is over there." The other figure halted as well, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "This boy has nowhere to run now." They exchanged glances, both displaying expressions of triumph. Given the direction of the signal flare, they were undoubtedly the closest, and thus they felt confident they would share in the glory of capturing him. With this thought in mind, the 2 wasted no time and sped toward the location of the signal flare. Chapter 66. Continuous counterattacks. Approximately 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Observing the somewhat deserted scene, they exchanged puzzled looks, but their vigilance heightened. "Strange. Where are those 2? And where is that boy?" One furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings with confusion. "We should be in the right place. Could it be that the boy escaped and the others went after him?" The other pondered for a moment before responding. "That is indeed a possibility." Just as the first speaker was about to say more, his expression suddenly changed, his alertness intensifying. "Wait, There's a metallic scent in the air. Upon hearing this, the other's expression also shifted drastically. The presence of blood in the air indicated someone had been injured, yet they saw no traces of blood. Could it be that someone had meddled with the scene? As their wariness surged, a shadow suddenly shot out from the nearby thicket, crashing heavily to the ground. Their faces paled, and they instinctively recoiled. Only when they noticed the figure lying motionless on the ground did they cautiously approach for a closer examination. However, upon recognizing the uniform of the Iron Sword sect, shock was evident in their exchanged glances. With expressions of bewilderment, they decided to investigate further. Suddenly, a gleam of a blade shot out from the side of the thicket. A fierce killing intent directed at them. As seasoned practitioners, their reactions were swift. Channeling their energy, they brandished their weapons, easily deflecting the incoming strike. One of them flicked his arm, sending the blade off to the side. How dare this boy attempt a sneak attack? They scoffed, convinced Shenlang was hiding within the thicket. With a collective sneer, they unleashed their energy and charged toward the bushes. However, just as they passed the motionless figure on the ground, it suddenly sprang to life, unleashing a fierce wave of energy. Sensing the danger from behind, they realized too late, attempting to turn around to counter the threat. Yet, the blade struck first, piercing through one man's chest. A look of disbelief and resentment filled his eyes as he succumbed to the fatal blow, becoming another lifeless body. Seizing the moment, the other man retreated, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Upon witnessing his comrade fall, his eyes widened, and he turned to face the figure withdrawing the black blade. Upon seeing the young face, his heart trembled, and he exclaimed, "It's you! What a splendid blade!" Shenlang marveled at the bloodless black blade before glancing at the terrified man. A grin spreading across his face. "What's so surprising? Weren't you the ones intent on hunting me down? You've already killed them." The man locked eyes with Shenlang, finally grasping the earlier strangeness of the situation. In a fleeting moment of clarity, the man's trepidation towards Shenlang intensified. This fellow, so young yet possessing such ruthless methods, sent a shiver down his spine. Only now did he realize the gravity of his underestimation. And it was too late. Shenlang concealed his playful demeanor, his tone turning somewhat indifferent as he raised his black blade, pointing it squarely at the man. "How laughable. You, a mere second-tier elemental cultivator. Truly believe I would fear you." The man paused slightly, suddenly recalling that Shenlang was merely a second-tier cultivator himself. While he was a formidable third-tier warrior, the previous victim had succumbed only to a surprise attack. In a fair confrontation, how could this boy possibly be his match? With this thought, the man regained his composure and boldly spat out threats. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that Shenlang had previously defeated a fourth-tier elemental cultivator. Iron killing. Noticing the man's swelling confidence, Shenlang's lips curled into a smirk, just as he perceived several powerful auras swiftly approaching from behind. His brows furrowed, and he sighed lightly. "It seems I must settle this swiftly." The man drew a large knife, its cold gleam evident. Though it did not reach the level of a semi-spiritual weapon, it was evidently quite extraordinary that a surge of potent elemental energy erupted from the man as he coldly declared, "Today, I shall use you to consecrate my blade." With that, the man stomped the ground and charged at Shenlang with overwhelming killing intent. Unfazed by the man's ferocious advance, Shenlang murmured softly. Just as the man reached him, raising his knife imbued with elemental energy, he brought it down with tremendous force, a sight to behold. Shenlang's gaze sharpened as he pivoted his right hand, the black blade slicing upward to meet the descending knife. A crisp crack echoed as the two weapons clashed, and to the man's astonishment, his knife was severed cleanly in two. Shenlang's expression remained serene. The momentum of his black blade remained unyielding as it swept upward. The man barely had time to think that it could be a semi-spiritual weapon before a chilling blade light drew closer. It was over. With the black blade sheathed, Shenlang murmured softly, casting one last glance at the man. The man's arms fell limply to his sides before he collapsed, his large eyes remaining wide open. Unable to close, a thin line of blood began to creep along his neck. A third-tier elemental cultivator, dead. The quality of a weapon is indeed of paramount importance. Shenlang slowly turned, observing the corpse with unblinking eyes. He tightened his grip on the black blade and raised an eyebrow. Thus far, 4 members of the Iron Sword sect had perished at his hands. From the earlier auras, he surmised that 2 more were approaching. While entering the dense forest, he sensed 6 presences. It appeared that the final trouble was these 2 individuals who were on the verge of arriving. Shenlang's gaze flickered as he contemplated his next move. Although only 2 remained, they were the most formidable of foes, one being a 5th-tier elemental cultivator, and the other an exceedingly troublesome 7th-tier cultivator. In a direct confrontation, Shenlang believed that his chances against the 5th-tier warrior would be slim, let alone against the 7th tier. However, Shenlang scanned the direction of the incoming auras, noting that they were positioned diagonally, effectively blocking his escape route. It seemed he had no choice but to continue the battle. A meticulous plan began to form in his mind. Fixating on the fifth-tier elemental cultivator, Shenlang's lips curved upward. If that were the case, let this breakthrough be personally initiated by him. Chapter 67. Killing with a Knife Amidst the Dense Forest. A figure darted swiftly. Moments later, this figure halted abruptly, gazing into the depths of the forest with confusion, muttering, "Strange, why does this boy's aura seem to be drawing closer?" This figure was one of the remaining fifth-tier disciples of the Iron Sword sect. Sensing the approaching aura, his brow furrowed with perplexity that it seemed to him that Shenlang should be frantically fleeing. So why was he instead heading straight towards him? Was he not walking into a trap? Perhaps it was due to the other groups. His eyes flickered as he speculated. Previously, they had split into 4 groups, each taking a different direction, and their current locations were naturally distinct among the remaining 3 groups. Aside from the ever-watchful protector, the others had paired off. Could it be that this boy regarded him as an easy target? The man appeared to understand something, a cold smile creeping onto his face. According to his reasoning, Shenlang had likely realized he was surrounded and was attempting to break free. However, 2 of the 4 directions were occupied by paired groups, and the protector was exceptionally powerful, leading him to believe that Shenlang intended to use him as the point of escape. This line of thought was not without merit. Due to the nature of his cultivation, his aura was exceedingly restrained, and despite being a 5th-tier cultivator, he could easily be mistaken for a mere 2nd-tiered. In the man's view, Shenlang must have misjudged his strength, prompting such reckless behavior. Boy, since you were so eager to come to me, I shall gladly accept this gift." Narrowing his eyes, the man grinned wickedly. In the next moment, he propelled himself forward, speeding towards Shenlang. On the other side, Shenlang sensed the man's movement and raised an eyebrow. Chuckling lightly, finally taking the bait, with a firm grip on his black blade, Shenlang's lips curled in anticipation as he accelerated. Within moments, they were upon each other. Indeed, it's this lad. Upon recognizing Shenlang's face, the man's expression brightened. He swiftly drew his peculiar long knife, channeling elemental power into his grip, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. As the two closed in on each other, a chill radiated from the man's eyes. He pointed his arm, raising the long knife, brimming with elemental energy, and brought it crashing down towards Shenlang's face with astonishing speed. Just what I hoped for. Unperturbed by the terrifying onslaught, Shenlang's expression remained resolute as he lightly pressed his hand against the blade sheath. The knife descended, perilously close to cleaving him in 2. Just as the blade was about to strike, Shenlang finally made his move. Broken blade technique, draw blade technique. With a soft shout, Shenlang swung his right arm, unleashing a dark shadow that surged upwards faster than a blink of an eye. A sharp crack resonated as their figures intersected. After taking a few steps forward, Shenlang stabilized himself, standing upright. Behind him, at a distance of more than 10 steps, the man stood still, gripping the long knife tightly. Yet, a tremor was evident in his gaze. Slowly, he lowered his head to examine his long knife. Noticing a crack extending from its center, rapidly widening, with a shattering sound, a portion of the blade fell to the ground. Staring at the broken piece in his hand, the man's face twitched in disbelief. He turned to face Shenlang, who had also turned to face him, fixating on the black blade with incredulity. "You actually possess a semi-spiritual weapon." The man had absolute confidence in the quality of his own weapon. Although it could not compare to a semi-spiritual weapon, it was far superior to ordinary iron. Yet now, having suffered a single strike, it had shattered, revealing that Shenlang's black blade was at least of semi-spiritual caliber. "A mere semi-spiritual weapon, why the astonishment?" Shenlang replied, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he did not care. In truth, he had nearly exhausted half his resources to acquire this black blade. So to say he was indifferent would be far from accurate. This demeanor was merely intended to exert greater pressure on the man. Understanding Shenlang's intent, the 5th-tier warrior's expression darkened. Although he was significantly stronger, the presence of a semi-spiritual weapon was undoubtedly a considerable hindrance. However, his gaze shifted to the distance, a smirk appearing on his lips. Even if he could not subdue this boy, as long as he could delay him, it would still serve his purpose. With this thought, the man felt reassured and sneered at Shenlang. "Boy, let us see just how much strength you possess. Even with a semi-spiritual weapon in hand, I will still kill you." Shenlang was acutely aware of the man's intentions, yet a mysterious smile played on Shenlang's lips. The man's objectives were, after all, among Shenlang's own. The man ceased his banter, his elemental energy surging as it gradually converged into his arms. With a firm step, he charged at Shenlang, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The fierce wind from his palm stirred up a flurry of fallen leaves, hurtling towards Shenlang with deadly force. In response to this assault, Shenlang took a step back, his arm slightly bent as he concentrated his elemental energy, shouting, "Stone palm," as soon as he spoke. Shen Lang swung his right fist, striking out with tremendous force, accompanied by a shadow of darkness. The two attacks collided, causing the man to be propelled backward several steps before he finally regained his footing. Feeling the intense ache in his palms, the man glanced at his trembling hands, his expression shifting between shades of rage and disbelief as he glared at Shen Lang. "Boy, were you not using your palm? Why did you strike with that black blade instead?" Shen Lang stood motionless, gently swaying the black blade in his hand. The shadow he had just unleashed was indeed a product of this very weapon. Casting a glance at the furious man, Shen Lang spoke nonchalantly, "Why bother using a precious spirit weapon when I can simply use my palms? I am not foolish enough to resort to that." The man, nearly choking on his frustration, retorted, "Then why on earth did you shout stone palm?" His indignation was palpable. This young man displayed a complete disregard for martial ethics that I can shout whatever I please. Who dictates that the calls must correspond to one's own techniques? Shen Lang merely lowered his gaze to wipe the blade, appearing utterly unconcerned. How outrageous! The man felt an uncontrollable rage swelling within him. And he unleashed the full force of his fifth-level Yuan vein realm, gathering all his energy. "Boy, today I shall teach you how to write the word death." His face twisted in fury as he seized two broken blades and lunged at Shen Lang. In response, Shen Lang's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. "Let me show you my strongest technique." He raised his arm slightly, the black blade poised before him, exuding waves of Yuan energy. With a fierce shout, he stepped forward and charged at the man. Just as their figures were about to collide again, Shen Lang suddenly leaned back, his arms pulled behind him, his back touching the ground. The man hesitated for a moment, but his broken blade came down without hesitation. This move of Shen Lang's was known as using a knife to kill. Chapter 68. The Guardian faced with the blade aimed at his throat. Shen Lang offered the man a strange smile. Before the latter could react, Shen Lang kicked forcefully at his abdomen. In an instant, the man was sent flying. As he soared through the air, wind howled past his ears. And upon seeing Shen Lang leap upward, his anger intensified. He had not anticipated falling for such a trick. "You little..." The man's voice was abruptly cut off as he crashed heavily to the ground. Lifeless, Shen Lang regarded the man's body, now sprawled on the ground, with indifference. Indeed, this fifth-level Yuan vein cultivator had perished. A half-broken dart protruded from his chest, aimed directly at his heart. Without a second glance at the corpse, Shen Lang suddenly lifted his gaze to a certain direction. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the dense foliage, stopping beside the dead man. The newcomer was none other than the so-called Guardian. Glancing at the corpse beneath him, the Guardian's expression darkened as he fixed a chilling stare on Shen Lang. A commendable move. Using a knife to kill. The Guardian's grim demeanor stemmed from the fact that the dart embedded in the man's body was his own hidden weapon. He had just arrived nearby, having sensed the commotion of the fight, and upon witnessing the scene, he seized the opportunity to launch a lethal attack at Shen Lang. However, at the very moment he threw the dart, Shen Lang had unexpectedly altered his trajectory and executed a surprising kick, propelling the man into the path of the dart. Although the Guardian attempted to intervene, it was too late. Thus, a formidable fifth-level Yuan vein cultivator met his end at the hands of his own Guardian. The Guardian's gaze was fixed on Shen Lang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was acutely aware that should this incident reach the Iron Sword sect, regardless of whether it was intentional, it would lead to considerable trouble. All of this was due to the young man before him. Moreover, on his way there, he had sensed the presence of other Iron Sword sect members dissipating. While this boy remained unscathed, the implications were all too clear. He had vastly underestimated this young man. Confronted with a 7th-level Yuan vein powerhouse, Shen Lang's previously nonchalant demeanor was now replaced with gravity. He had exhausted all external means, and henceforth, he would have to face the Guardian in a direct confrontation. The 7th-level Yuan vein realm represented a qualitative leap in power, a significant disparity for an ordinary cultivator. Gripping his black blade tightly, Shen Lang inhaled deeply, striving to adjust himself to peak condition for the impending battle. "Boy, since you possess such skills, I shall see how you plan to respond next." The Guardian sneered, his palm clenched tightly around a crimson spear that materialized in his hand. Upon seeing this spear, Shen Lang's gaze sharpened. It was evident that this, too, was a precious spirit weapon. His advantage in weaponry had been nullified, perhaps having learned from the experiences of others. The Guardian spoke no further words of bravado. After summoning his weapon, he began to channel his Yuan energy. Even summoning a protective garment of Yuan energy, this demonstrated just how cautious the Guardian had become regarding Shen Lang. The Guardian readied himself for the attack. A fiery intensity ignited within Shen Lang's eyes, and strands of battle intent rapidly coalesced. "Since we have come this far, let us engage in battle." With a cold snort, the Guardian stepped forward, transforming into a streak of rainbow as he charged at Shen Lang. His speed incomparably swifter than that of the previous man, Shenlang's expression shifted. The guardian's velocity was beyond his expectations. In the blink of an eye, a crimson spear loomed above him. With no time to contemplate, Shenlang unleashed his yuan energy, raising his blade to parry. The collision of blade and spear produced a piercing sound. Shenlang felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, nearly causing him to falter, with the ground beneath him sinking slightly. Bending his knees, he stepped back and turned his body to evade the crushing weight before springing backward. Trying to escape, the guardian sneered. Pursuing relentlessly, the crimson spear danced in the air, unleashing a flurry of thrusts aimed at Shenlang's vital points. Unsteady on his feet, Shenlang struggled to counter with his blade. With determination, he unleashed an eroding force, creating a wall of black and white energy. The crimson spear thrust heavily into the energy wall, appearing as if it would break through effortlessly. However, as the eroding force rapidly consumed the spear's energy, its power was significantly diminished. In this brief moment of resistance, Shenlang steadied himself, swinging his black blade with ferocity to strike at the spear. What on earth is this? The guardian's face twisted in confusion as he beheld the swirling black and white gas encircling the spear's tip. Through the sensation of power transfer, he could distinctly perceive the force within the spear diminishing rapidly. This strange phenomenon ignited a sense of trepidation within him, seeing Shenlang regain his balance. The guardian executed a swift counterattack, but having expended his strength, he was forced to retreat. After forcing the guardian back, Shenlang quickly distanced himself, recognizing that in light of their disparate levels of cultivation and energy, close-quarters combat was unwise. The guardian held his spear at an angle, his expression darkening. He regarded Shenlang with renewed seriousness. Despite being a 7th-level yuan vein cultivator, he had not gained a significant advantage over this 2nd-level boy. If word of this spread, the implications would either elevate Shenlang's reputation or tarnish the guardian's own standing within the Iron Sword sect. This assignment had proven to be more troublesome than anticipated. Lowering the tip of his spear, the guardian, with a grim expression, addressed Shenlang coldly. "Where do you hail from, boy? Such abilities and combat prowess cannot stem from an ordinary background." This inquiry was not born from fear on the part of the guardian. Although they had formed certain hypotheses regarding Shenlang's extraordinary performance, they had reached a point where there was no room for leniency. It was either to eliminate this young man cleanly or await the repercussions of his growth or the arrival of his backing. True to the Iron Sword sect's modus operandi, they would invariably choose the former. "Let us fight, and spare me your idle words," Shenlang replied calmly. He understood the guardian's intentions, but had no desire to rely on external support. One must resolve their own troubles through their own strength. Chapter 69. Crisis. You certainly possess a commendable spirit. Observing Shenlang's unwavering resolve and growing battle intent, the guardian's demeanor darkened. "However, if you believe that our previous exchanges showcased my full strength, you are sorely mistaken." The guardian smiled grimly, a surge of yuan energy bursting forth from within him, far more formidable than before. He is finally ready to get serious. Shenlang squinted slightly. His earlier ability to hold his own in battle was merely due to the guardian's restraint. A high-level yuan vein cultivator would not be easily underestimated. In light of this, Shenlang exhaled deeply as his dantian trembled, his yuan energy swelling considerably. The formation activated, amplifying his power. What is happening? The guardian's brows knitted together as he witnessed Shenlang's sudden surge in strength, his yuan energy reaching the 4th level of the yuan vein realm. Could he have broken through? Just as the thought crossed the guardian's mind, he quickly dismissed it. Shenlang displayed no signs of having truly broken through. Even if he had, it was improbable for one to leap 2 ranks in such a manner. It seemed that this boy had employed some kind of mysterious means. As this thought crossed his mind, the vigilance of the Protector Chang towards Shenlang intensified. "Boy, no matter how many tricks you possess, they are but futile struggles before me," Protector Chang exclaimed, his crimson spear swirling in his grasp, an overwhelming force surging forth as his form transformed into a radiant streak, darting towards Shenlang. "Today, I shall experience your so-called high-level yuan pulse prowess." Shenlang stood his ground, his black blade pointed forward, gathering strands of yuan power. In an instant, Protector Chang appeared before him, wielding a spear imbued with an unimaginable amount of power, slashing diagonally towards Shenlang's forehead. Shenlang half retreated, channeling all his yuan power into his black blade, delivering his strongest strike. The brief collision resulted in a powerful backlash that sent both men staggering backward. Regaining his balance, Shenlang disregarded the pain in his split palm and charged towards Protector Chang. Seeing Shenlang's advance, Protector Chang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this boy would dare to initiate an assault. "Earth-shattering spear," he bellowed, his aura surging dramatically, an inexplicable pressure erupting forth, an indication of a quasi-spiritual level martial skill. The brilliance of the crimson spear intensified, becoming even more vivid. exuding a disconcerting wave of yuan power. "Boy, prepare to lose your life," Protector Chang sneered, the spear swirling violently, aimed directly at Shenlang's crown. Faced with the onslaught of the quasi-spiritual skill from Protector Chang, Shenlang remained undeterred, continuing his charge. As the crimson spear descended upon him, Shenlang gritted his teeth slightly, wielding the black blade with his left hand while concentrating his yuan power with his right, stone palm. He uttered softly, his right palm transforming into stone as he struck fiercely toward Protector Chang's chest. Protector Chang's expression shifted upon witnessing Shenlang's reckless approach. If this continued, his spear would undoubtedly cleave Shenlang's body in half. Yet the latter's seemingly reckless strike would also inflict unknown injuries upon himself. "This boy seeks to gamble his life against mine." Protector Chang gritted his teeth, momentarily easing his spear's momentum to withdraw and counter Shenlang's heavy palm strike. In his view, it was not wise to exchange injuries. He could easily subdue this boy without sustaining harm. However, upon witnessing Protector Chang's choice, a faint smile crept upon Shenlang's lips. The clash of the spear against the stone palm sent a tremendous force rippling through him, nearly sending him reeling back. Yet, just as Shenlang was about to be flung away, a soft whisper resonated. "Broken blade, draw sword technique." A brilliant white light suddenly erupted forth. In the next moment, a severed head soared high into the sky. On the ground, a headless body gushed forth blood, the once tightly gripped crimson spear crashing to the earth. Shenlang, propelled by the earlier force, was thrown to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. After a few labored coughs, he managed to rise, gazing at the lifeless body that had crumpled down, a sense of relief washing over him. In this gamble, he had ultimately triumphed, engaging directly with the high-level Yuan Pulse strongman Protector Chang. Shenlang was acutely aware of his lack of odds, even with the power of refinement at his disposal, and his Yuan power reaching the 4th level of Yuan Pulse under the formation's enhancement. The stalemate favored Protector Chang. Given the consumption of Yuan energy, Shenlang was in no position to compete. Faced with an impasse, he had no choice but to take a risk, seeking a quick resolution. Exchanging injuries was merely a means to an end. His true intent was to compel Protector Chang to defend against his stone palm, thereby allowing him to unleash the swift and lethal quasi-spiritual skill. Broken blade, for a definitive strike. Fortunately, he had bet correctly. Shenlang understood deeply that had Protector Chang been equally reckless or unafraid of injury, the outcome of this gamble could have resulted in his own demise. In the narrow encounter, the brave triumphs. Drawing a slow, deep breath, Shenlang painfully settled into a meditative position to recuperate. While he had not sustained any visible external injuries, the earlier backlash had indeed inflicted some internal damage. He needed to restore his vitality immediately as his breath gradually calmed. Shenlang prepared to gather his refining power to commence healing. However, in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with a grave expression. Perhaps affected by Shenlang's abrupt change, several powerful auras erupted from the surrounding bushes, accompanied by a series of cold laughs as a group of figures clad in black emerged before him. Shenlang narrowed his gaze at the individuals before him. One of the black-clad men stepped forward, laughing heartily. "Young Master Shun has a good memory. It seems you haven't forgotten us so soon." "Unfortunately, we have come to claim your head," he continued. Shenlang, understanding their intentions from the moment they appeared, felt no surprise at the words spoken by the black-clad man. These 4 rascals scanning the black-clad men. A bitter smile crept upon Shenlang's lips. From their auras, it was evident that each had achieved the 5th level of Yuan Pulse or higher, with the strongest among them reaching the 7th level. Not in the least inferior to Protector Chang. In his current state, he could hardly contend with even a 4th level Yuan Pulse warrior, let alone face 4 5th level or higher opponents simultaneously. This indeed posed a significant predicament. As Shenlang stood, the black blade firmly planted in the ground, he barely managed to rise, his gaze impassively fixed on the black-clad men. "So, you wish to engage in a desperate struggle?" The leading black-clad man scoffed derisively. With their strength, even if Shenlang were in perfect condition, he would find it impossible to escape their encirclement. Their previous hesitance was merely to seize the opportunity and complete their task with greater ease. "Since you have come, then let us fight." Shenlang gripped his black blade tightly. Even if he found himself in a dire situation, he would not easily concede. "It appears you still fail to grasp the situation." The black-clad man laughed coldly, a sharp aura erupting from within him, revealing his 6th level Yuan Pulse presence. "Surrender," he commanded, his right hand transforming into a claw as he lunged towards Shenlang. In his eyes. Given Shenlang's current state, even with a quasi-spiritual weapon, he could capture him barehanded. Shenlang's gaze sharpened as he summoned the last remnants of his Yuan power, concentrating it in his palm. The black blade in his hand quickly gathered strength. poised to strike as soon as the black-clad man drew near. Yet, just as the black-clad man was about to reach Shenlang, a formidable surge of yuan power erupted from an unknown direction. Crashing towards the black-clad man with astonishing speed, the black-clad man sensed the movement behind him, his face instantly paling as he attempted to retreat, but the speed of the yuan power was beyond his capacity to evade. He was struck forcefully, sent flying backward, and coughed up a mouthful of blood mid-air, before crashing heavily to the ground in a cloud of dust. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, surprise flickered across Shenlang's eyes. The expressions of the remaining black-clad men shifted dramatically, panic setting in as they scanned their surroundings. They understood the implications of the earlier attack. The manifestation of yuan power was a sign of a Yuan Sea realm expert's presence. An expert from the Yuan Sea realm had appeared. The black-clad men exchanged anxious glances, desperately searching for the source of the Yuan Sea realm presence. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from behind Shenlang. Gradually approaching the black-clad men, they quickly raised their heads to look. Hearing the footsteps, Shenlang turned as well that a figure gradually emerged into view, drawing closer. Finally, the figure revealed his true visage, a middle-aged man clad in simple attire. The black-clad men widened their eyes in shock. The president of the Wanbao Merchant Association, Shi Yuan, the newcomer was none other than Shi Yuan, who had crossed paths with Shenlang before. Shi Yuan's expression remained calm, betraying no emotion, except for a faint smile directed at Shenlang. As Shenlang regarded Shi Yuan, thoughts raced through his mind. How did he end up here? Could it be? A possibility dawned on him, causing his gaze to shift. The black-clad men noticed Shi Yuan's demeanor towards Shenlang, and their faces paled even further. The black-clad man, whose aura had reached the 7th level of Yuan pulse, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, facing Shi Yuan with trepidation. President Shi, we come on the orders of young Master Mo to claim this boy's head. What is your intent? Shi Yuan regarded the man indifferently, replying coolly, naturally, to protect him. The black-clad man's complexion grew paler, yet he pressed on. President Shi, do you understand what your actions will entail? From his understanding, he could hardly believe that Shi Yuan would dare to truly offend Mo Xian or even Master Gu. I certainly understand, Shi Yuan replied, his calm demeanor surprising the black-clad man. So what? This boy, you cannot kill. The black-clad man's expression twitched, and he hesitated to speak further, ultimately swallowing his words. After a brief internal struggle, he could only clasp his hands in resignation, his face filled with reluctance. Since President Shi is so determined, we shall take our leave. We bid you farewell. After a brief exchange of glances, the men clad in black prepared to turn away. However, Shi Yuan, with a hint of a peculiar smile, remarked, did I say you could leave? Upon hearing this, the black-clad men felt a chill run down their spines as their expressions changed dramatically. The man at the 7th level of the Yuan vein gritted his teeth and questioned. What do you mean, President Shi? As you might suspect, both young Master Mo and Master Gu are not individuals I can provoke lightly. Shi Yuan smiled faintly, though the smile held a cold edge. If you return, you will certainly report this moment to them. Hence, how could I allow you to depart? At these words, the hearts of the black-clad men sank. Run. The man at the 7th level of the Yuan vein acted decisively, realizing that Shi Yuan had murderous intent and would undoubtedly turn against them. With that in mind, he chose to risk everything for a chance at survival, prompting the other two to scatter in different directions. Yet, Shi Yuan remained unfazed by their sudden flight. In the next moment, a powerful surge of Yuan energy erupted from Shi Yuan's body. In Shenlang's view, Shi Yuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the man at the 7th level of the Yuan vein. What astonishing speed! Shenlang's eyes widened. This velocity was incomparable not only to those at his level but even surpassed that of Luo Shi. It was evident that the president of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce was indeed more formidable than Luo Shi. In the blink of an eye, within mere breaths, Shi Yuan returned, now holding a bloody severed head. The head of the man at the 7th level of the Yuan vein. Shi Yuan smiled at Shenlang, casually discarding the head before transforming into another shadow, pursuing the direction of another fleeing black-clad man. This time, Shi Yuan took a little longer, but when he returned, he bore 2 bloody heads. Shenlang's heart raced. In just a few moments, 3 formidable Yuan vein practitioners were dispatched with such efficiency. The strength of Shi Yuan was indeed remarkable. After casually discarding the 2 heads, Shi Yuan slowly approached Shenlang, who maintained a serene expression. I did not misjudge. Your performance, young friend Shen, has truly exceeded my expectations. Shi Yuan smiled amiably, his demeanor warm. Had one not witnessed the earlier scene, many might still regard President Shi as an honest and simple man. Shenlang's gaze flickered slightly before he replied with a gentle smile. I have indeed followed you here, President Shi, and I appreciate your efforts. I mean no harm. I hope you do not take offense, Shi Yuan replied with a smile, detecting the underlying meaning in Shenlang's words. Shi Yuan responded, how could I dare? Shenlang shook his head. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance during the auction and for the gift of the black knife. Indeed, it was President Shi who had discreetly informed him that young Master Mo would target him, enabling Shenlang to evade Mo's gaze through a hidden passageway. Such small favors are nothing, Shi Yuan dismissed with a wave and chuckled. However, I do have a rather unwelcome request, and I hope you might acquiesce. So it has come to this, Shenlang thought, raising his head slightly. Whether it was aiding my departure or gifting me the black knife, it all leads to this forthcoming matter, does it not? President Shi, please speak plainly. Shenlang exhaled slowly, his gaze steady. Shi Yuan gazed deeply at Shenlang before smiling faintly. Are you acquainted with my daughter? We have met once, Shenlang replied, furrowing his brow. Shi Yuan seemed to know of Shenlang's rescue of Lu Xianxian. Why ask again? That is good. What I wish to discuss pertains to her. Shi Yuan continued, looking into the distance. Your conflict with young Master Mo has, in a way, laid the groundwork for this matter. Shenlang remained silent, though his curiosity deepened. What do you know of young Master Mo? Shi Yuan inquired, his gaze piercing. Shenlang shook his head. Not well. Though I believe he is a second-tier alchemist, such an achievement at his age is indeed impressive. Indeed, your insight is sharp. Had I not received recent news, I would not have known that young Master Mo has reached the second tier of alchemy. Shi Yuan remarked, a glimmer of concealed light dancing in his eyes. As you noted, young Master Mo's talent is indeed exceptional, and he has gained considerable fame, even in Yin-Yang County. His background is somewhat mysterious. Since becoming Master Gu's disciple, he has made rapid advancements and is greatly valued by Master Gu, who treats him as a personal disciple. Pausing for a moment, Shi Yuan added, Master Gu is a fifth-tier alchemist and serves as the vice president of the Alchemy Association, holding significant influence in Yin-Yang County. That he sees young Master Mo as a future master alchemist. Shenlang nodded softly. A master alchemist was a rarity in the entire Deqin dynasty, and such potential was indeed formidable. However, Shenlang suddenly looked up, addressing Shi Yuan coolly. Surely you do not share this merely to discuss young Master Mo's talent. Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, laughing. Of course not. I share this with you to ensure you are well informed and can prepare accordingly. It seems that after young Master Mo gained fame, he became interested in my daughter and requested Master Gu to arrange their betrothal. With a sigh, Shi Yuan's tone shifted to one of resignation. Given young Master Mo's talent and background, a betrothal would appear to be a favorable arrangement. However, Shi Yuan lightly slapped his forehead. Chuckling ruefully, Xianxian is quite unwilling. She harbors a certain aversion to young Master Mo and vehemently opposes the engagement. The matter of engagement should be based on mutual consent. If she is unwilling, President Shi should refuse, Shenlang remarked lightly. That is easy to say. Shi Yuan shook his head, appearing quite helpless. While I did refuse the engagement due to Xuanchuan's reluctance, young Master Mo remains insistent and has repeatedly sought discussions with Master Gu. Given Master Gu's status, it would be quite inappropriate to refuse him outright. Reluctantly, I fabricated a reason, stating that Xianxian seeks a partner of sufficient strength to earn her respect, which has merely delayed the matter. Yet, young Master Mo remains undeterred, proposing a stipulation. If we cannot find a young man under 20 years of age who can rival him within a year, you will willingly relinquish the engagement. At this, Shi Yuan glanced at Shenlang, noticing his lack of reaction, and continued, for nearly a year, I have exhausted countless resources and means, yet I have been unable to find anyone capable of matching young Master Mo under the age of 20. Until a few days ago, Lu Mei reported your situation to me. At this point, Shenlang finally reacted, looking at Shi Yuan with a knowing smile. So, President Shi believes I have the strength to rival young Master Mo? You possess the means to severely wound a Yuan Sea realm expert. Over the years, you are the first I know of to achieve such a feat, Shi Yuan remarked with a smile. Of course, this is only applicable within the Yuan vein realm, he added. Such unconventional means may suffice for survival, but in a contest, they would be inadequate. Shenlang shook his head. Furthermore, young Master Mo is a second-tier alchemist. While I am not even an alchemist myself, how could I possibly compete with him? President Shi, you overestimate me. The contest proposed by young Master Mo is not limited to alchemy. Martial prowess is also a factor. Shi Yuan replied, unfazed. Naturally, there will be additional conditions. For instance, if the opponent cannot refine pills, the requirements for victory in martial strength will be considerably higher. If I am not mistaken, young Master Mo possesses at least the strength of the 5th level of the Yuan vein. While I am currently only at the 2nd level, even achieving a draw would be challenging, let alone winning. Shenlang continued to shake his head. Yet, in my view, you are not so simple, Shi Yuan said with a meaningful smile. Iron Sha from the Iron Sword sect, at the 4th level of the Yuan vein, was defeated by you. Furthermore, your previous battle was nothing short of spectacular. Upon hearing this, Shenlang raised an eyebrow and similarly smiled. So, President Sure has been following me to assess whether I possess the qualifications to contend with young Master Mo. Noticing a subtle change in Shi Yuan's expression, Shenlang added with a laugh. I was merely jesting. I hope you do not take offense. Shi Yuan managed an awkward smile, but continued. Regardless, I genuinely believe you possess such qualifications, and thus I hope you will take action. Regardless of victory or defeat, the Wanna Chamber of Commerce will offer substantial rewards. What do you think? With the conversation reaching this point, Shenlang could no longer refuse. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, I currently have an urgent matter that requires resolution, which will take approximately 3 to 5 days no problem. No problem at all. There are still 5 days until the deadline, and young friend Shin can prioritize his urgent affairs. Upon noticing Shenlang's willingness to concede, Shi Yuan immediately interjected, Very well. Since matters have progressed to this stage, I can only accept. After a slight pause, Shenlang clasped his hands in salute and said, I shall return to Yecheng in 5 days and will certainly keep the appointment. With that, I must take my leave as I have pressing matters to attend to. Finally receiving Shenlang's promise, Shi Yuan let out a sigh of relief and smiled, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, young friend, for your assistance. Please take care, and I will personally await your arrival at the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce in 5 days. With a farewell, Shenlang once again clasped his hands and turned, slowly walking away into the distance. Watching Shenlang's gradually disappearing figure, Shi Yuan's face revealed a trace of an inexplicable smile, and his gaze subtly shifted to a nondescript corner where a massive boulder rested. The surface of the boulder appeared normal, yet upon turning it over, one would behold a gruesome sight of bloodstains and several lifeless bodies, each adorned with a distinct animal totem on their chests. Wolves. Chapter 72. The Trial of the Beast Mountain Range. Sitting cross-legged on a stone, Shenlang focused his energy, the essence of his power swirling around him as it healed his injuries. Remaining vigilant, Shenlang did not linger to recuperate. Instead, he pressed forward for a distance before selecting a safe location to catch his breath and mend his wounds. Despite his victories in the recent fierce battles, Shenlang had sustained significant injuries, particularly some internal damage that warranted his attention. Fortunately, after several hours of recovery, he had healed most of his injuries and regained over half of his combat strength. Rising to his feet, Shenlang exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting towards the distant mountains and forests, a hint of joy illuminating his expression. After all his efforts, he was finally close to obtaining the medicinal herbs. Shenlang smiled slightly. He was now not far from the Beast Mountain Range and anticipated arriving before nightfall. Considering the ferocious beasts that roamed the area, he adjusted his route to avoid the core zones as much as possible. Although the Beast Mountain Range was not particularly vast, its core region housed spirit beasts that rivaled the strength of those in the Yuanhai realm. With his current abilities and trump cards, Shenlang knew he was not yet equipped to escape from a spirit beast. However, he did not intend to rush along the remainder of the journey. The planned route would take him through areas inhabited by low to mid-level beasts, which would serve as a valuable opportunity for him to hone his skills. True strength must be cultivated through continuous combat. With a swift motion, Shenlang became a fleeting shadow, heading towards his predetermined destination. Stone Palm. In the dense forest, Shenlang's voice rang out fiercely, followed by a powerful palm strike. The roar of a beast echoed in response, indicating it had sustained significant injury. Broken Blade. Another formidable shout erupted as a sharp blade of energy flashed through the forest. Before Shenlang lay a massive beast, its body collapsing limply, a horrific wound in its abdomen, its life force extinguished. Shenlang gazed at the beast's lifeless form with a faint smile, sheathing his black blade. This marked his third beast slain, all accomplished with a single strike of the broken blade. Approaching the carcass, Shenlang knelt beside it, using a small knife to dissect the belly, only to shake his head in disappointment. He was searching for a beast core. The beast core was a manifestation of the vast energy coalesced within a beast that had cultivated to a certain degree. If a beast could condense a core, it gained a vital lifeline, as the core allowed it to unleash its most potent attack. Just as human cultivators rely on martial techniques to enhance their abilities, the intermediate demon beasts, each possessing strength surpassing his own, nonetheless fell beneath the onslaught of his martial technique, the broken blade. With a palm strike of immense force, the ground quaked. Wherever the bear's paw landed, it shattered into debris. The stone palm. As he deftly sidestepped the charge of the iron-armored bear, Shenlang let out a low shout, his right palm spinning forth to strike heavily upon the bear's back. The iron-armored bear, as its name implies, was clad in a shell akin to wrought iron, virtually impenetrable. Upon delivering his blow, Shenlang felt a sharp pain in his palm. Such formidable armor. Shenlang was taken aback. With his current prowess, the stone palm he unleashed was not to be underestimated. Even the Iron Demon showcased considerable might. He hadn't anticipated that engaging the iron-armored bear head-on would place him at a disadvantage. The iron-armored bear, feeling the impact of Shunlang's strike, turned its head and roared in anger, retaliating with a powerful palm strike of its own. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards Shunlang as he stepped onto the bear's back. Using the rebound force to perform an aerial flip, refining power, condense, Shunlang shouted, black and white energy swirling forth, enhancing his left and right palms. With a swirling descent, he unleashed another stone palm, bolstered by the refined power. The force of his strike intensified, inflicting even greater agony upon the iron-armored bear. The bear, continuously suffering yet unable to land a blow on Shunlang, became increasingly enraged, pounding its chest in a frenzy. This iron-armored bear seemed a bit unusual, didn't it? Observing the bear's behavior, Shunlang felt no joy, but rather a flicker of doubt. Beyond mere physical strength, demon beasts held a significant advantage over humans, their bloodline abilities. Generally speaking, all demon beasts possess bloodline abilities, albeit of varying strength. However, lower and intermediate demon beasts, due to their insufficient power, cannot activate these abilities upon reaching the high-level demon beast tier. While their bloodline abilities may be limited, their potency is nonetheless astonishing. Bloodline abilities often serve as a demon beast's trump card. According to Shunlang's understanding, the iron-armored bear's bloodline ability was known as Frenzy. When activated, both its physical strength and speed would be greatly enhanced. Facing an iron-armored bear in a frenzied state, even a peak Yuan Vein master would typically retreat. What puzzled Shunlang was why this iron-armored bear, having been pushed to such an extent, had yet to activate its bloodline ability. At that moment, Shunlang suddenly noticed the bear's aura seemed unstable, fluctuating in strength, suggesting an unusual disparity. Could it be? A flash of insight crossed Shunlang's mind as he considered a possibility. Was this iron-armored bear in a weakened state? As he understood, demon beasts in a weakened state find it exceedingly difficult to activate their bloodline abilities. The exertion required to unleash these abilities is immense. Without being in peak condition, sustaining such a display is nearly impossible. Even if forced to activate it, the backlash could be severe, even fatal. The most common cause for a demon beast's weakened state is recent childbirth. If that were the case, then this iron-armored bear, observing the bear, which, despite its frenzied demeanor, was gradually losing strength, Shunlang's eyes gleamed with hidden delight. A high-level demon beasts have a significantly higher probability of possessing demon cores. The iron-armored bear before him, being in a weakened state, presented an extraordinary opportunity. Shunlang felt a surge of exhilaration. Initially, he had merely sought to practice against the bear, to slay it. He believed he had yet to reach such a level of confidence against a beast that even peak Yuan Vein masters would avoid. Sensing danger, the once furious iron-armored bear gradually calmed, its large eyes fixed intently upon Shunlang. That it seemed to contemplate retreat. However, Shunlang would not easily let this opportunity slip away. With a slight smile, he sprang forth towards the iron-armored bear, his black blade held diagonally, preparing for a decisive strike. As Shunlang charged, the iron-armored bear finally turned to flee. It abruptly pivoted, racing toward its cave, having emerged. Returning was not so easily accomplished. Shunlang's gaze sharpened, his black blade pointed, finally executing his charged attack. Broken blade. The fierce blade light struck down upon the fleeing iron-armored bear, exploding against its back. A howl erupted from the bear, as its seemingly impervious stone armor cracked under the assault, eliciting a pained roar. Shunlang struck again. The blade slashed across the bear's back, leaving a deep gash. Blood gushing forth. With this grievous injury, the iron-armored bear's aura rapidly waned, its speed of escape drastically diminishing. Now is the time. Shunlang narrowed his eyes, bringing his palms together, the black blade firmly in hand. As the refined power swirled around him, broken blade, a blade light, far more ferocious than before, cleaved down from the air. Just as the lethal strike was about to descend upon the iron-armored bear, it suddenly altered its course, its speed dramatically increasing. The blade light struck the ground, carving out a massive crater. Shunlang was momentarily taken aback. Had the iron-armored bear activated its bloodline ability, with the demon core within his grasp? Shunlang refused to let it slip away. Without hesitation, he immediately pursued. From the bear's escape trajectory, it appeared to be heading back to its den. Noticing this, Shunlang felt a renewed sense of curiosity. The iron-armored bear's den was situated in a relatively open area, yet it was currently under a life-threatening attack. Logically, it should have fled into the complex depths of the forest, where it might elude Shunlang. Yet, this iron-armored bear chose to retreat back to its den, an open area where, if Shunlang caught up, it would spell doom. However, Shunlang was acutely aware that, given the bear's intelligence, it was unlikely to make a self-destructive decision. Its choice likely concealed some mystery within the cave. With this thought, Shunlang's curiosity intensified and his vigilance heightened. Chapter 74. The strange egg figure darted swiftly through the dense forest. leaving behind a series of fleeting shadows. Before long, the figure emerged from the thickets, entering a more open area. This space bore no vegetation, the only notable feature being a partially concealed cave, its entrance shrouded in darkness. After observing for a moment, the figure detected no immediate danger. With a slight hesitation, it leaned forward, revealing its identity. This figure was none other than Xin Lang, who had been pursuing the iron-armored bear. After sustaining severe injuries, the bear fled desperately towards its den. Xin Lang, puzzled by the bear's choice to return to its death trap rather than seek escape, was driven by curiosity and a longing for the demon core, prompting him to closely follow. Watching as the iron-armored bear disappeared into the cave, silence enveloped the area. Exercising caution, Xin Lang refrained from rushing into the cave, instead opting to conceal himself at the entrance. Observing the situation quietly, however, after what felt like half a stick of incense passed, there was still no sign of movement from within. Glancing at the sky, Xin Lang realized he could delay no longer and decided to investigate. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his black blade tightly, ready for any unexpected changes. With a light step, he swiftly entered the cave. Just as Xin Lang had anticipated, this cave was anything but ordinary. It was merely a long passage, dim and profound. Oddly, the iron-armored bear's aura had vanished. Xin Lang furrowed his brow. Upon entering the cave, he had extended his spiritual energy to meticulously track the bear's movements. Yet, unexpectedly, he sensed not even a trace of its presence. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. This was peculiar. Such a situation heightened Xin Lang's vigilance. After all, high-level demon beasts possess a degree of intelligence that, while inferior to humans, can still pose a threat. Xin Lang could not ascertain whether this was a trap set by the iron-armored bear. He pressed deeper into the cave. Although the atmosphere felt eerie, Xin Lang encountered no immediate danger as he proceeded. After traversing 100 or so steps, his surroundings finally opened up. Before him lay a cavern approximately 10 feet square, arched like an inverted bowl. The walls, while not as smooth as stone, were relatively even, suggesting that the iron-armored bear had invested considerable effort in constructing this den, that a small crack in the ceiling allowed sunlight to filter through, illuminating the cave. Utilizing this light, Xin Lang surveyed the interior. Contrary to his expectations of chaos, even the presence of corpses, the cave was remarkably clean. However, the cleanliness was somewhat unsettling, for the cave was entirely devoid of any objects. Xin Lang's gaze sharpened, and he extended his spiritual energy further, yet still could not detect any trace of the iron-armored bear, despite the apparent emptiness and the absence of any hidden entrances. The bear had entered the cave under Xin Lang's watchful eye, only to seemingly disappear. What could be the explanation? Just as Xin Lang pondered this, a faint light emanated from an inconspicuous corner of the cave. This glow caught his attention, compelling him to lean in for a closer look. This is an egg. Upon recognizing the object before him, Xin Lang was momentarily taken aback. In this corner, the so-called radiance is merely a reflection of sunlight, and the object reflecting it is a small white egg, no larger than a hand. Xin Lang concentrated a few strands of refining power and flicked them towards the egg, but there was no reaction. After ensuring there was no danger, he picked up the egg and examined it closely in his palm. At first glance, the egg bore a striking resemblance to that of a goose, both in size and shape. However, upon closer inspection, its unusual features became apparent. What first caught Xin Lang's attention was the faint, iridescent hue that enveloped the eggshell. These colors, though not vibrant and almost translucent, were undeniably present. Additionally, the eggshell seemed to bear some patterns, faintly visible under the sunlight. After a moment of contemplation, Xin Lang tentatively tapped the shell with a finger, only to be met with a dull ache in return. Such a hard shell. Xin Lang raised an eyebrow. The force exerted by his fingertip was equivalent to 1,000 pounds. It was difficult for even the eggs of ordinary beasts, or even those of advanced demonic creatures, to withstand such force. Yet, this eggshell remained unscathed. Truly remarkable. Gazing at this extraordinary egg, Xin Lang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had heard from his master tales of legendary sacred beasts, whose eggs were said to be extraordinary, impervious to damage and resistant to water and fire. Not only did they possess formidable defensive capabilities, but the shells themselves were imbued with mystical powers to ward off intruders. It was undeniable that the legendary beasts were indeed formidable, and the eggs they produced were astonishing as well. One could only imagine that whatever life force resided within such an egg would be equally astonishing. Could this egg before him be that of a sacred beast? As the thought crossed his mind, Xin Lang shook his head, chuckling to himself. Sacred beast eggs were the stuff of legends. How could he encounter one so easily? While this egg was indeed extraordinary, it was more likely the offspring of a spirit beast or perhaps a profound creature, which would make sense given the remarkable nature of its shell. With this realization, Xin Lang lost interest in further scrutinizing the egg. He flipped his palm and stored the egg within his spatial ring. The egg of a powerful beast was worth a fortune. If it truly originated from a profound creature, its value would rival that of rare medicinal herbs. After securing the enigmatic egg, Xinlang scanned his surroundings once more. Finding nothing peculiar, with a soft sigh, he turned to exit the cave. The disappearance of the armored bear was indeed strange, but he could discern nothing further. Remaining there would be a waste of time. The only regret was losing a high-grade beast's core, but with the acquisition of this remarkable egg, Xinlang felt somewhat appeased. Stepping out of the cave, Xinlang surveyed the area, finding nothing out of the ordinary. He took a step forward and swiftly moved in the direction he had come. His quest for lower and mid-tier beasts would continue, as he sought to hone his martial skills and enhance his strength. The battle with the armored bear had revealed some of his shortcomings, and he intended to focus on targeted training in the days to come. He aimed to contend with a fully powered advanced beast in the future. Chapter 75. The sudden storm. With a swift motion, Xinlang unsheathed his blade. Before him was a fearsome beast, its visage twisted and grotesque, brandishing claws the size of millstones and roaring in a frenzy. Yet, a ghastly wound marred its abdomen, from which blood gushed forth. Mingled with shattered entrails, it was evident that this beast was on the brink of death. Xinlang observed the struggling creature and slowly sheathed his weapon. This beast was merely a mid-tier one. However, from the moment he struck until the battle concluded, it took him no more than a quarter of an hour. After another day of brutal combat, having successfully slain over 10 low-tier beasts and 4 advanced ones, Xinlang's combat prowess had markedly improved. His mastery of the martial technique, Blade Breaker, had also advanced significantly. He felt quite content with his progress over the past 2 days. Indeed, practical combat was the most effective way to enhance one's abilities. At this rate, within half a month, he believed he could open 3 meridians and reach the 3rd level of the Yuan meridian. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the newfound strength coursing through him, a grin spreading across his face. However, the presence of Huang Yuan prevented him from easily returning to the sect, without the power to contend with him. Making progress within the sect would be a formidable challenge. Reflecting on his situation, Xinlang began to see his stay in Yi City as less of a burden. Here, at least, he could rapidly strengthen his capabilities. Furthermore, the inter-sect competition was drawing near. Recalling his earlier conversation with Elder Qi before the task hall, Xinlang's gaze flickered. This contest for supremacy in the inter-sect was essential for him, whether for his own sake, for his promise to Elder Qi, or for other reasons. He must emerge victorious. To establish his footing once more in Huajian's sect, he needed to reclaim his status as a direct disciple. And winning the inter-sect championship was a crucial step toward that goal. Exhaling slowly, Xinlang's thoughts began to crystallize, his resolve strengthening. Once the matters in Yi City concluded, he would return to continue his training, utilizing the resources at his disposal and the beasts here to significantly enhance his strength. However, he felt he needed to contemplate his upcoming duel with Mo Xian more thoroughly. Boom! As his thoughts drifted toward the impending competition in Yi City, a thunderous noise erupted from the distant western edge of the dense forest, causing the ground beneath Xinlang to tremble violently. What was happening? Startled, he quickly turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion. In the distance, towering shadows loomed, seemingly billowing forth like an avalanche. Upon closer inspection, the shadows were merely clouds of dust and debris, swept up by an inexplicable force, akin to a tempest. Feeling the powerful winds rushing toward him, Xinlang's expression grew grave. It was clear that the towering shadows were the remnants of the forest, ravaged and swept away by a terrifying wind. This was nothing short of a miniature sandstorm. Yet, this was not a desert. How could such a phenomenon arise in this region? Moreover, based on Xinlang's understanding of the Beast Mountains, the climate here had never exhibited such ferocious winds. As he pondered this bewildering situation, the fearsome storm wreaked havoc in the seemingly endless forest, demolishing vast swathes of trees and causing the entire mountain range to tremble violently. The most pressing concern was that the storm was advancing directly toward him. Xinlang's expression darkened. However, the unfolding scene left little room for contemplation. The storm appeared to be several miles away, yet at its current pace, it would arrive within moments. With a resigned sigh, Xinlang resolved to retreat to the cave. Regardless of the circumstances, the energy fluctuations he sensed indicated that this storm posed a significant threat to him. Just as Xinlang prepared to turn and leave, he suddenly spotted 2 figures soaring through the air, seemingly fleeing from the storm. People? Xinlang paused momentarily, his steps faltering. Upon a closer look, he discerned that indeed, there were 2 figures flying ahead of the terrifying storm. What is going on? Xinlang's mind buzzed with confusion. The first thought that crossed his mind was that these 2 might be Earth gangs, for flying was a hallmark of their capabilities. Yet, how could 2 Earth gangs be fleeing from a mere miniature sandstorm? Although he could not clearly see their features, their movements indicated frantic attempts to evade the approaching tempest. This only deepened Shenlang's bewilderment. While the storm's energy was undoubtedly fearsome, it was formidable mostly for a cultivator at the Yuan Meridian level like him. Surely, Earth gangs would not be so easily intimidated. As the storm drew nearer, Shenlang sighed. He could hardly afford to ponder the situation of those two individuals. Casting one last glance at the tempest, he swiftly altered his course, racing toward the cave, perhaps influenced by the storm. He encountered no beasts along the way. It seemed the creatures were equally wary of this sudden disturbance. The cave's location and the storm's trajectory did not align, allowing Shenlang to swiftly evade the storm's dark shadow. Though he could still faintly perceive some subtle energy fluctuations, once inside the cave, he settled down, gradually regulating his breath. Given the unpredictable nature of the storm, he decided to remain in the cave for a while, waiting for the suspected sandstorm to pass before resuming his training. However, the subsequent developments surpassed Shenlang's expectations. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a familiar thunderous sound and tremors jolted Shenlang from his meditative state. What was happening? He opened his eyes, brow furrowed, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. He quickly darted to the cave entrance, scanning for the source of the noise, his expression growing serious. In his gaze, the recently witnessed sandstorm re-emerged, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. What was even more disconcerting was the storm's enhanced ferocity and velocity. The only constant was the two figures racing ahead of the tempest. Yet this time, Shenlang discerned their forms, a venerable elder in black robes and a maiden in white. However, the overwhelming dust storm left Shenlang no time for contemplation. Cursed be this fate. Upon realization, he spat in anger and hastily altered his course, fleeing into the distance. He desperately escaped. Confusion filled his heart. The sandstorm had initially been headed in a different direction, entirely unrelated to the cave. How could it possibly appear here? Could it have veered off course on its own? Chapter 76. The Maiden in White. Old Sheen. What should we do now? In the air, the maiden in white, her gown billowing, sped forward, her ethereal beauty tinged with unease as her enchanting gaze turned toward the elder beside her. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that beneath her, she stood upon an imposing silver sword, which emanated a faint glow. Clearly, this sword afforded her the ability to traverse the sky. The elder in black robes wore a solemn expression as he glanced back at the overwhelming black storm that left Shenlang utterly awestruck. Gritting his teeth, he turned to the maiden. Your Highness, this creature is formidable indeed. We have exhausted our artifacts to their utmost limits. Yet it appears this beast has yet to unleash its full power. If this continues, we may not escape. Upon hearing this, the maiden's countenance paled slightly. Her beautiful eyes clouded with despair as she bit her delicate lip. It is all my fault for being reckless. To obtain the dragon spirit grass, I unwittingly provoked this wind-profound beast, and now I have dragged you into this predicament, Old Sheen. What are you saying, Your Highness? The elder sighed. It is my duty to protect you. If anything were to befall you, how could I face the queen in the afterlife? At this, the elder suddenly raised his head, his expression resolute as he looked at the maiden. Your Highness, the only option left is for me to hold this creature back to buy you time to escape. If you can flee beyond 100 miles, it shall not pursue you, and you will be safe. The maiden gently shook her head. Old Sheen, this is a profound beast. Such actions are tantamount to courting death. I cannot allow it. Your Highness, the complex emotion flickered in the elder's aged eyes. He felt the storm's menacing approach. He exhaled slowly. If we delay any longer, we shall be trapped. If you recall my years of loyal service, I implore you to heed my counsel this time. Otherwise, I fear I shall find no peace in death. Old Sheen. The maiden gazed at the elder, whose resolve was as firm as steel, her heart heavy with sorrow. Unsure of what to say, she knew he spoke the truth. Any further hesitation would surely lead to their demise. Take care, Your Highness. The elder's expression turned grave as he bowed deeply to her. His previously taut demeanor momentarily lightened. With a sweeping gesture, he redirected the silver sword beneath him, transforming it into a streak of light that charged toward the black storm. The maiden clenched her teeth, her slender hand waving lightly, and the silver sword surged forward. Moments later, the advancing storm's momentum noticeably slowed, but this reprieve lasted only briefly. The sword plunged from the heart of the storm, its blade marred with countless scars. A tremor coursed through the maiden as she sensed the change behind her. Having distanced herself somewhat, she quivered, a mist of tears welling in her beautiful eyes. She understood what had transpired, yet all she could do now was flee with all her might. As she lowered her gaze, she suddenly noticed a figure on the ground ahead, a black-clad youth, desperately fleeing with a sword on his back. A moment of surprise crossed her features, tinged with guilt. After all, This profound beast had been roused by her actions, and the youth's plight was her responsibility. Just then, she felt a surge of ominous energy from the black storm behind her, its fury intensifying. Oh no, the wind profound beast is truly enraged. The maiden's face paled as she realized that the elder's sacrifice had merely delayed the inevitable. She comprehended that against a speedster like the wind profound beast, her own swiftness was but a cruel jest. Their earlier standoff had merely been a game for the beast. Indeed, in the next moment, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from the storm, sending ripples outward in spherical bursts, each containing horrifying power. The very air crackled, and the ground quaked, causing the maiden's sword to tremble precariously beneath her control. The landscape convulsed violently, trees toppled, the earth cracked, and smaller hills exploded, showering the area with torrents of soil. Caught in this maelstrom, Shenlang, who had been frantically escaping, was unable to evade the shockwave. Though he only encountered the periphery of its might, the force sent him hurtling away. Struggling to rise, he coughed up blood, seriously injured from the impact. The sheer power was terrifying. Even a mere fraction of its force had nearly shattered his internal organs. Had it not been for the temporary protective energy he had summoned, he would have been left with but a breath. In the air, the maiden managed to stabilize her sword, propelling herself forward. At that moment, she caught sight of Shenlang below, half kneeling on the ground, his clothes tattered and body bruised, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was clearly weakened. She sensed that he was merely at the Yuan Pulse realm, and surviving such a forceful impact was a stroke of luck. Yet, not far behind Shenlang, another wave of energy surged, bearing down upon him with destructive intent. That he noticed the impending danger and gritted his teeth, attempting to summon every ounce of his protective energy to shield himself. However, before the force could reach him, the wind it kicked up struck him first like a violent shockwave. Despite the protection, he was violently thrown back, spewing blood once more, his energy completely sapped. What overwhelming power! With his consciousness fading, Shenlang could only think this as the relentless force bore down upon him like an unyielding tide. In the face of such insurmountable strength, he felt as though he were a mere leaf tossed upon a tempest, utterly defenseless. But the onslaught was far from over. The maiden's beautiful eyes narrowed as she observed the spreading destruction on the ground. Rapidly approaching Shenlang. In his current state, should he endure another solid blow, he would surely perish. She glanced back at the relentless black storm pursuing them, hesitation flickering in her gaze. But after a brief moment, she steeled herself, biting her lip. With a fierce determination, she lowered the tip of her silver sword, propelling it forward like an arrow launched from a bow. Below, Shenlang was tossed violently by the tremors, the terrifying force of destruction closing in. Just as the cracking hill threatened to engulf him, a silver flash darted past, speeding away into the distance. In the next heartbeat, the collapsing hill came crashing down. Yet, before it could cover the area, the ground was empty. Shenlang had vanished. The black storm gradually dissipated, revealing a colossal beast, its massive eyes fixed on the swiftly retreating silver light, its enormous wings flapping before it abruptly veered away, soaring in the opposite direction, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Chapter 77. Finding a path. A silver streak cut across the sky, traversing countless dense woods, finally resting atop a mountain peak. A graceful figure stood there, her brow furrowed in careful observation. After a moment, she gradually relaxed. This figure was none other than the maiden in white. She turned her gaze to the silver sword resting on the ground, her flying artifact. However, her attention was drawn to the unconscious form lying atop it, a black-clad youth, merely 15 or 16, yet in a most pitiful state. This was Shenlang, who had succumbed to his injuries. The maiden furrowed her delicate brows and approached slowly, raising her jade hand. A surge of profound energy enveloped Shenlang. This fellow is gravely injured. Her eyes narrowed in concern as she sensed the dire state of his internal injuries, even his heart meridian having suffered trauma. In simple terms, this youth is likely only a step away from the realm of the underworld. However, surviving such a fierce onslaught with merely a cultivation level of the second stage of the Yuan vein is quite remarkable. The woman in the white dress slightly moved her beautiful eyes, and amidst her delicate fingers, a pale blue pill appeared in her palm, round and full. With a flick of her finger, the pale blue pill transformed into a streak of azure light and darted into Shenlang's mouth. This Qi blood pill can safeguard your heart pulse and mend certain injuries, but whether you can fully recover depends solely on your own fortune. Gazing at Shenlang, the woman in white sighed softly. There was little more she could do at this moment. Suddenly, as if sensing something, her fair face shifted slightly, and she turned abruptly. In the distance, a dark cloud loomed ominously, rolling in like a tempest. It seemed to be pursuing, relentlessly fixating on the distant black cloud. The woman's expression darkened, a palpable pressure rising within her heart. It appeared that the Wen Xian beast was indeed intent on pursuing her to the bitter end. A faint shadow of despair flickered in her eyes. Alas, the cause she had set in motion must inevitably bear its fruit. With a soft sigh, the woman in white glanced back at Shun Lang once more, then elegantly waved her hand, summoning a silver giant sword to her feet. The colossal sword, carrying her graceful figure, soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of flowing light, vanishing into the horizon. The dark clouds in the distance swiftly altered their course. The rising tumult abruptly quelled that on the mountaintop below, Shun Lang remained in a deep slumber. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could astonishingly observe that Shun Lang's injuries were rapidly mending at a visibly remarkable pace. Whether this was due to the effect of the pill or other reasons remained unclear. Time passed, and suddenly, the comatose Shun Lang's eyelids fluttered, a soft sound escaping his throat. Following that, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. "Where am I?" Shun Lang gazed at the somewhat dimmed sky above, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. As he gradually rose, he noticed his tattered clothes and the faint traces of wounds on his body. Feeling the waves of pain surging within him, and Shun Lang began to comprehend his situation. How did I end up here? Recalling everything, Shun Lang furrowed his brows. He distinctly remembered being caught in a shattered mountainous region, suffering severe injuries that led to his unconsciousness. Yet, the scene before him bore no trace of destruction. The ground, flora, and dense forest were all intact. Most importantly, as he surveyed his surroundings and assessed his condition, Shun Lang's gaze sharpened once more. Despite having sustained grave injuries, he appeared remarkably whole, with only slight internal bruises and a few external wounds. Were it not for the tattered state of his clothing, he might have doubted if he had undergone such an ordeal at all. What truly transpired after I fell unconscious? Observing the eerily silent mountains and fields, Shun Lang shook his head. He feared it would be challenging to unravel these mysteries at present. As he slowly stood, Shun Lang was surprised to find that his cultivation constraints seemed to have loosened significantly. It appeared that experiencing life and death, coupled with his inexplicable recovery, had bestowed upon him considerable benefits. Noticing this, a smile crept onto Shun Lang's face. Generally speaking, the most concerning consequence of rapidly increasing one's cultivation is an unstable foundation. He had refrained from utilizing yuan crystals for breakthroughs due to this very concern. Yet now, with his cultivation constraints easing, it implied he was qualified for a steady advancement. Indeed, life and death experiences are the best pathways for swiftly and solidly enhancing one's cultivation. With that, Shun Lang resolved not to attempt an immediate breakthrough. Firstly, although he was uncertain of his exact location, he was certain he remained within the Beast Mountain range, an inherently unsafe environment. Attempting a breakthrough in the open could lead to severe consequences if attacked by a beast. Secondly, he wished to further consolidate his power before breaking through, ensuring a more stable advancement. At present, his priority was to find a way back to familiar territory, ideally returning to that cave. As darkness enveloped the land, Shun Lang was able to gauge his approximate direction by observing the bright moon and stars above. After a brief pause, he proceeded swiftly towards his chosen path. The forest in the night was undeniably eerie and foreboding, amplified by the distant roars of beasts and the strange howling winds, creating a chilling atmosphere. Amidst the dense woods, Shun Lang moved nimbly and swiftly. Although he was unaware of his precise location, he had rarely encountered beasts during his journey, and even when he caught sight of a few, they were merely of the lower tier. Cautiously, Shun Lang did not disturb these beasts but quietly passed by. However, this situation suggested he still lingered in the peripheral area of the Beast Mountain range. Recognizing this, Shun Lang felt a slight sense of relief, as long as he remained in the outer regions. The mid-tier beasts posed little threat to him. According to the map, the Beast Mountain range was divided into 5 layers: the edge, the outer regions, the middle regions, the inner regions, and the core area. Typically, ordinary wild animals inhabited the fringes, while mid and low-tier beasts roamed the outer and middle regions. Given Shun Lang's current strength, he could navigate these areas without significant issues. However, the deeper inner regions were home to advanced beasts. The iron-armored bear he had faced earlier likely emerged from the inner regions. Not a native beast of the middle regions. As for the core area, it was said to contain numerous high-tier beasts. Alongside the existence of spirit beasts, capable of rivaling Yuan Sea realm experts, possess intelligence comparable to humans, despite their beastly forms. While Shun Lang had previously injured several Yuan Sea realm experts with the power unleashed during his breakthrough in the cultivation chamber, he now understood that if he encountered a spirit beast, he would likely be utterly annihilated. In reality, even facing 2 or more high-tier beasts simultaneously would be enough to challenge Shun Lang significantly. Thus, he maintained a low profile as he continued forward to avoid unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, as Shun Lang remained fully focused on his journey, a sharp beastly roar echoed in his ears. causing his heart to leap and his pace to falter. His expression tightened as he traced the sound's origin. Judging from the direction, the roar seemed to emanate from the western dense forest, not nearby. Shenlang breathed a sigh of relief, intending to ignore it and continue on his way. However, the subsequent sound of a crisp metallic ringing, accompanied by a faint ripple of yuan force, captured Shenlang's attention once more. Is someone fighting a beast? Shenlang was taken aback. Were there other cultivators active in this beast mountain range? Yet, if there were indeed human cultivators there, after much hesitation, Shenlang ultimately decided to investigate. Chapter 78. The mysterious little beast. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light upon the ground. Illuminating the dense forest with a tinge of desolation, several large shadows loomed beneath the pale reflection, their fearsome eyes flickering in and out of sight. These were massive creatures, towering several meters high. With wolf-like heads and scales covering their bodies, their crimson maws gaped wide, revealing terrifying fangs that shimmered with a chilling glow. The beasts advanced in different directions, their steps encroaching upon a slender figure standing with a sword drawn. This figure was none other than the woman in white at this moment. However, her hair was disheveled, her dress tattered, revealing her smooth thighs, and her body was marred with bloodstains, her breath uneven that a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. She gazed at the approaching beasts, her fair face paled slightly, and she forced a bitter smile. I never expected that after barely escaping from the wind Xian beast, I would encounter these silver moon demon wolves when I am at my limit. It seems I am destined to perish here. The woman in white took a deep breath, slightly closing her eyes. And upon closer inspection, one could discern the hint of crystalline tears within them. Mother, the dark moon is of no use. I have failed your expectations. Silver moon demon wolves, from the dense forest nearby. Shenlang, who had just arrived, was struck with astonishment upon seeing these beasts. The silver moon demon wolves were beings that surpassed high-tier beasts. They were true spirit beasts, such formidable creatures, capable of contending with Yuan Sea realm experts. Were now before Shenlang, and there were 4 of them. Shouldn't this be the mid-periphery area? How could 4 spirit beasts appear simultaneously, faced with such terrifying beasts that could shred him to pieces at any moment? Shenlang's heart raced wildly, filled with a mix of regret and confusion. However, when his gaze shifted to another area, he was stunned once more. At her, spotting the woman in white, Shenlang felt an overwhelming surprise. Earlier in the day, amidst that terrifying black storm, there had been 2 figures soaring through the air, and the woman in white was one of them, though Shenlang later realized they had been using flying artifacts. He never doubted their strength. The woman had been impressive, and the old man in the black robe was even more unfathomable. In addition, they possess exceedingly rare flying artifacts, both in strength and background. These 2 individuals are undoubtedly extraordinary. However, the woman in the white dress before me appears to be in a rather poor condition. Noticing her lethargy, Shenlang's gaze sharpened. To him, this woman should possess at least the strength of the Yuan realm. And although the silver moon demon wolves are formidable, they are merely of the lowest rank among spiritual demons. Therefore, even if she were to face 4 of them simultaneously, it should not be to the extent that she is cornered like this. At this moment, the woman in white not only exudes a feeble aura, but her staggering steps and swaying figure suggest that she is a top bowstring on the verge of collapsing. Just as Shenlang was pondering this, the silver moon demon wolves finally launched their final assault on her. With their massive claws raised and mouths agape, beams of faint red light shot forth, striking towards the woman like lightning. She could only weakly lift her jade-like hand, barely managing to unleash a few sword rays in defense. However, the red light effortlessly tore through her sword energy, landing a fierce blow to her waist and inflicting several terrifying wounds. The injury rendered the already weakened woman incapable of standing, forcing her to kneel, yet she still clutched her silver sword tightly. But the notoriously savage silver moon demon wolves would not grant her any respite. One of them roared and leaped towards her, its enormous claw descending ominously. It was clear that if the woman were to take that blow, her life would be forfeit. Witnessing this scene, Shenlang could only let out a sigh. Logically speaking, regardless of the notion of heroically saving a damsel in distress, as a human encountering the assault of a demon beast on a stranger, he should lend a hand. Yet, he was faced with 4 silver moon demon wolves. As a mere practitioner of the second layer of Yuanmai, what difference was he to them but that of an ant? Charging in would only lead to his own demise, just as he was reluctant to watch the woman in white be crushed by the wolves. A soul-shaking cry suddenly echoed in his ears, leaving his mind reeling. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was astonished to see the silver moon demon wolves kneeling down, their massive bodies trembling uncontrollably. The one poised to tear apart the woman in white fell from the air, its state bizarre as it lay on its back, frothing at the mouth. The already feeble woman was equally surprised by this turn of events. The abrupt change left Shenlang momentarily bewildered. However, recalling the source of the earlier cry, he suddenly had an epiphany and lowered his head. Upon doing so, His astonished expression deepened. There, at his feet, lay a small creature entirely covered in white fur. It had a nose resembling that of a canine, tiny, fox-like ears that trembled, and innocent, multicolored eyes gazing up at him. Shenlang felt a moment of stupor. What was this creature? How had it suddenly appeared at his feet? Strangely enough, upon seeing the small beast for the first time, he found himself instinctively refraining from kicking it away. It seemed devoid of any threat. Just then, recalling the inexplicable cry, he looked again at the creature and was struck by another realization. Could that sound have come from it? Perhaps in response to Shenlang's thoughts, the little white creature opened its mouth slightly, and the familiar cry resonated once more. The Silvermoon demon wolves trembled even more violently. For reasons unknown, Shenlang felt no discomfort this time, but his heart grew increasingly unsettled. That sound had indeed originated from this little creature. Before he could calm his thoughts, the tiny beast nodded its head lightly and jumped onto Shenlang's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek in apparent contentment. Shenlang was taken aback. This little one was remarkably affectionate. As he felt the gentle warmth against his cheek, he suddenly recalled something and quickly checked his spatial ring. Indeed, the beast egg that had been within was now reduced to mere fragments, empty. This little creature had truly hatched from that mysterious beast egg. As he gazed at the lively creature on his shoulder, a complex expression crossed Shenlang's face, but a soft cough from the woman in white drew his attention back. Suddenly, she coughed up blood, indicating severe internal injuries. However, her external wounds seemed to be gradually healing, likely due to some healing elixir she had consumed. Observing the trembling Silvermoon demon wolves still on the ground, an idea sparked in Shenlang's mind. Since this mysterious little creature's cry had already frightened them, it presented an opportunity. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at the little beast, Shenlang gritted his teeth and resolved to take action. After all, he had a good heart. With a determined step, he emerged from the thicket, standing with his back to the woman in white. The sudden appearance of a figure startled her, and when she noticed Shenlang slowly drawing his black knife, surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. It was him. Chapter 79. Medicinal Bath. Facing the Silvermoon demon wolves, Shenlang withdrew his black knife, his expression solemn. Although he assumed a combat posture, he had no intention of engaging them directly. He was well aware of his own limitations. Slowly turning his head, he looked at the snow-white creature on his shoulder and suddenly grinned. Little one, since we've crossed paths, would you lend me a hand? Shenlang's emergence did not go unnoticed by the Silvermoon demon wolves. Despite their bodies still trembling, they raised their heads in confusion. Upon seeing Shenlang, their eyes became fierce, a dangerous aura enveloping them. But before they could act, the little white creature on Shenlang's shoulder caught their attention, causing them to tremble even more. The small beast opened its mouth slightly, and whether it understood Shenlang's words, it made no sound. Yet its movements struck the wolves like a bolt from the blue. In the next moment, they turned tail and fled without looking back, leaving behind trails of white smoke. The woman in white stared in disbelief at this scene. Her mouth agape. The four spiritual demons had been so easily driven away. Due to the angle of her view, she noticed the small creature on Shenlang's shoulder, but instinctively assumed it was merely his spirit pet. Dismissing its significance. As for the retreating Silvermoon demon wolves, she attributed their flight to Shenlang himself, never suspecting the true cause lay with the little creature. Watching the fleeing wolves and then glancing at the little creature still frolicking on his shoulder, Shenlang felt a surge of unease. This little beast was indeed extraordinary. Hearing a noise behind him, he quickly turned to look at the now barely standing woman in white. When she sensed Shenlang's gaze, she managed to lift her head, her beautiful eyes meeting his. Her lips moved as if she wished to say something, but before she could utter a sound, Shenlang saw her delicate body shudder, and she gradually slumped to the ground. Had she fainted? Seeing this, Shenlang hurried over, channeling his refining power to envelop the unconscious woman. This woman was gravely injured. Shenlang frowned slightly, although he was not well versed in medicine. The probing results of his refining power indicated that her internal organs had sustained severe damage. Had it not been for the robust yuan power protecting her heart and suppressing her injuries, she would have surely met her end by now. What could have inflicted such harm upon her? Shenlang dismissed the Silvermoon demon wolves from consideration. While they were terrifyingly powerful, it was impossible for them to have injured a Yuan High Realm expert to such an extent. More importantly, he could clearly sense that her Yuan power was far more substantial than that of Luo Shi or Shi Yuan. Clearly, her rank in the Yuan High Realm was not low. Could it be? Shenlang suddenly recalled the black storm he had encountered earlier that day. The woman in white had been flying swiftly to escape it that time. She had not been in such a dire state. Could the storm be the cause? Shenlang felt a stir in his heart. He was still haunted by the memory of that black storm, which had nearly cost him his life even at the periphery. How terrifying must be the true power of that storm. Shaking his head, Shenlang knew that dwelling on such matters was not the priority. Looking at the unconscious woman, he pondered briefly. Although her heart was shielded by potent yuan power, The damage to her internal organs was too severe. Even with healing elixirs mixed into her system, there seemed to be no signs of improvement if the internal injuries could not be addressed promptly. Allowing them to worsen, even with her robust yuan power, she would not be able to hold on for long. Scanning the surroundings, Shenlang decided to find a safe place before formulating a plan. With one hand playfully lifting the small creature atop his shoulder and placing it on his head, Shenlang embraced the slender waist of the woman in the white dress, gently lifting her. As the alluring fragrance enveloped him, he instinctively lowered his head, only to find his senses overwhelmed by an unexpected warmth. The woman's dress was tattered, barely concealing her form, and as Shenlang held her, a significant amount of springtime allure was revealed, leaving him momentarily dazed. Indeed, it was a formidable trial. Shenlang's lips twitched, and he had no choice but to raise his head, striving to keep his gaze level and ignoring the potent temptation below. With a swift motion, Shenlang transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting into the distance. Dragon beard grass, earth spirit root, Xian frost grass. Before a crude wooden barrel, a figure muttered incantations, tossing various exotic herbs into it. Beneath the barrel, a swirling black and white aura enveloped the space, and the spring water within began to boil, releasing clouds of steam. The figure was none other than Shenlang himself. After a prolonged search, he had yet to find a suitable refuge until the small creature above him let out a soft cry, leading him to discover this exceedingly concealed cave. Upon entering, he observed the woman in the white dress, her injuries worsening, and decided to employ a medicinal formula once mentioned by his master to treat her wounds. This particular remedy was specifically designed for internal injuries, not overly complicated in its application. Yet its difficulty lay in the sheer number of rare herbs required. As a result, despite its remarkable healing properties, it was seldom utilized due to the challenge of gathering the necessary ingredients. Fortunately, with the bounty of spiritual herbs from the cave, Shenlang effortlessly collected the required materials. Although he was still short by one or two, adequate substitutes could be employed. Moreover, the purpose of this remedy was not to be ingested through pill form but rather to create a medicinal bath, allowing for the healing process through immersion. Ordinary flames would struggle to extract the full potency of these herbs, and Shenlang could not find any vessel capable of withstanding the heat. Thus, utilizing the power of refinement became the optimal choice. Moments later, Shenlang had successfully placed all the required herbs into the barrel. Gazing at the nearly half-full container of spiritual herbs, he felt a pang of regret. No matter how wealthy he became, such extravagance was difficult to bear. Alas, this is a debt I owe you from my past life, he mused, glancing at the woman lying peacefully on the makeshift bed of grass nearby. Shaking his head in bemusement. At that moment, Shenlang felt an itch atop his head and, exasperated, plucked the mischievous small creature down, remarking, "I've already given you 5 spiritual herbs. What more do you want? You want to even spare the bathwater?" Though Shenlang still knew little about this mysterious creature, he had discerned one of its peculiar habits, a penchant for consuming herbs, for spirit beasts. This was not unusual, as many relied on devouring spiritual herbs to cultivate their powers. However, what set this small creature apart was its fearless consumption of any herb combination without displaying any adverse reactions. For instance, it had gobbled up both the cold-natured Xian frost grass and the warm-natured earth spirit mushroom, 2 entirely opposing attributes, without any ill effects. Such a scene was truly a departure from Shenlang's understanding. Typically, spirit beasts would only consume herbs that matched their elemental affinities, never indulging indiscriminately. If they were to ingest herbs with opposing attributes, the consequences could be dire, ranging from severe injury to death. In stark contrast, this little white beast showed no hesitation, devouring 4 out of the 5 herbs that possessed completely contradictory properties without a hint of distress. Had it been any other spirit beast, it would have perished long ago. Yet here it was, still unscathed. At this point, Shenlang could not help but believe that this creature's origins far exceeded his imagination. Intrigued by the medicinal bath he was preparing, the small creature extended its tiny tongue, clearly eager. However, this time, Shenlang would not let it indulge recklessly, for the herbal concoction was intended for healing. Fortunately, the creature seemed to understand his intentions and did not persist. Instead, leaping back onto his head to fall into a deep slumber, the time was ripe. Observing the ever-boiling potion and inhaling the fragrant vapors, Shenlang nodded to himself. Rising to approach the grassy bed, he looked upon the beautiful yet wounded face and body of the woman in white, inhaling deeply before wrapping his arms around her, feeling the softness and the intoxicating scent enveloping him. Shenlang sensed a peculiar warmth rising in his abdomen. Not daring to linger, he swiftly placed her delicate form into the wooden barrel, just as her body submerged in the medicinal liquid. She let out a faint sound, whether intentional or not. Once he had settled her, Shenlang stepped back, channeling his full focus into manipulating the refining energy. The efficacy of the potion depended entirely on his skill, as well as the degree to which the medicinal properties could be activated. Thanks to prior preparations, some of the herbal essence had already been extracted, and thus the remedy began to take effect on the woman. Visible to the naked eye, the wounds on her skin were healing rapidly, while countless medicinal energies permeated her body, mending her internal injuries. As time passed, fine beads of sweat appeared on Shenlang's forehead. The continuous gathering and manipulation of the refining energy, even for someone of his substantial spiritual prowess, began to take its toll. Nonetheless, the healing effects were evident. The woman's complexion had noticeably improved, suggesting that her internal injuries were also on the mend. Just as Shenlang felt a moment of relief, the woman in the barrel suddenly trembled violently, followed by her mouth opening to expel a large mouthful of blood, causing her previously rosy complexion to pale once more. What is happening? Shenlang's heart tightened at this sight, and he frowned as he observed the crimson stains on the ground. Initially, he had thought that the blood was merely a substantial force of refinement permeated the woman's body, enveloping her heart's meridian with a chilling aura from all directions. In Shenlang's perception, this inexplicable coldness lacked any discernible origin to sustain it, rendering him almost defenseless against the surging force of refinement. Disperse, Shenlang uttered calmly, his hands coming together forcefully, unleashing a robust flow of black and white energy that charged toward the coldness. Boom! Although the battle unfolded within the woman, the collision of these opposing forces erupted a powerful shockwave that shattered the entire wooden barrel. In an instant, potions splattered and remnants flew about, leaving the cave in disarray. With a swift motion, Shenlang waved his hand, using his energy to deflect the oncoming wave, then hurriedly turned his attention to the woman in white. To his astonishment, she remained seated in tranquility, her damp hair cascading over her smooth back, droplets of water falling and exuding a unique aura. What left Shenlang speechless was the fact that the woman was utterly unclothed. Her tattered white dress, along with her undergarments, had been completely destroyed in the recent explosion. In truth, the collision between extreme cold and heat would typically obliterate ordinary fabrics unless they were of extraordinary quality. The woman's garments clearly lacked the requisite strength, rendering them vulnerable to the impact of the cold and heat, leading to their disintegration amidst the shockwave. Gazing at her flawless skin, Shenlang inhaled deeply, closing his eyes to calm the turmoil within him. Damn it! How can I withstand such a trial? A flicker of light danced at his fingertips, and a pale blue dress emerged from his spatial ring, concealing her alluring form. Ironically, this dress was something he had impulsively purchased at the urging of Hua Ling during a casual stroll. Reflecting on it now, he still couldn't fathom why he had chosen such an item, though it proved fortuitous in this moment. Sensing the woman's aura stabilizing, Shenlang let out a sigh of relief. Although the unexpected coldness had hindered the full efficacy of the medicinal bath, it had succeeded in stabilizing her injuries. He surmised that, with time, she would awaken. As for what transpired after her awakening, he shook his head and chuckled bitterly. A formidable Yuan Sea realm expert was hardly something he needed to worry about. Observing the wreckage of the cave and the partially concealed woman, Shenlang concluded that it would be prudent to depart. First, it would allow him to guard against any lurking dangers. Second, if the woman were to awaken and discover her state of undress, seeing him could lead to a misunderstanding that might end with her striking him down in anger. He had heard of similar tales before, though the protagonist of that story was rather unfortunate. He had no desire to meet such a dismal fate. Stepping outside, Shenlang settled atop a large stone, gazing at the luminous moon in the night sky, momentarily lost in thought that it had been several days since he left the sect. Although Huajian's sect imposed little restraint on disciples departing, he felt that his prolonged absence might lead to complications. However, with the upcoming inter-sect competition in over a month's time, he dismissed his concerns. As long as he secured the top position, the elders of the law enforcement hall would likely be unable to take any action against him. Furthermore, achieving the title of inter-sect champion came with a reward that had long piqued his interest, as it pertained to someone of great significance to him. Chapter 81. Gentle moonlight. As the night quietly transitioned into dawn, Shenlang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. After a night of recuperation, he felt considerably restored, and his internal injuries had stabilized. Glancing back at the cave, he noted the stillness within. The woman had yet to awaken. His brow furrowed slightly as he resolved to check on her. Just as he stepped into the cave, a powerful stream of Yuan force surged toward him. Shenlang's expression shifted, and he instinctively retreated, drawing his black blade and channeling his energy to strike at the incoming force. Boom! The blade met the Yuan force with a resounding clash. Shenlang felt a tremendous shock reverberate through his blade, forcing him to stagger back several steps before dissipating the force. Although the Yuan force was formidable, it lacked refinement and was ultimately severed by his blade, dissipating into nothingness. What was this woman thinking? Feeling a slight sting in his palm, Shunlang's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to the cave entrance. Despite the hasty exchange, he clearly sensed a familiar aura from the assailant. Surely, he thought, the events of the story he had once heard were not about to unfold upon him. The scene ignited memories of a tale he had heard, causing his lips to twitch to eye in that story. A male cultivator inadvertently saved a powerful female cultivator, only to be mistaken for a lecher when she awoke during her treatment. And then, there was no continuation. That female cultivator had quite the temper, and the man's grave was likely already well-tended. As he braced himself, Shunlang took a deep breath, gripping his black blade tightly as he gathered his yuan force, readying the refining power within him. Whether this woman would unleash her wrath upon him remained uncertain, but he was determined not to suffer the same fate as that unfortunate brother from the tale. Just as Shunlang's body tensed and his nerves sharpened, a gentle, harmonious voice emerged from within the cave. My lord, it is inconvenient for me to come out at present. May I request you to enter for a discussion? Startled by the voice, Shunlang hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could this woman be luring him inside only to strike him down? Given the recent attack, his thoughts gravitated toward the worst-case scenario. Sensing his apprehension, the woman continued softly, My lord, I bear no ill intent. You need not worry overly. My previous strike was merely a test of your abilities. Shunlang's demeanor shifted. He had sensed no murderous intent during their brief confrontation. Furthermore, the strike from a Yuan Sea realm expert that he had effortlessly deflected undoubtedly contained a significant degree of restraint. Thus, he found her words somewhat credible. After a moment of contemplation, he finally resolved to enter. Though he agreed to the woman's request, he remained vigilant, prepared for any sudden changes. Upon entering the cave, he immediately spotted the woman seated with her knees drawn to her chest. The pale blue dress she had donned modestly enveloped her form, enhancing her ethereal beauty in stark contrast to the tattered white garment she had previously worn. Noticing his presence, the woman lifted her delicate head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Shunlang's, coughing lightly. He felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, reminiscent of the alluring manager from the Wanbao Trading Company, Lu Mei. Yet, compared to Lu Mei, this woman exuded a more transcendent charm. The woman gazed at Shunlang for a moment before her eyes curved into a gentle smile, her lips parting. Thank you for your timely intervention, my lord. Yue, shall remember your kindness. Seeing the smile on her exquisite face, Shunlang felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and he waved dismissively. No need for thanks. It was but a trifling effort. Though he spoke casually, the memory of the spirit herbs he had expended the previous night gnawed at him. Such a sum would be considerable even for the elders within the sect. May I inquire your name, my lord? Noticing Shunlang's facade of nonchalance belied by the shadow of discomfort in his eyes, the woman couldn't suppress a smile. She was acutely aware of the costs incurred for her rapid recovery overnight. Given the scattered remnants of herbs and the shattered barrel, she had deduced the nature of her treatment. Such a display of generosity was not something easily managed, even for her. The young man before her, merely a second-tier Yuan pulse cultivator, possessed such remarkable resources. It was indeed astonishing. Lowering her gaze slightly, she caught sight of the pale green fabric and felt her cheeks warm, although this young man had saved her life. How could he have? As her thoughts wandered to the possibility of being thoroughly examined by him, a wave of unease washed over her. Sensing the woman's sudden shyness, Shunlang felt a twinge of confusion but chose to disregard it. I am Shunlang. I do not know the lady's name. Just Yue will suffice, she replied with a soft smile, then seamlessly continued. The core area of the Monster Beast mountain range often harbors spiritual beasts, posing significant danger. What brings you to this place, my lord? When she had first encountered Shunlang, her curiosity had been piqued. A second-tier Yuan pulse cultivator daring to venture into an area frequented by high-level beasts was indeed unusual. Even if the wind-profound beast's appearance had been due to her own presence, the high-level beast in that region would still be beyond the capabilities of someone at his level. Moreover, he had directly entered an area where spiritual beasts roamed and had even rescued her. Until now, she still could not comprehend how this youth managed to repel those Silver Moon demon wolves. The frequent appearances of spirit demons. Upon hearing this, Shunlang was momentarily taken aback. He had always believed that the area he traversed was merely the outskirts, even after encountering the Silver Moon demon wolves last night. He dismissed it as mere coincidence. To his astonishment, he realized he had been moving through the very heart of the demon beast mountain range. Reflecting on this, and recalling the events of last night, a chill crept down his spine, and he silently praised his good fortune. He could hardly imagine the dire consequences had he encountered a spirit demon before the appearance of the little beast. His gaze flickered to the snowy white creature that was sound asleep on a large rock outside the cave. This fellow was truly a creature of slumber and sustenance. Shenlang could not help but feel speechless. This little beast had been sleeping ever since consuming 5 spiritual herbs last night. What are you looking at, young Master Shen? Seeing that Shenlang remained silent and gazed outside, a glimmer of curiosity appeared in the beautiful eyes of the woman named Yue. Oh, nothing. Shenlang finally snapped back to attention and waved his hand dismissively. The position of the little beast was rather concealed, making it difficult for the woman to notice, although it was unlikely that she harbored any ill intentions. The little beast was no ordinary creature. Should she become aware of its presence, Shenlang could not guarantee that she would not entertain thoughts of murder and theft. It was prudent to exercise caution in the presence of a Yuan High Realm powerhouse. Noting Shenlang's repeated gestures, Yue ceased her inquiries, her beautiful gaze fixated on her toes, seemingly lost in thought. Observing her silence, Shenlang slowly rose and made his way toward the cave's entrance. Young Master Shen, please wait. Just a few steps away, he heard Yue's voice, tinged with urgency. Shenlang turned around in confusion. What is it? For reasons unknown, Yue's eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of evasion, as if she was grappling with something. Nonetheless, she quickly composed herself in response to Shenlang's confusion. Young Master Shen, may I have a word with you? Her gaze momentarily flickered before she continued. If it is not absolutely necessary, it would be best for you to refrain from wandering about for the next few days. Shenlang was taken aback, instinctively asking, why? This is the inner area of the Demon Beast mountain range, where not only do powerful demon beasts roam, but spirit demons also appear. Given your strength, you could easily find yourself in peril, Yue answered fluently, her eyes gleaming with concern. Understanding dawned upon Shenlang as he nodded. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. Seeing his ambiguous attitude, disappointment flickered in Yue's beautiful eyes, although it was quickly concealed. With her falling silent, Shenlang smiled gently. Miss Yue, please rest easy here. I will step outside for a moment. With that, he proceeded toward the cave's entrance, his pace unbroken. Watching his retreating figure, Yue sighed softly, her lovely face adorned with a trace of helplessness. After walking a few dozen steps outside the cave, Shenlang gazed at the little beast still snoozing soundly and rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache. His frustration was not with the slumbering creature, but rather with his current predicament. Despite his meticulous planning, he had never anticipated that he would venture deep into the inner area of the Demon Beast mountain range. Had it not been for Yue's revelation, he would have remained under the illusion that he was still in the outer region. Now, his operational territory had shifted from a safe haven to a perilous zone. He could hardly think of engaging in practical exercises with demon beasts. Merely returning to his original cave would be a stroke of luck. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he sensed the surrounding stillness. To his surprise, a powerful demonic aura lurked approximately 300 steps away. It appeared to be at least a high-level demon beast. With this realization, Shenlang sighed. His predicament was now undeniably confirmed. The next course of action would necessitate significant adjustments. He glanced between the little creature atop the boulder and the cave he had just exited, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. The little beast's performance last night suggested that, theoretically, it could assist him in escaping the Demon Beast mountain range. However, this was merely conjecture. He was still largely unfamiliar with the creature, and unforeseen complications could easily arise. As for the woman within the cave, it must be said that having a Yuan High Realm powerhouse as a protector, even injured as she was, should suffice to ensure his safe retreat unless they encountered an overwhelmingly powerful spirit demon or a swarm thereof. Yet would she assist him in leaving? Though he had saved her life, the weight of gratitude can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Shenlang did not intend to rely on her goodwill. He only hoped she would not turn against him. A thought crossed his mind as he produced the map of the Demon Beast mountain range, scrutinizing it for his location. Moments later, his finger tapped a specific point on the map, and he exhaled slowly. This should be the place. As he surveyed the multitude of red dots encircling him, Shenlang's expression turned grave. Those red dots indicated territories occupied by high-level demon beasts. Densely clustered together, the sheer concentration sent a shiver down his spine, and the reality of the situation was proving to be far more daunting than he had anticipated. At that moment, Shenlang furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward a particular direction. In his perception, a powerful demonic aura was rapidly approaching him. A high-level demon beast. Shenlang narrowed his eyes. It was evident that this creature had sensed his presence rather than merely passing by. Demon beasts are notoriously sensitive to human sense, and even Shenlang found it challenging to remain concealed within a certain range. Indeed, the very thing he feared had come to fruition. Regarding the beast itself, Shenlang harbored no excessive trepidation. With his current strength, even if he could not defeat a high-level demon beast, it would not be difficult to retreat unscathed. The problem lay in the fact that this was a gathering place for high-level demon beasts. Should a skirmish erupt, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of neighboring beasts, potentially leading him to confront multiple high-level foes, should he flee. Xinlang cast a glance back at the cave entrance, ultimately shaking his head. After the tumult of the previous night, both he and the woman had left their sins permeating the cave, making it impossible to erase them in a short time. With the keen sense of smell possessed by high-level demon beasts, tracking their whereabouts would be a simple task. In the process of evading, they would inevitably alert other high-level demon beasts, resulting in a similar fate. With a solemn expression, Xinlang concluded that the only viable strategy was to resolve this swiftly, ideally, with a single decisive strike. As the approaching aura grew closer, his thoughts became increasingly active. If he could eliminate this demon beast before alerting others, the trouble would be alleviated. However, silently dispatching a high-level demon beast, Xinlang instinctively glanced toward the cave entrance, and after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head in resignation. Though the woman named Yue was a Yuan High Realm powerhouse, she was still recovering from her injuries. Moreover, Xinlang suspected that the strange chill she had felt might prevent her from utilizing her powers freely. This was evident from her somewhat erratic aura fluctuations. She was not someone he could rely upon at this moment. His gaze shifted back to the large rock where the white figure slumbered peacefully. Suddenly, the tranquil forest became agitated. Birds and beasts scattered from the dense foliage, while countless creatures fled from the underbrush. The source of this commotion was a tremendous tremor emanating from one side of the forest. It appeared that some colossal being was causing the very ground to quake. A massive shadow, measuring over 10 feet in length, loomed nearby. Atop this enormous beast was a grotesque horn, towering 2 feet high and emanating a chilling, fearsome glow. The creature's body was encased in a layer of fine scales, adorned with intricate patterns that spoke of its indomitable nature. Its eyes, as large as bells, radiated an intimidating coldness. Each step it took sent tremors through the earth, and the terrifying aura it exuded spread outward, startling countless flying creatures and terrestrial beings. The crimson-horned savage beast, not far from this chaos, within a thicket, lay a concealed figure, its aura restrained. This figure was none other than Xinlang, observing the beast's destructive power. He wore a serious expression, having recognized the lineage of this demon beast and fully aware of its terrifying capabilities. The crimson-horned savage beast, a high-level demon beast, possessed immense strength, and when it summoned its bloodline power, it approached the might of certain spirit demons. Even some Yuan High Realm powerhouses would not dare to underestimate such a foe, underscoring its formidable nature. What a troublesome adversary, Xinlang silently mused, calculating his chances of victory. Undoubtedly, if he were to confront it directly, he stood no chance of winning. Among high-level demon beasts, this colossal creature was not comparable to the iron-backed savage bear. Moreover, he had never fought against an iron-backed savage bear that had summoned its bloodline power. To engage blindly would lead to predictable disaster. Only by adhering to the plan can one proceed. Xinlang tightened his grip on the black blade in his hand, infusing it with a trace of primordial energy. Within the chamber of the Mud Pill Palace, the spirit disk began to rotate rapidly, gathering strands of refining power. Xinlang's gaze swept over the formidable creature known as the Red Horned Beast, ultimately resting upon its massive horns. According to his understanding, these horns were not only the beast's greatest asset but also its most lethal weakness. This notion carried an inherent truth. The safest places often lie within the most perilous ones. As if sensing something, the red-horned beast abruptly halted its stride, its enormous eyes scanning the dense foliage around. A dangerous glint began to flicker within its gaze, radiating an indescribable aura of power. Xinlang's heart sank, prompting him to further conceal his aura, rendering his figure more elusive. Could it be that this formidable beast had detected his presence? Xinlang harbored uncertainty regarding the beast's reaction. For such a creature, possessing immense strength, also boasted an acute sense far surpassing that of cultivators of equal rank. The head of the red-horned beast swayed uncertainly, leaving Xinlang perplexed as to its true intentions. Suddenly, the beast came to a standstill, its large eyes fixated in a single direction, precisely where Xinlang was concealed. A wave of dread washed over Xinlang. It appeared that his whereabouts had been compromised. He swiftly channeled his primordial energy to its zenith, enveloping the black blade in a robust refining force. Just as he prepared to unleash a powerful strike, the dangerous glimmer in the beast's eyes faded, and it cautiously advanced until it stood a mere 3 meters from Xinlang's hiding spot. Noticing the change in the red-horned beast's demeanor, Xinlang was momentarily stunned. What could this mean? The beast stood motionless, its gaze fixed on the thicket ahead. Moments later, it released a series of heavy breaths accompanied by a thunderous roar. Xinlang's nerves tightened to their limits. In the next instant, the beast opened its mouth wide, unleashing a tremendous suction force that surged forth towards the thicket. Xinlang's eyes narrowed, and with quick reflexes, he plunged the black blade deep into the ground. To his astonishment, the suction did not engulf him, nor did it affect the surrounding shrubs. In the following heartbeat, a flash of red light was drawn toward the beast's gaping maw. In that fleeting moment, Xinlang discerned the nature of the red light. It was a small crimson fruit, approximately the size of a fingertip, its round surface emanating a soft crimson glow. The blood fruit. Shenlang's heart raced as he recognized the fruit's origin. The blood fruit was a spirit-grade superior medicinal fruit, formed from the condensation of solar energy, containing a remarkably potent pure yang energy, making it a rare and powerful tonic. To his surprise, he had been unaware that such a treasure lay concealed within the very thicket he occupied. Shenlang couldn't help but sigh. If only the little one were here, with its keen sensitivity to spiritual herbs, it would undoubtedly have detected this treasure. To have brushed so closely past such a valuable item was truly regrettable. However, as he gazed up at the now slumbering red-horned beast, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. This blood fruit was a significant boon for seeking cultivators, but for the red-horned beast, it was an unparalleled source of nourishment. It could even facilitate the beast's evolution. Thus, it was clear why the creature had exhibited such agitation earlier. After consuming the blood fruit, the red-horned beast would need to refine the energy contained within, a process that would not be brief. For beasts, the common method of refining energy often involved entering a deep slumber. At this moment, the red-horned beast had evidently succumbed to sleep before drifting into slumber. Beasts typically ensured their environment was secure, for their lives depended on it, leaving no room for carelessness. Shenlang had initially assumed the creature's earlier scanning was a result of detecting his presence. But it now appeared it was merely confirming the safety of its surroundings. The display of power served to deter any lurking threats. When the beast awoke, it would undoubtedly be even stronger, possibly evolving to the level of a spiritual beast. Although the red-horned beast was now in a deep slumber, Shenlang remained cautious, reluctant to make any abrupt moves. The perception of such a creature was formidable, and he could not guarantee it would not awaken suddenly. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to observe a little longer before quietly retreating. He estimated that the beast would remain asleep for at least 3 more days, by which time he would have long departed from this place. Regardless of how powerful the awakened red-horned beast might become, it would no longer concern him. Moments later, having confirmed that the beast remained still, Shenlang prepared to slip away unnoticed. Just then, an earth-shattering roar erupted throughout the forest, sending shockwaves that stirred Shenlang's very blood. His complexion paled slightly. Such a formidable roar could only emanate from a beast of the spiritual realm or higher. Most alarmingly, the source of the commotion seemed to originate from the direction of the cave. Had something befallen the woman named Yue? Shenlang's heart raced as he attempted to return to the cave. However, a chilling sensation suddenly surged from behind him. He spun around, and his scalp prickled with alarm. The red-horned beast, previously entranced in slumber, now glared at him with wide, furious eyes, emanating an aura of danger. This was indeed troublesome. Chapter 84. Bloodline Mystique. Boom. With a resounding crash, a figure was hurled from the thicket, causing a cascade of vegetation to topple. After flying over 10 meters, the figure executed a swift maneuver, revealing the black blade, which was plunged deeply into the ground. Cough. Shenlang wiped the corner of his mouth, suppressing the backlash within, as he gazed at the approaching giant beast, feeling a tinge of resignation. Before him, the red-horned beast glared with ferocity. Unlike before, it was now enveloped in a faint red glow, intermingled with a sinister darkness, presenting an aura both mysterious and eerie. Moreover, the once oppressive presence it exuded had diminished considerably, as if restrained by some unseen force. Yet, Shenlang sensed that within the beast resided an unfathomable power, one that, if unleashed, would be astonishing. This energy stemmed from the unrefined blood fruit. Taking a deep breath, Shenlang rose slowly, channeling his primordial energy to prepare for the impending battle. After enduring numerous tribulations, he found himself facing the red-horned beast head-on, a situation he met with considerable reluctance. Behind him, waves of residual energy continued to ripple, including familiar energy signatures. It was evident that within the cave, the woman named Yue was embroiled in her own fierce battle, facing an opponent that was undoubtedly a beast of spiritual tier or higher. The red-horned beast resumed its aggression. With a powerful swipe of its forepaw, a fierce force erupted from within, accompanied by tremors shaking the ground. In the next instant, the beast lunged forward with lightning speed, akin to a moving mountain, barreling through countless obstacles. Shenlang understood that the beast's formidable physique and resilient claws could easily rend his flesh. The defensive capabilities of a cultivator at the primordial pulse realm were like soft tofu when faced with such a ferocious beast. Thus, Shenlang decisively chose to retreat, avoiding close combat with the red-horned beast. With a nimble kick, he swiftly darted backward, skillfully altering his position to confuse the beast's trajectory. While humans often struggled to match the brute strength of beasts, when it came to agility and evasive maneuvers, cultivators with various martial techniques undoubtedly held a significant advantage. This advantage was evident in Shenlang's performance. The martial technique he employed was merely a basic practice technique from the Huajin sect, a skill possessed by even the most junior disciples. Yet, with the aid of this technique, Shenlang effortlessly evaded several of the red horned beast's ferocious charges. With a deft push, he leaped onto a tree branch. Observing the red horned beast as it shattered yet another towering ancient tree in its path, he exhaled softly. This marked the fifth ancient tree it had uprooted. These ancient trees were not ordinary. Nurtured by the rich spiritual essence of this land, their wood was as resilient as fine iron. Particularly, one species known as ironwood boasted a hardness that rivaled even the finest iron, approaching the quality of quasi-spiritual artifacts. Yet, even this formidable material failed to withstand the red-horned beast's savage onslaught. The beast's ferocity was evident. Growing increasingly agitated after failing to make contact with Shenlang, the beast, possessing a degree of intelligence, seemed to recognize the source of Shenlang's advantage, and thus moderated its relentless charges, adopting a more measured approach. Its eyes fixated on Shenlang, the massive horns upon its head suddenly radiated a brilliant red light, harmonizing with the crimson glow enveloping its form. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Shenlang felt a mix of relief and trepidation. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the horns pulsating with red light. His mind racing. If his suspicions were correct, the red horned beast was preparing to unleash its bloodline mystique. Due to the immense horns of the crimson horned beast, it possesses an absolute reliance on its bloodline abilities. However, after only a brief engagement, the beast hastily unleashed its bloodline powers, an action that seemed rather premature. It is known that bloodline abilities are not only the ultimate means for high-level beasts to confront their foes, but also their trump cards. Typically reserved for dire situations, generally, such abilities are not employed unless one is faced with a life-threatening crisis, as using them incurs a significant period of weakness thereafter. Therefore, it is uncommon for beasts to resort to such tactics unless their very existence is at stake. Even when used offensively, failure to eliminate the opponent can lead to one being vulnerable to attacks from other humans or beasts once the period of weakness sets in. Consequently, the crimson horned beast's actions left Shenlang perplexed. Although the relationship between humans and beasts is fraught with hostility, he harbored no grievances against this creature. So why escalate to such extremes? As he gazed at the increasingly intense crimson glow surrounding the beast, a thought struck Shenlang. It dawned on him that the crimson horned beast had consumed a crimson blood fruit, and due to the inability to refine it in time, its vast energy had begun to overflow within the beast. In other words, the beast was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the energy from the fruit. The flickering crimson light signified the instability of the energy within, causing chaotic fluctuations in its aura. Furthermore, the glowing horns likely indicated that the beast was channeling this energy into its horns. It seemed to be attempting to release the excess energy from the crimson blood fruit through its bloodline ability. By doing so, not only could it avert the crisis of exploding from excess energy, but it could also eliminate Shenlang, the unwelcome intruder, in one fell swoop. What a clever tactic! Upon realizing this, the corners of Shenlang's mouth twitched slightly, and his gaze toward the crimson-horned beast grew more serious. It must be acknowledged that intelligent beasts can indeed be quite formidable, with a contemplative mind. Shenlang began to devise a countermeasure. Now that he understood the beast's intentions, he could not allow it to succeed. He retreated slightly, fixating on the beast's massive horns, his eyes flickering with intensity. To untie the knot, one must first tie it. The root of the problem lay within those horns. The brilliant crimson light emanating from the horns was exceedingly glaring, indicating that an eruption was imminent. There was no time for hesitation. With a resolute gaze, Shenlang gathered his internal energy, stepping forward with a swift motion, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards the crimson-horned beast. As Shenlang approached, the beast did not retreat. Instead, it raised its head and let out a fearsome roar. A massive wave of crimson energy surged forth from its horns, akin to a giant serpent, ferociously coiling towards Shenlang. Sensing the tremendous killing intent woven into this energy, Shenlang's expression grew grave. With a flick of his fingers, he summoned black and white energies that enveloped his entire being in his black blade. In the blink of an eye, the crimson light was upon him, releasing a piercing strike. Shenlang swiftly retreated, but the strike landed precisely where he had stood, erupting into a violent explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. Though he had successfully evaded that attack, Shenlang felt the lingering force of the strike coursing through his black blade and into his body. There was no time to catch his breath as he quickly mobilized his internal energy to dissipate the residual force. Realizing that the beast's attack had failed to inflict any harm, the beast's eyes glinted with fierce light, and it appeared increasingly agitated. The crimson glow surrounding it pulsed erratically, indicating a growing restlessness. In the next moment, the beast let out another low growl, striking the ground with its forepaw and kicking up a cloud of dust. Sensing the shift in the beast's demeanor, Shenlang raised his gaze slightly, his expression growing more serious. As he had anticipated, the crimson-horned beast, frustrated by its failed assaults, was now on the brink of rage, ignoring the stability of the energy within itself. It directed a massive surge of power to gather in its horns. Preparing for another strike. It was evident that this next attack would surpass the previous ones in ferocity. Xinlang glanced at the increasingly potent energy radiating from the horns, decisively resolving to retreat. At this juncture, the situation had escalated beyond his capacity to manage. With the tremendous energy within the beast, coupled with the activation of its bloodline ability, even a formidable master of the Yuan Sea realm would tread carefully. Xinlang understood profoundly that his current strength was woefully inadequate to contend with such a force. Fortunately, the Crimson Horned Beast would require some time to unleash this power, during which it could not perform other actions. Presenting Xinlang with an opportunity to escape, with this thought in mind, Xinlang no longer hesitated. He swiftly turned and fled into the distance. However, the Crimson Horned Beast was evidently unwilling to let him go easily. When it noticed Xinlang attempting to escape, it roared in anger, its energy fluctuations intensifying as the crimson glow around it flickered wildly, suggesting that it was nearing a breaking point. In the next breath, the beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that spanned over 10 feet, resembling a writhing dragon. Its imposing presence undeniable. Simultaneously, from its horns, a fiery crimson ribbon surged forth, releasing a series of thunderous roars and radiating terrifying energy fluctuations. As the crimson dragon and fiery ribbon coalesced, they surged towards Xinlang with the force of a cataclysm, threatening to engulf him entirely. The sight of this impending crimson tide left Xinlang momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that the beast would go to such lengths to keep him from escaping. Clearly, it was intent on maximizing its power, channeling the energy from the crimson blood fruit while simultaneously launching its own offensive. Attempting to release energy from both ends, such a strategy came with tremendous risk. Should it lose control over either surge, it could lead to chaos within its own body and ultimately result in its demise. The Crimson Horned Beast truly was a mad warrior among beasts. Faced with such an onslaught, Xinlang had no choice but to flee for his life. He knew all too well that if he were to be caught in that crimson sea, his fate would likely be far worse than that of the disciples who had been inadvertently swept away by his own energy storm. Aware of the dire consequences, Xinlang's movements became increasingly agile and swift, as he channeled all his energy into his legs to enhance his speed. Yet, despite his efforts, the crimson sea continued to close in on him. Cursed fate, as he saw the relentless approach of the crimson tide. Xinlang felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that no matter how masterfully he employed his agility, he could not shake off the pursuing wave, which clung to him like an unshakable shadow. Drawing ever closer, behind him, the crimson-horned beast, enveloped in crimson light, fixed its eerie gaze upon Xinlang as he fled desperately. In the next moment, it opened its massive mouth once again, unleashing another torrent of crimson energy, even more formidable than before. As this torrent merged with the crimson sea, its engulfing speed escalated dramatically, the leading edge of the crimson wave nearly brushing against Xinlang's robes, feeling the palpable threat closing in from behind. Xinlang's expression darkened, his heart weighed down with unease. His spirit plate, situated within his mind, had already reached its peak of operation, enveloping him with refining energy. The black and white energies surrounding him occasionally collided with the crimson waves, producing sizzling sounds and rising clouds of mist. Within the crimson sea, the dragon and ribbon intertwined, merging and separating, amplifying the tide's overwhelming force. Sensing the depletion of his internal energy, Xinlang snapped his fingers, channeling a burst of white light into his mouth, instantly revitalizing his energy. What he had just consumed was a Yuan crystal. With the infusion of the Yuan crystal, Xinlang's energy surged once more, and his speed quickened slightly. However, the continuous drain from the refining energy left him unable to recuperate, and even with Xinlang's nearly perfected soul, he found himself overwhelmed. At this moment, he was utterly fatigued. After replenishing his internal energy, he managed to create a slight distance from the crimson sea, but the swirling dragon and ribbon rapidly closed that gap again. Despite Xinlang's near-total exertion, he still found it impossible to escape the grasp of the crimson tide. Upon witnessing this scene, the red horned beast roared, not with fury, but with an air of triumph that radiated from its eyes, suggesting it had foreseen the outcome of the battle, just as Xinlang was about to be engulfed by the crimson sea. A clear and resonant sound rippled from somewhere, reverberating through the air like a melody that penetrated the very soul, stirring profound emotions. The beast's body trembled, and the look of arrogance in its eyes swiftly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to a subject before an emperor, or beasts bowing before a dragon and tiger. It was a shiver that arose from the depths of the soul. An instinctual fear. In the midst of this sound, the crimson sea froze, halting its advance as if an invisible barrier lay ahead. The dragon and the ribbon of energy ceased their tumultuous motions. Could it be the little creature? Shenlang thought, recognizing the familiar call, and he halted, searching for the small figure around him. Without turning back, he could vividly sense the scene behind him. The once unruly red-horned beast now found itself in a state of submission. In the next moment, a white silhouette flashed past Shenlang's eyes. Feeling a sudden weight on his shoulder, he exhaled softly and turned his head slightly, revealing the mysterious little beast perched upon his right shoulder. The little creature nudged Shenlang affectionately with its tiny nose, its demeanor warm and endearing. Throughout, the little beast had not cast a single glance at the red-horned beast, which, treated as mere air, dared not underestimate its presence. Its gaze filled with trepidation at that moment. The red-horned beast exhibited none of its former might as a high-level demon beast. You little creature, you have not disappointed me at last. Shenlang thought, gesturing with a finger to summon 2 spiritual herbs, which he offered to the little beast. Upon seeing the herbs, the little beast's eyes gleamed with excitement as it eagerly caught them with its tiny paws and began to feast. Observing the little creature devour the herbs ravenously, Shenlang smiled faintly, feeling a rare sense of relief. Before confronting the unknown high-level demon beast, Shenlang had harbored considerable uncertainty. Weighing his options, he realized that the only potential ally he could rely upon was this once formidable mysterious beast. Yet, he remained unsure whether it would indeed be dependable or willing to assist. It seemed his initial words had not been in vain. With the immediate crisis averted, Shenlang felt a surge of confidence. He regarded the red-horned beast, now nearly devoid of combat spirit, and after a moment's thought, decided it prudent to cease his advances, although the little creature's presence had significantly diminished the beast's ferocity. Slaying it would likely still prove challenging. Any unforeseen variables could spell trouble. Moreover, compared to the red-horned beast, there were more pressing matters at hand. Casting a glance back toward the cave, he sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from that direction still persisted, albeit with diminished intensity. Next time, I shall make sure to teach you a lesson, Shenlang mused, casting one last piercing look at the red-horned beast as he declared defiantly and then patted the little creature on his shoulder before shifting his focus toward the cave. Seeing Shenlang turn to depart, the red-horned beast lost all inclination to pursue him, its eyes flickering with various emotions. The distance was not far, and in a mere quarter of an hour, Shenlang reached the cave he had previously occupied. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his stabilized composure was once again shattered, leaving him aghast. Where once stood the cave, now lay a landscape of collapsed peaks, fractured earth, and fallen trees. Dust swirled in the air, mingling with the lingering energy waves that spoke of a fierce battle having recently unfolded. Taking a steadying breath, Shenlang extended his spiritual energy to search for the trace of Yue. Perhaps due to the battle's disturbance, many dormant demon beasts had been roused, leading to a chaotic atmosphere, compounded by Yue's weakened presence, making his pursuit quite arduous. Nevertheless, after considerable effort, he managed to approximate the direction of her departure. Without further hesitation, he resolved to follow the trail of her essence. Before leaving, Shenlang cast one last glance over the ruins, feeling a complex swirl of emotions in his perception. Besides Yue's essence, in the presence of numerous low-level demon beasts, there lingered an overwhelmingly powerful aura. This presence not only surpassed that of the red-horned beast but even eclipsed the formidable silver moon wolf. Amidst the undulating mountains, atop a solitary peak, a colossal demon beast, measuring several dozen feet in size, loomed. This creature bore an eagle-like head, immense dark green wings, and its body was adorned with finely scaled azure armor that shimmered with a faint glow, an extraordinary sight to behold. The sheer size of this behemoth exuded an impressive aura, and within 100 miles of its domain, a palpable silence prevailed. In such a region dominated by such a beast, this phenomenon underscored the creature's formidable strength. Its pale blue eyes were fixed intently upon a nearby mountain peak, where a soft golden barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped a woman clad in flowing pale blue robes. She sat gracefully, her form delicate and elegant. This was none other than Yue, who had vanished from the cave. However, at that moment, Yue appeared disheveled, with blood staining the corners of her mouth and her complexion alarmingly pale, exuding an aura of weakness. Furthermore, her abdomen bore signs of severe injury, with blood seeping through her garments. Clutching a silver sword embedded in the ground to support herself, she held a small, exquisite jade cauldron in her other hand, from which a gentle golden light emanated, coalescing at a corner of the barrier, then dispersing throughout. This cycle continued unceasingly, yet the dimming light of the jade cauldron indicated its dwindling duration. Human, you have but 2 choices. Submit to me or be torn asunder. At that moment, the unfathomable beast spoke, its enormous eyes fixed upon her. Hearing this, Yue raised her gaze, her eyes filled with resolve. You want me to be your slave? Absolutely not. I would rather perish in battle than endure such humiliation. A hint of mockery flickered in the beast's eyes. With my power, I could easily obliterate you. My mercy stems from your exceptional constitution. Being my servant would be your honor. Do not be ungrateful. Yue coughed lightly, her face growing paler. She met the beast's gaze head-on and replied calmly, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. If you wish to kill, then do so. There is no need for further words. My lack of strength has led me to this state. It is to be expected. The beast's pupils narrowed slightly, impatience surfacing. Human, do you truly wish to drink the punishment of your defiance? And what of it? Yue's eyes narrowed, her energy surging as she withdrew the silver sword from the ground, pointing it at the beast. You reckless human, since you seek death, do not blame me for being merciless. The beast's fury ignited. And with a powerful flap of its colossal wings, it generated a fierce windstorm that surged toward the golden barrier. Feeling the might of this energy storm, a grave expression crossed Yue's face. With a swift motion of her left hand, she seemed to channel a spell. The jade cauldron in her grasp shone brilliantly, and the characters on the barrier solidified further. In the next instant, the energy storm collided violently with the barrier, sending shockwaves that rippled through the air, stirring up hot winds and rising mist. The barrier flickered erratically, its lights fluctuating between bright and dim, while many of the characters became obscured. In one corner of the barrier, fine cracks began to emerge, spreading outward. Seated at the center, Yue coughed up blood, her face alarmingly pale, her already weakened aura now utterly diminished, clearly on the verge of collapse. Facing the barrier, which was now teetering on the brink of destruction, the beast unleashed another colossal energy storm, its power intensifying. It was evident that under such overwhelming assault, the barrier was destined to shatter. Yue gazed at the approaching storm, her chest rising and falling slightly. She could muster no further strength. With her eyes gently closing, she resigned herself to her fate. The energy storm converged upon her and the barrier. The beast's indifference was palpable, as if it were extinguishing a mere insect. This is the fate of those who oppose me, the beast proclaimed, its wings stirring a tempest that declared its supremacy. However, just as the beast was about to turn away, certain of the human's demise, it suddenly sensed an unusual energy emanating from below, compelling it to pause and observe. The dust settled. The scene became clear before the beast's gaze, causing its eyes to widen in astonishment. Within its line of sight, the human woman, who should have been obliterated by its formidable strike, remained seated as if untouched. The semicircular barrier before her appeared unchanged, as if the earlier blow had never occurred. Moreover, there seemed to be an additional figure before the barrier. Cough, cough. Are you trying to get me killed? The somewhat slender silhouette trembled slightly, displaying an expression of helplessness. Perched upon its shoulder was a small white spherical creature, gazing innocently with wide eyes, exuding an air of harmlessness. Yet, at the corner of this creature's mouth, a deep cyan orb of gas spun rapidly in midair, emanating a terrifying energy fluctuation that was akin to the previous energy tempest. The spherical creature eyed the orb, slightly parted its mouth, and promptly inhaled it. Subsequently, it burped contentedly, its snow-white belly noticeably plumper, radiating satisfaction. Witnessing this scene, the beast's eyes flickered violently, particularly when gazing at the little creature, a hint of wariness emerging within. Shun. Young Master Shin? The sudden turn of events left the despairing Yue momentarily stunned. And upon recognizing the figure before her, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The youth she had recently met in the cave had appeared here. More importantly, he had managed to deflect the assault of this formidable beast. That was a profound tier beast, the Wind Profound Beast, a superlative creature capable of rivaling the Yuan Gang realm expert. Yet, this young man seemed to be merely in the Yuan Vein realm. How could this be possible? Hearing the surprised voice behind him, Shenlang turned slowly, offering Yue a gentle smile. Are you all right? Yue remained lost in shock, thus failing to respond to Shenlang's inquiry. However, Shenlang did not take offense. Instead, he focused on the colossal beast circling above, a chill running through him. He was no stranger to this beast, the Wind Profound Beast, the true sovereign of the Beast Mountain range, notorious for its ferocity. Even the elders of the Huajian sect held considerable trepidation toward this creature. To his astonishment, he found himself confronting such a ferocious beast. Casting a glance at the relaxed little creature on his shoulder and then at the super beast before him, Shenlang couldn't help but twitch his lips. His ability to track this far was significantly due to the little creature's contributions. Likewise, his courage to confront a profound tier beast's attack stemmed from the little creature's encouragement. Yet, to be precise, it was the little creature that had absorbed the blow. He merely played a supportive role. The scene where the little creature devoured the cyan orb had not escaped Shenlang's notice, leaving him quite astonished. It was known that the cyan orb was the energy tempest unleashed by the Wind Profound Beast, and the little creature not only absorbed the attack, but also compressed it into a small orb before swallowing it whole. Could this creature be the legendary divine beasts, such as Pishio or Taotai, known for devouring the heavens and the earth? The wind-profound beast finally stirred again. With its strength and intelligence, it naturally discerned the extraordinary nature of the white creature on Shunlang's shoulder, especially the pressure and fear emanating from its very soul, making it realize the creature's remarkable origins. The earlier display of the little creature had firmly established that this seemingly fragile being possessed terrifying capabilities. However, it was puzzled as to why this likely high-ranking creature from the super beast lineage would follow such a weak human. Human, do you dare to meddle in my affairs? The wind-profound beast gazed at the young man in black. Speaking in a deep tone, it appeared that this little creature had indeed become Xinlang's asset and source of confidence. Xinlang smiled calmly. According to the wind-profound beast's nature, an ordinary person would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh by now for such audacity. Yet, the current scenario seemed to carry a tone of negotiation. Clearly, the presence of the little creature instilled a considerable amount of wariness in the sovereign of the Beast Mountain range that I am not one to meddle in the affairs of others. But this woman has saved my life. Therefore, I must take her with me. Xinlang raised his gaze, meeting the wind-profound beast's eyes with unwavering calm. Yue finally regained her composure, but hearing Xinlang's words left her momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had saved him, but he was unconscious at the time, and upon their next encounter, she hadn't mentioned it. How did he know? Was this merely an excuse to placate the wind-profound beast? Human, considering it is your first offense, I shall not pursue the matter of your intrusion into my territory. However, you must depart swiftly. As for this human woman, not only has she trespassed into my territory, but she also intends to seize my treasure, the dragon spirit grass. Therefore, I cannot let her go. The wind-profound beast's eyes flickered, its aura gradually expanding, seemingly exerting pressure upon Xinlang. Unfortunately, with the little creature's presence behind him, Xinlang remained unperturbed, continuing leisurely, I care not for what she has done. All I desire is to take her away. Human, do you wish to challenge me? The wind-profound beast's tone turned impatient, unleashing a tremendous aura that bore down on Xinlang as a show of force and a test. Xinlang stood firm, unwavering, his expression resolute. He felt the overwhelming pressure from the wind-profound beast. Yue's delicate face paled slightly. She was acutely aware of the beast's terrifying nature. Did this youth truly possess the means to confront it? Yet, the next moment, her doubts were dispelled. The oppressive force approached within 3 feet of Xinlang. It met an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. The little creature on Xinlang's shoulder waved its tiny paw lazily, stifling a yawn. The wind-profound beast's pupils constricted slightly, and the demeanor of both the human and the beast only added to its sense of caution. The overwhelming aura gradually dissipated. The wind-profound beast scrutinized the duo, its gaze flickering. Should a confrontation arise, while the human might be insignificant, the origins of the mysterious little creature remained uncertain, based on earlier tests. It was clearly no ordinary being. Moreover, this little creature likely hailed from one of those super races. Should it be harmed, the powerful entities from its kin might come seeking vengeance. Very well, I shall focus on breaking through the barrier. Once I achieve the Earth realm, even the elders from Huajin sect will not be able to contend with me at that point. This realm will be my dominion. With this thought, the wind-profound beast finally made its decision. Human, I shall spare you this time. Should you dare to trespass again, I will show no mercy. The beast's voice resonated with a low threat, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it summoned the winds, soaring upwards and swiftly transforming into a green shadow, vanishing into the horizon. Watching the retreating wind-profound beast, Yue's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. Is it truly just leaving like that? Observing the departure of the wind-profound beast, Xunlang exhaled slowly. Despite having relied on the little creature's intimidation, he could not be certain whether the little creature was genuinely powerful or merely a facade. If it turned out to be a mere charade, he might very well meet his end here. A hesitant voice came from behind, and Xunlang turned to face Yue, who looked utterly bewildered. You are gravely injured and require rest. It would be best to recuperate first. Xunlang flicked his fingers, sending a yuan crystal flying toward Yue, who quickly extended her delicate white hand to catch it. This contains pure yuan energy and will aid in your swift recovery. Xunlang spoke slowly. The yuan crystal he had condensed was not common fare. In fact, it was of considerable value. Thus, aside from his own needs, he would not easily reveal it to others. Xunlang was acutely aware of the principle that a commoner with wealth could attract trouble. However, he bore no significant concerns for Yue, so offering her the yuan crystal was entirely appropriate. Such pure yuan energy. What is this? How can it be condensed to such an extent? Upon receiving the yuan crystal and sensing the energy within, Yue's beautiful eyes shone with astonishment. Among the treasures she had encountered, even the finest yuan stones seemed to pale in comparison. This is a yuan crystal, a serendipitous acquisition of mine, Shenlang casually explained. Not elaborating further, Yuan nodded gently, understanding much in her heart and opting not to inquire further. Before utilizing the yuan crystal for recovery, a thought crossed Yue's mind, and with a hint of hesitation, she turned to Shenlang. By the way, you mentioned a life-saving grace during your conversation with the wind profound beast. Shenlang understood Yue's intent and smiled lightly. If I were to disregard the source of my life-saving grace, as a cultivator, I would be sorely lacking. He added, moreover, the pill within me sensed your presence. So that is how it is. Yue chuckled ruefully, having thought her actions were unnoticed, that she had selflessly performed a good deed. To sense the aura of the pill within. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yue's beautiful eyes. Typically, only those who had reached the Yuan Sea realm could perceive such things. Yet, Shenlang was merely in the Yuan Vein realm. It appeared this young man in black was far more complex than he seemed. Please focus on your recovery. I will guard you from the periphery. Shenlang glanced at the surrounding environment. Following the recent commotion, most of the nearby beasts had likely been startled away. The lingering aura of the wind phantom beast was sufficient to deter other creatures from approaching. Moreover, with the little one serving as a final barrier, safety should not be a concern. Thank you. Yue nodded gently, opting for silence as she turned to seek a secluded corner to commence her meditation and recovery. Shenlang extended his spiritual power, keenly attuned to the subtle movements within several miles around him. Just as he had suspected, within that radius, no ordinary beast presence could be sensed. Sitting cross-legged atop a massive stone, Shenlang exhaled deeply. After days of relentless exertion due to various matters, he could finally catch his breath. As he felt the meditative waves emanating from Yue, Shenlang was stirred by a thought. Since entering the Beast Mountain range, he had solely focused on honing his swordsmanship and practical combat skills, neglecting his cultivation. Upon assessing his internal condition, he could not help but smile with joy. His dantian was brimming with elemental energy, having reached the threshold of the second level's peak. In other words, he was now qualified to condense a third meridian and break through to the third level at any moment. Not long ago, after enduring a devastating storm and subsequently being awakened by Yue's healing, Shenlang had realized he was nearing the peak of the second level. However, in consideration of solidifying his foundation, he had refrained from hastily advancing. Following the suppression of Yue's internal chill and the fierce battle with the red-horned savage beast, his internal energy had become increasingly abundant, reaching a point where a breakthrough was imperative. Now was the time to condense the third meridian. Shenlang lightly closed his eyes, preparing for the necessary steps before his meditation. 2 elemental crystals materialized around him, levitating in the air, radiating strands of elemental energy that intertwined, encircling him. Within his dantian, waves of elemental energy surged like a tide, teetering on the brink of overflow. Shenlang began to operate the Gui Dao record, externalizing the power of the elemental crystals while internalizing the shape of the meridians. At this moment, his aura began to fluctuate. Chapter 89. Fourth level of meridian. An immense amount of elemental energy surged into Shenlang's dantian, causing his already abundant meridian to swell to its utmost capacity. The 2 existing meridians could no longer contain such a vast influx of energy, thus giving birth to the opportunity for the formation of a third meridian, with previous experience in condensing meridians. This process was familiar to Shenlang. Through a series of steady operations, the overwhelming elemental energy gradually began to take shape, forming the embryonic outline of a new meridian. After a brief instance's worth of time, the third meridian was finally completed. At the moment the third meridian solidified, Shenlang felt a significant increase in his dantian's capacity. The absorption of elemental crystals also accelerated sharply. Under such a massive gathering of elemental energy, Shenlang, already at the peak of the second level, finally felt as if he had shattered the threshold. He had now reached the third level of meridian. However, Shenlang's aura did not cease its ascent. It continued to rise, midway through the third level, late third level, peak of the third level. Within his dantian, a fourth meridian had formed unbeknownst to him. Fourth level of meridian. Only at this point did Shenlang's continuously rising aura finally come to a halt. Yet this pause was not due to a lack of strength, but rather felt like a forceful suppression. Shenlang slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Upon realizing his current state, a smile crept across his face. He had not anticipated that this breakthrough would allow him to surpass 2 levels and condense 2 meridians consecutively. Most importantly, upon reaching the 4th level of meridian, Shenlang discovered that he still possessed the momentum to advance further, with the 5th meridian subtly hinting at a tendency to coalesce. Nevertheless, Shenlang did not allow the exhilaration of consecutive breakthroughs to cloud his judgment. He understood deeply that haste would lead to failure. The prior suppression of his cultivation was for this very reason. Now, he still prioritized solidifying his foundation. He surmised that his substantial breakthrough, along with the absence of instability in his realm, was a result of continuous battles during this period, coupled with the suppression of his cultivation. These elements had forged a robust foundation, exemplifying the principle of cumulative strength. Extending his hand, Shenlang retrieved the 2 elemental crystals that had been swirling around him. Observing the remaining crystals, he could not help but smile slightly. It seemed that due to his solid accumulation, his demand for elemental energy was not as substantial as he had imagined. Condensing 2 meridians had only consumed about 1 crystal's worth of energy. Have you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? At that moment, a gentle voice reached Shenlang's ears. Turning to look, he found Yue before him, although her delicate visage bore faint traces of injury. The subtle aura radiating from her indicated a remarkably good recovery. Shenlang nodded, smiling. I didn't expect your recovery to be so swift. He could discern that Yue had sustained significant injuries previously. Given her existing wounds, it was evident that her condition had been dire. Even with the assistance of an elemental crystal, it would merely expedite the recovery of her energy. The actual injuries would require her own gradual healing. However, Yue's current state of recovery indeed exceeded Shenlang's expectations. Though I have sustained numerous injuries, fortunately, most are merely new external wounds. The few internal injuries I had are mostly healed, thanks to you. Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile as she gracefully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. That's good to hear. Shenlang glanced at the little beast on his shoulder, which had once again fallen into a deep slumber. Perhaps unsure of what else to say, both of them fell into a moment of silence, the tranquil atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Is this your spirit companion? Yue broke the silence, her gaze shifting to the small creature resting on Shenlang's shoulder, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. While she had encountered many spirit companions before, this particular creature was unlike any she had seen. As for the notion of a beast, this evidently extraordinary woman had unconsciously chosen to overlook that detail. After all, what sort of beast, with such a diminutive and adorable appearance, could possess any combat prowess? Something like that. Although Shenlang was also uncertain of the little beast's true origins, its behavior suggested it was far from an ordinary creature, perhaps even a legendary divine beast. Such an existence should not be revealed to outsiders, as it could easily incite greed and lead to dire consequences. Thus, Yue's curiosity served as a reminder for Shenlang. He would treat this little one as his spirit companion from now on. What are your plans moving forward? Yue shifted her gaze from the small beast back to Shenlang, offering a gentle smile. Shenlang pondered briefly before responding, I have some matters to attend to, so I will remain in the Beast Mountain range for a few more days. This statement was true. He indeed needed to continue his training in the Beast Mountain range to solidify his cultivation and sharpen his skills. Additionally, he was awaiting the appointment in Yi City in a few days. Yue nodded gently, her gaze drifting down to her skirt. Just then, her expression shifted, becoming somewhat unnatural. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to say something. Yet it carried an air of difficulty, leaving Shenlang feeling rather perplexed. My original dress. Is it with you? After a moment of silence, Yue finally summoned the courage to utter a question that left Shenlang utterly bewildered. What? Shenlang was taken aback. Yue's inquiry was unexpected. This light blue dress is yours, right? Yue lowered her gaze, unable to meet Shenlang's eyes, her words somewhat hesitant, and her cheeks faintly flushed, betraying her current flustered state. Realizing the implication, Shenlang finally comprehended the situation, though he too felt a twinge of embarrassment. He cleared his throat, stammering, well, at that time, things happened rather suddenly. No need to explain. I didn't mean to blame you. Yue continued to avert her gaze, her cheeks tinged with warmth. While she understood that Shenlang's actions were for her healing, the fact remained that her modesty, preserved for over 20 years, had been exposed in such a manner. Each time she recalled that incident, her ears would inevitably burn. I merely wished to inquire if my original dress still exists. She mustered her courage to ask again. Shenlang rubbed his nose, a look of embarrassment etched across his face. I'm sorry. The potency of the medicine was quite strong, coupled with some unforeseen events that led to an explosion. Your dress. Well, it's gone now, which is why. Seeing Yue's face turn pale and then flush with color, Shenlang felt it was inappropriate to continue and promptly fell silent. I understand. Yue spoke softly. Although she had harbored a suspicion, the confirmation brought her a sense of disappointment, mingled with a greater feeling of embarrassment. Upon waking that day, she had discovered herself draped in a light blue dress, with her personal garments mysteriously vanished, which could only imply. Shaking her head quickly, she attempted to cast aside these thoughts, for her neck had turned crimson. It was a pity about that dress, as it had been personally crafted by her mother. A rare relic. Yue sighed internally, her heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 90. Dragon Spirit Grass. What are your plans moving forward? After a moment of silence, Shenlang turned to Yue. He was not particularly invested in her plans, and this inquiry was merely a means to alleviate the awkward silence. Upon hearing this, Yue pondered briefly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of mystery. She glanced at Shenlang and asked, "Have you ever heard of dragon spirit grass?" Dragon spirit grass? Upon hearing her words, Shenlang paused for a moment, shaking his head. No, Yu offered a gentle smile, gazing into the distance as she spoke contemplatively. The dragon spirit herb is a rare grade earth-tier medicinal plant, often found in areas densely populated by ferocious beasts that it takes 10 years to sprout, 100 years to take shape, and 500 years to mature. It is exceedingly rare, grade earth-tier medicinal herbs. Shenlang's gaze sharpened, astonished. It is important to note that earth-tier herbs are a notch above the mystic herbs. Within the Huajian sect, mystic herbs may not be exceedingly precious, but earth-tier herbs are undoubtedly few and far between. Even his master had only acquired 2 or 3 such herbs from the sect over the years, for a formidable figure at the Earth Gang's level. Such herbs are considered treasures of great rarity. Their worth is evident. To speak candidly, the news of each earth-tier herb's existence would incite a tremendous uproar, attracting even the Earth Gang's level experts. The dragon spirit herb, due to various growth factors, contains a trace of dragon energy. This dragon energy, embodying the essence of the sun and the utmost strength, harbors an incredibly fierce and domineering power. Should a human cultivator absorb and successfully refine it, their bloodline would undergo a transformative baptism from this trace of dragon energy, resulting in a substantial enhancement in their cultivation. More importantly, if the refinement and integration are sufficiently profound, the cultivator might even grasp a form of dragon divine ability, which, even if minor, would rival the prowess of mystic tier martial arts. Yu expounded upon the dragon spirit herb with fervent passion. Shenlang's heart surged with tumultuous waves. He had not anticipated the immense benefits of the dragon spirit herb. Dragon energy, divine abilities. These legendary entities could be obtained through a single medicinal plant. This was indeed the first time he had heard such revelations. The earth-tier herbs are truly fearsome. However, Yu's subsequent words left Shenlang breathless with intensity. To my knowledge, there exists a dragon spirit herb growing within the Beast Mountain range. Her words struck Shenlang like a thunderclap, reverberating in his heart. This near-mythical earth-tier herb, possessing such extraordinary effects, is located nearby. Shenlang slowly exhaled, attempting to calm his astonished heart. Is this true? He asked, casting a skeptical glance at Yu. Although her claims were indeed astonishing, they remained unsubstantiated to him. Yu did not directly respond but instead glanced into the distance, her lovely face shadowed by a hint of sorrow. Her gaze desolate. Had it not been for the dragon spirit herb, I would not have found myself in this predicament. Shenlang's heart stirred. Her words undeniably acknowledged the truth of her statement. So, you came to the Beast Mountain range for the dragon spirit herb, he gradually remarked. Sighing internally, it was evident that Yu's attempt had failed, if even a formidable figure like her, at the Oceanic realm, had encountered failure. How could he, at the Meridian realm, hope to lay claim to the dragon spirit herb? It was a futile dream. The dragon spirit herb lies within the territory of the Wind Xian beast. Yu added softly. Shenlang blinked in surprise. Then realization dawned upon him. Oh, that was the case. No wonder this woman was being hunted by the Wind Xian beast. Moreover, suddenly, Shenlang recalled the storm he had encountered days prior, during which he had sustained injuries and lost consciousness. It was then he first met Yu, accompanied by an elder. In retrospect, that tumultuous storm was most likely conjured by the Wind Xian beast, and Yu had been fleeing for her life at that time. Thus, had he been caught in the crossfire? A peculiar expression flickered in Shenlang's eyes, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seems all the events were instigated by this woman. Noticing the change in Shenlang's gaze, Yu sensed something amiss, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of guilt as she dared not meet his gaze directly. What a pity, Shenlang sighed, feeling regretful. The dragon spirit herb, though enticing, was clearly beyond his reach, being in the domain of the Wind Xian beast. After all, while he had managed to temporarily scare off the Wind Xian beast with the little creature, it did not imply he truly possessed the means to contend with it. Had I not encountered you, the dragon spirit herb would indeed be beyond my grasp. Yu paused for a moment, then smiled lightly at Shenlang. But now, I believe that if we join forces, the dragon spirit herb might still be within our reach. Shenlang was taken aback, looking at Yu with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? Yu raised her delicate chin slightly, gazing at him with an enigmatic smile. Do you not possess the means to repel the Wind Xian beast? Me? Shenlang shook his head, incredulous. You overestimate me. My ability to scare off the Wind Xian beast was merely a stroke of luck. If it were to happen again, I cannot guarantee the same outcome. So, you also managed to repel the Silver Moon Demon Wolf by chance? Yu's south eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her smile teasing. Shun Lang fell silent, realizing he had no plausible excuse. The dragon spirit herb is a treasure for human cultivators, but for beasts, it is even more so. Dragons, revered as the kings of all beasts, would experience a transformative evolution if ordinary beasts could merge the dragon energy into their bloodlines. Yu continued, lost in her thoughts. The dragon energy contained within the dragon spirit herb can even allow ordinary beasts to directly evolve their bloodlines, significantly enhancing their strength. The Wenxian beast aspires to utilize the dragon spirit herb to break through to the earth tier. Shun Lang remained silent. Yet his mind was racing. An earth tier beast is comparable to a powerful figure at the earth gang's level. And the fact that the dragon spirit herb could facilitate such a dramatic breakthrough for the Wenxian beast illustrates its formidable efficacy if he were to possess this dragon spirit herb. Yet, as that thought emerged, Shun Lang immediately dismissed it. While the notion was enticing, it was utterly impractical. Attempting to seize the dragon spirit herb from the Wenxian beast would be akin to taking food from a tiger's mouth. The reason the Wenxian beast was intimidating the surrounding area was to prepare for refining the dragon spirit herb. Otherwise, with its ferocity, it would never retreat so easily. Yu gracefully rose, her figure resplendent. She approached Shun Lang, gazing into the distance, speaking calmly. However, when the Wenxian beast attempts to refine the dragon spirit herb, it will be at its most vulnerable. That will be our prime opportunity to seize the dragon spirit herb. Shun Lang could not help but interject. Regardless of whether it succeeds in refining it, the Wenxian beast would have already consumed the dragon spirit herb. How would we claim it? Yu turned to look at him, a light smile gracing her lips. As long as the dragon spirit herb has not been wholly refined, the dragon energy still exists. We can extract it from the Wenxian beast later. Shun Lang's eye sharpened as he looked directly at Yu. Are you suggesting we kill the Wenxian beast? Or else, should we wait for the Wenxian beast to graciously gift it to us? Yu replied, locking eyes with Shun Lang. I understand now. Shun Lang nodded and decisively turned to leave. In that case, I shall take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Are you jesting? Kill the Wenxian beast? Has this woman lost her mind? Shun Lang thought, incredulous. That creature is a mystic beast, comparable to a figure at the Meridian realm, even in its weakened state. How could a mere oceanic realm and Meridian realm cultivator hope to contend with it? Such a plan would be tantamount to courting death. The dragon spirit herb may be magnificent, but it is hardly worth putting one's life at risk for it. Wait. Upon seeing Shun Lang truly turn to leave, Yu widened her captivating eyes and called out to him. Shun Lang halted but did not turn around. With our strengths, we stand no chance against the Wenxian beast in a direct confrontation. I would never propose such a fatal plan. Yu spoke with a hint of helplessness, gradually explaining. Since I can propose this plan, it naturally possesses a degree of feasibility. Hearing this, Shun Lang finally turned back, grinning. Please, continue. I am all ears. Seeing Shun Lang's swift change in attitude, Yu rolled her eyes but felt an inexplicable sense of relief. His reaction indicated a heightened interest in the dragon spirit herb, thus legitimizing her collaborative plan's potential. My plan is quite simple. To draw the tiger away from its mountain lair, Yu gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze sparkling like stars. One of us will lure the Wenxian beast away while the other retrieves the dragon spirit herb. Shun Lang stroked his chin, nodding. That is indeed a good plan. However, the question remains, who will lure the Wenxian beast away? He fixed his gaze on Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yu smiled serenely. Do you not possess the means to repel the Wenxian beast? So, you mean for me to lure the Wenxian beast away? Shun Lang's expression soured, realizing this woman might actually consider him a fool. What do you think? Yu countered, a tranquil smile adorning her face. Shun Lang's expression darkened. But then, Yu suddenly burst into laughter, revealing her pearly white teeth. You really believed it? Asking a Meridian realm cultivator to lure the Wenxian beast away? Whether you wish to or not, I find that rather implausible. With a smile in her enchanting eyes, Yu teased him. Shun Lang's face fell, realizing he had fallen into her trap once more. We shall split into 2 teams. I will lure the Wenxian beast away while you retrieve the dragon spirit herb, and afterwards, we shall reconvene at the original cave. This is the entire plan. What do you think? After a brief pause, Yu spoke with a serious demeanor. Shun Lang furrowed his brow, expressing some skepticism. Are you confident that you can escape unscathed from the Wenxian beast? If you, a mere Yuan Vane practitioner, can drive away the Wenxian beast, then as a Yuan Sea realm expert, it would be quite embarrassing if I cannot accomplish such a feat. Yu smiled lightly, evidently quite assured. However, Shun Lang remained unconvinced. After all, if you truly possess such abilities, why were you nearly defeated by the Wenxian beast? Sensing Shun Lang's doubts, Yu simply smiled enigmatically, without further explanation. When shall we act? Shun Lang abruptly shifted focus, dismissing his thoughts. Regardless, the bulk of the risk does not rest on my shoulders. Even if something unexpected occurs, it won't cause me much trouble. I anticipate that tonight. The Wenxian beast will commence the refinement of the dragon spirit herb. Its period of vulnerability will occur at some hour tonight, which will be our opportunity to strike, Yue continued, gazing towards a particular area of the monster beast mountain range. The dragon spirit herb is divided into 3 parts. The Wenxian beast can only consume and refine it piece by piece. Once it consumes the first part, we can make our move. The dragon spirit herb only becomes effective when all 3 parts are consumed. Otherwise, it becomes a deadly poison that even the Wenxian beast cannot withstand. As long as you successfully seize the other 2 parts while the beast has only ingested the first, it will suffer a violent backlash from the poison after a short while, and we will win without a fight. Such peculiar properties for the dragon spirit herb. Xinlang was momentarily speechless. It seems rather extraordinary that if it cannot be refined, it turns into a toxic substance that even profound beasts cannot withstand. It appears that these heavenly treasures are always a double-edged sword. However, with this knowledge, their chances of obtaining the dragon spirit herb seemed significantly enhanced. What do you think? Do you feel confident? Yue inquired, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Are you not afraid that I might take the dragon spirit herb and simply flee? Xinlang fell silent for a moment, then smiled slightly. If you only managed to acquire 2 parts of the dragon spirit herb, what would be the use? Yue, however, remained steadfast and replied with a calm smile. Moreover, I trust your character. Very well. Xinlang stroked his chin, acknowledging the woman's reasoning, particularly the latter part. By the way, Yue added, her beautiful eyes sparkling, if we successfully obtain the dragon spirit herb, along with the part that the Wenxian beast consumes, we shall split the spoils evenly after refinement. Will splitting the dragon spirit herb affect its efficacy? Xinlang could not help but inquire. Naturally, Yue affirmed, nodding. The dragon spirit herb's potency is exceedingly powerful. It cannot be wholly refined by anyone below the Yuan Gang realm. If divided for refinement, it not only reduces the difficulty and risk of backlash, but also allows for a better fusion of its effects. I see. Xinlang finally relaxed, though he regarded the dragon spirit herb with even greater respect. There is still some time before nightfall. You may prepare yourself. Yue returned to her previous position, gracefully sitting down once more. While it was true that the Wenxian beast lair generally posed no danger aside from its own presence, it was not impossible that other formidable beasts were guarding its domain, especially at such a critical time. However, as far as I know, there are no spirit beasts in the Wenxian beast lair. Even if there are any, they would merely be high-level beasts, with your strength and methods. It should not be too difficult for you to handle, right? Perhaps, Xinlang replied, sitting down with his back to Yue, giving a somewhat dismissive response. He had his own speculations and preparations regarding the Wenxian beast's lair, his greatest concern being whether any spirit beast resided within. After all, without the little one's assistance, he could not contend with the spirit beast. Relying solely on that little creature seemed unwise, as its reliability remained to be evaluated. Fortunately, Yue's words had alleviated Xinlang's concerns as for high-level beasts. While they might pose some difficulty, escaping unscathed was still feasible. Yue remained silent behind him, and when Xinlang turned to glance back, he found her already in a meditative state. Clearly, she was taking tonight's confrontation very seriously. With a gentle exhale, Xinlang closed his eyes slightly and began his own cultivation, as he needed to solidify his own Yuan vein realm. Chapter 92. Commencement of action. Nightfall finally arrived. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Xinlang's eyes shimmered with a faint light. After several hours of cultivation, he had thoroughly solidified his Yuan vein realm, yielding significant results. Turning to glance at Yue, who remained with her eyes gently closed, immersed in her practice, he sighed as he noticed the little creature still sound asleep on his shoulder. He hoped they would not encounter any spirit beasts tonight. After all, that little one seemed increasingly unreliable. Are you ready? A soft voice came from behind. Xinlang turned to see Yue, who had awakened at some point, looking at him with a smile. Almost, he replied with a nod. Then we can set off. Yue gracefully rose, her beautiful eyes directed toward the distance, the direction of the Wenxian beast. With a delicate gesture, the silver sword at her waist sprang forth, transforming into a massive silver blade that gleamed in the moonlight. Xinlang's gaze sharpened. This was the same sword Yue had wielded when he first encountered her. It was evident that the weapon's rank was no lower than that of a superior spiritual grade. Yue lightly waved her sleeve, gracefully alighting on the sword's tip. The moonlight cast her reflection upon the sword, creating an ethereal scene behind her. What are you waiting for? Are you planning to walk to the Wenxian beast's lair? Yue's beautiful gaze fell upon Xinlang, her every movement exuding an otherworldly charm. Clearing his throat, Xinlang exerted force beneath his feet and leaped onto the sword's tip. The sword's speed was remarkable, so he needed to maintain his balance during flight. You must be careful to maintain your balance while flying, Yue advised with a smile directed at him from her position on the sword's hilt. No problem, Shenlang nodded. Thanks to his master's training, he was familiar with similar flying artifacts and knew how to control them. That's good, Yue nodded slightly, then gracefully waved her jade hand, invoking the spell and calling out. Activate! The silver sword erupted with a dazzling radiance, quivering slightly as its tip tilted upward. In the next moment, the massive silver sword shot into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. What incredible speed! Mid-air, Shenlang gazed down at the steadily flying sword beneath him, marveling at its velocity. Even though it could not match the speed of an Earth Gang realm expert, it was certainly on par with that of a Yuan Gang realm expert, indicating its extraordinary nature. As far as Shenlang knew, the flying artifact owned by his master was likely a mysterious grade artifact, and this sword's speed was hardly inferior to it. It seemed to be of a higher grade than the usual superior spiritual grade artifacts. You've flown on a flying artifact before? Seeing Shenlang's stable posture, a hint of curiosity flickered in Yue's beautiful eyes. I've had the fortune to ride a few times, Shenlang admitted without hesitation. For it would be illogical to maintain such steadiness if it were his first time riding a flying artifact. Yue felt a stir within her heart upon hearing his response. Flying artifacts were exceedingly rare treasures, even in major sects, and certainly not something an ordinary person could possess. The fact that he had experience with flying artifacts suggested that his background was far from ordinary, likely connected to prominent families or sections. Coupled with his mysterious ability to repel the Wind Xian beast and the Silver Moon Wolf, as well as his healing capabilities. This thought, Yue's heart fluttered slightly. She had come to a realization. This young man was far more complex than he appeared. Are we truly entering the Wind Xian beast's territory without being detected? Shenlang's voice broke her reverie. Regaining her focus, Yue surveyed the distant scenery and replied calmly. Refining the dragon spirit herb requires the Wind Xian beast's complete concentration, leaving it little awareness of its surroundings. As long as we suppress our auras, and I add a layer of concealment to the silver sword, we can use the cover of night to our advantage. Even if there are spirit beasts present, they will not be able to detect us. That sounds good. Shenlang felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was indeed a wise strategy. We are almost there. Yue's beautiful eyes fixated on a certain location below. Do you see that arched hill? That is the Wind Xian beast's lair. Following her gaze, Shenlang indeed spotted a nearby hill with an arched silhouette. Surrounding the hill were numerous peaks, rising and falling like a protective barrier. The dense vegetation and shadowy trees only added to the area's deep and ominous atmosphere. The Wind Xian beast certainly has an eye for choosing its lair, Shenlang mused inwardly. Within Shenlang's perception, the thick foliage and uneven tree shadows concealed many auras, most belonging to low to mid-level beasts, with occasional high-level beast presences. However, it is evident that the outer arrangements here are the work of the Wind Profound beast, and the defenses surrounding its lair, as well as within it, are likely to be even more formidable. We are about to enter the territory of the Wind Profound beast, so prepare to suppress our auras. Yu spoke softly, her delicate hand waving gracefully, causing the silver giant sword to appear draped in a veil, its blade dimming until it nearly merged with the night. Without needing further instruction from Yu, Shenlang had already reined in his aura to the utmost. The outer region of the Wind Profound beast's lair is relatively loose, so we shall split up here, Yu stated calmly, her hand gently pressing down as the silver sword slowly descended, hovering 3 feet above the ground. Shenlang landed first, followed closely by Yu. As the silver sword reverted to its original form, returning to the slender waist of the latter, I will enter the lair of the Wind Profound beast first, once I draw it out. You must act swiftly. Yu looked at Shenlang with a radiant smile and asked, how confident are you? Shenlang took a deep breath and replied with a faint smile, regardless of my confidence. We have arrived here, and I must press on. Yu seemed quite pleased with Shenlang's response. Just as she was about to turn away, she suddenly recalled something, her delicate face tightening as she said to Shenlang. Remember, I can only delay for half an hour at most. After half an hour, regardless of whether you obtain the dragon spirit grass, you must retreat promptly. Rest assured, I value my life dearly and will take my leave at the earliest opportunity. Shenlang chuckled. Seeing Shenlang's nonchalant demeanor, Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly, hoping that this fellow truly had a plan. Remember, we must regroup in the cave before dawn. With that, Yu turned without looking back and swiftly vanished into the depths of the dense forest. Watching Yu's retreating figure, Shenlang stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Moments later, a commotion suddenly shattered the tranquility of the mountains, swiftly rolling over dozens of miles of terrain, especially when the Wind Profound beast's earth-shattering roar echoed. The entire mountain range erupted in chaos. Chapter 93, Consecutive Slayings. Indeed, the Wind Profound beast had made significant preparations. Listening to the roars of beasts echoing across the mountains, Shenlang couldn't help but furrow his brow. From these sounds, he sensed the presence of at least 100 demonic beasts, including several of intermediate rank or higher. As for the high-level beasts, there were 3 or 4 that had revealed themselves. And this was merely the outer region. Shenlang gazed intently at the mountain housing the wind profound beast's lair, his eyes narrowing. In the next moment, a silvery streak shot up from the dark mountain silhouette, soaring into the distance. Immediately following, with the sound of crashing rocks, a massive shadow burst forth from the mountainside, charging directly at the silver streak. Under the moonlight, the figure revealed itself to be the wind profound beast. Yu has officially begun her operation. Shenlang took a deep breath, making his final preparations. From this moment on, he had only half an hour, which meant he had to act decisively, including the lair. He needed to traverse 3 barriers to obtain the dragon's spirit grass. This would be a fierce battle. Without further hesitation, Shenlang delicately stepped forward, his figure transforming into a blur as he darted into the depths of the forest. A beast resembling neither wolf nor leopard let out a pained howl before collapsing, its eyes filled with resentment. A massive, gaping wound marred its abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Not far away, a shadowy figure slowly sheathed a black blade, then turned and sped deeper into the woods. Subsequently, similar scenes unfolded repeatedly. One by one, the demonic beasts fell, some unable to emit any cries of pain before their large heads were severed by a swift flash of the blade. Meeting a swift and decisive end, the dark figure moved like the Grim Reaper, mercilessly reaping the lives of these creatures. This figure, likened to a harbinger of death, was none other than Shenlang, who was penetrating the lair of the wind profound beast as planned. Having swiftly devised a route, Shenlang proceeded according to his plan. In his plotted course, he avoided encounters with intermediate and high-level beasts whenever possible. Although, given Shenlang's current strength, the intermediate and high-level beasts posed little trouble, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to linger in battles with them. For the low-level beasts, which hardly qualified as true demonic beasts, Shenlang acted with utmost efficiency, dispatching them swiftly and effortlessly. By masking his aura and employing the technique of the broken blade, he achieved a one-strike kill, conserving both time and effort. In just a quarter of an hour, over 10 low-level beasts had fallen under Shenlang's blade. As he eliminated another low-level beast, Shenlang paused to catch his breath while plotting his next move. Advancing further would take him closer to the surrounding area of the wind profound beast's lair. Shenlang gazed ahead, his eyes gleaming as his soul force radiated outward, sensing the movements of flora and fauna. 20 intermediate beasts, 7 high-level beasts. Indeed, as he neared the lair, the defensive measures established by the wind profound beast intensified. Taking a deep breath, based on the information he gathered, Shenlang formed the optimal route in his mind. On a rise nearby, tree shadows danced eerily in the oppressive silence. Suddenly, a spark erupted from a rock, sending embers flying. In the next moment, a slender shadow fell from the rock, motionless. Shenlang, wielding his black blade, stepped forward, observing the shadow on the ground with an indifferent expression. The shadow snake, an intermediate beast skilled in stealth and poisonous ambush, possessed a formidable venom that could trouble even those at the Yuan Sea realm if they were to come into contact with it, making it one of the more insidious intermediate beasts. However, before Shenlang, who had attained a perfected soul in the mortal realm, the shadow snake's so-called stealth was utterly insignificant. The first intermediate beast was swiftly dealt with in this manner. Next, similar scenes played out once again. The difference this time was that some of the intermediate beasts were exceedingly ferocious, requiring Shenlang to expend considerable effort to secure victory. Though these intermediate beasts lacked the strength and defense of high-level beasts like the ironback barbarian bear, their fierce nature and tenacity posed a significant challenge for Shenlang. For instance, the intermediate beast Shenlang faced now was the Kanjia wolf. Its emerald eyes glinted with a cold glimmer as it fixed its gaze on Shenlang. Shenlang held his black blade, his body slightly bent, and his stance suggestive of retreat rather than combat preparation. The Kanjia wolf's heightened alertness and reflexes had thwarted his initial ambush, resulting in this standoff. Shenlang's readiness to withdraw stemmed from his need to guard against the Kanjia wolf's potential howl, which could summon other beasts. In truth, if he encountered other beasts and found himself in a similar situation, Shenlang would certainly retreat without hesitation. Those beasts would undoubtedly roar to alert others. However, wolf-type beasts exhibited a certain uniqueness. Perhaps due to their inherent pride, wolves like the Kanjia wolf possessed a warrior's spirit, rarely calling for assistance, regardless of the strength of their adversaries. In other words, for wolf-type beasts, one-on-one combat seemed to be the way of the world, unless they fortuitously encountered a pack, like the Silvermoon wolf. It had become tradition for wolf-type beasts to engage in solitary battles. The behavior of the Kanjia wolf before Shenlang confirmed this notion. Shenlang squinted, scrutinizing the Kanjia wolf's form as he sought its weaknesses. Aiming for a one-hit kill opportunity, the Kanjia wolf finally sprang into action, transforming into a blur as it lunged at Shenlang. Though the Kanjia wolf was fast, Shenlang was even faster. Effortlessly evading the wolf's assault, Shenlang pivoted his black blade, slashing diagonally at the wolf's back. With a flash of the blade, the black wolf fell. This strike had precisely targeted the Kanjia wolf's vulnerability in its midsection. After securing a decisive victory in this battle, Shenlang could not afford to linger and swiftly moved toward his next target. However, just as Shenlang turned, a massive tail swung towards him with the speed of lightning. Accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, Shenlang's heart raced as he swiftly pivoted, leaping several feet away just in time to evade the strike. The tail crashed violently against the ground, sending debris flying. As he regained his footing, Shenlang finally beheld the owner of that tail point 10 feet away, a creature towering at 4 feet in height, covered in long white fur, resembling neither ape nor monkey. Stood before Shenlang, the forest giant ape. Shenlang's gaze flickered, a sense of astonishment rising within him. The forest giant ape was a high-level beast with remarkable strength and physique, capable of contending with those at the Yuan-Si realm. What astonished Shenlang was that this forest giant ape had been completely eradicated years ago following a significant conflict with humans. In other words, the forest giant ape was an extinct species, having vanished from the Great Qin dynasty for over a century. Yet now, he encountered one in this relatively modest demonic beast mountain range. Chapter 94. The forest giant ape basking in the moonlight. Shenlang had to concede that the enormous creature standing before him was indeed the forest giant ape, a species thought to have disappeared long ago. Unlike many other demonic beasts, the forest giant ape exhibited less ferocity and more intelligence. As Shenlang scrutinized his opponent, the forest giant ape stared back with eyes the size of copper bells, assessing this human intruder. Feeling the gaze of the forest giant ape upon him, Shenlang could not help but sigh softly within. Although he had yet to confront it directly, he was certain that this formidable creature was the most challenging high-level beast he had encountered thus far. The reason was simple. The intelligence of the forest giant ape far surpassed that of other beasts of the same rank. It is well known that humanity has maintained an absolute advantage in the struggle against beasts due to their superior intellect, which has enabled them to create a plethora of martial arts and magical treasures. This not only compensates for their physical shortcomings compared to the beasts, but also allows them to suppress them in return. Ultimately, it is humanity's wisdom that has established them as the sovereigns of this realm. However, what would happen if a beast approached human intelligence? The forest giant ape represented such a variable. Not only did it possess immense strength comparable to that of the ironback barbarian bear, but its intellect was also not significantly inferior to that of humans. Consequently, the forest giant ape tribe quickly ascended to dominance among the beasts, even leading them into conflicts against humanity. It was only at this juncture that many human experts truly recognized the threat posed by the forest giant ape. A century ago, a war between humans and beasts erupted, orchestrated by the 4 major empires and involving hundreds of kingdoms. In that battle, numerous powerful beings from both the beast and human factions fought fiercely, resulting in countless casualties on the battlefield. At that time, the forest giant ape tribe had produced 4 formidable heavenly beasts. Heavenly beasts were terrifying entities on par with the celestial realm. Even the esteemed 5 major sect leaders had likely only reached such heights of cultivation. The 5 major sects, alongside the 4 empires, dispatched 9 celestial realm experts to eradicate the 4 heavenly beasts of the forest giant ape tribe. However, this came at a great cost, with 4 celestial realm experts perishing and 3 sustaining severe injuries. In order to prevent the resurgence of the forest giant ape tribe, many human experts ultimately decided to exterminate them entirely. With the demise of the forest giant ape tribe, the war concluded with humanity's victory. As his thoughts gradually returned, Shenlang couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions as he gazed at the forest giant ape before him, for it was this very race that had stirred a tremendous upheaval a century ago. Gripping his black blade tightly, a ripple of energy began to emanate from him. Yet, to Shenlang's surprise, the forest giant ape before him seemed disinclined to attack. It merely stared at Shenlang, particularly intrigued by the little creature perched on his shoulder, its gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. Sensing this, Shenlang furrowed his brows, pondering the intentions of this colossal being. At that moment, he felt a slight movement on his shoulder. Turning to look, he found the little creature stirring, waving its tiny paws and stretching its snowy belly as it awakened. After a brief roll, it effortlessly leaped onto Shenlang's head. Shenlang found himself at a loss for words. Once atop his head, the little creature began its habitual observation of the surroundings, naturally locking eyes with the forest giant ape. In that instant, the two exchanged a gaze, and a low, melodious sound escaped the little creature. Fading swiftly into the air, Shenlang was taken aback. The sound had originated from the small creature. However, what astonished him even more was that the forest giant ape, upon hearing the little one's call, began to tremble profoundly. This tremor was not one of fear, akin to that of the previous red-horned barbarian beast, but rather seemed to convey a sense of excitement at a long-awaited reunion. With a resounding thud that shook the ground, the towering forest giant ape sank into a deep half-kneel, its massive head bowing low until it struck the ground. It was, astonishingly, paying homage. A white shadow flashed before Shenlang. And in the next moment, the little creature appeared before the forest giant ape, standing with its back to Shenlang. One was as large as a mountain, and the other as small as a ball. Just when Shenlang was utterly baffled, he suddenly noticed that the little creature had, unbeknownst to him, tucked its tiny paws behind its back, resembling a regal figure. This was truly surreal. Shenlang's mind buzzed as the scene before him exceeded his comprehension. The little creature emitted another soft chirp, prompting the forest giant ape to raise its colossal head and slowly rise. However, compared to its earlier ferocity, the forest giant ape now appeared subdued and docile. As if it had submitted. Was this giant also subdued like the red-horned barbarian beast? Shenlang speculated. Though he felt something was amiss, the little creature leaped back onto Shenlang's shoulder, and simultaneously, the forest giant ape turned and began to stride forward. The little creature chirped cheerfully in Shenlang's ear, and upon turning his head, he saw it pointing ahead with its tiny paw. Was it indicating for him to follow? Shenlang was somewhat uncertain. The little creature nodded its head affirmatively, exhibiting a remarkably human-like understanding. After a moment's contemplation, Shenlang resolved to follow the little creature's guidance. Thus, the forest giant ape led the way, with Shenlang trailing closely behind. As they passed through an intermediate beast's territory, Shenlang initially intended to strike, only to be astonished to witness the forest giant ape deliver a powerful punch, reducing a leopard-like intermediate beast to a bloody mess. At this point, Shenlang finally grasped that the forest giant ape was clearing the path for him. He glanced at the little creature, which wore a proud expression. Clearly, the forest giant ape was responding to the little one's cues. Shenlang exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of emotions. The unfolding events had indeed surpassed all his expectations. One thing remained unchanged, however. The presence of this little creature was undoubtedly a game-changer. With the forest giant ape leading the way, the journey ahead became significantly smoother. Any obstacles encountered were effortlessly torn apart by the forest giant ape. While there were certainly other high-level beasts that matched the forest giant ape's strength, Shenlang was prepared to join forces with it to eliminate any formidable foes that in this nearly unstoppable advance. Within mere moments, Shenlang found himself at the very edge of the Wenxian beast lair, the final obstacle to obtaining the dragon spirit grass. Gazing upon the massive lair before him, Shenlang's eyes gleamed with fervor. Yet, amid his excitement, he was acutely aware that the real challenges lay ahead. Chapter 95. Infiltrating the lair. Even before entering the lair, he had encountered no less than a dozen intermediate beasts and 4 high-level beasts. This was excluding the forest giant ape and the route he had chosen. The defensive strength within the Wenxian beast's lair was undoubtedly formidable. Most critically, based on Shenlang's knowledge of the Wenxian beast, the lairs they constructed were typically open and transparent structures, meaning one could see from one end to the other. This implied that once Shenlang entered the lair, he would be exposed to the watchful eyes of all the resident beasts, leaving no possibility for concealment. Thus, if he wished to acquire the dragon spirit grass, he would need to withstand the pressure from all the beasts inside the lair. This was indeed a rather troublesome predicament. Setting aside the presence of spirit beasts, even if several high-level beasts were to swarm him, Shenlang was acutely aware that he would struggle to fend them off, even with the forest giant ape's assistance. Unless, Shenlang cast a sidelong glance at the little creature, which appeared to be in a drowsy state once more. Clearly, he could not place too much hope in it. Shenlang mentally grumbled as he began strategizing for the impending operation. When the forest giant ape reached the entrance of the Wenxian beast's lair, it did not proceed any further, but instead crouched down, seemingly awaiting further instructions. In Shenlang's view, the forest giant ape's hesitance was a compelling testament to the formidable power that lay within the lair. Otherwise, it would have continued forging ahead. He took a deep breath, fixating on the lair before him, his expression growing serious. Let us go. Shenlang signaled with a wave of his hand and advanced toward the lair, with the forest giant ape promptly rising to follow closely behind him. At this moment, the forest giant ape was clearly heeding Shenlang's commands. The structure of the Wenxian beast's lair was not particularly complex, lacking deep and winding passages. This was primarily because the lair was essentially an inverted bowl, its center being an open-air space. The Wenxian beast accessed the lair through its open top, flying freely in and out. Shenlang found himself curious as to why the Wenxian beast constructed such an open lair. Aside from the top opening, there were no other entrances or exits, and the lair's perimeter was sealed tightly. With no other options, Shenlang had no choice but to climb. Fortunately, for someone at the Yuanmai realm like Shenlang, scaling the several dozen feet high lair did not pose much of a challenge. Within moments, he stood at the lair's top opening, the forest giant ape beside him. Peering down, he saw nothing but darkness. Shenlang's mind focused, activating the spiritual disc within his Naiwan palace, allowing his spiritual force to extend downward. After a brief moment, he sensed numerous auras within the lair, his expression turning grave. 9 high-level beasts. As he detected the strongest of these auras, he felt a slight release of tension, yet the weight of pressure remained. The good news was that there should be no spirit beast present within the lair. This was to be expected, as any beast that had reached the spiritual tier would possess intelligence comparable to that of a human, and would not easily be controlled by the Wen Xin beast. Moreover, within this vast mountain range of beasts, how many spirit beasts could there truly be? Shenlang could not help but recall the Silver Moon Demon Wolves, a formidable spirit beast clan that even the Wen Xin beast would not dare to provoke lightly, let alone subdue. However, the predicament lay in the presence of 9 high-level demon beasts, despite being mentally prepared. Shenlang's heart still quaked at the realization of the number of advanced beasts within their lair. If he could manage to tackle them separately, it might not pose a great challenge. But facing them all at once, Shenlang's fists clenched tightly, his expression grave. The combined strength of 9 demon beasts could rival that of a spirit demon. More critically, he had less than half a stick of incense's worth of time left. This meant he needed to swiftly navigate through the blockade of the 9 high-level demon beasts to acquire the dragon spirit grass and escape unscathed. Undoubtedly, this was a formidable challenge. In a daze, a slender figure suddenly flashed before Shenlang's eyes. There was no turning back. It was time for a desperate gamble. Shenlang's gaze sharpened, gripping his black blade tightly. With a soft command, he leaped suddenly, sliding down the uneven cave walls. The forest giant ape, seeing this, beat its chest in a display of battle spirit and followed suit. The scene transformed rapidly. In mere moments, Shenlang had caught a glimpse of the cave's depths. When he was about 10 feet from the bottom, he abruptly changed direction, flipping and diving into a crevice. The forest giant ape, meanwhile, plunged directly to the ground, roaring fiercely as it landed. Immediately, the cave became agitated, powerful auras awakening and enveloping the entire space. Continuous roars of beasts echoed, reverberating around the forest giant ape. Peering from the rocky wall, Shenlang observed the tumult below. This maneuver was precisely the strategy he had devised before entering the lair. By utilizing the forest giant ape to lure out the advanced demon beasts, Shenlang aimed to discern the Wen Xin beast's arrangements while locating the dragon spirit grass. Subsequently, he would take advantage of the chaos from the battle between the forest giant ape and the other beasts to stealthily procure the dragon spirit grass. After that, it would simply be a matter of fleeing with the forest giant ape. This moment, however, the forest giant ape found itself surrounded by 4 high-level demon beasts, each a formidable foe: the Tsang Yin beast, the swallowing rock beast, the scorpion-tailed lion, and the fire cloud leopard. Shenlang's gaze swept over these creatures, a wave of pressure washing over him. It must be said that these demon beasts, even among their advanced ranks, were exceptionally powerful, far surpassing the ironback barbarian bear. Even compared to the red-horned barbarian beast, the forest giant ape was not to be underestimated. The Wen Xin beast's arrangements were undoubtedly intricate. Just the appearance of these few high-level demon beasts made Shenlang acutely aware that he could not confront them alone. Moreover, 5 additional high-level demon beasts had yet to reveal themselves. Time was of the essence. The battle between the demon beasts escalated quickly. The forest giant ape struck first, delivering a powerful punch that sent the unprepared fire cloud leopard flying several feet away. The other demon beast roared in fury, lunging at the forest giant ape, and the chaotic melee officially erupted. At that moment, Shenlang extended his spiritual perception, searching for traces of the dragon spirit grass. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and the fierce brawl below made it impossible for him to rely on sight alone. He had to depend on his spiritual power. The cave's expanse was considerable, and even with Shenlang's refined soul power, he could only cover about a quarter of the area at a time, necessitating meticulous searching with each sweep. Consequently, this endeavor consumed a considerable amount of time. As the minutes elapsed, beads of sweat like mung beans began to form on Shenlang's forehead. Chapter 96. An unexpected turn. The battle below had reached a fever pitch, and the forest giant ape was already battered and bruised. Yet it continued to fight valiantly against the other demon beasts. While the other beasts bore their own injuries, the fire cloud leopard, in particular, was faring even worse than the forest giant ape. However, overall, the forest giant ape was clearly at a disadvantage. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Shenlang had yet to locate the dragon spirit grass, but he had thoroughly searched the cave. How could this be? His expression darkened with frustration. He had never anticipated that his fully matured spiritual power would fail to uncover the dragon spirit grass. Could it be that the Wen Xin beast had taken it away? Just as this thought arose, Shenlang dismissed it. According to Yue, treasures like the dragon spirit grass could never stray far from their nurturing grounds. If removed from the earth, its essence would dissipate with each passing moment. The Wen Xin beast surely would not squander such a resource in its quest to ascend to the earth tier. The dragon spirit grass must still be within this cave. Shenlang squinted, striving to maintain his composure. However, if the dragon spirit grass's growth site was indeed beneath the cave, there was no reason that even his formidable spiritual power could not detect it. Shenlang's mind raced, contemplating potential oversights. No, wait, those 5 demon beasts. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his eyes brightened. Earlier, outside the cave, he had distinctly sensed the presence of 9 high-level demon beasts, along with dozens of others. Yet once inside, particularly during the battle between the forest giant ape and the 4 emerging high-level demon beasts, the other dozens of demon beast auras had seemingly vanished into thin air. During his recent search, he had failed to detect any other demon beast auras. Shenlang was confident in his perception. If it were unlikely to be a flaw on his part, it appeared that the Wenxian beast's lair held greater mysteries. Taking a deep breath, Shenlang felt a surge of pressure. Although he seemed to have unearthed a potential breakthrough, the pressing issue was that time allowed no room for further experimentation. There was less than a quarter of an hour before the Wenxian beast would return. The forest giant ape on the ground was clearly nearing its limits, barely able to hold on. Was he to resign himself to this fate? Watching the bloody melee below, Shenlang's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yet he found himself utterly powerless. The dragon spirit grass was indeed precious, but one must live to seize it. With a heavy sigh, Shenlang resolved to conduct one final search. If he still found nothing, he would immediately withdraw. However, a resonating wave of soul-stirring sound echoed from outside the lair. Shenlang froze momentarily, then his expression shifted dramatically. That sound was unmistakably from the Wenxian beast. The Earth-rank demon beast had returned. Shenlang's face paled. There was no time for hesitation. He quickly drew his black blade and rushed toward the ground. At this moment, the forest giant ape was cornered by 4 demon beasts, its life hanging by a thread. Break, he shouted, launching a fierce strike at the Tsong Yin beast, which was about to attack the forest giant ape. The blade light erupted against the beast's back, spraying blood. The Tsong Yin beast howled in pain, retreating. Move. Shenlang commanded the forest giant ape, then summoned a barrier of refining power to buy time for their escape. Shenlang ascended first, and the forest giant ape followed suit, delivering a punch that pushed back the fire cloud leopard. Yet suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Dozens of demon beast auras appeared out of nowhere, forming layered formations that encircled Shenlang and the forest giant ape. Among these auras, several powerful presences guarded each layer. Gazing upon the dark silhouettes of the surrounding beasts, Shenlang's heart sank. Clearly, this sudden twist had ensnared him within the Wenxian beast's trap. A torrent of fiery breath surged toward him. Shenlang's gaze sharpened, and he summoned refining power to fend it off just in time. Almost immediately, a dense green mist enveloped the area, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound in the air. Clearly, it contained significant toxicity. With his refining power surrounding him, Shenlang extended a finger, sending another wave of refining power to envelop the forest giant ape. With this protective force, the toxic mist could not harm them for the time being. However, before Shenlang could pause for breath, several streams of potent energy surged toward him and the forest giant ape. From this torrent, he sensed the presence of several high-level demon beasts. Those that had previously remained hidden were now launching a coordinated attack. Clearly intent on trapping Shenlang and the forest giant ape, Shenlang clenched his teeth, channeling his energy as he infused his black blade with immense power, preparing to unleash his strongest attack. Break! The blade light surged, seeking to cleave through all obstacles. The injured forest giant ape also gathered its remaining strength, delivering a powerful punch toward the torrent. One punch, one blade, collided with the torrent, erupting in a deafening roar. Immediately, a powerful wave of backlash surged, forcing Shenlang and the forest giant ape back several feet. Clearly, in this direct confrontation, they were at a disadvantage, struggling to suppress the turmoil within him. Shenlang gazed at the encroaching shadows above. Taking a deep breath, if they remained stalemated in this situation, it was unlikely that they would escape even without the Wenxian beast's arrival. These demon beasts alone could forever entrap them. There was no other choice. It was time to fight back. Shenlang's fists tightened, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. He would unleash the power of the array within him. Under normal circumstances, Shenlang understood that the power of the formation diagram within him could only be unleashed during a breakthrough to a higher realm. However, faced with an urgent situation, he had no choice but to forcibly gather the power of the formation diagram for another massive energy explosion. The refining power enveloping him was fully retracted and concentrated in the Niwen Palace. At this moment, Shenlang aimed to consolidate all of his soul power to trigger the power of the formation diagram within him. Without the protective refining power, his skin was suddenly exposed to the toxic mist, and the intense toxicity rapidly spread, manifesting an eroding force. Fortunately, after undergoing refinement, Xunlang's physical strength far exceeded that of cultivators of the same level, allowing him to barely withstand the onslaught of the toxins. As for the forest giant ape, known for its formidable physical strength, it too was unafraid of the so-called toxic mist, at least for the time being. However, this state of affairs could only be maintained for a limited duration. With continuous depletion, both Xunlang and the forest giant ape would likely find themselves in an even more precarious situation. At this moment, the balance of power within Xunlang had already been disrupted. Chapter 97. The seven-colored light beam. When strength is full, it overflows. When it is lacking, it is suppressed. In Xunlang's perception, his body was currently undergoing a transformation of yin and yang extremes. The initial outburst of the formation diagram's power had occurred due to a significant breakthrough in realm, resulting in an overflow of strength. Now, Xunlang, lacking sufficient power, was forcefully gathering strength to activate the formation diagram, ultimately leading to an imbalance in the operation of his internal power. As he sensed the chaotic situation within, beads of cold sweat began to form on Xunlang's forehead. It must be said that he was now faced with an unprecedentedly challenging predicament. Within his dantian, the primal energy surged like crashing waves. Inside the formation diagram, light flickered incessantly, and countless runes flowed in an extraordinary manner. The situation indicated a clear inability to suppress the agitation of the primal energy. In the Niwen Palace, the spiritual disk was operating at its peak, nearly condensing all the refining power, all of which converged in the dantian. The refining power and the rampant primal energy intertwined, creating terrifying waves of fluctuation. A crimson glow radiated from Xunlang's body, a harbinger of the complete imbalance of power within him. Observing Xunlang's abnormal state, the forest giant ape pounded its chest in a display of anxiety, yet it could do nothing to assist. Meanwhile, above the cave, the torrent of demon beasts, led by several high-ranking demon beasts, was diving down, seemingly ready to engulf both the human and the beast. At that moment, the small creature that had been in a deep slumber on Xunlang's shoulder suddenly lifted its little head. Awakening from its stupor, its tiny nose twitched slightly as it surveyed its surroundings, initially displaying a hint of confusion. However, upon spotting the nearly berserk Xunlang, a rare seriousness glimmered in its beastly eyes. In the next instant, the small creature leaped onto Xunlang's head, its tail raised, and its tiny paws clasped together, as if forming a connection of some sort. In an instant, it pressed down with its little paw, and a dazzling beam of seven-colored light erupted from its forehead, piercing the heavens. The plunging torrent of demon beasts was directly penetrated by this seven-colored beam, causing them to disintegrate into chaos. Countless demon beasts lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Even in the eyes of the high-ranking demon beasts, deep fear was evident. It was as though they were welcoming the arrival of an emperor. The seven-colored light beam shot straight into the sky, its resplendent radiance illuminating hundreds of miles as if it were broad daylight. At that moment, innumerable demon beasts were crawling and trembling towards the direction of the light beam. 1,000 miles away, in various corners of the southeast and northwest, whispers arose. This aura. Could it be that an extraordinary beast has emerged? In the chronicles of the 100 dynasties, such a presence has not been witnessed in a millennium. Surely, this beast must possess an exceptional bloodline. I have been trapped by those barriers for 100 years, unable to advance. If this beast's bloodline could serve as a medicinal catalyst, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Multiple voices murmured at this time, each lost in their own thoughts. Huajiman, atop Mount Huashan, a young man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the direction of the demon beast mountains. The seven-colored beam had already captured his attention. He had not expected that such a small range of mountains would give rise to such an extraordinary beast. The young man's eyes sparkled like stars, and every movement of his exuded an aura of natural law, as if he were in harmony with heaven and earth. However, such a commotion would surely have roused those old geezers. The following days would likely not be peaceful for the great Qin dynasty. With a light sigh, the young man's expression momentarily paused before he spoke slowly. Come forth. As the young man's voice fell, a graceful figure emerged behind him, a woman clad in a red dress. If Xunlang were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as Yin Susu. Being discovered by you every time is rather dull. Yin Susu pouted slightly, striding forward to stand beside the young man, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. With such a rare occurrence, why don't you go take a look? After all, you are the sect leader of Huajiman. You should pay some attention to matters at your own doorstep. The young man smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. Naturally, someone will attend to it. If I were to go, it would be somewhat redundant. Someone. Who? Yin Susu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, her delicate face turning cold. Is it those old geezers again? Those ancient fellows seem to be everywhere. Susu, the young man's voice grew slightly heavy as he looked at Yin Susu with a hint of helplessness. They are all elders of the sect. Please be a bit more courteous in your speech. Impossible. Yin Susu scoffed. Those old geezers have had ulterior motives towards you for quite some time. What is there to be courteous about? The young man remained calm, gazing into the distance as he spoke slowly. If they wish to scheme, then we shall take a step back. We are all members of Huajianmen. There is no need for us to quarrel endlessly. You are simply too weak. Yin Susu shot the young man a fierce glare, clearly displeased. The young man, however, merely smiled nonchalantly, then raised an eyebrow at Yin Susu. But let us not discuss that for now. I've heard that you've been searching for someone throughout the sect, even posting bounties. What is going on? Yin Susu's charming face momentarily froze, her confidence faltering as she replied. Just looking for a good-for-nothing who causes more trouble than he is worth. Oh, the young man's lips curled into a mysterious smile. That I've heard that the person you're looking for is named Shun Lang. Surely, he is Elder Ye's disciple? And if so, Yin Susu's gaze drifted elsewhere, her face displaying a hint of unease. I remember that this disciple should be in the miscellaneous affairs hall now. What, can't you find him? The young man inquired with a smile. Who knows where that guy has run off to? For several days, I haven't seen a single trace of him, making it extremely difficult for me to find him. Yin Susu replied with a frown, clearly frustrated. He must have come down the mountain. The young man raised his chin slightly, his expression puzzled. What do you need him for? None of your business. Yin Susu huffed lightly, then turned her gaze towards the distant seven-colored beam, stating calmly, since you want to go, I will go take a look. If it is truly some rare and exotic beast, I shall capture it. It may become a significant asset in the future. The young man gently shook his head. Such a commotion indicates that the creature emerging is certainly not an ordinary beast. The 4 great dynasties and 4 major sects will undoubtedly send many powerful individuals here, with your current cultivation level. It is somewhat inadequate for such an event. I am not afraid of them. What if they are Tianchi realm experts? With the oath in place, they cannot act personally. As for those below the Dihuan realm, even if I cannot defeat them, escaping should not be an issue. Yin Susu retorted, unfazed. You are still too young. The young man shook his head in exasperation and sighed. Well, I know I cannot stop you. Just remember to prioritize your safety. It's best not to clash with those powerful individuals. If it's not something you can manage, don't force it. However, Yin Susu merely offered him a distant silhouette as she walked away. Chapter 98. The turbulence in the Demon Beast Mountains. The 7-colored beam gradually dissipated, but the ripples it created continued to surge, refusing to settle. Outside the lair, a colossal azure beast circled in the air, gazing ahead with a hint of tremor in its eyes. This was the Feng Xian beast. Yet at this moment, the ruler of the Demon Beast Mountains dared not return to its lair. The earlier towering 7-colored beam had indeed dealt it a significant shock. Only after a moment of hesitation, once the 7-colored beam had faded, did the Feng Xian beast cautiously make its way back to its lair, still remaining vigilant. Finally, upon reaching its lair, the Feng Xian beast hesitated for a moment before spreading its immense wings and entering. The scene within the lair unfolded before its eyes. Observing all of this, the Feng Xian beast's gaze shifted from confusion to shock, and finally to fury. The reason for its anger was clear. Its lair was in utter disarray, as if it had been bombarded. As the sovereign of the Demon Beast Mountains, how could it tolerate such a state in its own lair? However, what truly drove this ruler to the brink was the disappearance of the earth-level medicinal herb it cherished, the dragon spirit grass. Not long after the 7-colored beam had dissipated, the Feng Xian beast's furious roar echoed throughout the Demon Beast Mountains. That guy actually succeeded. At that moment, in a corner of the Demon Beast Mountains, a young woman in a green dress stood gracefully, her beautiful eyes flickering with brilliance upon hearing the Feng Xian beast roar. This girl was Yue. This young man is indeed unfathomable. Yue exhaled softly, then turned her gaze towards the direction where the colorful light pillar had dissipated, her expression reflecting a hint of contemplation. That it was curious. What exactly had caused this radiant phenomenon? Could it be the emergence of a foreign beast? Yet, judging by its location, it was evidently the lair of the Wind Xian beast. If indeed a foreign creature was gestating there, how could the Wind Xian beast, being a mystical beast itself, fail to sense it? And why would it allow such a substantial boon to escape its notice? Yue's delicate brows furrowed lightly. If a foreign beast were truly descending upon the world, she could not fathom why the Wind Xian beast would permit its incubation. It was well known that among magical beasts, the most common practice was to devour one another. Only through such consumption could their bloodlines potentially evolve, enabling them to ascend to greater heights. If the mountain of magical beasts truly harbored a foreign creature in gestation, it would undoubtedly be an extraordinary boon for the Wind Xian beast, even surpassing the efficacy of the dragon spirit grass. Could it be that the Wind Xian beast had remained oblivious to the existence of this foreign beast? After pondering for a moment, Yue eventually shook her head, dismissing these unfocused musings. For her, the most pressing matter was to rendezvous with Xin Lang in the cave and acquire the dragon spirit grass. With this thought in mind, Yue elegantly waved her hand, her silver sword soaring into the air. Transforming into a magnificent form against the wind, she gracefully leapt onto the giant sword, which then shot off like a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. A resounding roar echoed through a certain forest within the mountain of magical beasts, followed by the emergence of a towering white giant ape, startling the surrounding wild magical beasts into a frenzied retreat. This white giant ape bore numerous horrific wounds upon its body, its blood staining its white fur, with some areas even exposing stark white bones, indicating its severe injuries. Perched upon the shoulder of the white ape was a shadowy figure, illuminated by the moonlight. It was Shenlang, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. The white ape was indeed a forest giant, and atop its head stood a diminutive creature that was nearly insignificant in comparison to its massive form. The snow-white creature stood vigilant upon the giant ape's head, its gaze fixed ahead, radiating a sense of alertness. At this moment, it had undergone some changes. A small seven-colored mark now adorned its brow, emitting a faint glow. Under the moonlight, its pupils shimmered with a subtle iridescence, exuding an extraordinary charm. After scanning the surroundings for a moment, the little creature extended a tiny paw and pointed towards a certain direction. Instantly, the forest giant pivoted its head and began to move in the direction indicated by the small being. Atop the lair, the wind-shin beast flapped its enormous wings, glaring fiercely at its surroundings as it let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, hundreds of magical beasts quaked and prostrated under its imposing presence. You all immediately find the culprit who stole the dragon spirit grass. The wind-shin beast spoke in human language, its voice laden with uncontainable fury. From this moment forth, you shall seal off the entire mountain of magical beasts, cutting off all entry and exit, until that thief is apprehended. The resounding voice of the wind-shin beast echoed through the mountain range, instilling fear in all who heard it. Countless magical beasts scattered, obeying the will of their sovereign. From this moment on, the entire mountain of magical beasts was destined to fall into unrest as dawn broke. Yue sat cross-legged within the cave, eyes closed in meditation. Clearly, she awaited Shenlang's return. As the first rays of morning light filtered into the cave, Yue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Gazing at the still empty cave entrance, she blinked lightly and sighed. Where could that fellow be? It's been quite a while. Even if he is trying to remain concealed, he should have arrived by now. Yue stepped out of the cave entrance, her brows knitting together in concern as Shenlang still had not appeared, prompting a wave of worry within her. Could he have encountered some mishap? She cast her gaze into the distance, contemplating various possibilities. Given the furious roar of the wind-shin beast from the previous night, it was likely that Shenlang had obtained the dragon spirit grass. However, whether he had sustained injuries remained uncertain. The lair of the wind-shin beast undoubtedly housed numerous high-ranking magical beasts. And even if she had lured the wind-shin beast away, the challenge for Shenlang to secure the dragon spirit grass was no small feat. Of course, Yue retained some confidence in Shenlang's ability to escape successfully. He would not engage in such reckless behavior. It seems I must go and seek him out. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yue made her decision. The silver giant sword floated beside her. However, just as she prepared to leap onto the sword and depart, a terrifying wave of energy emanated from the northwest, causing her expression to tighten. What a powerful energy fluctuation! It must have reached the Yuan Gang realm. Yue turned her gaze towards the source of the energy disturbance, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She could sense that this was the fluctuation of a human cultivator, and a formidable one at that. No. Wait. Yue's expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly realized that it was not merely one individual whose energy she sensed, but several. Yet, among those energies, some were stronger while others were weaker. At first, she had only registered the stronger auras, neglecting to notice the more subtle ones. Most importantly, the weaker presences exhibited concealed fluctuations, indicating that they were likely masking their true power. So many powerful beings appearing simultaneously in the mountain of magical beasts. What could their intentions be? Yet before Yue could ponder further, she detected even more energies emerging from the southeast and beyond, nearly as potent as the earlier ones. Among these, 2 or 3 energies surpassed the others in strength. Yue's delicate face turned pale, her heart surging with trepidation. What on earth is happening to summon so many powerful beings to the mountain of magical beasts? At that moment, the events of the previous night flashed through Yue's mind, causing her expression to freeze in realization. In a secluded corner of the southwestern region of the mountain of magical beasts, in stark contrast to the restlessness of other areas, a serene stillness enveloped this spot. Aside from the occasional birds soaring by, there were no signs of magical beasts or wild animals. Notably, at the base of the mountain, a pool of clear spring water gathered, its surface steaming with wisps of white vapor as bubbles erupted with a gentle gurgling sound. At the center of the spring floated a figure, bloodied and ragged, as though it had sustained significant injuries. This figure, save for part of its face, was nearly submerged in the water, beside the spring. A massive white giant ape crouched, with the small white creature standing atop its head at this moment. The forest giant's horrific chest wounds had already scabbed over, and some scars had even vanished, indicating a remarkable recovery. The figure lying in the spring, of course, was Shenlang. The snow-white creature had its eyes half closed, seemingly either conserving energy or fast asleep. After a brief interval, it suddenly opened its eyes wide. Simultaneously, Shenlang, submerged in the spring, stirred slightly before gradually opening his eyes. Where am I? Shenlang gazed at his surroundings, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Why am I submerged in water? As he moved his arms slightly, Shenlang quickly realized the peculiarity of his situation. Turning his head, he was taken aback to find himself indeed immersed in water. With little time to ponder, he swiftly flipped over and leapt out of the water. Once standing, he began to survey his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the forest giant, which eased his anxiety. Approaching the forest giant, Shenlang was about to speak when a flash of white darted past his vision. Upon focusing, he recognized it was the small creature. Observing the small creature proudly perched on his shoulder, Shenlang seemed to understand the situation. It was evident that the forest giant had brought him here under the guidance of the little creature. As memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced in his mind, Shenlang's thoughts crystallized. Within the lair of the Wind Xian beast, surrounded by magical beasts, he had attempted to forcibly activate the array's power in a moment of desperation, only to inadvertently cause an imbalance within himself, nearly succumbing to a demonic deviation. Thankfully, he had managed to employ a timely countermeasure to avert a more severe fate. However, the excessive depletion of his power and the internal shock had led to his unconsciousness. When he awakened, he found himself here, but then, Shenlang noticed that the energy within him had returned to equilibrium. Not only that, but the injuries he had sustained had completely healed. The only remnants of his previous state were some superficial wounds. It must be due to this spring water. Shenlang turned to the bubbling spring, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What an incredible gentleness and balancing force. Shenlang was struck with astonishment. Within this spring water, he sensed the essence of yin and yang in perfect harmony. Could this spring be the fabled Tao spring? Suddenly, he recalled certain texts he had perused in the secret scripture pavilion, where the Tao spring had been described, its characteristics aligning almost perfectly with the spring before him. Shenlang was now certain this spring was indeed the Tao spring. No wonder his internal energies had been fully restored. With a sigh of relief, Shenlang turned to the snow-white creature, smiling gently. Little one, you truly have outdone yourself this time. The little creature sprawled comfortably, exuding an air of arrogance, clearly in agreement with Shenlang's words. Shenlang chuckled, and with a flicker of light from his spatial ring, he tossed the little creature several spirit herbs, which it eagerly devoured. He also offered a few to the forest giant, acknowledging its significant contribution during this endeavor. It was a pity that he could not take the Tao spring with him. Shenlang gazed at the Tao spring before him, shaking his head in regret. According to the records in the book, the Tao spring could only exert its intended effects at its place of origin and could not be transported for use elsewhere. Furthermore, the primary function of the Tao spring was to balance the forces of yin and yang, a utility that he, at present, seemed to have no need for. It appeared that should he require its powers in the future, he would have to return to this place. Yet, he wondered how long the Tao spring could remain concealed. If discovered by others, the consequences would be dire. It is worth noting that while balancing the forces of yin and yang might hold little significance for lower-tier cultivators, it was undoubtedly a fatal temptation for those formidable old masters. Many adept practitioners had spent their lifetimes searching for the Tao spring, only to find nothing. That if word of this spring were to spread, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the entire Qin dynasty. After some contemplation, Shenlang ultimately abandoned the idea of concealing the Tao spring. After all, one could not hide fire with paper. Even if he made arrangements, they would be in vain should a powerful entity appear. As for ordinary cultivators, even if they stumbled upon it, they might not recognize it as the Tao spring, merely mistaking it for an ordinary spirit spring. The concept of the Tao spring was, after all, quite esoteric. With his thoughts redirected, Shenlang began to contemplate his next course of action. The dragon spirit grass. It was only now that he recalled this most crucial item. Naturally, his first glance was directed toward the little creature beside him. Noticing the hopeful gaze from Shenlang, the small creature, which had just swallowed a dozen spirit herbs, patted its round belly and then pointed with a claw, following the direction indicated by the little one. Shenlang's eyes fell upon a peculiar flower growing atop a nearby rock. Suppressing his excitement, he hastened over to examine the plant closely. This flower bore a shape reminiscent of a dragon. Its entire body slightly yellowed. Notably, its top was bifurcated, resembling two heads. Additionally, there were distinct traces of separation next to the right head. At this moment, Shenlang was utterly convinced that this was indeed the dragon spirit grass. Simultaneously, he grasped the meaning behind the three-part form that you had mentioned. Clearly, the dragon spirit grass had only retained two parts. The other had been consumed by the wind Xian beast. Reflecting on this, Shenlang felt a pang of regret. He recalled you used words about seizing the opportunity before the wind Xian beast could refine the dragon spirit grass, allowing them to utilize its poison to slay the beast and extract the third part. Now, it seemed that this plan was likely to fall through. Given the time elapsed, the wind Xian beast must have already refined it. Nevertheless, he had managed to secure two parts after sharing with Yu. He would still be able to absorb one, which he deemed sufficient. Once more, Shenlang cast a glance at the little creature, feeling a wave of admiration. Initially, he had only intended to test the waters. Yet this little one had truly managed to retrieve the dragon's spirit grass amidst such chaos. The capabilities displayed by this snow-white beast were increasingly beyond his comprehension. Chapter 100. The Zhou family in the distant sky. Several dark figures appeared, soaring through the air, rapidly approaching the area above the beast mountain. There were 3 individuals in total. Among them was a young man clad in fine robes, standing atop a golden spear that radiated a dazzling light under the sun's rays. Beside the young man stood a woman in a colorful dress, her attire billowing, enchanting, as she stood upon a deep green sword. Following them was an elder in a blue robe. Notably, this elder had no apparent means of support yet was flying through the air. Is this truly the place where the extraordinary beast is said to have appeared, as mentioned by the family head? There must be some mistake, the young man in fine robes said, casting a disdainful glance at the scenery below. Such a small expanse of Beast Mountain could at best yield a mere Xian beast. With such poor feng shui, how could it give rise to an extraordinary beast? The woman in the colorful dress also looked downward and nodded gently. Indeed, this Beast Mountain is rather diminutive. Ha, young master, the family head's words cannot be doubted. Moreover, I have sensed an extraordinary energy fluctuation, likely emanating from a beast. The strongest within this Beast Mountain is merely a Xian beast. Incapable of producing such a disturbance, the blue-robed elder laughed heartily, his expression calm. Oh, so, this truly is the place where an extraordinary beast has emerged. Upon hearing this, the young man in fine robes displayed a hint of surprise. If he had previously harbored doubts, the elder's affirmation left him no room for disbelief. After all, this elder held considerable weight, not just within their Zhou family, but throughout the entire Deqin dynasty. The woman in the colorful dress also revealed a look of astonishment, smiling gently as she remarked, "The emergence of an extraordinary beast is a rare occurrence, happening only once every 100 years. I never expected it to manifest in such a small beast mountain. Truly unexpected. Miss, you may not realize that while the feng shui and spiritual energy are indeed crucial, luck plays a significant role as well," the blue-robed elder said, stroking his beard with a smile. The presence of an extraordinary beast in this beast mountain suggests it is a place of abundant fortune. The young man in fine robes displayed an impatient demeanor. Urging, Zhou Lao, we are not the only ones who have received this news. The other 3 major families will soon arrive as well. We must locate that extraordinary beast quickly and subdue it, lest we delay and face unforeseen complications. Haha, young master, there is no need to rush. The blue-robed elder remained unfazed, speaking with composure. It is not just our Zhou family that has received this news. Many other dynasties, and even the 5 major sects will arrive here shortly. An extraordinary beast that appears once every 100 years will not be easily missed. What? So many forces. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression shifted, especially upon hearing about the 5 major sects, his countenance growing increasingly grim. If that is the case, do we not stand little chance? While the Zhou family was indeed a powerful presence in the capital, capable of shaking the entire city with a stomp, they paled in comparison to the might of the imperial forces and the 5 major sects. If all these forces converged here, how could they compete for the extraordinary beast? Thus, we must not act hastily. The blue-robed elder maintained his calm demeanor, smiling as he explained, in terms of raw strength, we are indeed inferior to those imperial sections. Therefore, our approach must be to take advantage of the chaos and seize the opportunity. The woman in the colorful dress's eyes glimmered as she slowly articulated, so we shall first observe the developments, and once the other forces have arrived and engaged in conflict, we will find our chance to act. You are ever so astute. The blue-robed elder laughed heartily, nodding in approval. To sit back and watch the tigers fight, allowing the fishermen to reap the rewards. This is indeed the Zhou family's modus operandi. Humph. If this young master can subdue an extraordinary beast, let's see if those fellows in the capital will still dare to look down on me. The young man narrowed his eyes, a glint of pride evident upon his face. In the forest, a colossal white forest ape was swiftly traversing the terrain. Shenlang sat atop the ape's head, with the little creature perched on his shoulder, surveying the surroundings. Strange. The Wen Xian beast should have noticed the loss of the dragon spirit grass by now. Given its notoriously violent nature, how could it remain so calm until now? Xinlang observed the unusually tranquil forest, feeling a tinge of confusion. Logically, a precious treasure like the dragon spirit grass would incite the Wind Xian beast to summon all the beasts of the mountain for a relentless pursuit. This should be the time of greatest activity for the beasts within the Beast Mountain. Yet, along the way, he had encountered only a few wild animals and had not seen even a single low-tier beast. One could hardly say the Wind Xian beast had called for reinforcements. Even in ordinary circumstances, this was decidedly abnormal. After all, this was the inner region of the Beast Mountain, where the population of high-tier beasts should be substantial. The current silence was utterly bewildering. At that moment, Xinlang felt the little creature on his shoulder suddenly stand up, prompting him to turn his head. The little creature, with its tiny paws resting on Xinlang's forehead, squinted its eyes, peering into the distance with a glimmer of light flickering in its gaze. Xinlang's curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What is it? Have you spotted something ahead?" The little creature nodded affirmatively, then waved its small paw, as if signaling Xinlang to exercise caution. Observing the creature's serious demeanor, Xinlang directed his gaze toward the distance, his expression growing serious. In the next moment, he extended his spiritual perception to sense the movements ahead. Soon, people ahead. Xinlang's eyes widened, a look of gravity crossing his face. Those individuals exude an astonishing aura. He sensed that several miles ahead, a few figures were soaring through the air, akin to Yu, standing on their respective magical artifacts. However, apart from one or two, the remaining auras far surpassed Yu's. How could such formidable beings arrive at this Beast Mountain? Xinlang felt a wave of perplexity. Given the scale of the Beast Mountain, aside from the Wind Xian beast, it should only attract strong practitioners at the Yuan High Realm. Typically, it was primarily those at the Yuan Mai Realm who came here to hone their skills. As for those above the Yuan High Realm, there was truly little to entice them to this Beast Mountain. Yet now, Xinlang sensed that at least 3 formidable practitioners at the Yuan Gang Realm had come to this place. Could it be that these powerful beings were drawn here by the Wind Xian beast? As the vibrant pillars of light erupted at 7 o'clock, Xinlang remained in a state of unconsciousness, leaving him completely bewildered by the event. Shaking his head, he relinquished any excessive speculation and, after a brief contemplation, resolved that it would be more prudent to conceal himself for the time being. After all, in this desolate wilderness, there was no guarantee that the formidable individuals from the opposing side would not take action upon discovering him, despite his outward appearance suggesting he held little value. Quickly, Xinlang guided the forest giant ape to a suitable location to hide. Meanwhile, several auras from afar swiftly approached, manifesting in the skies above. Chapter 101. Encountered. A few figures hovered in midair. Among them was a woman clad in a striking red gown, standing atop a uniquely shaped magical artifact, her exquisite beauty catching the attention of a nearby swordsman, who frequently glanced her way. Beside her was a middle-aged woman, floating gracefully in the air, exuding an air of elegance. Behind the middle-aged woman were 2 men dressed in various styles. Yin-Yi, is this the Beast Mountain where the extraordinary beast has appeared? The woman in red scanned the surroundings and softly inquired of the middle-aged woman. The latter nodded, responding gently, "Indeed, I have sensed an impressive energy fluctuation, clearly a remnant from last night. Ordinary beasts do not possess such an aura." The swordsman, diverting his gaze from the woman in red, casually surveyed the surroundings and remarked nonchalantly, "Yin-Yi, I heard from my father that this Beast Mountain also harbors a mysterious beast. Could it be the aura of that creature?" It was evident that the swordsman harbored doubts regarding the emergence of an extraordinary beast from this mountain. The middle-aged woman smiled slightly and replied, "You are mistaken. I too have sensed the aura of that mysterious beast. The energy emanating from the extraordinary beast is distinctly different and cannot be compared to that of an ordinary high-ranking beast." The swordsman furrowed his brow, still somewhat skeptical, yet he refrained from further disputing. "Even if an extraordinary beast has appeared, why must we trouble you? Yin-Yi, with our cultivation, we could easily traverse this remote area." After a moment of silence, he spoke again, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The middle-aged woman maintained her serene smile, fully aware of the swordsman's underlying thoughts. However, she saw no need to confront them at that moment. This extraordinary beast's emergence is unusual, and the forces converging here are not limited to our Wang family. As far as I know, the other 3 major families, the royal family, the 4 great empires, and even the 5 major sects are all coming here. This matter runs deep. Furthermore, even without those forces, do you believe you can handle that mysterious beast? It is quite ferocious. Hearing this, the swordsman appeared indifferent at first, but his expression changed slightly at the mention of the 4 great empires and 5 major sects, prompting him to fall silent, visibly displeased. The woman in red also displayed a hint of concern, her brows knitting together as she murmured, "With so many powers, as well as the 4 great empires and 5 major sects, Do we stand any chance against this extraordinary beast? Not necessarily. The middle-aged woman gently shook her head, smiling calmly. Just as she was about to say more, her expression suddenly shifted, and she exclaimed sharply, "Who is below? Show yourself." Startled by her outburst, the swordsman and the woman in red quickly turned their gazes downward, their faces reflecting uncertainty. They had sensed the surrounding conditions upon arriving here and had not detected any presence of cultivators or beasts. The middle-aged woman's reaction suggested that someone was indeed below them. Could it be a powerful figure at the Yuan gang level, capable of evading their Yuan high-level perception? The group remained vigilant. Observing the movements below they saw no signs of activity. The middle-aged woman smirked, raising her hand in preparation for action. Just then, a shadow leapt from the dense forest, appearing directly beneath them. Upon recognizing the figure, the group was momentarily taken aback that a young man clad in black stood below, eliciting expressions of surprise from the swordsman and the woman in red. Such a young individual, yet he possessed the strength of a Yuan gang cultivator. Indeed, the perception of a D-gang level cultivator was formidable. On the ground, Xinlang sighed helplessly. Despite his utmost caution, he had been detected. However, this did not imply his skills in concealing his aura were lacking. After all, the Yuan high-level cultivators had failed to notice him. "Hey, kid, who are you?" the swordsman huffed, glaring intently at Xinlang. Xinlang looked up, assessing the figures above as his mind raced. The individuals before him were precisely those he had sensed earlier, 2 Yuan high cultivators. 2 Yuan gang cultivators and 1 D gang cultivator. He exhaled softly, realizing the formidable assembly he was up against. Clearly, these individuals hailed from a significant power, likely one of the 4 major families of the royal capital or an external force. But what brought them to such a remote place? Noticing Xinlang's prolonged silence, the swordsman's expression darkened with anger. Throughout the entire Qin dynasty, no young cultivator had dared to disregard him in such a manner. This fellow must possess extraordinary courage, or perhaps he truly was a Yuan gang cultivator? Just as the swordsman was about to explode in fury, the woman in red interjected, her eyes shimmering as she spoke. "Young man, are you from a particular force? Might I inquire your name?" Xinlang's gaze shifted to the woman in red, raising an eyebrow as her attire reminded him of someone familiar. "I am Xinlang. Merely a mountain dweller, wandering the mountains for practice," he replied slowly. He refrained from disclosing his identity as a disciple of the Huajin sect, mindful of the potential complications it might bring. These individuals were undoubtedly of significant origin, and as a member of one of the 5 great forces, Huajin sect could be entangled with them, a situation he wished to avoid. Upon hearing Xinlang's response, the woman in red's expression soured slightly, recognizing the insincerity in his words. The middle-aged woman scrutinized Xinlang for a moment before breaking into a smile. "Young brother, at such a tender age, you dare to venture alone into the Beast Mountain. Your courage is commendable. I wonder which formidable individual is your master." The woman in red's eyes flickered, internally acknowledging the wisdom of her companion. Her question could elicit a wealth of information from this young man. It was merely a whim, not bravery. As for my master, I do not have one, Xinlang replied with a smile. The middle-aged woman paused briefly, then shook her head in resignation. This young man, while not very old, was certainly shrewd. It seemed extracting his identity would not be an easy task. "Young brother, have you encountered any peculiar phenomena in these mountains over the past few days? Or have any extraordinary individuals visited?" After a brief pause, the middle-aged woman continued, her curiosity primarily focused on the news of the extraordinary beast's emergence. "Phenomena, extraordinary individuals." A flicker of confusion crossed Xinlang's eyes as he shook his head. "I have been in this Beast Mountain for several days and have not witnessed any phenomena. As for extraordinary individuals, you are the first human cultivators I have encountered." Xinlang's response was a mix of truth and fabrication. The first part was genuine. He had indeed not seen any phenomena. However, he intentionally omitted mentioning Yue, whose origins were surely remarkable, given the extraordinary backgrounds of these individuals. He was wary of any potential conflicts that might arise between them. Chapter 102. Gathering Forces. The middle-aged woman frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Xinlang's response. After scanning Xinlang from head to toe without discovering anything unusual, she shook her head and addressed her companions. "Let us depart." The woman in red cast one last lingering glance at Xinlang, seemingly deep in thought. The group soared into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye, watching their retreating figures. Xinlang let out a long breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He patted the forest giant ape, signaling for the little one to come out from the dense woods. Thankfully, that woman had not detected them. Observing the forest giant ape and the little one, Xinlang couldn't help but exhale in relief. He was acutely aware that the forest giant ape was an indelible memory from many powerful factions. A century ago, during the conflict between humans and beasts, the terrifying forest giant ape had instilled profound fear in those who participated in the battle. That woman was likely a powerful figure from the royal capital or an external force. Likely well aware of this history, if she had discovered the forest giant ape, the consequences would have been dire. More importantly, there was also the little one. Xinlang glanced at the small creature atop the giant ape's head, his gaze flickering. This little one had an extraordinary origin, and if it caught the attention of those individuals, it would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Leaping onto the forest giant ape's head, Xinlang patted it, signaling for it to continue. However, they had not traveled far when Xinlang's expression shifted once more. Just moments ago, he sensed several auras emerging ahead, nearly equal in strength to the previous group. What was happening? Xinlang furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed as to why such a small beast mountain would attract so many powerful figures. Yet, the current situation left him no room for contemplation. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Xinlang promptly signaled the forest giant ape to change direction. Another path leading to a cave lay ahead, albeit a longer one with the experience just gained. Xinlang no longer believed that his concealment techniques could evade the next earthly realm powerhouse. Since provoking such a being was unwise, it was better to maintain a safe distance. The forest giant ape swiftly carried Xinlang deep into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Shortly after Xinlang departed, shadows emerged on the distant horizon, soaring through the air and soon hovering above the location. Young men and women, along with an elderly figure with a youthful visage, stood suspended in midair. This aura belonged to the Yunhui of the Wang family. The elder furrowed his brow slightly and scoffed. It seems other families are indeed swift in their movements. However, the elder narrowed his eyes, gazing ahead with a hint of smugness. This contest I sent merely about who arrives first. Headed as soon as he finished speaking, the elder waved his hand, and the group transformed into a streak of light. Vanishing from the sky, in the thick forest, the forest giant ape darted swiftly. Xinlang sat cross-legged atop its head, with a small creature perched on his shoulder, scrutinizing the dragon spirit grass in his hand. Deep in thought, although he had received some information about the dragon spirit grass from Yue, he remained perplexed about the specifics of its refinement. According to Yue, if any issues arose during the refining process, it could turn into a potent poison, which would likely lead to a devastating fate even for an earthly realm expert. Consequently, employing ordinary refining methods on this dragon spirit grass was out of the question. Whether it was Yue's deliberate intention or not, he realized he would need to consult her before attempting to refine the grass. As he glanced around, Xunlang's expression sharpened. He suddenly sensed a gathering of numerous beastly auras converging towards his location. Turning his head to glance at the small creature lazily sprawled on his shoulder, he noticed it had its eyes half closed, occasionally stretching its tiny claws. However, its twitching ears betrayed its awareness of the surrounding situation. Xinlang couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Having detected the danger so early, why had it not raised an alarm? Although he feigned annoyance, relief flooded his heart. The creature's nonchalance indicated its confidence in the impending situation. The spiritual disk within his mind palace began to rotate, and the power of his soul intertwined with the essence of refinement, enveloping the surroundings. After a moment, Xinlang withdrew his spiritual perception, a faint smile gracing his lips. The gathered assembly of 20 mid-level beasts and 2 high-level beasts was formidable, yet for him at this moment, they posed little threat. However, Xunlang's gaze flickered as a smirk crept onto his face. He patted the top of the forest giant ape's head, which understood immediately and began moving in a particular direction. The small creature opened its eyes, watching the sudden change in direction with a hint of confusion. In a certain part of the dense forest, a commotion erupted, followed by the furious roars of beasts, causing countless birds and animals to scatter. Amidst the chaotic sounds, the glint of blades could occasionally be heard. After approximately 15 minutes, tranquility returned. Trees lay fallen, the ground shattered with rocks, and Xinlang stood poised with his blade, blood pooling at his feet. The forest giant ape pounded its chest in fury. Its white fur stained crimson, not with its own blood, but that of the slain beasts. Before Xinlang and the ape, a mountain of beast carcasses lay piled high, among which 2 particularly massive and gruesome bodies stood out. Exhaling slowly, Xunlang's expression remained calm. His earlier command for the forest giant ape to change direction had been a strategic maneuver to ambush the approaching beasts, while he did not fear a direct confrontation. Such an encounter would require considerable effort. With this plan executed flawlessly, the 2 high-level beasts and over 20 mid-level beasts had been dispatched in mere moments. It seemed the Fengxian beast was also preparing to pursue him. Amusedly toying with the dragon spirit grass in his hand, Xunlang chuckled softly. Initially, he had been puzzled as to why the beasts had converged around him. However, during the battle, The distinctively organized yet chaotic fighting style of the high-level beasts revealed the truth. In the Beast Mountain, the only creature capable of commanding two high-level beasts in coordinated assault, apart from the dominant Feng-Xian beast, was none other than the Feng-Xian itself. It was clear that the Feng-Xian beast had not remained idle. It was likely rallying all the beasts of the mountain to hunt down the one who had stolen the dragon spirit grass. The path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Arching an eyebrow, Shenlang gestured with his hand and leaped once more onto the head of the forest giant ape, which began to stride forward confidently. Even so, he felt no fear, true to form. As he continued on his journey, Shenlang faced several waves of beastly assaults, the strongest of which included 4 high-level beasts and over 40 mid-level beasts. Yet, the outcome remained in Shenlang's favor. Rather than engage in a desperate struggle, he opted to seek an opportunity to break free from the overwhelming numbers. Continuous consumption of energy in the Beast Mountain was not advisable for him. After dispatching another small group of beasts, Shenlang signaled the forest giant ape to halt and take a moment to recuperate. Following a series of battles, both he and the forest giant ape had expended considerable energy and required rest. Shenlang climbed onto a branch, surveying the surroundings. He unleashed his spiritual power, enveloping the area for miles. Upon receiving the information, he exhaled softly. In his perception, there were no beast groups nearby, nor any signs of beasts converging towards him. Finally, he had temporarily broken free from the clutches of the Feng-Xian beast. Settling onto the ground, Shenlang began to circulate his cultivation technique to restore his stamina. Flicking his fingers, several spiritual herbs soared into the air, landing in the hands of the forest giant ape, which swallowed them eagerly, significantly rejuvenating its spirit. After resting for a moment, Shenlang gradually rose, preparing to continue his journey. That moment, a thunderous roar from a beast echoed through the forest. Shaking the surroundings, Shenlang initially froze. Then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was the Feng-Xian beast. He cast his gaze towards the direction of the Feng-Xian beast's lair. But the distance was too great for him to discern any details. By the sound of it, the Feng-Xian beast seemed to be in trouble. Shenlang's mind raced. He immediately thought of the mysterious, powerful individuals who could compel the dominant beast of the Beast Mountain, the Xian Yao Feng-Xian, into such a predicament. These individuals must have come for the Feng-Xian beast. A thought flashed through Shenlang's mind, albeit one he found hard to believe. Typically, cultivators hunted beasts for their precious materials or beast cores. The Feng-Xian beast, being a Xian Yao, undoubtedly possessed immense value. However, if these individuals had come solely for the Feng-Xian beast, it would be an overestimation of their own worth. Clearly, these people were of considerable standing, possessing abundant resources, and for them, while the Xian Yao is indeed remarkable, it was hardly an exceedingly precious material warranting a dedicated expedition. More importantly, among them was a powerhouse of the earthly realm and several Yuan realm experts. Such a formidable assembly seemed excessive merely to hunt the Feng-Xian beast. Their intentions were undoubtedly far more intricate. As Shenlang pondered, he exhaled deeply. The commotion that had drawn these powerful figures indicated that there must be a significant treasure within the Beast Mountain. Yet, he could not help but feel a tinge of regret. While treasures were desirable, one must possess the strength to claim them, and one's life must be preserved to enjoy them. Compared to these forces, he was but an insignificant insect, utterly lacking the qualifications to vie for such treasures. Lost in thought, Shenlang directed the forest giant ape to hasten towards the cave's direction. At the summit of a mountain range, several figures hovered in the air. Elder, according to the reports from our disciples, the 4 great families and the royal family have arrived first at the Beast Mountain. A middle-aged man clad in sect attire addressed the white-robed elder at the forefront of the group. This elder stood suspended in the air, blending seamlessly with the surrounding void, appearing both ethereal and indistinct. Indeed, their movements are remarkably swift. The elder's aged voice resonated slowly, imbued with an inscrutable meaning. The 4 great families and the royal family need not be mentioned. As for those external forces and the 4 major sects, this is the territory of our great Qin dynasty and Huajian sect. It is rather presumptuous of them to seek a stake here. The white-robed elder stood with his back to the crowd, hands clasped behind him, leaving none aware of his current expression. Continue to monitor, report any news regarding the external forces and the 4 major sects immediately. After a brief pause, the elder spoke indifferently. Understood. The middle-aged man bowed in acknowledgement but hesitated, finally gritting his teeth and saying, Elder, our disciples have also discovered that the young sect master has appeared nearby. At this, the other disciples exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with surprise, all eventually looking towards the white-robed elder. Hee. The elder chuckled softly, a hint of an enigmatic flavor in his laughter. Ultimately, they do not trust this old man and wish to intervene themselves. The elder seemed to be speaking to himself before casually inquiring, "Is anyone accompanying the young sect master?" The middle-aged man paused briefly and shook his head, stating, "We have not seen anyone else." "The young lord seems to have come alone." "Alone?" The old man in white emitted a soft exclamation, quickly falling into silence. Observing the silent figure ahead, the disciples exchanged varied expressions. Those privy to the circumstances understood that their thoughts were hardly simpler than those of the elder. "It's about time. Let us proceed." After a moment, the elder waved his hand, leading the way. The group hurriedly followed. Shortly after their departure, a red figure emerged from a dense forest below, floating in midair, gazing in the direction where the elder and his companions had left. "That old fellow is quite meddlesome." A melodious voice drifted through the air, tinged with discontent. The familiar face in a red dress, unmistakably Yin Susu, appeared before Shenlang. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, shimmering with an enigmatic light. "I didn't expect so many forces to arrive. It seems this venture is not as discreet as I had hoped." Yin Susu's gaze swept the distance, revealing a chilling resolve. "Regardless of what divine beasts or extraordinary creatures you are, since you are on the territory of Huajian's sect, it will not be easy for you outsiders to fish in troubled waters." With a soft snort, she waved her delicate hand, her silver sword transforming into a streak of light. Vanishing into the sky, from the crevices of the rocks, a figure stealthily emerged. It was Shenlang that he looked up at the distant sky, where several dark shapes were gradually fading away. This never-ending. Are experts from the Yuan Gang realm and D Gang realm as common as cabbages now, encountering a group every few steps? Shenlang wore a look of exasperation after breaking free from the clutches of the monster horde. This was already the third wave of individuals he had encountered, including several powerful figures. With a cautious mindset, Shenlang had to hide each time. He waved his hand, and the forest giant ape jumped out from behind, its eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue. The constant back and forth had left the large creature somewhat baffled. "Don't look at me like that. I have no choice." Shenlang raised his hands in exasperation. Fortunately, they were not far from the cave. Otherwise, encountering a few more waves would be troublesome. After estimating the remaining distance, Shenlang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, he just needed to reach the cave quickly. Reunite with Yue, acquire the method to refine the dragon spirit grass, and then hastily leave this place of turmoil. He had a premonition that the upcoming beast mountain would not remain tranquil. Chapter 104. The sword-browed man. Moreover, the day of his agreement with Xuan was approaching, leaving no necessity to linger here. Fortunately, the journey ahead was relatively smooth. In no time, Shenlang arrived at the designated location. However, gazing at the empty cave and sensing the residual aura, his brow furrowed. Yue was not here. Yet, she had indeed been here. Shenlang scrutinized the cave before him, his gaze flickering from the lingering aura. It was evident that Yue had arrived, and she had done so last night, indicating that she had successfully evaded the Fengxian beast and was here waiting for him. But now, she had clearly left. What was the situation? As Shenlang's thoughts swirled, he pondered multiple possibilities. Could it be that this woman thought she had absconded with the dragon spirit grass? Or did she believe she had failed? The thought made Shenlang feel somewhat speechless. If it were the former, he would indeed be quite wronged. After all, he had fainted for an entire night due to the imbalance of power caused by forcibly breaking the seal. It was likely that without that little creature, not only would he not have obtained the dragon spirit grass, but his life would have been in jeopardy. Just as Shenlang stood there, uncertain of what to do, the little creature suddenly jumped down, circling on the ground a few times before letting out soft calls towards Shenlang and pointing in a certain direction with its tiny paw. Shenlang was taken aback, questioning, "Are you saying Yue left in that direction?" The little creature nodded and waved its paw again. Shenlang was stunned once more. "You want me to go there?" The little creature nodded in satisfaction. Now it was Shenlang's turn to hesitate. Logically, previous encounters had already indicated that the Beast Mountain was currently very turbulent, not to mention the horde of beasts. Traversing back and forth could very well lead to encounters with those mysterious powerful figures. While he had managed to evade once or twice, it didn't guarantee success this time. Each faction he had encountered had nearly all been led by a D-Gang realm expert. His stealth and reconnaissance methods might suffice against ordinary D-Gang realm experts, but encountering those who were particularly perceptive would spell disaster. He knew that if the forest giant ape were detected by those D-Gang realm experts first, it would pose a significant problem for both the ape and himself. If he were to go back, he had to consider this risk carefully. The little creature stood on the ground, urging Shenlang to make a decision with its persistent calls. After a moment, Shenlang finally sighed. After careful contemplation, he decided to trust the little creature. Since it was so insistent on his going, there must be something of greater importance at hand. Having acknowledged the little creature's abilities after the incident with the dragon spirit grass, Shenlang resolved, "Very well, I'll take one more risk." His gaze steadied as he looked toward the distance. The direction of the Fengxian beast's lair, the same direction from which Yue had departed, the lair of the Fengxian beast. The overlord of this beast mountain had once been a place where no creature dared to approach. Now, however, it was bustling with activity. Figures of human cultivators were scattered throughout, most emanating powerful auras. Numerous human cultivators formed small groups, each occupying a position, effectively surrounding the lair of the Fengxian beast. Above the lair, the Fengxian beast, the master of this domain, was roaring furiously, launching consecutive attacks against several human cultivators before it. This beast was evidently fiercer than before, suggesting that it was not far from reaching the Diao realm that I in the distance. A young man wielding a fan observed the chaotic battle scene with a smile, waving his fan nonchalantly. Indeed, 2 years ago, I also had an encounter with this Fengxian beast. However, neither side could gain the upper hand. Considering the current situation, I suspect dealing with it would be quite a challenge. Beside the young man, a sword-browed figure with a long sword on his back spoke calmly, his eyes reflecting a rising battle intent. Haha, Mu brother, you are indeed ever the warrior. Your fighting spirit is ignited so quickly. The fan-wielding man laughed heartily, a hint of teasing in his tone. Indeed, I feel a bit restless, but under the current circumstances, it is more appropriate to leave it to those from the beast-taming sect. The sword-browed man glanced at the disciples clad in uniform sect attire who were engaged in battle with the Fengxian beast and remarked, I never expected that this hidden sect, which has remained in seclusion for a century, would be drawn out. Indeed, the beast-taming sect was once as formidable as the 5 major sects a century ago. Had it not suffered heavy losses in that great war, it might now be one of the 6 major sects. The fan-wielding man chuckled. What use is past glory? Current strength is the only truth, the sword-browed man stated, surveying the surroundings before frowning slightly. Strange, all 4 great families, 4 major sects, and 4 great dynasties are present. Yet why haven't I seen anyone from the royal family or Huajian sect? The young man waved his fan, a smug expression on his face. You see, not long ago, Princess Yue of the royal family suddenly went missing. They have yet to find her, and everyone is in a state of panic, unable to attend to matters here. What? Princess Yue is missing? Upon hearing this, the sword-browed man's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. Why was I not aware of this? The young man was about to say something when he suddenly recalled something. I forgot that you have a betrothal with Princess Yue. It's understandable. Even I, an outsider, knew of this matter. The sword-browed man's expression grew increasingly grim. Suppressing his displeasure, I wonder where Yin brother received this news. My father visited the royal family a few days ago, and that was the purpose of his visit, the young man chuckled. After all, our Yin family has some capabilities in locating people. The sword-browed man did not refute him. He understood that the Yin family, which controlled the largest merchant association in the Daqin dynasty, had indeed more access to information. What has Yin brother discovered? The young man shook his head, expressing regret. From what we know, we only found out that Princess Yue entered this beast mountain. Beyond that, we have no further information. Yue entered here? The sword-browed man was taken aback, his expression darkening as he turned his gaze toward the Fengxian beast, his killing intent palpable. Most of the creatures in this beast mountain were ordinary beasts. And aside from a silver moon wolf pack, there was no threat to Yue with her abilities. Staring intently at the Fengxian beast, the sword-browed man spoke in a chilling tone. Only this beast poses a threat to Yue. The young man was surprised, asking, Mu brother, do you believe it is because of this Fengxian beast? Whether it is or not, we'll know once we capture it. With that, the sword-browed man transformed into a streak of light. Charging toward the Fengxian beast, the young man gazed blankly at the retreating figure of the sword-browed man until he joined the fray, snapping him back to reality. Women truly drive one mad. He sighed, shaking his head in contemplation. Chapter 105. The beast-taming sect above the boundless mountain range. A streak of light arrived in an instant, suddenly halting mid-air. A figure emerged, revealing Yin Susu adorned in a flowing red dress. The energy fluctuations were intense. Could it be that a battle had erupted ahead? Yin Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she focused on the distance, her brows furrowing slightly. In that direction lies the territory of the Wind Xian beast. Have those fellows all congregated there? With her gaze lowered, her thoughts raced. After a brief pause, she mused, they have all come for the legendary beast, and that old fellow is headed in the same direction. It seems that the so-called exotic beast is most likely found there. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Yin Susu's lips, and an enigmatic glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Since I have arrived, I shall prepare for a return empty-handed. As her words fell, her red silhouette transformed into a streak of light and vanished in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a massive white form leaped forth from the dense forest below. They were now quite close to the lair of the Wind Xian beast. Perched atop the white figure was a dark silhouette, Xinlang. Gradually retracting his spiritual perception, Xinlang exhaled deeply. He had sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the direction of the Wind Xian beast's lair. An energy that was remarkably chaotic, seemingly infused with the presences of many formidable beings, coupled with the tumultuous elemental energy and the reverberating aftershocks of explosions. Xinlang deduced that a battle had likely erupted ahead. It appeared the Wind Xian beast was in considerable trouble. Xinlang smiled faintly. The battle occurring could not possibly be unrelated to the Wind Xian beast, recalling the forces and powerful adversaries he had encountered earlier. He estimated he had a good grasp of the main participants. Just as Xinlang prepared to signal the forest giant ape to proceed at full speed, he sensed something amiss and his expression abruptly tightened. This aura. He tilted his head slightly, gazing into the void, filled with a hint of confusion. Just moments ago, he had perceived a lingering aura that seemed strangely familiar. As he rifled through his memories, a sudden realization struck him. His expression turned blank. This aura. Was at Yansusu. Before the lair, the battle between the beast and the humans continued, the outcome already becoming apparent. Initially, the Wind Xian beast had managed to hold its own against the nearby human cultivators until the appearance of the sword-browed man tipped the scales of battle. The Wind Xian beast was now wholly at a disadvantage, sustaining numerous injuries. Despite its furious roars and desperate use of its powers, it could not reverse the dire situation. The onlookers understood that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Yet they were acutely aware that the true conflict was about to commence, one not between beasts and humans, but between factions and cultivators themselves. The Wind Xian beast let out a thunderous roar, flapping its enormous wings, conjuring a massive azure whirlwind that forced several disciples of various sects to retreat. However, before it could catch its breath, another swordsman charged forward, wielding an overwhelming sword intent. The Wind Xian beast, fatigued and weakened, could only retreat further, evading the lethal sword light. Anger filled its beastly eyes. Since becoming the overlord of the Beast Mountain range, it had never faced such humiliation. The most infuriating part was that it had been on the verge of completely refining the dragon's spirit grass, elevating itself to a stronger existence at that point. Not only would the insignificant humans before it pose no threat, but even the old fellows lurking in the background would be powerless against it. Yet, a certain rogue had stolen a portion of its dragon's spirit grass. Should it discover the identity of this thief, it would stop at nothing to obliterate him into mere scrap, fueled by rage. The Wind Xian beast's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, instilling greater pressure on the human cultivators, leaving them perplexed. How could a cornered beast possess such resilience? One disciple of the beast-taming sect, witnessing this scene, frowned and took a step back, commanding, "Disciples of the beast-taming sect, heed my orders, form the formation." With that command, several disciples withdrew and arranged themselves into formation. Confinement spirit formation, activate. The leading disciple shouted, forming seals with his hands, releasing waves of strange light. The other disciples followed suit, their lights intertwining, subtly forming a net. Seeing this, the sword-browed man's expression tightened, and he gritted his teeth, immediately withdrawing from the battlefield. As the Wind Xian beast broke free from its confrontation with the sword-browed man, the colorful net fell into its sight, causing its pupils to contract. Clearly, the Wind Xian beast harbored considerable apprehension towards this net. Yet in the next moment, a frenzied determination glimmered in its eyes. "You think capturing me will be so easy?" It roared, its wings flailing wildly, summoning an overwhelming azure whirlwind that filled the space. Countless small and large whirlwinds converged, ultimately forming a gigantic vortex towering dozens of feet high, crashing towards the now-formed net. The disciples of the beast-taming sect, witnessing this, stiffened and began forming seals with their hands, channeling their elemental power into the colorful net. In an instant, the net's radiance intensified, its energy fluctuations astonishing. Indeed, the beast-taming sect possessed formidable resources. Even a single confinement spirit formation held such immense power. A middle-aged observer, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't he help but exclaim in awe. Indeed, the beast-taming sect retains the legendary 10,000 beast locking formation, a terrifying array that once captured and killed 2 celestial beasts. If this is true, the beast-taming sect may very well rival the current 5 major sects. An elder beside the middle-aged man slowly spoke, his eyes filled with astonishment. As the spectators watched, the formidable azure whirlwind collided violently with the colorful net, unleashing a catastrophic wave of energy. In that moment, numerous Yuan Gang and Earth Gang cultivators surged with energy, forming barriers to shield against the onslaught. Those below the Yuan Gang realm were forced to retreat hundreds of steps, evading the terrifying energy shockwaves. Countless energies intertwined, causing chaos in the elemental forces, shattering stones and obscuring the sky with dust. nearly disorienting the numerous cultivators present, who emerged victorious. Weaker cultivators, whose vision was impaired, voiced this question, their eyes filled with anticipation. Some Yuan gang cultivators squinted at the chaotic energy storm ahead, their eyes shimmering with an unfathomable light. To them, the storm that obscured others was merely an inconsequential veil. They could see the scene within clearly. Indeed, they have triumphed, one Yuan gang cultivator murmured, gazing into the energy tempest. The locking spirit formation is truly as reputed. With that final declaration, the outcome of the battle became apparent. Chapter 106. The Venerable Lion. As the chaotic energy storm gradually dissipated, the combat scene finally became clear to the onlookers. Some ordinary cultivators gasped in shock at the sight. In their eyes, the once mighty Wen Xian beast, who had ruled the Beast Mountain range with an iron fist, now lay ensnared within the colorful net. Its roars of defiance futile against the binding trap. This ruler of the Beast Mountain range, who had dominated for decades, had finally met its downfall. The disciples of the beast-taming sect gradually reigned in their energy. Gazing at the firmly captured Wen Xian beast with relief, the leading disciple gestured for several others to approach and secure the beast. Wait. At that moment, an uninvited voice interrupted. The expressions of the beast-taming sect disciples shifted as they turned to see a rotund elder floating toward them. His expression laced with malice, suspended in midair, a formidable earth gang cultivator. The disciples felt a weight in their hearts. Only the leading disciple stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. May I inquire what this esteemed elder seeks? Onlookers reacted with varied expressions. They were all too familiar with the rotund elder. Mo Sanxiao, a rogue cultivator from the Great Qin dynasty, nicknamed Smiling Knife. This notorious figure was known for his capricious temperament and penchant for plunder. Having antagonized countless factions and powerful beings, given his Earth Gang strength, no one dared to challenge him. Clearly, he had set his sights on the Wen Xian beast. Some strong figures inwardly cursed his shamelessness. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for the disciples of the beast-taming sect, they had also suffered at Mo Sanxiao's hands in the past and could empathize with their predicament. Hee. The rotund elder stroked his sparse bald head and grinned. A few young ones, I won't waste words. I've taken a liking to this Wen Xian beast. Would you kindly step aside? Though he pretended to negotiate, his tone was laced with threats. The leading disciple of the beast-taming sect suppressed his anger. Responding calmly, esteemed elder, this Wen Xian beast was captured through the combined efforts of my sect's disciples. Your request may be a bit excessive. Excessive? The rotund elder feigned ignorance, widening his eyes. Am I being excessive? The plump old man surveyed the crowd around him, chuckling. Do you think I am being excessive? Those familiar with the old man's temperament dared not respond, their gazes averted as for the few formidable warriors of the earthly vigor realm. Although unafraid of him, they had no desire to offend him and thus remained silent, merely observing the spectacle. After all, offending a powerful figure of the earthly vigor realm could spell significant trouble for their own factions. See, no one thinks I am being excessive. These young ones, why not let them go to me? The plump old man turned to a few disciples with a mischievous grin. The leading disciple's expression grew grim at the old man's brazen antics. And he mustered his courage to reply, Senior, we cannot possibly part with this Wen Xian beast, and we will not. Sighing, the plump old man shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. You youngsters are truly stubborn. No matter how I plead, you simply refuse to listen. In the next moment, a powerful wave of elemental force erupted from the plump old man, surging toward the leading disciple as if to claim his head. Nearby, the earthly vigor experts shook their heads in resignation. It seemed these disciples of the beast-tamer sect were destined to meet their demise here. However, just as the plump old man's attack was poised to engulf the leading disciple, a great seal descended from the heavens, intercepting the attack with a radiant golden light, absorbing the incoming force. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed, Has the beast-tamer sect truly been forgotten after years of seclusion? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the earthly vigor warriors shifted, their gazes drawn to a certain spot in the void. There, an elder clad in a coarse robe floated majestically, accompanied by a formidable azure lion. Clearly no ordinary beast. The plump old man also noticed this elder, momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the azure lion, his expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, Venerable Fushi, Luo Ying, Venerable Fushi. Most of the present cultivators appeared bewildered at the title. Only a select few strong individuals, after a brief contemplation, suddenly understood, their faces reflecting astonishment. Luo Ying, this fellow is still alive. Wasn't he said to have perished in the battle a century ago? A warrior of the earthly vigor realm gazed at the elder in the coarse robe, his expression shifting notably. The remaining earthly vigor experts, though silent, displayed varying expressions, indicating that the elder's appearance had considerably unsettled them. Upon seeing the elder, the beast-tamer sect disciples were overjoyed. hastily approaching to pay their respects. "We greet you, venerable." The elder waved his hand, signaling them to step back, then turned to the plump old man, smiling lightly. "Imo-san Shao, I recall that when we first met, you were merely a fledgling in the elemental pulse realm. A century has passed, and I see you have now stepped into the earthly vigor realm." The plump old man's face stiffened, a forced smile upon his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew well of the formidable reputation this elder had earned a century prior. Setting aside seniority, even in terms of strength, the elder had been a renowned figure in the earthly vigor realm long ago. And now, after a century, he was likely even more inscrutable. Faced with such a terrifying presence, the plump old man's capricious temperament and predatory style would have to be tempered. "Do you believe that just because you have entered the earthly vigor realm, you possess the right to bully disciples of the beast tamer sect?" The coarse-robed elder's tone turned cold, his gaze fixed intently on the plump old man. "Or do you think that the beast tamer sect is now inferior to the 5 major sects?" The plump old man's expression shifted again. If the latter part of the elder's statement had been an inquiry into his responsibilities, the latter part was a pointed jab. What was crucial, however, was that he felt like a monkey being made a spectacle of. In a distant corner, an elder clad in white, hovering in the air, narrowed his eyes, observing the coarse-robed elder with a flicker of interest. The plump old man coughed lightly, laughing heartily. "Venerable Fusher, today's events stem from my prior actions, and I apologize for them. I hope you can show leniency." The earthly vigor warriors present did not find it unusual for the plump old man to quickly concede, for they had no doubt regarding the elder's strength. "Oh," the coarse-robed elder frowned slightly, his tone indifferent. That all there is to it." Hearing this, the plump old man's face changed again. It was evident that the elder was not going to let this matter rest easily. However, given the current situation, he steeled himself and continued. "What does the venerable wish for?" "Quite simple," the elder replied, a faint smile on his lips as he spoke the next few words slowly. "I require these few disciples to bow and apologize." Chapter 107. Beyond the earthly vigor boom. At this declaration, shock rippled through the assembly. The earthly vigor warriors were momentarily stunned, scarcely believing their ears. They had anticipated that Luo Ying would not let the matter rest easily, but they expected it to be limited to a mere apology or perhaps some form of compensation. Yet what was demanded completely overturned their assumptions, forcing a formidable earthly vigor warrior to kneel before his disciples. How could this be possible? They fully understood the pride and dignity of such strong beings. In a world where the earthly vigor realm was the pinnacle of power, demanding such submission from them seemed utterly absurd. As they had surmised, the plump old man transitioned from bewilderment to disbelief, culminating in furious indignation. "Venerable Fusher, this just is hardly amusing." The plump old man's demeanor turned frigid, filled with rage as he glared at the coarse-robed elder. Concurrently, waves of elemental energy emanated from him. While he was indeed wary of the elder, it did not mean he would allow the elder to walk all over him. Let us not forget, he too was a peak earthly vigor warrior. "It seems you are unwilling to comply." Unfazed by the plump old man's fury, the coarse-robed elder merely smiled, his expression turning cold. "In that case, do not blame me for not giving you a chance." The expressions of the numerous warriors present grew increasingly grave. It appeared that Luo Ying was preparing to take action. Finally, the plump old man, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly. "Very well. Today, I shall witness firsthand the prowess of the venerable Fusher from a century ago." With that, a powerful surge of elemental energy erupted from the plump old man's body, sweeping outward. Observing this aura, the earthly vigor warriors present exchanged glances, realizing that Imo Sanqiao's strength had indeed progressed. He must be nearing mid-stage earthly vigor. "This is quite the pressure Luo Ying has placed upon him, to force him to this point so quickly," remarked a female earthly vigor warrior, who had encountered Shun Lang previously. "Go." At last, as the might of the plump old man's palm seal reached a terrifying crescendo, he bellowed, both palms striking outward. The massive seal radiated blinding light as it descended upon the energy circle. During its descent, the overwhelming energy fluctuations compressed the very air to its limits, resulting in explosive sound waves that echoed through the arena. Gazing at the relentless might of the seal, the coarse-robed elder remained unperturbed, seemingly unfazed by the impending danger. As the seal was about to engulf the energy circle, he leisurely raised a finger and pointed at the void. In an instant, the energy circle shrank, its brilliance shifting. "Break for me." The plump old man glared forward, exerting all his strength to drive the seal down upon the energy circle. Boom! The clash of two formidable energies erupted, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that disrupted the very essence of the world. Even the air could not withstand the pressure, detonating in a cacophony of sonic booms. The aftermath of the energy explosion, triggered by the collision of powers, surged forth in waves, resembling crashing tides, ceaselessly stirring up chaos within a 100-mile radius. Mountains crumbled, and dense forests lay flattened, creating a near-vacuum zone. Numerous formidable beings retreated in alarm, with those beneath the Yuan Gang realm even suffering injuries and spitting blood from the overwhelming force of the energy waves. Witnessing such a scene, almost all the powerful figures displayed expressions of horror. The clash between the Earth Gang realm experts had reached an astonishing level of terror. After a while, the energy waves gradually subsided, restoring tranquility to the surroundings, revealing the figures of the two combatants once more. Who would emerge victorious? In that fleeting moment, a shared sense of curiosity gripped the hearts of all cultivators. As the dust settled, two silhouettes stood suspended in the air before the onlookers. The elder in the coarse robe had his garments billowing in the wind, his expression as calm as ever, as if nothing had changed. In contrast, the plump elder, though uninjured, wore an expression of fury and disbelief, his gaze fixed intensely on the elder in the coarse robe. How is this possible? After a brief pause, the plump elder finally managed to utter these words, his expression teetering on the brink of madness. My attack. Even a fully realized Earth Gang expert would struggle to withstand it so effortlessly. How could you achieve this? At this sight, the pupils of the surrounding experts contracted, especially those of the Earth Gang realm, who gazed at the elder in the coarse robe with unprecedented gravity. They had all witnessed the plump elder's previous strike, and according to their estimations, even if they could withstand it, it would require considerable effort. Yet the esteemed Vusher had absorbed it so effortlessly. The plump elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the elder in the coarse robe, a flicker of unease dancing in his gaze. Mo Sanshao, your skills are indeed commendable. No wonder you dare to disregard my beast-taming sect. However, the elder in the coarse robe paused slightly, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Your methods may suffice against Earth Gang experts, but to challenge me, that is simply insufficient. The plump elder's countenance twitched, a hint of realization dawning upon him. For a moment, his breath became shallow, yet he forced himself to remain composed. What do you mean? What do I mean? The elder in the coarse robe let out a cold laugh, then waved his robe. Because I have long transcended the Earth Gang realm. His voice resonated, echoing in the ears of the powerful figures, igniting a tempest of astonishment within their hearts. Chapter 108. The Grand Elder of Huajin Sect. There it was. Shenlang felt the energy fluctuations emanating from ahead, his gaze flickering. Such potent energy waves. This aura likely surpassed even the Yuan Gang realm. Just moments ago, an unprecedented and terrifying energy surge had erupted ahead, nearly reaching Shenlang's position. Judging by the direction, it was evidently the den of the Wind Xian beast. How strange. Although the Wind Xian beast was formidable, engaging it shouldn't have escalated to such an extent, should it? Shenlang furrowed his brow, contemplating, faintly sensing that something far more significant was unfolding ahead. Little one, he murmured softly, turning to his shoulder, only to be astounded to discover that the little creature had vanished without a trace. Shenlang hesitated, then released his soul perception to search, yet yielded no results. His expression grew serious, as he sensed an unsettling connection between the little one's sudden disappearance and the earlier energy fluctuations. What had transpired ahead? The atmosphere surrounding the Wind Xian beast's lair was eerily silent. Almost all the powerful figures were fixated on the figure in the coarse robe suspended in the air. That voice still reverberated within their minds. Transcending the Earth Gang realm, one Earth Gang expert swallowed hard, seemingly unable to process the implications. A peak expert of the Great Qin dynasty. It had been ages since he had experienced such emotional turmoil. Yet, he was compelled to be awestruck by the presence of the elder in the coarse robe. The plump elder's expression fluctuated between shadow and light, his face contorting in distress. If he had previously harbored doubts about the strength of the Vusher from a century prior, he now had no choice but to acknowledge that the latter had far surpassed him. To effortlessly withstand a full-force attack with such nonchalance, which Earth Gang expert in the entire Great Qin dynasty possessed such power? Yet, recalling the elder in the coarse robe's earlier words, the plump elder's heart sank further. The elder's indifferent gaze landed upon him, uttering coolly, "What now? Do you still wish to fight?" The plump elder felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he feigned a smile and said, "Haha, the strength of the Vusher indeed surpasses that of yesteryear. I find myself lacking." With a swift glance around, the plump elder's eyes darted, and he clasped his hands towards the crowd, a smile plastered across his face. "Everyone, I just remembered I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he spun around, becoming a fleeting shadow as he sped away. Witnessing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, then turned their eyes to the elder in the coarse robe. The latter remained unfazed, palms pressed together, releasing a peculiar wave that swiftly radiated from his center, rippling outward. In the next moment, a furious roar erupted from the distance, followed by a blinding white light hurtling towards the elder, stopping right before him. Upon discerning the true form of that white figure, the spectators collectively gasped. Was it not the plump elder himself? To capture an Earth Gang expert from afar, the The powerful figures felt their hearts tremble, unaccustomed to such emotions after many years. This old fellow, who had not shown himself for a century, had unexpectedly been in seclusion. Striving for the celestial gang realm, it seemed he had succeeded. A middle-aged beauty's lips moved slightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with a mix of sentimentality and concern. It appeared that the true goal of the beast-taming sect was not merely to capture the Winxian beast, but rather to seize the opportunity to re-emerge. A middle-aged man spoke solemnly. The entry of Luo Ying into the celestial gang realm signifies that the beast-taming sect now possesses the means to rival the 5 major sections. It seems the power dynamics of the 100 Dynasties domain are set to shift once more. However, the middle-aged man's gaze shifted towards the nearby plump elder, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now that the Grand Elder of Huajin sect is present, if the beast-taming sect wishes to join the ranks of the 5 major sects, he will undoubtedly need to step forward. What lay ahead would likely prove to be the most intriguing part of the unfolding events. This moment, the plump elder found himself enveloped in a peculiar white mist, unable to struggle against it. The elder in the coarse robe stood tall, speaking languidly. Emo Sanchao, it seems you have forgotten something. Must I step in to remind you? The plump elder was filled with both shock and fear. He had never anticipated that Luo Ying would reach such heights. The current situation left him little room for contemplation, and he quickly pleaded, "Vusher, I am willing to bow in apology to your sect's disciples. I hope you will show mercy." The powerful figures were filled with mixed emotions, unable to fathom that even an Earthgang expert could find themselves in such a plight. An apology? The elder in the coarse robe chuckled lightly. I am afraid that was the condition from before. Since you did not agree, you now find yourself in this predicament. I can only propose a new condition. The plump elder's eyes narrowed to slits. What is it? I will agree without hesitation. My new condition is, the elder in the coarse robe paused slightly, a smile gracing his lips. You, Emo Sanchao, must henceforth submit to my beast-taming sect. What? The crowd was taken aback, their expression shifting dramatically, turning grim. If the elder's previous actions were merely to establish authority, then this blatant display of ambition for expansion was undeniable. The expansion of any faction inevitably breeds unease among others. Especially for a colossal force like the beast-taming sect, its expansion would profoundly impact the entire Great Qin dynasty and even the 100 Dynasties domain. Most crucially, if the elder in the coarse robe could successfully compel Mo Sanchao to submit in such a manner, did this not imply the possibility of coercing other factions as well? After all, in the Great Qin dynasty, besides the royal family and Huajin sect, which other force could rival the displayed strength of the beast-taming sect? All gazes converged upon the plump elder, who was none other than the Grand Elder of Huajin sect. Given the current situation, it seemed he must inevitably step forward. Contrary to their expectations, the plump elder sighed softly. Taking a step forward to face the elder in the coarse robe. That moment, the elder in the coarse robe appeared to sense his approach, turning his gaze toward him. Luo Ying, it has been a long time. The plump elder smiled warmly. I never expected you to still be alive. The elder in the coarse robe met his gaze, also smiling slightly. Yin Xian, I too did not expect you to have survived until now, and to have entered the celestial gang realm, becoming the Grand Elder of Huajin sect. Upon hearing this, the gathered powerful figures felt a jolt, recalling that this Grand Elder of Huajin sect was a bona fide celestial gang expert. Chapter 109. The arriving trouble indeed. The world is ever-changing, and time flies swiftly. The old man in the white robe smiled faintly and shook his head, his gaze shifting to the plump elder tightly bound before him. He spoke slowly. Luo Ying, regardless of the circumstances, you are indeed a senior from a century ago. Is it truly appropriate to make things difficult for a junior? The powerful figures present all felt a twitch of their expressions. What junior could Mo Sanchao possibly be called? What of their own status as beings in the Yuan Gang realm, or even Yuan Sea realm? Yet, this was an undeniable fact, one they were powerless to refute. Make things difficult? Is that so? I merely asked him to apologize, and when he refused, I offered him another choice. Simply to join our Beastmaster sect. Is that truly a hardship? The elder in the brown robe met the white-robed elder's gaze and smiled lightly. Sighing softly, the old man in white said, So, you have forgotten the sect agreement from a century ago? The sect agreement. Many powerful figures present showed expressions of confusion, while only a few from the Earthgang realm seemed to understand, their eyes flickering with recognition. I have not forgotten the sect agreement, but, the brown-robed elder paused slightly, a cold smile forming that a century ago. This agreement was established by the 7 major sections after the war between humans and demons. Both our Beastmaster sect and the Blood sect suffered devastating losses, nearly eradicated and ousted from the ranks of top sections. The Blood sect has now completely severed its lineage. Our Beastmaster sect has barely survived. regaining some vitality and avoiding extinction. However, the resources and territories we once held have been mostly divided among your 5 major sections. Given this, how can our Beast Master sect still be bound by the sect agreement? The white-robed elder's expression tightened, contemplating for a moment before he sighed. So it is for this reason. However, he shook his head gently. Since I have intervened, you cannot take Emo Sanshao away today, regardless of the outcome. As the words of the white-robed elder fell, the atmosphere in the vicinity became palpably tense. All the powerful figures held their breath, fixated on the unfolding situation. Could it be that another confrontation among the Earth Gang realm would erupt? Such a clash had not been witnessed in a century. Very well, the brown-robed elder nodded, extending a bony hand, his gaze indifferent. Since it has come to this, let us speak with strength. Allow me to witness the prowess of the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect. The white-robed elder averted his gaze from the brown-robed elder, surveying the surroundings as if resigned. Do you truly wish to battle? Indeed, the brown-robed elder's tone was resolute. Very well, the white-robed elder nodded lightly. Looking into the distance, let us fight in the skies. With that, the white-robed elder transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring towards the heavens. The onlookers understood that the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect was intentionally relocating the battlefield. After all, the aftermath of a confrontation among Earth Gang realm warriors could be beyond the comprehension of those below the Yuan Gang realm. The brown-robed elder watched the figure of the white-robed elder recede, then cast his gaze on Emo Sanshao, snorting coldly before waving his hand, releasing the bindings on the ladder. Emo Sanshao, whether you stay or go is your choice. But let me be clear, if I win this battle, I shall personally take your life. Before the recently freed plump elder could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the brown-robed elder's chilling words, his expression freezing in dread. The Earth Gang realm warriors present exchanged glances of sympathy. The brown-robed elder's words, though framed as a choice, were indeed a death sentence. Emo Sanshao was in deep trouble. Sure enough, after much hesitation, Emo Sanshao ultimately chose to remain, his face a mask of unwillingness. At that moment, Shenlang gazed at the multitude of figures in the sky, inhaling sharply. Such a spectacle was indeed rare. Not to mention, he sensed the presence of numerous powerful beings beyond the Yuan Gang realm. These formidable figures, typically of elder status within the Huajin sect, had gathered in the small Demon Beast mountain range. Although many were soaring through the air, most relied on magical artifacts. A considerable number stood on the ground, clustered together. After a brief pause, Shenlang joined the throng. Upon nearing this location, he had instructed the forest giant ape to remain hidden in a dense thicket, aware of its sensitive identity. After scanning the ground, Shenlang lifted his gaze to scrutinize the hovering strongmen, recognizing several familiar faces, including a middle-aged beauty and others he had encountered before. Yet, his attention abruptly halted on a particular group, his eyes flickering. There, he spotted several faces he recognized well, the elders of the Huajin sect. He was astonished that even the Huajin sect had made an appearance here. Curiosity surged within Shenlang. What could have transpired to warrant such a grand gathering? Just then, he felt the little creature on his shoulders stirring again, its small eyes surveying the surroundings with a sense of relief. Shenlang furrowed his brow, puzzled by the little one's sudden change. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he quickly looked up to see the plump elder in the air, his expression oddly fixated on Shenlang. An Earth Gang realm warrior. Noticing the emptiness beneath the plump elder's feet, Shenlang's heart sank. Clearly, this was yet another peak powerhouse. However, the fervent gaze of the plump elder and the increasingly unusual expression only deepened Shenlang's frown. He had no prior acquaintance with this elder. Why was he so intensely focused on him? Most importantly, in such a vast sea of people, why was this Earth Gang realm warrior fixating solely on him? Suddenly, a thought crossed Shenlang's mind, and he followed the elder's gaze to that moment. The little creature quieted down. Shenlang's heart sank. Damn it. How could he have forgotten about this most crucial being? With no time to lose, he let his arm droop, signaling for the little creature to jump into his pocket. Yet, it was evidently too late. The plump elder let out a series of peculiar chuckles before diving downward. The strong figures present were momentarily taken aback. What was this fellow up to now? Seeing the plump elder suddenly charge towards the crowd, a frown creased the brow of an Earth Gang realm warrior. Damn it. As the plump elder surged forward, Shenlang cursed inwardly, his feet moving swiftly to avoid capture. However, it seemed the elder had locked onto Shenlang, precisely adjusting his position regardless of Shenlang's evasions. The might of an Earth Gang realm warrior was indeed fearsome. As the plump elder drew ever closer, Shenlang felt cold sweat beat on his forehead. Damn it. Was he about to be captured? In that critical moment, the little creature let out a soft chirp, startling Shenlang into clarity. In the next instant, he swiftly shifted his form and changed his steps, just as the plump elder was about to swoop down and seize Shenlang's sleeve. He narrowly evaded, changing positions in the nick of time. Breathing a sigh of relief, he watched the plump elder land empty-handed. standing behind two bewildered disciples. That was close, at this moment. The gazes of all powerful figures present converged on the scene. Some on the plump elder and others on Shenlang. The unexpected appearance of Shenlang and the elder's peculiar reaction piqued their curiosity. Who was this young man? Why had Mo Sanchao suddenly targeted him? Surrounded by Shenlang and the plump elder, the crowd hastily dispersed, wary of becoming collateral damage. The plump elder slowly retracted his hands, flashing a grin at Shenlang. Truly, the heavens do not forsake me. The plump elder's small eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with joy. Initially, he believed he was at an impasse, destined to submit to the Beastmaster sect and live a constrained life. Yet, the appearance of this young man had turned the tides of fate, to be precise. It was the little creature on his shoulder. The plump elder's gaze fell upon Shenlang's pocket, where the little creature resided. And he couldn't help but lick his lips. With his extensive experience, he could easily discern the extraordinary nature of that little beast. His intentions were clear, to seize this little creature for his own. However, his motives were not driven by the same ruthless desire as before. His true aim was to extricate himself from his current predicament. The unique nature of the Beastmaster sect lay in its human-demon synergy, where the sect's combat strength relied on the collaboration between cultivators and demon beasts. The sect possessed numerous demon beasts, all under the control of its disciples. Furthermore, the sect had many esoteric techniques for manipulating demon beasts. For instance, the previously demonstrated demon binding spirit formation was one of many secret arts within the sect. Given the sect's unique attributes, the importance of demon beasts was self-evident, while exceptional disciples could be nurtured. Finding suitable and rare demon beasts was exceedingly challenging. Generally, the demon beasts within the sect were raised from a young age to ensure better control. In contrast, adult demon beasts, aside from their formidable strength, were also notoriously difficult to tame. Consequently, the search for precious young demon beasts had become a significant dilemma for the Beastmaster sect. Now, however, he had stumbled upon a ready-made demon beast. The plump elder fixated on Shenlang's pocket. The fervor in his eyes unmasked. He was completely certain that it must be a rare and precious beast, and judging by its condition, it was likely still in its juvenile phase. It was easy to imagine that if he used this beast as a bargaining chip, his chances of escaping the control of Luoying would undoubtedly increase significantly. Regardless of the circumstances, this was the only opportunity he had at the moment, observing the unabashed greed in the eyes of the plump elder. Shenlang's heart sank. The other party's intentions were already quite evident. With thoughts racing through his mind, Shenlang contemplated his next course of action. The plump elder chuckled coldly a few times before slowly approaching Shenlang. Is it you? In the air, a middle-aged beauty narrowed her eyes, clearly recognizing Shenlang as the person she had encountered previously. How strange. What does Mo Sanchao intend to do? The middle-aged beauty frowned slightly. Puzzled. Kid. The plump elder halted his steps, a smug expression evident in his words. I'll be straightforward. I want that beast of yours. How about it? The elder stood with his hands behind his back, exuding even more authority than before when he had threatened the disciples of the beast-taming sect. After observing Shenlang's previous reactions, the elder had determined that Shenlang was likely just a rogue cultivator without a significant background. With that in mind, he felt no apprehension. As Shenlang quickly retreated, he smiled in response. Esteemed elder, this beast has been with me since childhood, and we share a deep bond. I fear it cannot be done. Very well, I won't take it for free. How about I trade you a high-grade spirit herb for your beast? Surprisingly, the plump elder did not press him further but instead turned his palm over, revealing a spirit herb, smiling at Shenlang. Shenlang was taken aback and then shook his head. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of such a trade. Exchange a high-grade spirit herb for that little creature? What a joke. Setting aside other conditions, a heavenly herb could hardly compare to the little one in value. Shenlang scoffed internally, but his expression grew increasingly tense. If bribery failed, intimidation would surely follow. Indeed, upon Shenlang's refusal, the elder's expression darkened completely. Since he refused this opportunity, do not blame me for being merciless. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across the elder's face. If it weren't for the earlier incident and his desire to avoid unnecessary conflict, he would have acted forcibly long ago. Just then, as Shenlang retreated a few more steps, the plump elder suddenly lunged forward, his hand transforming into a claw, aimed directly at Shenlang. In the blink of an eye, the elder appeared right before him. How swift! Shenlang was alarmed. Without the crowd as an obstacle, the elder's assault was undoubtedly more targeted. In this open area, he had almost no means to evade. He dodged a few of the elder's strikes, but as the elder launched another attack, Shenlang realized he had nowhere left to escape. A large hand reached out, grasping at Shenlang's collar. At this moment, Shenlang's gaze suddenly swept over a few figures in the air, and his eyes brightened. As the plump elder prepared to seize him, a smug expression crossed his face. Stop. Shenlang suddenly thrust his hand forward. nearly matching the elder's palm. The unexpected shout momentarily stunned the elder, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, what sort of person was he? How could he be deceived by such trivial tactics? The elder's claw continued to extend, aimed at Shen Lang. This kid is a disciple of the Huajin sect. Elder, you should think carefully. Shen Lang's voice boomed, echoing in the ears of every powerful figure present. What? The plump elder was momentarily taken aback, and nearly simultaneously, he exclaimed in surprise. However, he had no time to ponder further and had to halt his advance. Once he stood still, the elder fixed his gaze on Shen Lang, enunciating each word. What did you say? Repeat that. Shen Lang took a few deep breaths, retreating several steps to create a safe distance before smiling back. I am a disciple of the Huajin sect, and I hope the esteemed elder will show mercy. Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, all the powerful figures present displayed peculiar expressions. Just moments ago, the beast-taming sect's affair was unresolved, and now another major background appears. Is Mo Sanchao really that unfortunate today to encounter such a formidable opponent? The muscles in the plump elder's face twitched. He clearly did not want to believe Shen Lang's words, but the earlier events left him no choice but to proceed with caution. Kid, do you think I can be easily fooled? The plump elder squinted, the threat in his tone unmistakable. Shen Lang spread his hands, smiling. I wouldn't dare. Moreover, the Huajin sect members are right here. Why not verify? Hearing this, the powerful figures turned their gazes towards the direction of the Huajin sect, as if eager for a spectacle. Indeed, the truth lay with them. One inquiry would reveal the reality. The plump elder's expression grew increasingly grim. Shen Lang's confidence seemed to shatter his final plans. Suddenly, feeling the weight of many scrutinizing eyes, an elder from the Huajin sect furrowed his brows, having caught Shen Lang's earlier statement. Without the need for the plump elder to inquire, this elder waved his sleeve and approached Shen Lang. Greetings, elder. Shen Lang clasped his hands toward the elder. The elder did not first look at Shen Lang. Instead, he bowed slightly to the plump elder, smiling. Greetings, Elder Mo. The plump elder nodded dismissively. His primary concern was to ascertain the truth of Shen Lang's identity. Elder Ling, is this kid one of your disciples? The elder named Ling gradually ceased smiling, nodding. Elder Mo, no need to rush. Let me inquire. Turning to Shen Lang, Elder Ling asked calmly, what is your name, and which disciple are you? Shen Lang smiled slightly. Unhurried. I am Shen Lang, currently an inner disciple. Shen Lang, inner disciple. Elder Ling murmured, why have I not heard of you? Wait. Upon hearing the elder's initial statement, the plump elder's face lit up with joy. But before he could execute his next move, the elder's latter words made his heart sink once more at that moment. Elder Ling wore an expression of astonishment, his gaze towards Shen Lang filled with skepticism. What did you say? Your name is Shen Lang. Shen Lang nodded affirmatively. Elder Ling's skepticism deepened. Shen Lang was indeed a renowned figure within the Huajin sect, and coupled with his rumored relationship with the young master Yin Su, his notoriety had risen to near equal stature. As an elder of the Huajin sect, he had certainly heard of him. However, having never seen Shen Lang's true face, he could not recognize him at a glance. But then, Elder Ling's eyes suddenly flickered as he slowly remarked, that can't be right. I recall Shen Lang was demoted to a mundane disciple. How could he possibly be an inner disciple? The plump elder's heart raced. Every question posed by Elder Ling was a glimmer of hope for him. Yet, Shen Lang delivered a heavy blow. Holding up a token before Elder Ling, Shen Lang calmly stated, this is the identity token issued to me by Elder Chi from the task hall. Seeing the token Shen Lang presented, Elder Ling was momentarily stunned but accepted it, scrutinizing it closely. After examining the token for a moment, Elder Ling displayed a hint of surprise. This token is indeed genuine. With Elder Ling's nod, the plump elder's heart sank completely. Today, he truly had no avenue for retreat. With a soft sigh, the plump elder prepared to turn and leave. However, to that moment, Elder Ling's tone shifted. I recall this is not the time for sect disciples to be outside. Is it? How did you end up here? The plump elder paused, his steps faltering. Shen Lang was also taken aback. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled a significant detail, inwardly cursing his oversight. According to the rules of the Huajin sect, during this time frame, unless specifically permitted by the sect, ordinary disciples were not allowed to venture out. Yet, in his eagerness to train in the Beast Mountain range and prepare for Huang Yuan, he had completely overlooked this critical stipulation. If you snuck out at this moment, Elder Ling spoke again, his tone growing colder. How could a cultivator at the Yuan Vein realm sneak out? The outer perimeter is guarded by powerful Yuan Sea realm experts. Shen Lang sighed inwardly. For an ordinary person, it would indeed be difficult to evade the watchful eyes of such powerful figures. However, he had managed to avoid detection thanks to his soul power, which rivaled that of the Yuan Sea realm. But now, This had morphed into an inextricable dilemma. Furthermore, I have not received any reports of missing disciples prior to my arrival. Elder Ling fixed his gaze on Shenlang, his tone becoming increasingly frigid. Kid, you are likely not a disciple of the Huajin sect, are you? Do you think that just because you forged a token and learned a name, you can impersonate a disciple of the Huajin sect? These words stunned not only the plump elder, but all the powerful figures present. What? Has the situation flipped so quickly? Initially, based on the previous events, they believed the plump elder had run into a formidable obstacle. Little did they expect that Elder Ling would turn the tables in such a manner. Shenlang was equally taken aback by Elder Ling's sudden conclusion. While it was reasonable for Elder Ling to have his doubts due to the troublesome situation, to directly label him as an imposter was bewildering. Setting aside the question of the token's authenticity, had he not just affirmed its genuineness moments ago? Pondered deeply, prompting him to inquire, Elder Ling, did you not previously assert the authenticity of the token? The notion of forgery? I fail to comprehend. Elder Ling responded with a cold chuckle. If I had not made such a declaration, how could I ensure you would not grow complacent and fabricate a lie? It is only by exposing your logical fallacies that I can ultimately reveal your true identity. At that moment, was left speechless, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. He could hardly believe that this esteemed elder of the Huajin sect possessed such peculiar reasoning. Elder Ling then waved his hand dismissively and addressed the plump elder with a smirk. Mo, the truth has been discerned. I have concluded that this boy is certainly not a disciple of the Huajin sect. The expressions of the gathered strongmen were utterly captivating. Elder Ling's pronouncement effectively sentenced to doom. Meanwhile, the plump elder's heart swelled with delight, as Elder Ling's words had undoubtedly granted him a second chance at life. Exhaling deeply, he turned to with a menacing glint in his eyes, you have quite the audacity, boy, to impersonate a disciple of the Huajin sect and deceive me. Fury surged within as he met Elder Ling's gaze. Elder, your conclusion is rather hasty, don't you think? Hasty? Elder Ling snorted, his demeanor darkening as he glared at. You dare to challenge me? This only serves to further prove you are not a disciple of the Huajin sect. Our disciples would never question an elder. S mind raced with indignation. If only he had the strength, he would gladly slap some sense into this irrational elder. What had this old fool ingested to lose his wits? Elder Ling, having no desire to cast another glance at, smiled at the plump elder, clasped his hands in farewell, and returned to the Huajin sect's position. The plump elder watched him leave with a smile. Then turned to, his malice becoming evident. This matter only underscores that your silver tongue will not save you. The plump elder laughed heartily, then his tone turned icy. Boy, I will give you one last chance. Will you hand over that beast? Sighed softly and slowly drew the black blade from his back. Very well. Upon witnessing his actions, the plump elder's expression twisted into a snarl as he summoned a surge of power in his palm. Since that is the case, I shall send you on your way. In such close proximity, had no chance to escape. The plump elder was confident that a single strike would obliterate him. Naturally, he would temper his strength to avoid damaging the pouch containing the beast. Surrounding energy surged around, causing the black blade to tremble slightly. With no retreat left, he resolved to fight to the death. The plump elder's hand transformed into a claw, radiating dreadful power as it lunged toward. As the violent energy threatened to engulf, the plump elder's grin widened. The onlookers sighed, realizing yet another life was about to be claimed by Mo Sanxiao's hands. You dare to harm a single hair on him. A booming sound wave approached, arriving in an instant and resonating throughout the space. Simultaneously, a formidable stream of energy surged forth, replete with terrifying power, aimed directly at the plump elder. The plump elder was taken aback, hastily withdrawing his palms to defend himself, forming a thick shield of energy before him. Boom! The energy stream collided fiercely with the energy shield, erupting in an explosion that sent powerful shockwaves rippling outward. Although the plump elder's shield held firm, he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. This sudden assault had clearly caught him off guard. As the residual energy dissipated, a crimson figure emerged. Drawing closer into view. It was a woman clad in a flowing red gown, her graceful form and stunning visage captivating all present, her long hair cascading down as it danced in the wind. Her ethereal aura caused the other women in attendance to feel a sense of inadequacy. Her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd, and some strongmen felt an icy shiver run down their spines from merely being regarded by her. Eventually, her gaze settled upon one individual. The woman's eyes flickered slightly, creating ripples of intrigue, and her delicate lips parted. Shenlang shuddered, astonishment filling his gaze. That voice sounded so familiar. Without further hesitation, he turned to face her. The enchanting figure stood before him, merging with the image etched in his mind. Yin Susu was momentarily stunned, questioning his own perception. He had never anticipated encountering her here, let alone being saved by her once more. As the seemingly fatal predicament had been thwarted by her intervention. You are still alive. I thought you had perished. In the next moment, Yin Susu's tone shifted, revealing a hint of irritation in her beautiful eyes. Cough. Well, it's fortunate you arrived. Otherwise, I would indeed be buried. Rubbed his nose, taken aback by Yin Susu's bluntness. You truly have not changed. Yin Susu shot a disapproving glance before her gaze turned cold as she fixed her eyes on the plump elder. Old man, you have quite the audacity to lay hands on a disciple of the Huajin sect. Since Yin Susu's arrival, the plump elder had been scrutinizing her. Recognizing this sudden assailant, he concealed his murderous intent. But upon realizing her identity, his heart sank. As a rogue cultivator, he had encountered many sect members, and it was undeniable that the woman before him was none other than the Huajin sect's young master. Yin Susu. Seeing her gaze directed at him, the plump elder forced a smile. Ah, it is the esteemed young master Yin. I was indeed mistaken. Mistaken? Yin Susu scoffed, offering no courtesy. I was wondering who it was. Turns out to be you, old man. Did you not receive enough punishment from me last time? The strongmen present were taken aback, and was momentarily stunned as well. However, after a moment of contemplation, he recalled a legend within the sect about how Yin Susu once defeated a formidable opponent of the earthly barrier realm despite being at the Sea of Origin realm. Though she had relied on a magical artifact, it was still an impressive feat after all. It was exceedingly rare for an ordinary cultivator to contend against one from a higher realm, as the challenges involved were far beyond imagination. It appeared this tale was indeed true, and Mo Sanshao happened to be that unfortunate earthly barrier cultivator. While this information was not a secret, few were privy to it. As the strongmen who were aware of the shared glance. Mo Sanxiao's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts, as he was wary of her status and strength. Yet, a troublesome situation still lay before him, cursing elderling in his heart. The plump elder hastily ingratiated himself. Young Master Yin, I had no knowledge that young Master Shin was a disciple of the Huajin sect. Just moments ago, elderling from your sect was adamant that young Master Shin was an impostor. Young Master Shin can attest to this, am I right? At this point, the plump elder's gaze shifted too, hinting at a desire to feign weakness. Elderling, Yin Susu's brows furrowed, her gaze lifting to locate elderling standing among the Huajin sect disciples. However, elderling appeared to be in disarray. Is that so? Yin Susu turned slightly to look at. Smiled, not denying the claim, and pointed to the figure overhead. If you wish to know, we can simply ask elderling. I see. Yin Susu nodded thoughtfully before letting out a cold laugh, not sparing elderling another glance. I will handle matters within the sect upon my return. However, her gaze returned to the plump elder. Her tone indifferent as she inquired, you nearly brought a disciple of the Huajin sect to his demise. How shall we settle this? The plump elder's complexion shifted once more, a bitter taste flooding his heart. Today had truly been a series of misfortunes for him. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth. I am willing to offer 10 high-grade spirit stones as compensation. What say you, young Master Yin? 10 high-grade spirit stones. Some strongmen revealed expressions of surprise, and even the earthly barrier cultivators shook their heads, displaying sympathy. 10 high-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 ordinary spirit stones, a sum that was exceedingly rare. Even for earthly barrier cultivators, it was no trifling amount. 10. Snorted lightly, his tone disdainful. Do you truly believe my life is worth merely 10? The plump elder's expression faltered, and he gritted his teeth again. 20. How about 20? Shook his head once more. Then how much do you desire? The plump elder inhaled deeply, his voice measured. Grinned, and raised a single finger. 100, not a penny less. What? The plump elder nearly spat blood at the audacity. 100 high-grade spirit stones equated to 1,000,000 ordinary spirit stones, an amount that could very well exceed the entire savings of many factions. Are you planning to rob me? The plump old man could no longer contain his anger and exclaimed. Rob? By the way, haven't you always relied on stealing, senior? Shin Lang spread his hands and spoke leisurely. The old man was momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to retort, but finding himself unable to. His aged face reddening with embarrassment. Shin Lang indeed spoke the truth. Most of his wealth had been acquired through cunning and plunder. After all, solitary cultivators lack the backing of powerful factions to provide them with cultivation resources. 100 high-grade spirit stones is far too much. I simply cannot produce such an amount, he stated after a brief silence, shaking his head. Not to worry if you cannot produce them. You may offer something of equal value instead. Shin Lang replied with a smile. Senior Mo, you are a formidable figure in the earthly realm. Surely you can gather such a trivial amount. The old man was about to erupt, but seemed to recall something. Ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Fine, I shall give it to you. With that, a flash from the Shumi ring on his right hand revealed a small bag the size of half a palm. Gritting his teeth, the old man reluctantly tossed the bag to Shin Lang, who caught it deftly and displayed a hint of surprise. The bag was a Chinquan bag, serving a similar purpose to a spatial ring, but with slightly reduced storage capabilities. Nevertheless, it was still quite valuable. To the old man, however, it was merely a container. Upon opening the Qiankuan bag and counting the number of high-grade spirit stones inside, Xinlang nodded in satisfaction. Although the quality of these stones could not compare to his own spirit crystals, their abundance rendered them significant resources for cultivation. Senior Mo is quite generous. Stowing the Qiankuan bag away, Xinlang's expression brightened as he addressed Mo Sanxiao with a grin. In that case, I shall not trouble you further. I bid you farewell. With the benefit secured, it was only natural to make his exit. Mo Sanxiao seethed with rage, but upon noticing the indifferent expression of Yin Susu, he was compelled to suppress his anger. Having parted with 100 high-grade spirit stones, Mo Sanxiao had indeed suffered a considerable loss. In the air, a middle-aged woman shook her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. Beside her, a middle-aged man, also a formidable figure in the earthly realm, narrowed his eyes at Yin Susu, pondering aloud. Strange, isn't Yin Susu from the Huajian sect? Why has she appeared here alone, instead of alongside her sect's entourage? In response, the middle-aged woman smiled faintly. It seems you do not quite grasp some matters within the Huajian sect. The middle-aged man displayed curiosity and interest. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? The woman nodded, her voice lowering slightly. However, I am not entirely certain of the specifics. Simply put, it appears that Yin Susu and the current leader of the Huajian sect, as well as that esteemed elder, are not on particularly good terms. The leader of the Huajian sect, the middle-aged man mused, then slowly remarked, if I recall correctly, the current leader has only held power for about 10 years, right? The internal dynamics of such a major sect are certainly not straightforward. The woman chuckled, seemingly uninterested in dwelling on that topic, and shifted to another subject. I wonder how the battle over there is progressing. At this, the middle-aged man's expression grew serious. It was undeniable that the conflict between heavenly realm powerhouses had significant implications for them. If the revered Vushan were to match or even defeat the elder of the Huajian sect, it could mean the emergence of another contender among the 5 major sects. The ramifications of such a colossal force on resource distribution were evident. Thus, for these factions, maintaining the status quo was undoubtedly in their best interest. The rise of the beast control sect was not something they wished to witness. Where have you been these days? Yin Susu glared at Xinlang with evident displeasure in her beautiful eyes. In the presence of Yin Susu, Xinlang naturally shed his earlier demeanor towards Mo Sanxiao, appearing quite earnest. To be honest, I have been honing my skills in this beast mountain range. Here, Yin Susu narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xinlang for clues. However, she ultimately found nothing amiss. How long do you intend to stay? She asked with a slight glare. Even though she had not detected anything unusual about him, a sense of unease lingered. I was actually preparing to leave, but some unforeseen matters have delayed me for a couple of days. Xinlang replied, feigning helplessness. What matters? After a moment of hesitation, Xinlang recounted the situation regarding Yi City vaguely. There was little to conceal, though he chose to omit certain details, such as Lume. A contest? All because of a woman? Yin Susu huffed, her gaze fixed on Xinlang, a teasing smile playing on her lips. It seems you've taken quite a liking to this arrangement, haven't you? Xinlang sighed internally, forcing a smile as he explained, it was purely coincidental. Besides, when there are benefits to be had, it would be illogical to refuse, wouldn't it? Indeed. Surprisingly, Yin Susu did not rebuke him, but nodded in agreement. However, I will accompany you to Yi City. With that, she smiled broadly, though a resolute determination shone in her eyes that left no room for dissent. Xinlang cautiously glanced at the Huajian sect's formation and remarked, as the junior sect master of the Huajian sect, it may not be appropriate for you to act on your own. Yin Susu blinked, chuckling lightly. So you are aware this is a private venture? If it is inappropriate for the junior sect master, does that mean you, as an ordinary disciple, can do as you please? Very well. With the tone laden with subtle sarcasm, Xinlang thought it best to remain silent. I almost forgot something. Suddenly, Yin Susu scoffed lightly, her gaze shifting to the Huajian sect's formation, landing on a specific individual. Elderling, how can someone so incompetent, unable to recognize his own disciples, be fit to lead? She sneered. I truly wonder if those old fools have lost their minds. With a few cold laughs, Yin Susu raised her hand and unleashed a stream of spiritual energy towards Elderling. As a powerhouse in the Yuan realm, Elderling's reflexes were naturally sharp, and he instinctively raised his hand to counter the attack, dispersing the spiritual energy. Infuriated, he scanned the surroundings for the audacious individual daring to strike at him, only to meet Yin Susu's gaze. In mere moments, Elderling grasped the situation, his demeanor deflating entirely. Panic washed over his face. Earlier, he had thought Yin Susu would let the matter slide, having relaxed his guard. He now found her seeking retribution. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he approached her, steeling himself. Elderling Yun, I greet the junior sect master. He hurried before Yin Susu, bowing his head and speaking with a tremor in his voice. Too afraid to meet her gaze, You have performed admirably, she remarked casually, her eyes flicking over him. Elder Ling lowered his head further, fully aware of her sarcasm. As an elder of the sect, you nearly brought about the demise of one of our own disciples. Ling Yun, how do you think this should be addressed according to sect rules? Yin Susu tilted her head slightly, idly playing with her delicate fingers, her tone flat. Elder Ling's hands trembled uncontrollably. And he stammered, Ling Yun shall accept the junior sect master's judgment. Shen Lang observed the trembling Elder Ling, and then glanced at Yin Susu, his lips twitching slightly. This woman had certainly grown more imposing in just a few days. Yin Susu remained silent for a moment, toying with her fingers. The oppressive atmosphere was merely a tedious wait for Shen Lang, but for Elder Ling, each second felt excruciating. This suffocating tension persisted until, after a quarter of an hour, Yin Susu finally broke the silence. How to punish him? Asked Shen Lang. After all, he is the victim in this incident, she said languidly. Shen Lang was taken aback, perplexed by the sudden shift of responsibility. Elder Ling wasted no time, bowing deeply to Shen Lang. Young Master Shen, I have failed in my duties and caused you great trouble. Whatever compensation you seek, I shall comply, just hoping for your forgiveness. This, Shen Lang felt at a loss for words. He glanced at Yin Susu, who showed no interest in the matter, and sighed, how about you offer some spirit stones? A glimmer appeared at Elder Ling's fingertips. And soon after, a Qiankuan bag floated before Shen Lang. The swiftness of his reaction left Shen Lang astonished. Upon opening the bag, he found it contained a full 100 high-grade spirit stones. It was an identical amount to what he had received from Mo Sanshao. This revelation left Shen Lang in a state of confusion, unsure whether Mo Sanshao was too impoverished or Elder Ling too affluent. Elder Ling gazed at Shen Lang with hopeful eyes, cautiously inquiring. Might young Master Shen be satisfied? Was momentarily rendered speechless, judging by the scene. If he expressed any dissatisfaction, this individual might very well produce even more. Nevertheless, he gestured dismissively, indicating that the considerable amount of superior essence stones was sufficient for him for quite some time. Ling Yun exhaled softly, then cautiously glanced at Yin Susu, awaiting her final decision. Yin Susu's gaze shifted toward, her lips curving into a slight smile. What? Are you satisfied? Nodded. Having received such ample benefits, he was indeed quite content. Yin Susu waved her hand, signaling Ling Yun to depart. Ling Yun, as if released from a heavy burden, respectfully bowed and swiftly returned to the sect's ranks. When do you plan to set off for Yi City? As attention, just withdrawn from Ling Yun, was drawn back by Yin Susu's languid voice. After a moment's contemplation, replied slowly, if there are no issues here, I intend to depart soon. Here, Yin Susu furrowed her brow slightly. Inquiring, do you have any other matters to attend to? Nodded, explaining, there are some personal affairs that require my attention, but it won't take long. The personal matters he referred to were, of course, related to his agreement with Yue, who needed a dragon spirit herb, while he sought the method of its refinement. In that case, I shall wait for you here for a few days. After all, matters here won't conclude swiftly, Yin Susu remarked without delving deeper, surveyed the surrounding cultivators, and finally voiced the question that lingered in his mind. What has transpired here? Why have so many powerful beings gathered? Even now, was unaware of the situation at hand. Upon hearing his words, Yin Susu exhibited a hint of surprise. You don't know. Such a significant event has occurred, and you've remained in this beast mountain range without any awareness? Shrugged, confirming her observation. Yin Susu, looking skeptical, countered, that doesn't seem right. Even if you were unaware of the specifics, you must have seen the 7-colored light pillar that night. The 7-colored light pillar was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. Yin Susu's confusion deepened, and her gaze turned somewhat unfriendly. Honestly, where have you been these past few days? Found himself at a loss, puzzled by Yin Susu's renewed skepticism. With such a commotion, there is no way you wouldn't have noticed if you were in the Beast Mountain range all this time. She chided. I wore an innocent expression, ready to explain, but suddenly recalled something, abruptly falling silent. He remembered that he had been unconscious for a period, considering the time before and after his unconsciousness. He must have been out for at least a night. Could it be that the significant event they mentioned occurred while he was incapacitated? What a coincidence. Contemplating this, as tone turned serious. When did that 7-colored light pillar appear? Yin Susu glanced at him and replied, just last night. Indeed. At this revelation, finally grasped the situation, the coincidence was undeniably real. Just as he was about to inquire further, a surge of energy rippled through the air, and 2 figures materialized in the sky. Approaching rapidly, those figures, S. gaze sharpened as he observed the advancing silhouettes. The atmosphere around them grew restless, and almost everyone's attention was drawn to the figures in the sky. Has the battle concluded? A powerful figure in the earthly gang realm squinted, light gathering in his eyes. That old fellow, Yin Susu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the distant figures. Her words did not help recognize their identities. However, as the 2 figures drew closer, scrutinized them closely, revealing a look of astonishment. It was the Grand Elder, gazing at the white-robed elder among them, felt a surge of surprise. He was well acquainted with this figure, who held a status second only to the sect leader. He never anticipated encountering him here. As for the other figure, S gaze narrowed, contemplating the figure in the brown robe, ultimately shaking his head. He had no recollection of this individual. The other old fellow, if I recall correctly, should be the Beastmaster sect's venerable Fushur. Yin Susu's voice interjected again, albeit tinged with slight surprise. This old fellow hasn't shown himself in a century. I never expected he was still alive. It seems he has also likely stepped into the Heavenly Gang realm. The mention of the Heavenly Gang realm stirred turbulent waves within. In the realm of martial arts, body refinement marked the beginning, followed by the Essence Meridian as an entry point, and then the Essence Sea as the proper path of cultivation, leading to the three realms of Gang. The three Gang realms were formidable enough to rank among the strong within the entire Great Qin dynasty. Elderling, for example, was at the first level of the three Gang realms, the Essence Gang. Above the Essence Gang lay the Earthly Gang, with Emos Sanxiao belonging to this realm, including's master, and surpassing the Earthly Gang was the pinnacle of the three Gang realms. The Heavenly Gang realm, understood that those who attained the Heavenly Gang realm were peak existences within the Great Qin dynasty and the entire 100 Dynasties domain, and their numbers were exceedingly few. Generally speaking, any force with a Heavenly Gang realm expert at its helm was undoubtedly a top-tier dominion within the 100 Dynasties domain, such as the 5 great sects and 4 great dynasties. Presently, the only forces possessing Heavenly Gang realm practitioners were these sects and royal families. The Great Qin royal family was said to have a Heavenly Gang realm expert, but for reasons unknown, they had not ascended to the status of a dynasty. Despite their formidable prowess, such experts rarely made appearances, often secluding themselves for cultivation or even striving to break through to realms beyond the Heavenly Gang. Consequently, sightings of Heavenly Gang realm practitioners were exceedingly rare. Yet now, 2 individuals of that realm had appeared, the Grand Elder of Huajin's sect and the Venerable Fushur, as mentioned by Yin Susu. Gazed at the 2 elders hovering before everyone. A faint sigh escaping his lips, T.O. traversed the skies effortlessly. He pondered when he might reach such heights. The return of the 2 Heavenly Gang realm experts silenced the crowd once more. All eyes were riveted on the 2 formidable figures. Clearly, everyone was eager to learn the outcome of the battle, who emerged victorious. However, what struck those present as odd was that neither figure bore any signs of having engaged in combat. They appeared as they had when they departed, their attire immaculate, without a single mark of injury, presenting an image entirely devoid of the aftermath of a fierce confrontation. Yet the earlier energy fluctuations suggested that they must have clashed. The Grand Elder of Huajin's sect's gaze swept over the assembly until it landed on Yin Susu, lingering momentarily before shifting away. Meanwhile, Venerable Fushur stood still, seemingly lost in thought, remaining motionless in midair. Watching the 2 maintain their silence, the middle-aged beauty and other Earthly Gang realm experts could no longer contain their curiosity, exchanging bewildered glances. What were these 2 old fellows up to? Yin Susu's brows knitted together, clearly perplexed by their behavior. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in her beautiful eyes as she gazed into the distance. So that's how it is. S gaze shifted. What is it? I was wondering why these 2 old fellows were acting so strangely. It turns out to be this reason. Yin Susu continued, her eyes focused on the horizon. The events here have not only reached the forces of the Great Qin dynasty. The other 4 great sects and 4 great dynasties must also have received the news. However, due to the distance, their arrival will inevitably be delayed. But judging by the behavior of these 2 old fellows, those forces are likely on their way. External forces. At her words, S' expression sharpened, his thoughts racing. During his journey here, he had heard whispers that something significant had occurred in this Beast Mountain range, startling many within the Great Qin dynasty, even compelling external forces to involve themselves. And those external forces capable of intervening were undoubtedly powerful entities, such as the other 4 great sects and 4 great dynasties. The 5 great sects and 4 great dynasties represented the most formidable powers within the 100 Dynasties domain. Felt a tremor of trepidation within. What could have happened to provoke such forces? At this moment, several Earthly Gang realm experts seemed to come to a realization, their gazes instinctively drawn skyward. They're coming. Yin Susu's voice resonated softly. S' expression shifted. His eyes narrowing. He too sensed numerous powerful auras rapidly approaching from the distance, each one exuding immense strength. Some of these auras were not weaker than the Grand Elder of Huajin sect and Venerable Fushur. More Heavenly Gang realm experts were on their way. Furrowed his brow, puzzled. What on earth has happened to summon so many powerful beings? Yin Susu glanced at him, pausing briefly before speaking. It appears that an extraordinary beast has emerged in this Beast Mountain range, likely within the lair of the Wen Xian beast. The eruption of the 7-colored light pillar indicates that this beast possesses an exceptional bloodline, a rarity that may not be encountered for centuries. Yin Susu brushed her hair aside, continuing, if this extraordinary beast can be captured and nurtured, it could potentially grow to rival heavenly gang realm experts. Even stronger forms are not out of the question. Such a being could indeed alter the power dynamics of the entire 100 Dynasties domain, which explains the interest from so many factions. An extraordinary beast, the Wenxian Beast's lair. Upon hearing this, Shenlang was momentarily taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, within the lair of the Wenxian Beast, aside from 2 portions of dragon spirit grass, there seemed to be no trace of any other extraordinary beasts. Moreover, if there truly were any, how could the little creature's keen senses have missed them? Shenlang suddenly froze, a possibility striking him like a bolt from the blue. Could it be that extraordinary beast resided in the lair of the Wenxian Beast? If that were the case, why had the Grand Elder and the others not ventured inside to investigate first? Shenlang cautiously voiced his inquiry, though it was more of a supposition than a certainty. Yin Susu cast Shenlang a sidelong glance but patiently explained, this conjecture arises from the position of the eruption of the 7-colored divine pillar. However, if there are indeed extraordinary beasts within the cave, entering recklessly without preparation would only alarm them, potentially provoking attacks fueled by their protective energy. Gazing towards the sky, Yin Susu continued softly. It is important to understand that nearly every extraordinary beast is a favored child of the heavens. Born under the protection of the earth and sky, this protection can be likened to a formidable restriction imposed by powerful entities. Such restrictions only dissipate after a certain period. Years ago, the beast-taming sect had suffered greatly at the hands of an extraordinary beast, even sustaining severe injuries to a celestial realm expert and losing 2 earthly realm practitioners in the process. The decline of this sect was not only due to the war between humans and demons but was also related to this incident. The birth of a single extraordinary beast could indeed sway the fate of such a prestigious sect. Shenlang was profoundly shaken. The knowledge he was acquiring about extraordinary beasts was entirely new to him. Could it be that even celestial realm experts were powerless against such restrictions? Shenlang glanced at his pocket and let out a soft sigh. Relying solely on a celestial realm expert was utterly insufficient. Yin Susu calmly stated, however, if multiple celestial realm experts were to join forces, there is a considerable chance of dispelling such restrictions. Shenlang raised his gaze to the 2 figures standing silently in the air. Suddenly enlightened. No wonder these celestial realm experts remained so quiet. They were evidently awaiting the arrival of other celestial realm practitioners. Nevertheless, a new question arose in Shenlang's mind. Even if the restrictions were lifted, with only one extraordinary beast present, how would so many powerful figures and factions divided among themselves? Chapter 116. Gathering forces. Do you think extraordinary beasts are mere trifles that can be taken at will? Yin Susu cast a glance at Shenlang and remarked leisurely, extraordinary beasts are not akin to ordinary demon beasts. They cannot be subdued merely by sheer strength. Such spiritual beings rely on fate and talent. Thus, the ownership of extraordinary beasts is straightforward. Whoever can tame them becomes their master. Yin Susu's beautiful gaze swept across the gathering, and she added nonchalantly, otherwise, what need would these factions and powerful figures have to gather here? In terms of strength, they stand no chance against the 5 great sects and 4 great dynasties. Understanding dawned on Shenlang, and he nodded thoughtfully. In this light, he and the little creature indeed shared a certain bond. While Shenlang conversed with Yin Susu, several powerful auras approached from a distance. Approximately dozens of figures appeared before the assembled experts, gathering in separate groups. Heng Tian sect, Taiji sect, Hengyu sect. Yin Susu's beautiful eyes briefly scanned the crowd before she spoke indifferently. Shenlang's gaze sharpened as he regarded these figures. The names Yin Susu mentioned were indeed familiar to him. They were the other 4 major sects that stood alongside the Huajin sect. As for the other factions, Shenlang's eyes flickered. Although Yin Susu did not voice it, the identities of these individuals were self-evident. Aside from the 4 great dynasties, which other factions could possess such presence? Among them, some stood out, undoubtedly a group of monks clad in robes, their heads shaven and adorned with prayer beads. Could it be that even monks were drawn into this commotion? Shenlang was somewhat astonished. The Songxian temple had been particularly active of late. Yin Susu also regarded this group of monks with a contemplative expression. I find it curious that these monks usually remain in their temples, seldom appearing in the secular world. They did not even participate in the battles a century ago. It was unexpected that they would be drawn to this event. Of course, who could resist the allure of benefits? Especially when it involved the power dynamics of the entire 100 Dynasties domain. Shenlang mused. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect and the Elder in the patched robe had approached. Longhua Elder, it has been many years. The Grand Elder of the Huajin sect greeted the leading monk of the Songxian temple with a smile. The Elder joined his palms in greeting and replied with a smile. Elder Yin, it has indeed been a long time. The Grand Elder's gaze swept over the monks behind him, his old eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled faintly. Elder Longhua, your Songxian temple truly has an abundance of talent. You flatter me. Elder Yan, the old monk replied in a low voice. Compared to the Huajin sect, they still have a long way to go. I have heard that the newly appointed young master of the Huajin sect, despite his youth, has already reached the Yuan Gang stage. Such prodigious talent is indeed humbling for an old monk like me. Xinlang turned to Yin Susu and smirked. He is praising you. Yin Susu maintained a stoic expression. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect did not elaborate further but merely chuckled before turning his attention to the other individuals present. I did not expect to see you all here. After so many years, it seems you have made considerable progress in your cultivation. The Grand Elder addressed the other three major sects with a smile. A somewhat serious-looking man in white returned the greeting with a bow but said nothing more. He was the deputy sect master of the Taiji sect, Taiyu. A captivating woman with an enchanting figure, her every gesture exuding charm, stood beside him. She was Hua Ling, the elder of the Hongyu sect, a sect that accepted only female disciples. It has been a long time since we last saw each other. Elder Yan, Hua Ling said with a smile, that I never expected you to have entered the celestial realm. The Grand Elder of the Huajin sect returned the greeting with a slight squint and a smile. Thanks to the protection of the former sect master, Hua Ling smiled lightly, seemingly reluctant to dwell on that topic, and quickly shifted the conversation. I have heard that a prodigious talent has emerged in the Huajin sect. I am quite eager to witness this for myself. Xinlang raised an eyebrow and looked at Yin Susu, grinning. Another one mentioning you. Be quiet. Yin Susu shot a glare at Xinlang, who immediately fell silent. The Grand Elder of the Huajin sect did not respond, but instead turned his gaze to the last middle-aged man. Zhongzhongzhu, how have you been of late? The middle-aged man was none other than Zhongzhan, the deputy sect master of the Hangtian sect. Zhongzhan offered a respectful bow to the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect, Elder Yin, after exchanging pleasantries with the four major sects. The Grand Elder of the Huajin sect returned to his position, not approaching the four great dynasties. Strangely, the members of the four great dynasties remained standing silently, making no move. Noticing this, Xinlang narrowed his eyes. There seemed to be something brewing between the five great sects and the four great dynasties. Venerable Fushi, Luoying. Just then, a voice of surprise rang out. Xinlang turned his gaze to the source, which was the elder of the Hengyu sect, exclaiming in astonishment at the sight of the elder in the patched robe. This exclamation drew the attention of other powerful figures from various sections. Upon seeing the elder in the patched robe, nearly all the experts displayed expressions of disbelief. You are still alive. The deputy sect master of the Taiji sect stared intently at the elder in the patched robe, his face a mask of incredulity. What? Is my appearance so shocking to you? The elder in the patched robe finally reacted, speaking in a calm tone. It has been a century since we last met. You all have indeed changed quite a bit. Indeed, you've also entered the celestial realm. The deputy sect master of the Hengtian sect regarded the elder in the patched robe, his eyes flickering. Could it be that your beast-taming sect is about to make a reappearance? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other sect representatives shifted, each lost in thought. It must be said that the return of the beast-taming sect would undoubtedly have a significant impact on the entire 100 Dynasties domain. With the five great sects, having once divided its territory and resources, standing at the forefront of the consequences. What? Do you all not wish for my beast-taming sect to return? The elder in the patched robe's tone was indifferent, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Venerable Fushi, you jest. The deputy sect master of the Hengtian sect forced a smile, deftly avoiding the topic. Observing this scene, the assembled experts sighed inwardly. Since Venerable Fushi had entered the celestial realm, the return of the beast-taming sect was merely a matter of time. That I wonder what they are all dawdling about up there. Are celestial realm experts truly so idle? Xinlang regarded the idle chatter among the figures in the air with some exasperation, looking towards Yin Susu. If he recalled correctly, everyone had gathered here for the extraordinary beasts, right? Yin Susu appeared unfazed. The return of the beast-taming sect is not a trivial matter compared to the emergence of extraordinary beasts. When it comes to the division of benefits, it naturally becomes a complicated affair. That made sense. Xinlang nodded, then found a stone stool and plopped down. In that case, I shall take a brief rest and wait for the outcome. Everyone, since we are all gathered, why not discuss the matter of extraordinary beasts? After a brief pause, the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect finally stood up again, speaking in a clear voice. The several powerful figures present exchanged glances and nodded. At last, they were getting to the crux of the matter. Chapter 117, the sky obscuring great array with the words of the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect. Representatives from the four great dynasties and five great sects each stood up. 9 figures, all celestial realm experts, stood atop the pinnacle of the 100 Dynasties domain. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and all eyes converged upon several figures. Wait. Yin Susu furrowed her brow, perplexed, and said, It seems someone is missing. What? Xinlang was taken aback, looking at Yin Susu with curiosity. What do you mean? The royal family of the great Qin, has not shown up. Yin Susu's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, her delicate brows knitting together. Regardless, the Demon Beast Mountain Range is part of the great Qin dynasty. How can the royal family not make an appearance for such a significant event? The great Qin royal family? Xinlang suddenly recalled that this family truly governed the land, a force comparable to the illustrious Huajin sect. In this realm, two colossal powers have always existed, one being the Huajin sect and the other the founder of a dynasty, the great Qin royal family. Although the great Qin royal family seemed to wield secular authority, no one doubted its formidable strength. Rumor has it that the great Qin royal family possesses power not inferior to the four great dynasties. Yet due to various reasons, it has not ascended to the rank of a dynasty. Has the great Qin royal family sent no one? Xinlang's gaze swept across the sky, and for some reason, a graceful silhouette suddenly flashed through his mind that it appeared they had reached an agreement. Yin Susu's voice broke through Xinlang's thoughts. When Xinlang looked up again, he noticed several formidable celestial boundary experts had already formed a formation in the sky, each radiating an inexplicable aura. What are they doing? Xinlang furrowed his brow. Uniting to form a formation, shielding the heavenly secrets, Yin Susu replied, her eyes sparkling as she discerned their intent. The formation they have created is called the Sky-Obscuring Great Array, a heavenly grade formation. Under the cover of such a formation, the connection between all things within the formation and the heavenly secrets can be temporarily severed. A heavenly grade formation, shielding the heavenly secrets. Upon hearing this, Xinlang's heart stirred with unease. Just the name alone filled him with dread. This level of formation, even his master might not have encountered before. More terrifying was the fact that this formation could sever all connections between beings and the heavenly secrets. A formation of such caliber truly held profound mysteries. The alliance of celestial boundary experts in forming this formation was indeed fearsome. After the initial shock, Xinlang felt a chill creeping down his spine. He could hardly imagine the consequences if such a technique were applied to the little one. Do you wish to enter? Yin Susu inquired, gazing at Xinlang. Enter? Where? Xinlang felt somewhat perplexed. After these celestial boundary experts established the formation, the strange beasts within the Wenxian beast lair lost their primary protection, making it a tempting target. Yin Susu explained, however, the ultimate fate of the strange beast still relies on fortune and talent. To ensure fairness, all disciples below the Yuan Gang realm may participate in the subjugation of the strange beasts. I understand now. Xinlang nodded, finally grasping why those factions would still harbor hopes of participating, even knowing that the 5 major sects would be involved. Ultimately, the competition would rely on the younger generation. Yet, it was worth pondering. While the competition may indeed be fair, whether they could successfully bring the beast back was another matter entirely. Surely, it would come down to each faction's backing. But the most intriguing aspect was, Xinlang paused, shaking his head, a smile creeping onto his face. What would he enter for? By now, he could almost confirm that the strange beasts these individuals coveted were likely the little one. Although he had been unconscious and was unaware of what transpired that night, his inexplicable appearance in another location after fainting in the Wenxian beast lair spoke volumes. It seemed likely that the 7-colored pillar was the result of the little one utilizing some innate ability. If that were the case, the Wenxian beast lair was devoid of any strange beasts, and even the precious dragon spirit grass was in his possession. Let us go. After a brief pause, Xinlang said to Yin Susu he truly found no need to join the fray. Yin Susu looked momentarily stunned. Are you really not going to give it a try? I don't believe I possess such luck. Xinlang replied, spreading his hands with a chuckle. Yin Susu stared at Xinlang for a moment before eventually nodding lightly. Very well. Regardless, I intend to compete for those strange beasts. Now it was Xinlang's turn to be baffled. You're competing? But isn't it only those below the Yuan Gang realm who can enter? Your cultivation level seems to exceed that, doesn't it? How naive. Yin Susu shot him a disdainful glance. Huffing. Do you truly believe that whoever captures the strange beast will inevitably claim it? This concerns the future dynamics of the entire 100 Dynasties domain. Indeed, Xinlang sighed internally and remarked slowly. In the end, there will be some unscrupulous competition, right? Of course. Yin Susu was about to nod in agreement when she suddenly realized something was amiss, her speech faltering. Then, with indignation, she exclaimed, What do you mean by unscrupulous? Are you implying that my competition is unscrupulous? I rely solely on my strength. No. Xinlang hastily waved his hands in denial, then glanced at the nearby celestial boundary experts, those powerful individuals. Rest assured, even in this covert competition, the celestial boundary experts cannot intervene. They are bound by an agreement. Their involvement can only occur among peers of the same realm, not against those of lower cultivation. Yin Susu stated calmly. She then recalled something and added, as for Lord Fusher, he was not subject to this agreement earlier. However, since he is now participating in this formation, he is also bound by its constraints. So that is how it is. Xinlang nodded, gaining a deeper understanding that it seemed there were indeed restrictions among celestial boundary experts. However, upon further reflection, each celestial boundary expert possessed terrifying power, and without constraints. Their unchecked actions would undoubtedly pose substantial challenges for the various cultivators and factions within the 100 Dynasties domain. Xinlang turned his gaze toward the Wenxian Beast's lair, where many sect disciples were already entering. Most of them at the Yuan Vessel or Yuan Sea realms. It wouldn't be long before news spread that the Wenxian Beast's lair was completely barren. Xinlang smirked inwardly, then smiled at Yin Susu. Let us go. We probably won't be able to join in this excitement. Yin Susu looked puzzled. What do you mean? Xinlang paused briefly, then said slowly. There are no so-called emerging strange beasts here. Yin Susu stared at Xinlang for a moment before expressing her doubt. Why? Would you believe me if I said I entered and found nothing inside? Xinlang grinned. Chapter 118. Departure. Yin Susu's delicate brows furrowed as she regarded Xinlang with a strange look. You say you entered the Wenxian Beast's lair? When? Just before you arrived. Xinlang replied without hesitation. Yin Susu's expression became even more peculiar. Was the Wenxian Beast present then? Feeling uncomfortable under Yin Susu's scrutiny, Xinlang nonetheless nodded. Indeed. Yin Susu's pretty face darkened, and she glared at Xinlang with some irritation. But the Wenxian Beast is a mystical demon. Xinlang, are you teasing me? Truly, there was nothing. Xinlang hurriedly tried to explain, realizing the situation was becoming complicated. He sighed and continued. It's a long story, but trust me, what I say is true. Humph, why should I? Yin Susu's temper flared, clearly unconvinced. She regretted saying anything at all. Xinlang felt regretful but pressed on, explaining. A powerful individual acted against the Wenxian Beast, and I seized the opportunity to slip into the lair, hoping to find some treasures, but ultimately found nothing. Yin Susu's expression finally softened a bit. Is that true? Would I have any reason to deceive you? Xinlang replied, feeling somewhat helpless. I mean, there truly are no strange beasts in the Wenxian Beast's lair. Yin Susu pressed, not ready to give up. Xinlang nodded affirmatively. Yin Susu cast a strange glance at the many powerful figures in the sky and the disciples entering the lair, then turned to Xinlang, her voice thoughtful. If what you say is true, this situation might become quite interesting soon. They say it's like drawing water with a bamboo basket. It's a futile endeavor. If these powerful individuals have employed a heavenly grade formation only to discover nothing, that would indeed be entertaining. Xinlang nodded, chuckling in agreement. After rolling her eyes at the gleeful Xinlang, Yin Susu lowered her head slightly in contemplation, then said slowly, in that case, I have no need to waste time here. Looking up at Xinlang, her beautiful eyes flickered. When will you be leaving this place? Xinlang surveyed his surroundings, letting out a soft sigh. Under normal circumstances, he thought such a commotion would surely attract U.S. attention, at which point he could exchange the dragon spirit grass and its refining method. Yet, up to now, he had not seen U.S. figure. Given the current situation, it seemed waiting indefinitely was not a solution. Most importantly, Xinlang glanced at his pocket, sensing that the little one was still sound asleep. His greatest concern was this little being. Once the powerful individuals here realized that the lair was entirely devoid of anything, they might assume the strange beasts had merely fled or been captured by others, never considering that there were truly no strange beasts at all. If that were the case, it was highly likely they would begin their search for the beasts. The formidable methods of the celestial treading realm experts had already left a profound impression on Xinlang. One could only wonder what other terrifying abilities these powerful beings might possess. If he lingered here any longer and these individuals detected the presence of the young one, it could spell trouble. Another concern was that Mo Sanshao had encountered the young one and recognized its extraordinary nature. Although he had not linked the young one to the emerging otherworldly beasts at that time, the situation could change rapidly. Regardless, it was prudent to depart at once, with this thought in mind. Xinlang exhaled softly and smiled at Yin Susu, saying, let us leave now. Now. Yin Susu paused, her expression curious. Aren't you still busy with something? I've changed my mind. Xinlang replied with a faint smile. Turning to gaze in a particular direction, observing the sky, he added, if we hurry, we should reach Yi City before nightfall. Looking back at Yin Susu, he inquired, do you truly wish to accompany me to Yi City? Why, are you unwilling? Yin Susu narrowed her beautiful eyes and let out a light huff. Not at all. Xinlang chuckled awkwardly before nodding. Very well, then, let us go. He leaped down from the stone platform, dusted off his pants, and glanced back at the direction of the Wenxian Beast's lair. There was still no sign of commotion. Only the orderly procession of individuals entering. It seemed that those who had entered first had yet to grasp the fact that there was nothing within. Yin Susu cast a calm glance around the surrounding forces, lingering briefly on the Grand Elder of the Huajin sect before turning away, with a graceful wave of her jade hand. A circular jade disc appeared before Shenlang, quietly hovering in the air. This jade disc was familiar to Shenlang. It was Yin Susu's flying artifact, of high-grade Xian rank. She lightly stepped onto the disc and beckoned Shenlang. "Come aboard." Shenlang jumped onto the jade disc, stabilizing himself after a slight wobble. "Steady now," Yin Susu softly commanded, and with another flick of her hand, the jade disc surged into the sky, transforming into a silver streak that darted toward the horizon. Just as Yin Susu and Shenlang departed, a streak of light approached from the opposite direction, arriving in the blink of an eye. The light halted atop a mountain overlooking the Wind Xian beast's lair, revealing the figure of Yue. Many powerful beings have gathered here. Yue gazed at the throngs before the lair, astonishment etched across her lovely features. The Huajian sect, the Taiji sect, all 5 major sects have come here? And the 4 great dynasties as well? Yue's expression deepened, overwhelmed by the sight before her. What could have transpired to bring together the 5 major sects and 4 great dynasties? These 9 forces represented the pinnacle of the human factions in the 100 dynasties domain. She directed her gaze to the figures in the sky and felt a tremor run through her body, whispering, "The Grand Elder of the Huajian sect, the Vice Master of the Taiji sect?" The presence of such high-ranking individuals from these factions filled her with apprehension. After all, these were all celestial treading realm experts. Even among the 5 major sects and 4 great dynasties, they were top-tier existences. Standing at the apex of humanity's cultivators in the 100 dynasties domain, the convergence of these 9 forces was staggering enough, but the appearance of their leaders was beyond comprehension. Such a grand assembly had only been witnessed during the human-demon wars a century prior. Yue found herself momentarily dazed by the overwhelming scene before her, unsure of how to react. "What on earth has happened?" she murmured softly. Atop the mountain, the streak of light soared. "Have you spent all this time either training in the Beast Mountain or any city?" Yin Susu's voice broke the silence as she stood gracefully atop the jade disc. Shenlang, seated behind her, nodded in response. "Yes, you have quite the nerve to leave the sect for so long without fear of repercussions," Yin Susu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Heh, I only intended to be away for a few days, but so much has happened since then," Shenlang replied with a sheepish grin. As he reflected on his extended absence, anxiety crept in. If the sect were to hold him accountable, it would indeed pose a significant problem. The earlier reaction from Elder Ling was a testament to that. However, there was little he could do. Each matter demanded his attention, and he could only brace himself for the consequences. The sect's issues could only be addressed upon his return. Now even the sect master is aware of your prolonged absence. Yin Susu huffed playfully, a smirk on her lips. "I wonder how you plan to explain it when you return." "What?" Shenlang's expression turned to one of disbelief. "How could a mere disciple like me draw the attention of the sect master?" "Mere?" Yin Susu shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. "That Huang Yuan has broken through to the Yuan Sea realm." Shenlang's expression hardened. His greatest concern had come to fruition. Huang Yuan was already at the pinnacle of the Yuan vein, and breaking into the Yuan Sea realm was not surprising. But the pressure on Shenlang had doubled on the very day of his breakthrough. Huang Yuan had publicly declared his intent to challenge Shenlang, and now nearly all the elders and disciples were aware of the upcoming match for the title of inner sect leader. Yin Susu scoffed. "That fellow even sought to establish a life and death contract with the elders, but I managed to intervene." Shenlang's expression shifted, and he looked at Yin Susu, pausing momentarily before shaking his head. "You needn't have gone to such lengths. Needn't." Yin Susu's face flushed with indignation. "Do you think I would allow you to seek death so easily, with less than a month until the intersect competition? How could someone at the 4th level of the Yuan vein hope to contend with Huang Yuan? What's wrong with crossing realms to fight?" Shenlang replied, nonchalantly chewing on a piece of grass. "I truly want to give you a good thrashing." Yin Susu glared at him, her silver teeth clenched in frustration. "Even if you were at the 8th level of the Yuan vein, I would still scoff at your predicament." "Do you genuinely believe I have no chance of winning?" Shenlang asked, a smile dancing on his lips. "I believe you won't be killed, that much I can trust," Yin Susu retorted with a cold laugh. "Rest assured, I'll ensure you breathe through it. Is it really necessary to be this discouraging?" Shenlang raised his hands in surrender, feigning helplessness. Yin Susu fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "If you do not reach the 8th level of the Yuan vein within a month, do not challenge Huang Yuan during the intersect competition." Shenlang opened his mouth in disbelief. "Are you serious? Unless you wish to court death, your seriousness is the only option." Yin Susu shot him a resolute glare. "What if I refuse?" Shenlang suddenly challenged. Yin Susu was taken aback, turning to face him, her eyes narrowing as she sensed the determination in his gaze. "You would defy me? You have no intention of letting me negotiate," Shenlang responded, his voice lowering. "No negotiations." Yin Susu turned away, her focus forward. "Alas." Shenlang sighed in resignation. "Yi city is near." Yin Susu noted. As Shenlang was about to speak further, he noticed the terrain below and quickly redirected his words. Yin Susu nodded, and in her line of sight. She indeed spotted the outline of a city. Oh, by the way. Xinlang suddenly recalled something and grinned at Yin Susu. The strongest in this city are only a few Yuan Sea realm experts. Most aren't even at the Yuan vein level. You, as a celestial treading realm expert, should tread carefully. What? Are you worried about me causing harm? Yin Susu shot him a sidelong glance, a teasing smile on her lips. More than you know. Xinlang thought to himself. Though outwardly he nodded in agreement, I am aware of certain protocols. I believe my temperament is manageable. Without turning her head, Yin Susu responded, you seem to be quite confident. Xinlang's expression faltered slightly at her words, recalling the moment he had been thoroughly beaten not long ago at its time. Let us descend. Snapping back to reality, he observed the city before them and quickly announced. Flying in the air may not attract attention among those powerful beings, but it would certainly cause a stir among the people of E-City. It is best to act discreetly. As they approached the mountain closest to E-City, the jade disc descended, and Xinlang and Yin Susu jumped down, making their way on foot toward the city entrance. The streets of E-City were bustling with activity, the entrance lively with comings and goings. It's been a while since I've experienced such a scene, Yin Susu remarked, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. You often seclude yourself for cultivation, so it's natural you would miss this. Xinlang replied with a slight smile. Unlike me, I am quite familiar with such scenes. Indeed, spending your days scavenging, I suppose. Yin Susu shot him a sideways glance, a teasing huff escaping her lips. Xinlang gently rubbed his nose, but offered no defense. This city appeared to be a lawless realm. There seems to be no local government here, Yin Susu remarked, her curiosity piqued after a brief walk. Indeed, Xinlang nodded. It was established decades ago by a group of merchants. However, 3 factions currently vie for control: the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the Manling Gang, and the Taijian sect. The Wanbao Chamber is a branch of the Baichao Chamber of Commerce. What manner of entities are these? Even the Yuan High Realm dares to establish sects now, Yin Susu scoffed, rolling her eyes. Xinlang smiled faintly. In the presence of a Yuan Gang realm powerhouse, the most formidable sects of the Yuan High Realm indeed felt rather trivial. By the way, the one who invited you is from the Wanbao Chamber, correct? Yin Susu recalled. Xinlang nodded. It's just ahead. I am quite curious about the challenge you face, Yin Susu said, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully. It wouldn't be someone from the body refinement realm or an ordinary person, would it? Xinlang found himself speechless. Just a casual remark. Don't take it to heart. Yin Susu lightly patted Xinlang's shoulder, stifling a laugh before glancing elsewhere. We've arrived. Upon seeing the shimmering golden letters before him, Xinlang paused. The entrance to the Wanbao Chamber was bustling with people, far livelier than in previous days. At that moment, Yin Susu suddenly let out a soft hum. What is wrong? Xinlang turned, puzzled. It seems we have someone trailing us, likely targeting you specifically, Yin Susu remarked, a hint of disdain in her tone. Who are they? Xinlang felt a jolt of concern, his gaze flickering. 3 individuals from the Yuanmai realm were following them, accompanied by a group from the body refinement realm. Yin Susu displayed a hint of disdain. This level of strength is hardly worthy of a chase. I wonder what they are thinking. Understood, Xinlang nodded, not bothering to look back. It was evident they were likely members of the Taijian sect or the Manlang Gang. They might have set their sights on him the moment he entered the city, though he had been oblivious at the time. However, Xinlang shook his head, a calm smile gracing his lips. With Yin Susu by his side, neither faction posed a threat to him. Should they attempt to interfere, he would not hesitate to deal with them. Let us go, Xinlang declared. Yin Susu nodded, sensing some underlying intrigue but feeling little interest. The struggles of the weak were trivial and even laughable in the presence of the strong. Upon entering the Wanbao Chamber, Xinlang made his way to the 2nd floor in search of Lu Mei. However, he was met with an apology at the reception. I'm sorry, young master, our supervisor Lu is not in. She has urgent matters to attend to and has stepped out. Not here, Xinlang frowned. Then inquired, when will Supervisor Lu return? The supervisor left 3 days ago, and it seems she will be back in 3 days. If we count today, she should arrive soon, the maid replied cautiously. Xinlang glanced at the sky outside. It was getting late. If she were indeed returning today, it shouldn't be long now. Thank you, he acknowledged, nodding to the maid before turning to leave. Yin Susu, however, did not follow him. She began to explore the chamber on her own. Having not left her sect in quite some time, she was evidently intrigued by the outside world. In the jewelry section, Xinlang found Yin Susu. He was not surprised to see her there. The items at the Wanbao Chamber, whether pills, weapons, or manuals, were likely too lowly for her interests. Thus, only trinkets would captivate her attention. Did you find anyone? Yin Susu asked, playing with a necklace of considerable value to ordinary people. Not bothering to face him. We might have to wait a little longer, Xinlang replied with a wry smile. After all, She is a supervisor and quite busy, though, Yin Susu acknowledged, seemingly unconcerned. She then turned to him with a slight smile. Is it beautiful? What? Shenlang blinked, then noticed the crystal necklace adorning her neck. Understanding dawned on him, and he nodded. It is indeed lovely. Why do I sense a hint of insincerity in your tone? Yin Susu retorted, displeased. She placed the necklace down and moved to another counter. Shenlang hurried after her. Wandering around, Yin Susu arrived at the footwear section, where exquisite shoes made of costly materials were displayed. Given the Wanbao Chamber's influence, the quality of their everyday goods was exceptional. Yin Susu picked up a pair of crystal shoes, inspected them from various angles, and finally found a place to sit. As she removed her previous shoes, revealing her fair, delicate feet, Shenlang watched in astonishment as she slowly slipped on the crystal shoes. Standing up, she turned a few circles, tilting her head expectantly towards Shenlang. What do you think? Snapped from his reverie. Shenlang quickly nodded. Very nice. He suddenly felt a strange sensation. He was out shopping, accompanying Yin Susu. Of all people, that it was indeed an odd situation. Just then, his gaze fell upon a pair of young men and women, dressed extravagantly and exuding an air of distinction within Yi City. The young man, in particular, had reached the 4th level of the Yuanmai realm, a rarity for someone of his age in this city. This place has truly remarkable items, the young man commented, surveying the displays with satisfaction. My dear. The young woman beside him gazed at the scene before her, her eyes sparkling. She then turned to him with a coy voice, sending shivers down Shenlang's spine. You promised me that this time we would get the most expensive pair of shoes. Her eyes twinkled playfully, compelling Shenlang to turn away. The young man, however, was clearly smitten, waving his hand grandly. Choose whatever you like. If you fancy it, it's yours. Thank you, darling. The young woman was overjoyed and dashed from counter to counter, eagerly selecting her favorites. This pair of shoes I intend to buy. Yin Susu's voice suddenly drew Shenlang's attention back. She looked at him, her lovely eyes sparkling with delight. If you like it, then buy it, Shenlang replied with a slight smile, pulling out a purple crystal card. With this, you can take it directly to IT's about time. She should be back soon. Yin Susu's eyes sparkled with a barely perceptible joy as she stood up. I'll go check. Shenlang nodded and prepared to turn away. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. Darling, I've looked everywhere, and the most expensive pair of shoes has been taken by that little girl. What should I do? Fear not. I said that anything you desire is yours, the young man responded, his tone dripping with arrogance. Hey, kid, that pair of shoes is mine, if you know what's good for you. Hand it over. Shenlang halted, casting a sidelong glance that he noticed Yin Susu's previously bright expression turning icy. Sighing softly, he grasped Yin Susu's delicate hand. Allow me to handle this, the sound of his voice. Yin Susu's demeanor softened, her previously agitated aura calming. Shenlang turned to face the young man, his expression devoid of emotion. What are you looking at? Hurry up and bring it here, the young man snorted, his words laced with disdain. Indeed, just bring it over if you know what's best for you. The young woman chimed in, her expression one of triumph. Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served? Shenlang spoke coolly. First come, first served. The young man burst into laughter, as if he had heard a great joke. In City, who does not know the name of young Master Ling Tian? Kid, do you dare defy me? Young Master Ling Tian? Shenlang frowned and shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know. The young man's expression darkened. Kid, I'll ask you once more. Are you giving it up, or not? Shenlang glanced at him dismissively and coldly uttered a single word. Scram. The young man was stunned for a moment before erupting in rage. You're asking for death. The aura of the 4th level of the Yuanmai realm surged around him as he unleashed his attack. Destruction Fist. His eyes burned with murderous intent as he launched a powerful punch towards Shenlang. Unfazed by the onslaught, Shenlang remained calm, not flinching or evading the impending strike. The young woman's face lit up with smug satisfaction. She was well aware of the young man's strength. With such an attack, but could wouldn't he stand a chance? Boom! A tremendous explosion of energy resonated, throwing the entire area into chaos. The attendants and guards of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce rushed over, stunned by the scene before them. Who possessed such audacity to act so recklessly within the confines of the Wanbao Chamber? As the dust settled, 2 figures emerged, Shenlang and the man. However, the man's face was filled with terror, his gaze fixed on Shenlang in disbelief that he could hardly comprehend that the technique he prided himself on had been effortlessly captured by Shenlang. Rendering him immobile, Shenlang raised his right hand, tightly clenching a fist. Begone! Dismissing the man's expression, Shenlang swung his hand, sending the latter hurtling away. Thud! The man crashed to the ground and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers gasped in shock upon recognizing the man's identity. The esteemed young Master Ling Tian, A formidable opponent at the 4th level of Yuan veins had been defeated by this similarly youthful individual with a single move. The woman stood dumbfounded, the scene completely exceeding her expectations. It was only when Shenlang approached her step by step that she regained her senses. In the next moment, she fell to her knees with a sharp cry. "My lord, spare my life. I am blind to my own ignorance. I beseech you to show mercy." Despite her earlier arrogance, it had stemmed from her belief in her own strength. The tables had turned dramatically. In this world, she understood all too well the ruthlessness of the powerful towards the defeated. The more formidable the individual, the more indifferent they became to taking a life. She had witnessed men kill before. But that was in her defense. Now, she found herself on the receiving end. How could she not panic? Yet, Shenlang did not cast a glance in her direction, instead walking past her to face several attendants and guards. Smiling gently, "My name is Shenlang, sent by Chairman Shi Yuan to attend our meeting. May I inquire if Manager Lu has returned?" At the mention of Chairman Shi Yuan, the guards exchanged glances, their expression shifting slightly. They were not overly familiar with Shenlang's name and had not received any specific instructions regarding him, making it difficult for them to ascertain the truth of his claim. However, having navigated the Wanbao chamber for years, they possessed a modicum of discernment. "Manager Lu has just returned and is resting. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment while we inform her." One guard cupped his hands in respect. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance." Shenlang exhaled in relief upon hearing that Lu Mei had returned. The 2 guards promptly departed to report, while the remaining guards maintained order amidst the commotion. Regardless of the circumstances, such an incident within the Wanbao chamber would have significant repercussions. Mishandling it could lead to immeasurable losses. The guards present were well-trained and understood the gravity of the situation. The man staggered to his feet, visibly injured. The woman hurried to support him, but he pushed her away. With a gaze filled with fury and fear, he looked at Shenlang, but ultimately remained silent. Spitting blood as he departed, the woman hastily following in his wake. Shenlang's eyes shifted back, noticing Yin Susu regarding him with a bemused smile. His heart tightened, and he sighed softly as he approached her. "No wonder you dared to challenge Huang Yuan. I truly underestimated you." Yin Susu scrutinized Shenlang for a moment before letting out a cold snort. Facing an opponent of the same level without employing any martial techniques and defeating them in a single strike, you're indeed remarkable. Shenlang scratched his nose, offering a sheepish smile. "Compared to senior sister, I'm still lacking. Spare me your flattery. Do you think I need your praise?" Yin Susu shot him a glare, though a hint of pride flickered in her beautiful eyes. "But do not get too complacent. Huang Yuan is no ordinary Yuan Sea realm cultivator. Even if you can defeat typical ones, he may still pose a challenge. Not to mention, you've only bested a common 4th level Yuan veins practitioner." After a brief pause, Yin Susu continued, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister." Shenlang smiled slightly. "You're being glib." Yin Susu rolled her eyes at him again, just as Shenlang was about to say something. He noticed a commotion ahead. A graceful figure emerged at the center of the crowd. Lu Mei had finally arrived. "You all can discuss your matters," Yin Susu suddenly interjected before turning to walk aside. Shenlang, momentarily speechless, could only chuckle wryly as he stepped forward. "Shengongzi, you have finally arrived." Lu Mei's beautiful eyes shone with unrestrained joy as she looked at Shenlang. "Manager Lu, it has been some time. How have you been?" Shenlang smiled faintly, noticing Lu Mei seemed a touch more haggard than before. "Well?" Lu Mei murmured softly, then shook her head with a bitter smile. Scanning the surroundings, she smiled at Shenlang. "Shengongzi, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Please, follow me." Shenlang nodded and prepared to leave with Lu Mei. "Wait, a dissatisfied voice rang out from behind. "Huh." Shenlang sighed internally but turned back nonetheless. It was Yin Susu. Yin Susu fixed her gaze on Shenlang, enunciating clearly, "Since that is the case, I shall accompany you." "And who might this be?" Lu Mei finally noticed Yin Susu's presence, her expression tightening slightly. With years of experience, she could discern that this woman was not ordinary. "Her name is Yin Susu, and she is a friend of mine," Shenlang replied after a moment's thought, smiling at Lu Mei. "Ah, I see. In that case, I apologize for the oversight." Lu Mei's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Yin Susu. "Miss Yin, please." Yin Susu shot Shenlang a dismissive glance before smiling at Lu Mei. "Thank you, Manager Lu." The two exchanged warm smiles and proceeded ahead, leaving Shenlang behind. With a hint of helplessness, he quickly followed. Inside a beautifully decorated and spacious room, Lu Mei and the others took their seats. "Shengongzi, I heard that there was an altercation between you and young Master Ling," Lu Mei inquired, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "He provoked me, and I could hardly ignore it." Shenlang nodded. "This is hardly a problem," Lu Mei replied nonchalantly, smiling. "However, I must warn you, young Master Ling, while he may seem inconsequential, has a formidable background. He hails from the Ling family, one of the 4 prominent families in Yinhong County, and his father is the family head. A Yuan Gang realm powerhouse. Oh, Shenlang raised an eyebrow, realizing why that man had such confidence. But does Manager Lu know why he has come to Yeqing? Given such a background, there must be some ulterior motive for him to visit this small town. You see things clearly, Shengongzi. Lu Mei smiled. What you may not know is that he has come here at the behest of Master Gu Feng regarding the duel between you and Mo Xian. Why did Master Gu Feng summon him? Shenlang furrowed his brow. Lu Mei chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in her tone. What do you think? Shenlang replied indifferently, to put pressure on me. I presume. Indeed, Lu Mei said with a wry smile. However, Master Gu Feng did not anticipate that you would handle young Master Ling so swiftly. Had he not approached me, I would not have acted. That is indeed a coincidence, Shenlang replied calmly. Regardless, this incident signifies a rift between you and the Ling family. While the other matters can be managed, the key issue is the family head. Ling Xiong, a Yuan Gang realm expert. Shengongzi, you must be prepared to face him. Shenlang nodded. Thank you for the warning, Manager Lu. I will keep this in mind. After a brief pause, he asked, by the way. Manager Lu, when will the duel take place? Impatient. Are we, Shengongzi? Lu Mei smirked. According to the agreed date, it should be in 2 days. In 2 days. Shenlang lowered his head slightly before asking, Manager Lu. What events will the duel entail? Lu Mei's expression softened as she pondered. Shengongzi, may I inquire if you happen to refine pills? Shenlang was momentarily taken aback, looking at Lu Mei with curiosity. Lu Mei quickly smiled. There is no need for misunderstanding. I simply have a keen interest in the upcoming competition. Hearing this, Yin Susu also turned to Shenlang with a look of surprise. I suppose I can manage a little, Shenlang replied calmly. Lu Mei's expression brightened with delight, but on that fateful day, her suspicions were indeed validated. Before Shenlang departed, she had received some information from Manager Wang, which stirred a tempest within her heart. Although she had faith in this matter, without Shenlang's direct confirmation, she could never truly relax. At last, her doubts were dispelled. With this realization, Lu Mei's joy blossomed. For did this not vastly increase their chances in the upcoming competition? As Lu Zhongwan inquired, could it be that this contest required alchemy? Shenlang's gaze sharpened as he looked at Lu Mei. She nodded and, with a wry smile, remarked, Young Master Shen, you are aware that young Master Mo Xian is a second-tier alchemist. Hence, Shenlang acknowledged this with a nod, unsurprised by the mention of alchemy. The competition should involve both alchemy and martial arts. Am I correct? He spoke slowly. Does young Master Shen have confidence? Lu Mei's eyes sparkled as she smiled lightly. I will do my utmost. Shenlang replied with a gentle smile. Sensing someone watching him from behind, turning, he found Yin Susu observing him with a bemused expression. Shenlang was momentarily taken aback, wondering when he had displeased her. Lu Mei's gaze flitted between the two, and understanding dawned upon her. She promptly stood, smiling. Young Master Shen, I have matters to attend to, but rest assured, someone will come to arrange your accommodation shortly. Shenlang also rose, smiling. Manager Lu, please take your leave. A mysterious smile flickered in Lu Mei's beautiful eyes before she turned and exited. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Shenlang felt a mix of helplessness and confusion. Why was he constantly misunderstood? Shenlang, you are quite adept at concealing your true self. A voice, somewhat discordant, echoed from behind. Sigh. Shenlang turned to face the strangely expressive Yin Susu, scratching his nose awkwardly. Sister, I assure you, my knowledge of alchemy is minimal. It hardly warrants concern. Do you expect me to believe that? Yin Susu scoffed lightly, her gaze drifting away as she continued. Regarding Ling Xiong, do you need assistance in dealing with him? Shenlang paused, chuckling as he shook his head. He hasn't approached me yet, so it's not urgent. That I am quite curious, though. Yin Susu's eyes sparkled as she regarded Shenlang. If I weren't here, what would you do? Shenlang spread his hands, grinning. I suppose I would have no choice but to call upon you. You audacious fool. That a flash of displeasure crossed Yin Susu's beautiful eyes, mixed with complexity. She found it difficult to grasp his true nature. Just then, her brows furrowed slightly as she approached the window, glancing outside. What is it? Shenlang inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. Yin Susu turned back, regarding him with a calm expression. The area around the Wandao Chamber of Commerce is teeming with spies. Moreover, they are considerably stronger than the previous batch. These individuals are insistent, Shenlang mused, shaking his head in resignation. That I in that case. His gaze flickered toward Yin Susu, and he proposed with a smile. Sister, how about we orchestrate a grand scheme tonight? What? Yin Susu was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she glared at him in mock indignation. Shenlang, you are quite bold. Chapter 123. A visit. Shenlang blinked in surprise before quickly recovering, his lips twitching as he hurriedly clarified. Don't misunderstand. I meant we should dismantle their influence tonight. Only then did Yin Susu's expression calm, though she shot him a fierce glare. What do you plan to do? After a moment, she inquired. Shenlang's gaze sharpened, then he smiled. You will find out soon enough. Yin Susu rolled her eyes, unwilling to pry further. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Shenlang looked up as two maidservants entered. Smiling at the pair. Esteemed guests, your guest room is ready. Very well. Shenlang nodded. Lead the way. Please follow us. The maidservants bowed and gestured ahead. Shenlang and Yin Susu followed closely behind. Moments later, they arrived at the door of their room. Esteemed guests, this is your chamber. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform us. The maidservants halted before a door and turned to Shenlang with smiles. Shenlang paused, glancing at the door in confusion. Why is there only one room? The maidservants exchanged puzzled glances with one another, then looked back at Shenlang and Yin Susu, uncertainly explaining, this was ordered by Manager Lu. Shenlang fell silent. Realizing he had been misunderstood yet again, no matter. You may leave now. Yin Susu's voice rang out softly from behind. Yes, of course. The maidservants bowed to Shenlang before departing. Shenlang found himself frozen at the threshold. Unsure of what to do next. Open the door. What are you dawdling for? Yin Susu's voice, laced with annoyance, broke through his thoughts. Shenlang forced a smile and quickly opened the door. Stepping inside, he surveyed the room. He had to admit, Lu Mei had put thought into the decor and arrangement. It was truly exquisite. However, Shenlang's expression soured as he beheld the solitary grand bed at the center of the room. This was simply outrageous. Manager Lu was quite the character. Yin Susu noted this as well, her smile bearing a hint of amusement as she regarded Shenlang. He hastily waved his hands. Sister, I swear this was not my idea. As if you'd have the audacity, Yin Susu shot him a scornful glance before turning her attention elsewhere. Sigh. Shenlang sighed, moving to the other side of the room to sit down, with an operation plan for the night. The room's arrangement mattered little. He could discuss it with Lu Mei the next day. Closing his eyes, Shenlang began to cultivate that it had been a while since he could find such peace for practice amidst all the chaos of late. Yin Susu glanced at him, then also closed her eyes. My soul power. After a brief examination, Shenlang realized his soul strength had indeed increased significantly since the last time, though he still had a ways to go before a breakthrough. However, the progress he had made was unexpectedly impressive. Previously, he had received a soul technique from his master, which he could not fully comprehend at the time. Now, as he revisited it, he began to uncover its profound intricacies. Following this newfound understanding, Shenlang continued to delve into the soul technique. All things, all spirits, are but two entities in unison. One is the body, the other the soul. Cultivation, therefore, involves a dual approach, nurturing both body and soul. It is said that when a cultivator reaches a certain level of prowess, they must undergo the tribulation of rebirth, refining both body and soul, that if successful, they ascend to sainthood, mastering the great laws of the world. Words manifest as reality. Yet, this journey is fraught with peril beyond imagination. A moment's carelessness could lead to annihilation, leaving no trace behind. Throughout history, countless strong beings have ventured forth on the path to sainthood, leaving only withered bones in their wake. Despite this, the relentless pursuit of sainthood continues to captivate the hearts of the strong. The brutality of this path has been an eternal saga. Sainthood. Shenlang exhaled softly. Should the opportunity arise, he too would strive for this realm. Thus, he resolved to deepen his practice of the soul technique. Chanting the soul technique, the spiritual disc within his mind began to tremble violently. Threads of soul power coalesced and dissipated within the disc. In truth, it was a process of continual disintegration. Cold sweat began to bead upon Shenlang's forehead, and his eyes glowed crimson. This scene, though seemingly self-destructive, was in fact a method to enhance the strength of his soul. Through the cycles of gathering, dispersing, and regathering, he aimed to fortify the solidity of his soul, thereby augmenting its power. In many respects, cultivating soul power was more arduous and painful than mere martial cultivation. Shenlang's eyes remained closed, and the sweat on his brow continued to accumulate. At this moment, the spiritual disc in his mind had reached its peak, fervently consolidating the soul power, then dispersing it again. Coalescing. And so the cycle continued. At last, after countless repetitions, Shenlang finally ceased the exercise. Slowly opening his eyes, he released a long breath. An unprecedented clarity shone in his gaze. Indeed, his soul had become much more solidified. Observing the state of his mental realm, Shenlang could not suppress a smile. Based on his current soul strength, he had reached the late stage of the mundane realm, nearing perfection. Given time, he might just achieve a breakthrough to completeness. Glancing out the window, he noted that it was already midnight. Shenlang was taken aback, surprised to find he had cultivated for so long. Turning back, he saw Yin Susu still with her eyes closed. Seemingly in deep practice, Shun Lang stood slowly, hesitation flickering across his face. Just then, Yin Susu opened her eyes and looked at him. Ready to depart? She asked, her gaze steady. Yes, Shun Lang nodded. Then let us go. Yin Susu stretched languidly, her exquisite figure on full display. Shun Lang's gaze drifted to the window, and after a moment of contemplation, he finalized their plan. To avoid drawing too much attention, they decided to exit through the window. Where do you intend to go? Yin Susu asked. Her expression relaxed as she surveyed their surroundings. We. Shun Lang's gaze flickered slightly as he chuckled. Let us pay a visit to the Iron Sword sect. Based on various signs, Shun Lang had already concluded that the spies from the day before must have been sent by the sect's leader. Given this, how could he not pay a courtesy call? The Iron Sword sect was situated at a distance from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Yet with the agility of Shun Lang and Yin Susu, they swiftly arrived at the sect's location. This was one of the three major powers of Yi City, the Iron Sword sect. Observing the premises, Yin Susu appeared somewhat astonished. Senior sister, not every faction is as opulent as our Huajin sect. Requiring such a display of arrogance, Shun Lang remarked with a hint of resignation. But we cannot be so rash. Yin Susu shot him a glance, still unconvinced. Very well. Shun Lang took a step back. After all, the pressing matter at hand was the Iron Sword sect. What do you intend to do? Capture their leader directly. Yin Susu huffed. I have sensed a presence of Yuan High realm energy. That individual seems to be in secluded cultivation at the moment. Upon hearing this, Shun Lang's eyes shifted. This person must be the leader of the Iron Sword sect, Tai Hu. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Lang shook his head. There is no need for that. Our primary objective is to instill fear. What purpose would capturing him serve? It would only complicate matters. What do you propose then? Shun Lang's gaze glimmered as he smiled. Senior sister, I would appreciate it if you could disarm everyone above the Yuan Mai realm here, including Tai Hu, and leave behind a single character. What character? Yin Susu inquired, intrigued. Shun Lang smiled subtly and replied, Shin. Yin Susu paused for a moment before realizing, her expression changing, you clever devil. You have quite the tricks up your sleeve. With that, Yin Susu vanished from sight. Moments later, she returned, all done. Their weapons are here, including that of the Yuanhai realm. She tossed a spatial pouch to Shun Lang, who caught it eagerly. This is sufficient. Shun Lang laughed. Then said, let us proceed to our next destination. The Man-Wolf gang, in comparison to the Iron Sword sect, had much tighter defenses, with patrols roaming about. Fortunately, Senior Sister is here. Otherwise, I would find it quite challenging to navigate such a situation alone. Shun Lang sighed at the scene before him. Well, have we accomplished everything we needed? Let us return. Yin Susu tossed another spatial pouch toward him, grimacing. I must admit, the Man-Wolf gang is rather intriguing. They have 3 Yuanhai realm practitioners, one of whom has even reached the 9th stage. And there are formations set at their entrance. If I weren't somewhat versed in formations, I wouldn't have succeeded so easily. What, you mean there are 3 Yuanhai realm practitioners here? And one at the 9th stage? Shun Lang stared at Yin Susu in disbelief. Would I lie to you? She replied with a roll of her eyes. Shun Lang's expression turned grave as far as he knew. Each of the 3 major powers in Yi City possessed only one Yuanhai realm expert. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce's president, Shi Yuan, the Iron Sword sect's leader, Tai Hu, and the Man-Wolf gang's chief, Hu Lang. Now, the Man-Wolf gang had 3. More alarmingly, one was at the 9th stage. Shun Lang's expression hardened. The 3 major powers of Yi City could at most have individuals at the 3rd or 4th stage. The existence of a 9th stage Yuanhai realm expert was utterly impossible. If any of their trio reached such a level, they would undoubtedly dominate the other factions, claiming supremacy over Yi City. If not them, then who could it be? Could it be an external force intervening with the Man-Wolf gang? As this thought crossed his mind, Shun Lang's demeanor grew serious. Shun Lang, why are you lost in thought? Came Yin Susu's impatient voice from behind, snapping him back to reality. Forget it. I'll contemplate it later. Moreover, if the Man-Wolf gang does not provoke us, let them be. Resolutely, Shun Lang turned to Yin Susu and smiled. Let us return to a new day dawned. Yi City regained its vibrancy, bustling with activity both inside and outside the town. However, compared to the previous day, many changes had occurred in some areas of Yi City. For instance, the Iron Sword sect. Early in the morning, vendors heading to the morning market noticed something amiss as they passed by the Iron Sword sect. Typically, as one of the 3 major powers in Yi City, there would be enforcers obstructing the path of passers-by, demanding tribute to allow passage. Ordinary pedestrians could choose to detour, but for these vendors, it wasted time and significantly reduced their earnings. They often had no choice but to endure this cost. Yet this morning, they found no one from the Iron Sword sect blocking the way, not a single soul. Moreover, the main gate of the Iron Sword sect was tightly shut, devoid of any comings or goings, as if it had been sealed off entirely, which was quite peculiar. In a similar vein, the Man-Wolf gang had also gone silent. The sudden changes in these two major powers naturally sparked a flurry of speculation throughout Yi City, with various rumors circulating rapidly. Nevertheless, no matter how fervent the discussions within the city, they remained mere gossip. The prolonged inactivity of the two major powers contributed to the current stalemate. The Iron Sword sect and the Man-Wolf gang had their gates firmly shut. Within a chamber of the Wana Chamber of Commerce, Lumei sat in the central chair, her brows furrowed. Before her stood Manager Wang. "Have you discovered the cause?" Lumei inquired. "Report to the overseer." "There is no news at all," Manager Wang replied, equally perplexed. "These two factions are completely quiet. Their defenses are impenetrable, and we cannot ascertain any information. The only thing we can confirm is that they have not suffered any catastrophic blow that would lead to their annihilation. That is obvious. Otherwise, the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce would not fare much better." Lumei shook her head. While the destruction of a sect may not be uncommon in the outside world, in this small Yi city, it was indeed improbable for such a fate to befall the Iron Sword sect and the Man-Wolf gang. What could be the reason? Lumei gazed out the window, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Regardless, both factions were among the top powers in Yi City, and if anything happened to them, it would not bode well for the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, with President Shi Yuan currently away. This burden now rested upon her shoulders. Alas, it truly is a time of troubles. She sighed softly, turning to Manager Wang. "Deploy more spies to closely monitor the movements of these two factions and report back at all times." "Understood." Manager Wang nodded. "Let us hope it is not a troublesome matter." As Lumei slowly rose, she sighed inwardly. Within the main hall of the Iron Sword sect, several figures were seated, the atmosphere tense and frigid. At the center sat a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority, clearly the leader of the Iron Sword sect. "Taihu, everyone, do you have anything to say?" Taihu's indifferent gaze swept over the assembly, his tone somber. The crowd exchanged glances, and eventually, an elderly man with white hair stood up, his aura resonating with the 9th stage of Yuanmai, just a step away from Yuanhai realm. This man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Iron Sword sect. "Taio, Master, this Shenlang is simply too arrogant. His actions are a complete affront to our entire sect." The elder's face was as dark as water, his tone revealing his anger. "Indeed, this youth is far too audacious. We, the Iron Sword sect, cannot let this matter rest." Another elder expressed, also a member of the sect. Everyone in agreement. Taihu surveyed the crowd, his voice calm, yet commanding. The attendees exchanged glances before all nodded in unison. Taihu exhaled slowly, rising with his back to them. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What did this gesture signify? "Have you not realized the most critical issue?" Taihu suddenly interjected. "What?" Hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows, questioning what the critical issue could be. Was it not about seeking retribution from Shenlang? Taihu sighed softly, turning to face them, his expression grim. "You fools. If Shenlang truly intended to kill, would any of us in the Iron Sword sect be spared?" His thunderous voice sent shivers down their spines, and suddenly, the realization dawned upon them. In an instant, cold sweat trickled down everyone's backs. Indeed, if Shenlang could silently disarm them all, could he not also take their lives? Paleness spread across their faces as they comprehended the terrifying truth. The pressing issue was no longer about seeking vengeance against Shenlang, but rather, whether Shenlang would choose to spare them. Master of the Gate, this Shenlang is merely a practitioner of the Yuan Vein realm. How could he possess such abilities? The lips of the Grand Elder, Tai-Ao, trembled slightly as he cast an unconvinced glance at Taiwu. "Shenlang," Taiwu scoffed. "If this fellow truly had such prowess, the entire Great Qin dynasty would be in an uproar. A mere lad of barely a dozen years, yet capable of slaying those in the Yuan-Si realm is indeed a rarity throughout the Great Qin dynasty." "What?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. "Master, are you suggesting that even your weapons were taken?" "Even if my weapons were not taken, an individual capable of stealthily evading my senses to seize your weapons is not someone our Tai Sword sect can contend with." Taiwu replied with a cold laugh. "Moreover, I too have fallen victim this time." In an instant, everyone present in the hall displayed expressions of shock. The unfolding situation surpassed their wildest expectations. It turned out that their entire Tai Sword sect had indeed brushed perilously close to the gates of hell. "Master, what should we do now?" Tai-Ao inhaled deeply, looking at Taiwu. "Simply act as if nothing has transpired." Taiwu's expression softened slightly. This Shenlang fellow, whose origins were originally shrouded in mystery, now appears to possess an extraordinary background. The assailants must have been sent by him. However, since they have not struck against us but merely taken our weapons, their intention is likely to intimidate us. As long as we remain silent, their objective will be achieved, and this matter will naturally be resolved. Tai Wu's gaze flickered as he addressed the crowd, his voice solemn. From this day forth, retract all spies monitoring Xinlang. Regarding Xinlang, our Tai sword sect shall no longer interfere. Do you all understand? Understood. The crowd nodded in agreement. The implication of his words was clear without further elaboration from the master. What a formidable individual. Tai Wu slowly turned, gazing at the emblem of the Tai sword in the center of the hall, letting out a deep sigh to eye in the dimly lit chamber of the man-wolf gang. 3 figures sat facing one another. A man clad in red robes occupied one side, his gaze frequently darting towards the figure cloaked in black at the center. If anyone were present, they would recognize this as Hu Lang, the leader of the man-wolf gang. However, even this powerful figure among the 3 strongest in Yi City now bore a hint of trepidation in his eyes, directed at the black-robed man seated before him. If Yin Susu were here, she would surely recognize that this black-robed man was none other than a formidable presence at the 9th level of Yuan Si, a half-step into Yuan gang. Suddenly, a hoarse voice emanated from the figure in black, imbued with a chilling aura. What do you know of this Xinlang? Hu Lang's gaze flickered as he hurriedly replied, My lord, I do not know much about this fellow. Only that he has some connection with the Wanbao Merchant Association, and his origins remain unclear. Wanbao Merchant Association, the black-robed man scoffed. Although the Wanbao Merchant Association is a branch of the Baichao Merchant Association, the headquarters would not dispatch powerful individuals to these minor branches unless in dire circumstances. Even if they were to be annihilated, it would likely go unnoticed. Under such circumstances, the so-called background of the Wanbao Merchant Association is virtually non-existent. Their strength amounts to merely a stone yuan of the 3rd level of Yuan Si. Such a trivial stone yuan could not carry out such audacious actions beneath my very eyes. Hu Lang shuddered, cautiously glancing at the black figure. My lord, what do you imply? This Xinlang is no simple character. The black-robed man replied calmly. To operate under my very nose and evade detection. The individual must be a Yuan gang realm practitioner. What? Hu Lang gasped in shock. He was all too familiar with such a powerful figure. Practitioners of this caliber were among the elite within the entire Great Qin dynasty. And now, one was allied with Xinlang. However, since this person had not resorted to lethal force, but merely sought to intimidate, it seemed our plans had not been uncovered. Xinlang's actions were likely a response to our minor provocations against him. In light of this, we should maintain our distance from him and refrain from inciting conflict to avoid jeopardizing our plans, the black-robed man stated coolly. As for matters in Yi City, I am certain that Xinlang will not linger for long. Once he departs, we can proceed with our plans. Once we have complete control over Yi City, we shall have powerful guardians arrive. Even if Xinlang were to send strong individuals again, we shall not fear. My lord's reasoning is sound. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Hu Lang nodded. I have heard that the Tai sword sect has also received a warning from Xinlang? The black-robed man inquired again. Hu Lang nodded. Yes, my lord. The Tai sword sect has, like us, shut its doors tightly. This presents an opportunity for us. The black-robed man smiled faintly. We can officially implement our first step of the plan. Chapter 126. Hu Lang's expression became serious. My lord, do you mean we shall make a move against the Tai sword sect? Given the current state of Tai Wu, he would surely be eager to seek a powerful ally to counter the Wanbao Merchant Association. The black-robed man replied slowly. If that is the case, we shall offer him an opportunity, a chance to join us. Just as well, our faction has long been in need of expansion. But what if Tai Wu is unwilling to join us? Hu Lang hesitated slightly. The black-robed man snorted coldly. Is further explanation necessary? Those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. Understood. Hu Lang nodded vigorously. The skies over Yi City are bound to change. The black-robed man raised his gaze forward, icy brilliance flickering in his eyes. Wanbao Merchant Association, Xinlang, the current turmoil in Yi City is all due to your actions. Yin Susu leaned against the windowsill. Her curves accentuated, observing the scene below with an enigmatic smile. Xinlang sat cross-legged on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thanks to my senior sister's assistance, these 2 sects should now behave themselves. By the way, Yin Susu suddenly turned to Xinlang, inquiring, You've appeared to be lost in thought since returning last night. What occupies your mind? Xinlang slowly rose to his feet. Meeting Yin Susu's gaze, Senior sister, do you sense anything peculiar about that half-step Yuan gang practitioner? Peculiar? Yin Susu frowned slightly, then responded seriously. That individual exudes a nauseating aura, reminiscent of a certain demonic sect. Demonic sect? Xinlang's expression sharpened. Which one? The blood demon sect. Yin Susu replied calmly. This evil cult is prevalent throughout the Great Qin dynasty, deeply entrenched. The sect has expended considerable effort to eradicate this influence. Yet to no avail. A few years ago, I encountered one of their guardians, who fled in defeat. Thus I became familiar with this aura, the blood demon sect. Xinlang's gaze hardened. He was not unfamiliar with this cult, as his master had once regaled him with tales of its deeds. The blood demon sect is notorious for its atrocities, with a shadow lurking behind almost every massacre. And now, their presence is felt in Yi City? The Man-Wolf Gang. Xinlang felt the complexity of the situation deepen, that if these suspicions hold true, then the Man-Wolf Gang must be colluding with the blood demon sect, and their intentions. Are you both awake? A voice suddenly interrupted Xinlang's train of thought. It was Lu Mei at the door. Xinlang approached and opened the door. It was indeed Lu Mei. I wonder how Master Xin fared in his rest last night. Lu Mei smiled enigmatically, her red lips curving upward. Faced with this seemingly loaded inquiry, Xinlang cleared his throat and smiled. All is well. Thank you for your concern, Manager Lu. We are all familiar faces. There's no need for such formality, Lu Mei replied with a slight smile. Then her gaze flicked to the interior of the room, asking, how is Miss Yin? Thanks to Manager Lu's concern, I am doing well. Yin Susu stepped forward, casting a glance at Xinlang before smiling at Lu Mei. Manager Lu, is there something you wish to discuss? Xinlang, feeling somewhat uneasy under Yin Susu's gaze, shifted the topic. Oh, indeed. Lu Mei's expression turned serious as she spoke gravely. I wanted to inform you that an incident has occurred in Yi City, and the competition must be cancelled. Xinlang was taken aback. What happened? Although he had stirred up trouble for the Tai Sword sect and Man-Wolf Gang, his intention was to intimidate. It should not affect the competition. Yin Susu shot a thoughtful glance at Xinlang. Sigh. Lu Mei sighed lightly, her expression heavy. Just now, the master of the Tai Sword sect, Tai Wu, died mysteriously. What? Xinlang was increasingly astonished, shifting his gaze to Yin Susu, who merely rolled her eyes in response. As if to say it had nothing to do with her. Let us discuss this inside. Lu Mei, oblivious to their exchanged glances, continued. Xinlang nodded, and the group entered the room and took their seats. The specifics of the situation unfolded as follows. As for the earlier events, both Xinlang and Yin Susu were well aware, but the subsequent developments exceeded Xinlang's expectations. Manager Lu, are you saying that the leader of the Iron Sword sect, Tai Wu, was invited by the Man-Wolf Gang and then mysteriously died? Xinlang's gaze flickered as he listened to Lu Mei's account. Correct? Lu Mei nodded. Manager Lu, do you think the Man-Wolf Gang was behind this? Xinlang inquired. Looking towards Lu Mei. It is evident that they must be. Lu Mei's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. However, what puzzles me is how the Man-Wolf Gang could silently assassinate a formidable figure like Tai Wu, who is a peak Yuan-Hai realm expert. From what I know, Tai Wu is extremely cautious and would never easily fall for the traps of the Man-Wolf Gang. Therefore, relying on poison or mechanical devices seems unlikely. If it were a direct assassination, it would be even stranger. The Man-Wolf Gang only has Hu Lang as a Yuan-Hai realm expert, whose strength is comparable to Tai Wu's. How could they possibly kill him so swiftly and cleanly? Lu Mei took a deep breath. According to reports from our scouts, after Tai Wu entered the Man-Wolf Gang, there was no sign of any fighting. Shortly after, his corpse was carried out. Upon hearing this, Xinlang and Yin Susu exchanged glances, clearly understanding the situation. Tai Wu had been killed instantly. While Lu Mei was unaware, the two knew that within the Man-Wolf Gang, there were indeed 3 Yuan-Hai realm experts, one of whom had even reached the threshold of the Yuan Gang realm. Since Lu Mei was oblivious, Tai Wu must have been as well. Given such a lineup, a sudden strike could easily eliminate Tai Wu. Was the Man-Wolf Gang planning to swallow the Iron Sword sect? Xinlang tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. No. To Xinlang's surprise, Lu Mei shook her head. The Man-Wolf Gang merely delivered the corpse to the Iron Sword sect and then left without any attempt to seize it. As for the Iron Sword sect, it has completely fallen into a state of closure. Even with all my scouts deployed, I have received no news and do not know what is happening inside. Xinlang was utterly perplexed. What on earth did the Man-Wolf Gang intend to do? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Xinlang. He turned to Lu Mei urgently. Manager Lu, has President Shi returned? President? Not yet. At this moment, he should still be en route, escorting important supplies, which require his personal attention, Lu Mei explained. This is bad. President Shi may be in trouble. Xinlang's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet. What? Lu Mei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized something, her complexion paling. Chapter 127. Departure. Manager Lu, where should President Shi be right now? Xinlang asked with a serious expression. Follow this map. Lu Mei swiftly pulled out a map and handed it to Xinlang. It details the president's route. Senior sister. Xinlang turned to Yin Susu, who remained calm. Let us go. Xinlang nodded, feeling more assured with Yin Susu's involvement. Manager Lu, we will return shortly. With that, Shunlang and Yin Susu dashed out, disappearing from Lu Mei's sight in an instant. I hope everything will be all right. Lu Mei stared at the empty doorway, gripping the armrest of her chair tightly. Rather than worrying about others, you should consider your own predicament. Don't you agree, Manager Lu? A chilling voice suddenly echoed in the room. Lu Mei's face changed dramatically as she stood up and scanned her surroundings. Who is it? You need not know who I am. You only have to understand that if you cooperate with us, everything will be fine. Otherwise, the room was shrouded in black mist, obscuring any visible figure. You were Dot from the Blood Demon sect. Lu Mei finally recalled something, her expression turning cold. Tai Wu died by your hand, didn't he? Are you colluding with the Man-Wolf gang? Manager Lu, you are indeed sharp, but regrettably, that knowledge is of no use at this moment. The black mist was filled with mocking laughter. As it slowly dissipated, a figure emerged, none other than the black-cloaked man from the secret chamber. Just now, I was prepared to give up on dealing with you. But unexpectedly, they left on their own. Truly, heaven has favored my sect. The black-cloaked man sneered coldly, moving toward Lu Mei. Lu Mei's heart raced. She immediately attempted to retreat but found herself unable to move. A peak Yuan High Realm expert. In that case, Lu Mei raised her head abruptly, determination flashing in her eyes. Even if it means self-destruction, I will never fall into the hands of such a demonic sect. An overwhelming aura began to emanate from her delicate form. You wish to self-destruct? The black-cloaked man's gaze turned icy, followed by a mocking grin. Even if you self-destruct, how could you harm me? To entertain such a futile death wish is nothing short of foolish. Rather than pursuing a meaningless demise, why not join my sect and achieve great things? Lu Mei's beautiful eyes remained indifferent, her silence amplifying her resolve. Manager Lu, this wretched being's words ring true. You should not think this way. Instead, you ought to live for yourself. That a gentle voice suddenly resonated within the room. Lu Mei's expression shifted from despair to shock, and then to joy. Young Master Shin? The black-cloaked man's expression changed drastically as he turned around. A man and a woman appeared at the doorway. The man stood with his arms crossed, a smile on his face. You actually returned. The black-cloaked man's gaze fixated on the two, particularly lingering on Yin Susu. How could you possibly come back so soon? The black-cloaked man fell silent, suddenly realizing something. So, is it possible that we were merely waiting for prey without straying far? Shenlang smiled benignly. With your meager abilities, you think you could evade my perception? How ridiculous. Yin Susu casually raised a finger, her tone indifferent. The black-cloaked man stared at Yin Susu, his apprehension deepening. In the next moment, he transformed into a blur and dashed toward the window, trying to escape. Do you think you can? Yin Susu scoffed, her delicate hand waving lightly, unleashing a torrent of yuan power that ensnared the shadow attempting to flee. I warn you, if you dare to kill me, the protector from my sect will arrive immediately, and none of you will escape. The shadow writhed violently within the yuan power, its voice twisted with malice. Protector? Perfect. I didn't manage to capture that so-called protector last time, and I've been regretting it ever since. Now you deliver yourself to me. What a fortuitous turn of events. Yin Susu replied coolly. Before the shadow could utter another word, Yin Susu clenched her fist, and it instantly dissipated into gray smoke, carried away by the wind. Seeing your sister's prowess is indeed extraordinary. Shenlang gave Yin Susu a thumbs up. Yin Susu shot Shenlang a glance before turning to Lu Mei with a smile. Manager Lu, are you all right? I'm fine. But what about you two? Lu Mei, still in shock, looked at them with wide eyes. We never actually left. The earlier scene was merely a performance for this fellow. Shenlang smiled lightly. If we didn't trick him into coming, we wouldn't have had the confidence to keep him here. So that's how it is. Lu Mei sighed in relief, but a hint of doubt lingered. What about President Shi? Rest assured, Manager Lu, the only one who poses a threat to President Shi is this person. Although the Man-Wolf gang has two other Yuan High Realm experts, capturing President Shi will not be so easy. Shenlang smiled. What? The Man-Wolf gang actually has two Yuan High Realm experts. Lu Mei was once again stunned. Shenlang and Yin Susu exchanged knowing glances and smiles before Shenlang recounted the entire situation. That's how it is. After hearing Shenlang's account, Lu Mei's expression shifted to one of understanding, her beautiful eyes revealing a complex emotion. Young Master Shin, I must admit, I underestimated you. You flatter me, Manager Lu. Shenlang replied with a faint smile. What are your plans moving forward? Yin Susu inquired, looking at Shenlang thoughtfully. Moving forward, Shenlang's lips curved upward, is to take the initiative and deliver a formal greeting to the Blood Demon sect. I wonder what young Master Shin has in mind. Lu Mei asked with curiosity. It seems that besides Hu Lang, the other Yuan High Realm expert in the Man-Wolf gang must also have ties to the Blood Demon sect. If that's the case, Shenlang's eyes sparkled. We will use him to locate the Blood Demon sect's whereabouts. Finding the blood demon sect is no simple task. This organization is highly fragmented. Even if you locate their base, it would merely be one of their many outposts. Destroying one will only lead to the emergence of another. They are truly troublesome, Yinsusu remarked slowly. I understand that. However, to reach the blood demon sect stronghold, one must proceed step by step. Besides, our current objective is not to find the main base. Given our strength, even if we knew its location, we would likely be discovered by their powerful experts before we could approach. Xinlang smiled. That is indeed true. The blood demon sect's main base will undoubtedly have experts at the Earth Gang or even Heaven Gang levels. Yinsusu nodded. In that case, let us set forth. Xinlang turned to Lu Mei and clasped his hands together. Manager Lu, since there seems to be nothing more to attend to here for the time being, we shall take our leave. Please remember to inform Chairman Shi Yuan of everything upon his return. After we deal with the Man-Wolf Gang, the only organization capable of maintaining order in Yi City will be the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Rest assured, young Master Shin, I will see to it that these matters are handled properly, Lu Mei replied, nodding. She then added softly, young Master Shin, Miss Yin, do take care. Indeed, Xinlang acknowledged, then turned to Yinsusu. Senior sister, let us go. The two figures swiftly exited the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, soon disappearing at the end of the street. Lu Mei stood by the window, her gaze filled with complex emotions. The youth had, unbeknownst to her, become a figure whom even she, a peak practitioner of the Yuanmai realm, had to look up to. Chapter 128. The plan in the same secret chamber, two figures sat across from one another. One of whom was Hu Lang. Lord Zhua, why has the master not returned yet? This delay has exceeded our agreed time, has it not? Hu Lang asked, looking at the figure in the dark green robe with a hint of concern. The master's intent lies in eliminating that woman Lu Mei from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. With Shi Yuan absent, once Lu Mei is dealt with, the Wanbao Chamber will fall under our control. The man in the dark green robe replied calmly. Given the master's strength, what is there to worry about when it comes to a mere woman of the Yuanmai realm? The man continued. Indeed, Lord Zhua, I too feel the delay has been prolonged, hence my anxiety, Hu Lang quickly added with a forced smile. Your concerns are not without merit. It has indeed taken a while, the man in the dark green robe remarked. However, it is also possible that the master has altered his plans on a whim, causing the delay. Regardless, with the master's prowess, what troubles could he encounter in this small Yi city? Lord Zhua, Hu Lang's gaze shifted cautiously. Have you forgotten that there seems to be a powerful Yuan Gang realm practitioner in Yi city? The dark green-robed man's expression tightened slightly, that I may have overlooked that. However, the master possesses appropriate means. Even that Yuan Gang realm practitioner may not pose a threat to him. The tension in his expression dissipated as he regained his composure. Seeing the man so unperturbed eased Hu Lang's anxiety. After all, this matter greatly concerned his fate. Is that so? Just as Hu Lang began to relax, a strange voice suddenly echoed within the chamber. Who? The first to react was the man in the dark green robe. Who immediately rose, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. Hu Lang was a beat slow to respond, but he too felt a chill run down his spine. The notion that someone could silently infiltrate their secret chamber was alarming. Hu Lang's face turned pale. Suddenly, the candles in the chamber flared to life, illuminating everything. A woman dressed in a light blue gown appeared before them, her expression indifferent, her beautiful eyes scanning the two men with disdain. Who are you? The man in the dark green robe demanded, his entire demeanor shifting to one of hostility, as he sensed the overwhelming strength of the woman before him. I have come to take what belongs to you as a warning. And today you have come looking for death, the woman stated coldly, her gaze sweeping over them, emitting an aura of frost. What? Both men were momentarily stunned, but their expressions soon morphed into alarm. You are the Yuan Gang realm practitioner? The man in the dark green robe locked his gaze onto Yinsusu, every nerve in his body taut with apprehension. Should I bring out your weapons as proof? Yinsusu regarded him with a smirk that held no warmth. You need not bother. The so-called master you speak of has already been dealt with, so there is no need for you to await his return. The faces of the two men paled once more. What do you intend to do? The man in the dark green robe, displaying a stronger mental fortitude, quickly regained his composure. If your intent is merely to kill us, I assume you wouldn't waste your breath on such trivialities? You do possess some intellect. Yinsusu scoffed lightly. My objective is simple. If you disclose the whereabouts of the blood demon sect, you shall be spared. Hu Lang's lips twitched in disbelief. He hadn't expected to be threatened so swiftly. Impossible, the man in the dark green robe retorted with a sneer. Boom, almost instantly after the words left his mouth, a surge of Yuan power erupted from Yinsusu, engulfing him entirely. When the energy dissipated, the area where the dark green-robed man had stood was completely vacant, as though he had never existed. Hu Lang was left dumbfounded. I never intended for you to survive. This certainly makes things easier. Yinsusu huffed, then turned her attention to Hu Lang. Do you understand? Hu Lang immediately knelt, bowing repeatedly. My lord, I know the whereabouts of the blood demon sect. Please spare my life. Enough chatter. Tell me where. Yen Susu's eyes glimmered with satisfaction, though her demeanor remained aloof. Here. Right here. Hu Lang scrambled to his feet, trembling as he retrieved a map from his pocket, respectfully presenting it to Yen Susu. My lord, this map indicates the location of the blood demon sect's nearby stronghold. Yen Susu accepted the map, casting a quick glance over it, her expression softening with approval. Shen Lang truly has a plan. She mused inwardly, then turned to Hu Lang, her tone I see why. As for the current situation in Yi City, I will say little. I must emphasize, the Wambao Chamber of Commerce is the only controlling force here. Do you understand? Hu Lang froze momentarily, then nodded vigorously, elated. I understand. I shall gather the resources of the gang and pledge allegiance to the Wambao Chamber of Commerce, from now on following their commands. Your comprehension is satisfactory. Yen Susu acknowledged. I expect all of this to be completed by today. Certainly. Absolutely. Hu Lang hurriedly agreed, bowing his head. When he looked up again, he found himself alone in the chamber. Sighing at the spot where the dark green-robed man had been, he called for a few guards, instructing them to prepare for relocation. We must move everything to the Wambao Chamber of Commerce today. From now on, there shall be no more man-wolf gang in Yi City, only the Wambao Chamber of Commerce as the sole governing power. Do you understand? Yes, within a corner not far from the man-wolf gang. Yen Susu casually tossed the map, which Shen Lang promptly caught. It's all thanks to you, senior sister. As he scanned the map, understanding dawned upon him, and he turned to Yen Susu with a smile. Enough with the pleasantries. What do we do next? Yen Susu merely rolled her eyes at Shen Lang's flattery, though a subtle smile graced her lips, betraying her enjoyment of the compliment. Next, we will follow the map to locate the blood demon sect stronghold. Shen Lang examined the map in his hands, smiling slightly. The location depicted here is likely just one of the blood demon sect's outposts. Should we annihilate it? Or what? Annihilate it? Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly. Senior sister, it's not that I doubt your abilities, but given our strength, it may be somewhat unrealistic to expect us to eradicate this outpost. Unrealistic? Yen Susu huffed lightly. From what I know, these outposts of the blood demon sect are typically guarded by only a single early-stage Yuan gang realm practitioner. With my strength, dispatching such an opponent is hardly a challenge. You are correct, Shen Lang nodded, continuing, but you have overlooked a crucial fact. Each outpost of the blood demon sect is equipped with a teleportation array, which serves both to communicate and to summon reinforcements. While you could easily defeat the Yuan gang realm practitioner stationed there, what if other practitioners from different outposts arrive? Can you handle being outnumbered? Yen Susu hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, perplexed. But I've never heard of the blood demon sect having teleportation arrays. How do you know this? Chapter 129. Blood demon sect stronghold. It is recorded in ancient texts within the secret scripture pavilion. Shen Lang replied nonchalantly. Do not forget, my master was once the head of the pavilion. Elder Yi, I had forgotten about that, Yen Susu remarked, her mind clearing. Please, go on. Thus, if we wish to swiftly seize this outpost, our only option is to destroy it before reinforcements can be teleported in. Shen Lang raised his gaze to Yen Susu and smiled. To achieve this goal, you would need to instantly eliminate a Yuan gang realm expert. Are you capable of that, Shen Lang? Yen Susu's expression darkened, visibly displeased. Are you jesting with me? It is common knowledge that among cultivators of the same level, the stronger they are, the harder it is to determine a victor. Even among peers within the Yuan High realm, the disparity in strength is not so pronounced, let alone in the Yuan gang realm. The notion of swiftly dispatching such a strong opponent is utterly preposterous. Just a little joke, don't take it to heart, Shen Lang said, scratching his nose. That he then became serious. In that case, we have only one reliable method. We must completely destroy the teleportation array before other powerful beings are summoned. Destroy the teleportation array. Yen Susu paused for a moment, then responded with a hint of exasperation. The method is sound, but do you understand formations? Just a bit. Shen Lang reassured her. Don't worry, I will handle this. You just focus on dealing with that Yuan gang realm expert. You are hiding quite a bit of strength, aren't you? Yen Susu huffed, clearly annoyed. You just revealed your alchemy skills, and now you casually mention your knowledge of formations. What's next? Well, you also reveal that you can forge weapons, nothing more, truly. Shen Lang chuckled awkwardly, then folded the map and said with a serious demeanor, This is the plan, senior sister. Let's prepare to set off. Lead the way. Yen Susu waved her hand, casting her gaze elsewhere. You, Shen Lang, have concealed things from me for so long. Even the elders and the sect leader have been deceived by you. You truly have a knack for this. Hearing Yen Susu's series of grievances, Shen Lang could only manage a wry smile as he led the way. According to the map, The blood demon sect's outpost was not far from Yi City. Thus, Xinlang and Yin Susu arrived at their destination in just half an hour. Gazing at a towering mountain before them, Xinlang's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The blood demon sect indeed possesses remarkable methods to have established their base within this mountain. No wonder we could never locate them. Beside him, Yin Susu snorted. This sect is certainly formidable. Xinlang nodded, then directed his gaze towards the mountain's base, where an unassuming boulder stood. Yet this seemingly insignificant stone was the mechanism to enter the blood demon sect's outpost. The blueprint provided by Hu Lang contained detailed instructions, including the method to activate the stone mechanism. Xinlang surmised that Hu Lang had likely never been here, which explained the meticulous notes. Following the blueprint's guidance, he began to rotate the boulder. With a resounding rumble, the stone indeed shifted, sinking downward. Behind them came a grating sound. The two turned to see a deeply hidden stone door rising slowly at the foot of the mountain, revealing a dark entrance. We have found the exit. Xinlang and Yin Susu exchanged glances and nodded. In the next moment, they rushed into the cave. Senior sister, once we exit the passage, we must part ways immediately. You will divert the majority of the blood demon sect's experts, while I will head to the location of the formation to destroy it as quickly as possible. Then we will regroup. Xinlang instructed Yin Susu. Rest assured, by the time you arrive, none of these fellows will be left. Yin Susu replied with an air of confidence. Very well. Xinlang touched his nose and smiled slightly. Ahead, a bright light began to intensify. I shall take my leave first. With a sudden burst of energy, Yin Susu swiftly dashed out of the passage. Soon after, waves of yuan power began to ripple from ahead. Clearly, Yin Susu had already engaged in battle with the blood demon sect's experts. Finally, Xinlang emerged from the tunnel. Before him lay an immense stone cavern, unfathomably deep and towering high, with numerous stone platforms illuminated by countless torches, presenting a breathtaking sight. Such grandeur was exceedingly rare even within the entire Qin dynasty, yet this was merely a branch outpost of the blood demon sect. It was evident that the sect's influence surpassed ordinary imagination. Above, powerful energy fluctuations reverberated, accompanied by echoes of shouts. Xinlang could even sense an aura approaching him that was hardly weaker than Yin Susu's. Clearly, this aura belonged to a Yuan Gang realm expert within the outpost. Time was of the essence. Xinlang's gaze sharpened as he swiftly made his way toward the formation's location. Following the map's instructions, the commotion created by Yin Susu had indeed drawn most of the blood demon sect's experts away, allowing Xinlang to encounter very few along the way. Even if he stumbled upon one or two, they were mere trifles, easily dispatched with a single strike. In this manner, Xinlang quickly arrived at the formation's location. The first thing that caught his eye was a massive crystal, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Perched atop the crystal was a sculpted disc adorned with intricate patterns. Xinlang approached hastily, squinting his eyes to inspect everything before him. Indeed, the aura of the formation was palpable. After studying the disc for a moment, Xinlang's heart understood. As for the enormous crystal, Xinlang's gaze flickered as he reached out to touch it. What a tremendous surge of energy. The moment his palm made contact, he felt a torrent of power surge into his body, overwhelming and boundless. Clearly, this was the energy source powering the formation. In light of this, Xinlang smiled faintly. Rather than exhausting himself attempting to dismantle the teleportation formation to prevent other powerful beings from arriving, there was a far simpler method. That was to take the energy crystal. Without its energy source, even the most formidable formation would be rendered ineffective. Moreover, this energy crystal could serve as a tremendous resource for his cultivation. A win-win situation. Taking a deep breath, Xinlang prepared for his next course of action. Meanwhile, at the summit of the cavern, you possess remarkable audacity to dare invade my sect's outpost. A figure entirely shrouded in black mist confronted Yin Susu, speaking in a chilling tone. With you, I can come and go as I please, and extinguish you at will. Yin Susu scoffed dismissively. Arrogance. Today, I shall make you aware of the price of your hubris. The shadowy figure sneered, raising its sleeve to summon a terrifying surge of black mist that rapidly engulfed Yin Susu. The mist hissed as it made contact with the air, seemingly corroding it. Its toxicity was evident. Childish tricks. Yin Susu remained unfazed, raising her delicate hand as a beam of white light cascaded down, enveloping the black mist and subsequently annihilating it. You certainly possess some skill. No wonder you dare behave so recklessly. Seeing this, the shadowy figure's voice grew solemn. But this is where it ends. The black mist surged ominously, releasing terrifying waves of energy. Soul destruction technique. The sinister voice echoed with arrogance. What of you being a Yuan Gang realm expert? Under my great technique, your soul shall scatter with your Yuan Gang realm prowess. You think you can become the sustenance for my technique? The figure cackled maliciously. Just you wait. Yin Susu retorted coldly, raising her hand to reveal a smooth, luminous jade plate. You dare contend with me? The jade plate spun forth, casting a radiant white light that enveloped the black mist above. You think to purify my black mist? Ha! Such naive delusions. The shadowy figure, however, remained unperturbed, exuding confidence. Purify. You underestimate my patience. In the next instant, break. The jade plate erupted with blinding brilliance, enveloping the black mist entirely. Subsequently, fierce flames erupted forth, roaring like a fire dragon. The shadowy figure's triumphant laughter gradually faded. What? Was replaced by a gasp of shock and profound fear. 3 realms true fire? You possess such a divine object. The figure was filled with disbelief. Let me see if your black mist can withstand the 3 realms true fire. Yin Susu coldly laughed. Her hand tightening as she commanded. Refine. The flames surged, searing fiercely. The shadowy figure let out a pained scream as the flames consumed the black mist, inflicting damage on its original form as well. You dare challenge me? With you. You are not worthy to contend with me. Yin Susu retorted disdainfully. Do not be so pleased with yourself. The shadowy figure's cries abruptly ceased, followed by an unpleasant cackle. Summoning technique. Activate. A crimson glow flashed from the black mist, darting away at such speed that Yin Susu could not react in time. Ha, you are doomed. I shall see how you withstand the arrival of multiple Yuan Gang realm experts from my sect. Oh, is that so? Yin Susu lightly raised her finger, stating calmly, Are you certain they will arrive? Chapter 130. Reincarnation. The shadowy figure's voice faltered. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over it. It suddenly realized that its connection to the teleportation formation seemed to have been severed. How could this be? If you were merely summoning, then so be it, since I have come this far. How could I not prepare thoroughly? Yin Susu mocked. What? How could you possibly know of its existence? The shadow of the black mist was utterly stunned, soon descending into hysteria. He simply could not comprehend how this. Clearly the greatest secret of the sect could have been leaked. There are many things you remain unaware of. Yin Susu let out a cold scoff, her expression turning icy. Prepare to meet your demise. A terrifying torrent of energy surged forth, engulfing the shadow completely. Yin Susu's gaze abruptly shifted downward, where hundreds of powerful figures from the Blood Demon sect were gathered. Without a moment's hesitation, a colossal hand of elemental force descended, enveloping all the formidable members of the Blood Demon sect. Not a single one among them was free of bloodstains. She felt no compassion for such vicious fiends. Sister, your methods are truly ruthless, came the voice of Shun Lang from below. Yin Susu glanced down to see him grinning at her. You, indeed, possess some skill. You managed to resolve the teleportation formation so swiftly. A hint of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes. Hee, I didn't dismantle the formation, so it was naturally much quicker. Shun Lang smiled lightly, then produced the energy crystal. Take this away, and the formation will lose its function. Energy crystal? Yin Susu looked at the crystal before her. Realization dawning. No wonder. Shun Lang scanned the surroundings, pondering aloud. I wonder if there are any clues related to the Blood Demon sect's headquarters here. His words. Yin Susu's gaze shifted slightly, her lips curling into a slight smile. So, you can be quite oblivious at times. What? Shun Lang was momentarily taken aback. What do you think could be related to the Blood Demon sect's headquarters here? Yin Susu smiled knowingly. Shun Lang quickly grasped her meaning. The teleportation formation, not too dull. Yin Susu nodded. Indeed. How did I overlook such an important fact? Shun Lang slapped his forehead. Sister, let us go take a look at the teleportation formation. Moments later, the two arrived before the formation. If you hadn't destroyed the formation, we might have ended up with nothing to show for our efforts, Yin Susu remarked, gazing at the formation thoughtfully. Shun Lang nodded in agreement, acknowledging their stroke of luck. What are your plans? Yin Susu inquired, looking at Shun Lang. He circled the formation and smiled slightly. Since this formation can teleport powerful figures from the Blood Demon sect headquarters and other outposts here, it should also be able to send them back, right? Yin Susu understood. Indeed. However, the Blood Demon sect's teleportation formation can only be activated by summons. It is a passive teleportation, not an active one. What should we do? Passive and active are merely conditions set for the formation's activation. We just need to reverse this, Shun Lang replied with a calm smile. Can you do that? Yin Susu looked at him skeptically. Of course not, Shun Lang shrugged. But I believe Master Zhu and our sect could manage it. A mysterious smile spread across his face. Yin Susu was momentarily taken aback. Then her eyes widened in realization. You want the sect to intervene? No. You mean to eliminate the Blood Demon sect while you're at it? Sister, you're astute. Shun Lang gave her a thumbs up. This is indeed an unprecedented opportunity. Sister, I must rely on you to arrange for the sect to intervene. You rascal. Yin Susu gazed at him with a complicated expression and sighed softly. Very well, we shall split up. I will hold the fort here as a precaution, and you can leave the matter of notifying the sect to me. Shun Lang smiled at her. Yin Susu nodded and exhaled slowly. Time is of the essence. I shall set off immediately. With that, she turned to leave, Sister, Shenlang called out once more. Yin Susu turned back. Puzzled. What is it? Shenlang gazed at her, pausing for a moment before breaking into a smile. Sister, may I have a hug? What? Yin Susu was taken aback, looking at him with a mix of confusion and intrigue. But she found herself nodding involuntarily. Shenlang stepped forward and gently embraced her. The fragrance enveloped him, and he closed his eyes, reminiscing about their past. In that moment, he was but 5 years old. Their first encounter had blossomed into 10 years of playful rivalry. That day, he was 15, yet it left behind an unspoken sentiment that endured to this day. Sister, I'm sorry for that day. Shenlang whispered softly near her delicate ear. Yin Susu trembled slightly, suddenly recalling something. So, you finally admit it. She bit her ruby lip, her beautiful eyes glistening. She could never forget how, beneath that tree, surrounded by countless beasts, the boy who saved her had so shamelessly defiled her. Yet, when she regained consciousness, the deadly beasts had vanished, as had her savior, leaving only a name, Shenlang. Suddenly, Shenlang released her, stepping back several paces. Yin Susu regarded him intently. Sister, go to. He smiled brightly. Yin Susu gazed deeply into his eyes, then smiled in return. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting out of the cave. At last, a burden was lifted from his heart. Looking around the empty cave, Shenlang smiled slightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. Now, it was time to settle the final matter. He raised his eyes towards the formation. With a hum, Shenlang placed his palm against the formation. The energy crystal emanating a brilliant light. On the engraved disc, a brilliant white light surged forth, and Shenlang's figure vanished in an instant. In the vast, endless darkness, wandering within felt almost suffocating. A figure sat cross-legged, seemingly petrified, unaware of how long it had been. Threads of red light intertwined around it, illuminating the boundless dark space. Suddenly, a figure flashed into existence, appearing in this realm. It was Shenlang. He looked up at the shadow, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Master, the shadow, having sat in silence for an unknown duration, abruptly stirred. You've come after all. The voice was hoarse yet unmistakably familiar. Disciple never anticipated that Master would turn out to be the leader of the Blood Demon sect. Shenlang spoke softly, his gaze complex. Shenlang, did your master not teach you that all things in the world possess duality? The shadow turned slowly, revealing a face Shenlang knew all too well. Long time no see, Langer, you've truly grown. Gazing at the middle-aged man he once knew so well, Shenlang exhaled. Master, why is this happening? Why? The man shook his head with a smile. All humans act for profit. And I am no exception. Shenlang fell silent. Langer, would you like to experience something? The middle-aged man looked at Shenlang, his eyes sparkling. After experiencing it, perhaps you will understand. What? Shenlang suddenly lifted his head, staring at the man. How about seeing other worlds? The middle-aged man smiled, then waved his sleeve, revealing a swirling vortex beside him. Enter, and you will find a new world. Once you step in, all memories will be reset. It will be a completely new world, with new people, new events, and a new fate. So, what do you say? Will you enter? The man fixed his gaze on Shenlang. If I enter, might I save Master? Shenlang questioned earnestly. Haha, a whole realm will fall under your control. What is one person worth? The man laughed heartily. In there, the heavens are your master's path. If you can break it, your master's fate will be in your hands. All right. Shenlang nodded eagerly. Then I shall go. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shenlang transformed into a blur, rushing into the vortex. White, white, white. Countless fragments of memories flashed before Shenlang's eyes. The people, events, and objects of this life. His consciousness rapidly blurred. The last memory Shenlang held onto was a fleeting image of parting with her. There was a tranquil little town named Qinshan Town. In an inconspicuous corner, stood a dilapidated little shop. In front of the shop, an elderly man in tattered clothes lay back on a broken wooden chair, humming softly. The old man suddenly let out a soft hum, opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of inexplicable light in his murky gaze. As fate finally stepped into the cycle, he gazed at the distant horizon, murmuring softly, then laughed. Good, good. Finally back on track. If I were to delay any longer, I fear I would be forever assimilated here. Sighing, he wondered when fate would truly bring forth the old ones like him. I'm not anxious. Why are you? A hoarse voice sounded from behind him, laced with disdain. The old man's lips twitched, yet he did not turn around. What? You're not going to continue sleeping? I've been asleep for over 1,000,000 years. My bones are nearly disintegrated. What has left to sleep for? The voice was faint, tinged with a hint of frustration. Ha ha. Indeed, we are alike. The old man stroked the few sparse hairs on his chin. Lost in contemplation. My dear wife, do you think our plan will ultimately succeed? How should I know? That depends on the performance of our fate, came the reply. The owner of the voice had approached, revealing a plainly dressed old woman. Her eyes were deeply sunken, fixed on the distance, with an enigmatic glimmer flickering within them. The move of fate was indeed a bold one. He grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth.